Chapter 1 System Activation. Though snow never falls in southern skies, the cold cuts deeper than an ex-girlfriend's words. The bustling streets pulsed with hurried footsteps, the midday sun hanging brightly yet failing to disperse the chill. People everywhere shrouded themselves in trench coats and down jackets, their solemn expressions mirroring the icy barrier the cold had erected between them. In a corner, electric bikes were haphazardly parked with messy extension cords strewn about, their black square charging boxes connected to the vehicles. The floor was slick with grease stains as clusters of delivery drivers, bundled up against the cold, squatted or stood around chatting lively. Most of their conversations revolved around whether or not they would return home for the New Year celebrations. "Xiao Su, are you going home for Chinese New Year?" Brother Lu asked me. "And what about you, Brother Lu?" I took a drag from my cigarette, exhaling smoke. I couldn't tell if it was my own breath in the cold air or just secondhand smoke. "I'm not going back," Lu Ming replied with a bitter smile, his face clouded with worry. "Can't afford the trip. Round-trip tickets alone would cost hundreds, not to mention all the other expenses. Next year my daughter starts middle school, I need to save up for her. I'll take on more deliveries during the new year to earn extra money." "Regret it?" I asked curiously, studying his face. At just 27, he already had deep wrinkles and rough skin, looking every bit like a man in his 40s. "Regret what?" He looked puzzled. "Getting married." I shrugged. For a moment, everything fell silent except for the howling winter wind. Lu Ming stared down at his sneakers with holes in the cracks on the back of his hands, probably wondering to himself, "Do I regret it?" Maybe a little. If he hadn't gotten married, perhaps life wouldn't have treated him so poorly. Maybe he'd have been fine on his own. He opened his mouth, then finally just let out a long sigh. "If you ask if I regret it, yeah, I do. Marriage hasn't been all that happy, but when I think about my kid, somehow I don't really regret it anymore." With that, he suddenly found renewed energy. He stood up, strode toward his e-bike, and shouted, "Let's go. Either work until you drop, or drop dead trying. Damn it!" Then he swung onto the bike with a flourish, pulled on his windproof gloves, twisted the throttle, and raced off into the cold wind like a warrior charging into battle. I tossed my cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out violently. What the hell are we even living for? Is life just about continuing the family line and having kids repeat our own struggles? With my hands in my pockets, I wandered aimlessly through the streets, filled with confusion. Actually, I'm not a food delivery guy. I just ran into Lu Ming from my hometown and stopped to chat for a bit. A few years older than me, he entered society early, got married through a family-arranged blind date, and had kids, living a routine life like many ordinary families. If you marry a good wife, life might be decent. Marry the wrong one, and the household descends into chaos, possibly ending in divorce. Clearly, Lu Ming hadn't married well. After getting married, he matured overnight, working hard to make a living, while his wife stayed home with the kids. But after watching too many short videos, her behavior became increasingly unreasonable, and eventually, they got divorced. At that moment, the phone rang urgently. Seeing the caller ID, I smiled bitterly and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom, are you coming back for the new year?" Her voice, gentle yet full of expectation, came through the phone. "Not coming back. I've got too much on my plate here." Thoughts of going home didn't really cross my mind. After stepping into society, I grew distant from my family, no longer the homesick boy I once was. I avoid contacting relatives and friends whenever possible, and only occasionally call home to check in. "Not coming back?" Mom's voice was full of disappointment, but she still said with a smile, "Being busy is good, being busy is good." In an instant, I remembered a commercial from my childhood, an elderly woman preparing a New Year's Eve feast, making phone calls all evening, but none of her children came home. That look of loneliness and disappointment on her face. A surge of guilt and moral conflict hit me. "Mom, stop being like this." Black lines ran down my forehead. "Come back or don't, I don't care. Better drop dead out there." Mom snorted coldly. "Never come home all year round, always saying you're too busy when asked, and I don't see you making much money either." Indeed, the most hurtful words often come from the closest people. They know exactly how to strike where it hurts most. "Mom, how can you say such chilling words with a body temperature of 36 degrees? I am your son." I put on my mask of agony. "Yeah, sure, whatever," Mom replied sarcastically, brushing me off. Clenching my fists in frustration, I seethed with anger. You haven't earned any money. Don't even have a girlfriend. Look at a Gue from our village, his kids are already running errands. He may not have money, but at least he has a wife and children. And you? Nothing at all." Mom kept scolding me. I was speechless. "Alright, that's enough nagging. Hand me the phone, I want to say a few words." Dad's voice came through, and I let out a long sigh. I really wished I could vanish into thin air. "Taking turns now, are you? These are my parents for you. Sooner or later, I'm gonna post them online to expose them. Hey, remember to come home for New Year's. Your aunt has lined up a few blind dates for you." Dad said. If you hadn't mentioned the blind date, I might have actually gone back. I pouted, already reluctant to return home. The mention of matchmaking made me even less willing. Dad, let's be honest. You're actually a billionaire, right? All my struggles in society have just been your test for me, haven't they? I said with a trace of unrealistic hope, truly feeling like life wasn't worth living anymore, wanting to die but unable to, wanting to live but not well. Dad heard this and curled his lip. Keep dreaming. You should be embarrassed to even say it out loud, not to mention making others laugh at you. The tickets your mom and I booked for you are all set. I'll send you the details on WeChat later, check them yourself. Gotta go. With that, he hung up. Dad sat on the wooden stool, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, and said reproachfully, Xiaoyang's at that difficult age already, let's not burden him with talk like this. Perhaps men understand men better. He recognized the sense of powerlessness that comes with my stage of life. Having worked labor jobs himself, he knew this wasn't an era where effort guarantees success. He didn't expect spectacular achievements from me, just that I might find some happiness. Anyway, we've got a house and farmland back home. Worst case scenario, I'll just go back to farming, at least we won't starve. Are you saying I can't even scold my own son now? Mom snapped unhappily. Of course you can, absolutely, Dad quickly agreed, knowing Mom's temper needed careful handling. Walking down the street, I lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. So annoying, irritating, anxious, and mentally draining, usually caused by external influences, like just now when my parents called urging me to come home for New Year's. The thought of going back home for the new year and running into all those relatives and friends makes every pore in my body, from mind to flesh, recoil in resistance. The swarm of aunts and uncles gathering together, chattering non-stop while trying to one-up each other, just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. At that moment, I saw Su Daxiang shuffle up to Su Guowen with an ingratiating manner, rubbing his hands nervously and sheepishly as he said, Dad, I wanted to ask you something. Seated in his chair, Su Guowen took a sip of tea while shooting a sidelong glance at Su Daxiang. A flicker of disdain flashed through his aged eyes as he coldly demanded, Speak. Su Daxiang continued cautiously, Have you ever considered the possibility that you're actually a billionaire who's been hiding his identity all along, just to see which son is more filial and worthy of inheriting your fortune? Su Guowen immediately raised his hand and delivered a loud slap, roaring angrily, You insolent brat. Get out! Su Daxiang quickly covered his face and scampered away, rubbing his stinging cheek with a pained expression. In a wounded mutter, he complained, Just say yes or no, what was the point of hitting me? Su Guowen let out a cold snort as he watched his retreating figure, then turned his gaze to the ancestral tablet placed before the shrine on the nearby wall. His eyes held a hint of melancholy. I knew he had once asked his own father the same question. As I walked down the street, a sharp ding suddenly echoed in my mind, leaving me momentarily stunned. What the heck was that? Just a random ding? I checked my phone's notification bar, but there was nothing. Scratching my head, I glanced around. The street was filled with the clamor of promotions, honking cars, and the chatter of pedestrians. Then, a line of text appeared in my mind, Daily Life Tycoon system activated. My footsteps froze instantly, and I stood completely still in the middle of the road. My back, which had been slightly hunched, now seemed to be straightened by some irresistible force as I gradually stood up taller. Hey, why is my back suddenly standing so straight? I murmured in my mind, System? Ding! The system user guide has been uploaded to the host's brain. Strange, fragmented knowledge about how to use the system suddenly flooded my mind. At this moment, the corners of my mouth curl slightly, and my back slowly unfolds until I sit bolt upright. I take a deep drag from my cigarette. The host took a puff of his cigarette, in high spirits, and sighed inwardly how unpredictable life was. Finally, the heavens had rained down fortune upon him. Reward for the host, 666 yuan. Sure enough, the amount on the system panel suddenly increased by 666 yuan. Unable to resist, I tapped the withdrawal button. My phone vibrated, and I watched as a new bank notification appeared on the screen. Agricultural Bank, your account ending with 000 received a transfer of 666 yuan from Tenpay at 1537 on January 5, 2024. Account balance, 6721.48. Holy shit, you're actually for real? Trembling with excitement, I could barely contain myself. I know full well that I'm not particularly talented, just mildly good-looking, utterly ordinary, like countless others out there. Achieving financial freedom seems like a fantasy unless I happen to catch a trend and have the capital to back it up. But I've got nothing, and I've long since accepted my own mediocrity. But now, everything seemed different. I took a deep drag from the cigarette between my lips, consciously opened the system interface, and gazed at the array of skills in the store. A smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. The system has two main functions. First, it grants random rewards for daily activities, with the amount depending on one's mood. Happier actions yield bigger rewards. Even dissatisfaction with purchases triggers additional compensation, essentially allowing you to get paid while spending. Second, it features a system store where you can purchase skills and daily necessities with money. Buying luxury cars even lets you customize configurations and place orders directly, with the system handling all paperwork. The prices aren't significantly different from market rates. Impressive, Truly impressive, I marveled. I used to think of myself as sentimental, prone to pondering life's meaning and societal issues. Now I realize my core problem was simply lack of money. Indeed, most human troubles stem from financial shortage. Wealth solves numerous problems. No wonder they say money makes the man stand tall, with confidence directly proportional to one's bank balance. Shaking off distracting thoughts, I turned and strode back toward my rented room. Originally just heading out for breakfast, running into Lu Ming had activated this system, leaving my mind blank and disoriented, as if living in a dream. Inserting the key to open the door, I entered my modest but clean and tidy rented apartment. Taking several deep breaths, the familiar surroundings gave me a sense of security, gradually easing my tension. I walked over to the sofa and sat down, carefully opened the cigarette case, took out a cigarette and held it between my lips. I flicked the lighter, took a deep drag, and as the smoke curled upwards, my mind gradually settled. I opened the system store, staring at the dazzling array of categories, wanting to conduct a little experiment. Currently, I only had a little over 6,000 yuan in savings. To play it safe, I decided to spend half of it on a purchase. Puffing on my cigarette, I pondered for a moment before selecting a watch from the system store. After entering my price range, numerous watches that matched my taste appeared. I couldn't help muttering whether this was my big data at work. After clicking to place the order, a delivery icon appeared in the lower right corner of the virtual screen, along with a small map showing a motorcycle icon moving along its path. Ding! The host has ordered one Casio Octagon watch and is eagerly awaiting its arrival. Reward for the host, 6,666 yuan. The balance in the top right corner swiftly updated, and my face lit up with joy. Holy shit, this actually works for real? This watch costs around 4,000, and buying it gives me a 2,000 plus reward, basically getting a free watch while pocketing over 2,000 extra. I jokingly thought about going into reselling, but honestly, I'm not too driven by money. Enjoying life is really the main theme for me. Humming a tune, I felt completely at ease as I walked around the room, as if all the restraints on my body had been lifted. Once, I had thought countless times that people are like dogs tied at the doorstep, restrained by iron chains, confined to a limited range of movement, and forced to wag their tails to beg for scraps of food. All actions were merely for survival, and survival was just for survival's sake. But now it's different. I finally feel truly alive, as the haze that had long lingered at my heart has dissipated at last. I walked to the kitchen, turned on the stove, poured some water into the pot, and began to boil it. Grabbing a large bowl, I opened the ceramic jar beside me and scooped out a spoonful of snow-white lard into the bowl. Then I poured in some soy sauce, added a bit of vinegar, salt, and MSG, before sprinkling in some chili flakes. This is the simplest way to prepare lard noodles in Sichuan plain broth noodles. It's quick, easy, and delicious. Once the water in the pot came to a boil, I grabbed a pack of dried noodles, broke off a handful, and tossed them into the pot. After giving them a quick stir, I went to boil some more water in the electric kettle. I took some green onions from the fridge, rinsed them quickly, placed them on the cutting board, and began chopping them with rapid taps of the knife. The rhythmic crisp sounds and my humming voice echoed continuously in the kitchen, brimming with leisurely delight. A person's emotions manifest in their voice, dull when troubled, irritable when displeased, and lighthearted when joyful. After a while, I stirred the pot with chopsticks, picked up a strand of noodles, and popped it into my mouth to chew. The smooth noodles carried the distinct flavor of the dried variety, cooked just right without being underdone. I poured hot water from the kettle into the bowl, mixed in the pre-prepared sauce, then added the noodles. Picking them up and dropping them back, I ensured each strand was thoroughly coated in the rich seasoning. Finally, I sprinkled some soulful green onions into the bowl, and a bowl of noodles perfectly suited to my taste was ready. Carrying the noodles, I walked to my computer desk, sat down, and opened the browser, casually picking an online electronic side dish to accompany my meal. It had been a long time since I watched any anime, so instead of carefully selecting, I just chose one from the top rankings and started watching. With the first bite of noodles, the aroma of lard, the fragrance of green onions, blending with the sauce and noodles as they burst in my mouth, I suddenly seemed to grasp the true meaning of life. When hungry, have good food. When thirsty, have water at hand. Eat when you want, drink when you fancy, sleep when you wish. There's no need to overcomplicate things. One can live simply and freely. Most troubles stem from overthinking. After finishing a big bowl of noodles, I lazily leaned back in my computer chair, taking a deep drag of my cigarette, just like some salted fish that had lost its dreams, utterly leisurely and carefree. Ding! Host cooked a steaming bowl of lard noodles, thoroughly enjoyed a delightful lunch, and became enlightened about the true meaning of life and high spirits. Reward for host, 66,666 yuan. What the heck? My whole body jolted, like a dying man suddenly rearing up in his sickbed. I immediately pulled up the system screen, staring dumbfounded as the balance instantly jumped to 5 digits. I've worked my ass off for years and saved nothing, but now just cooking a bowl of lard noodles earns me 5 figures? I seem to have unlocked the system's correct usage mode, a daily life tycoon focused on the mundane, devoid of worldly disturbances, only the small joys in ordinary routines. But currently, I'm short on funds, otherwise I'd really love to buy a car and a house outright. I clicked my tongue in dissatisfaction. Was this really the extent of my ambitions? Other tycoons flaunt luxury cars and mansions, own multiple commercial plazas, engage in face-slapping dramatics, surround themselves with beauties and extravagant parties. But for me, I just want to eat well, relax, occasionally go out for strolls and sightseeing. A road trip would be the cherry on top. Truly, a homebuddy's nature is hard to change, nor do I wish to change mine. After all these years in society, delivering takeout, hauling bricks, running street food stalls, I've walked my own path. I used to think about how to make myself popular and charming, but after getting exhausted from part-time jobs, I ended up staying home to write novels and become a short video blogger. I didn't earn much each month, but it was enough for daily expenses, and occasionally I could even help my family financially. Staying at home long-term made me realize that pleasing others isn't as important as enjoying yourself. What others think doesn't matter, what matters is how you want to live. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. I immediately got up from my chair and hurried to the entrance. There was a delivery guy standing at the door. He looked up and asked, "Hello, you delivery. Are you Mr. Su? Last four digits 7712? That's me." I nodded immediately, and he handed me a cardboard box that felt somewhat heavy. "My apologies for the trouble." "Thank you." I reached out to take it and hurriedly expressed my gratitude. "MHM. The delivery guy smiled with a nod, then turned and walked away briskly. I closed the door to my room and, without rushing to open the box, first tidied up my computer desk and washed some dishes. Ding! The host washed some dishes, feeling refreshed by the sight of the clean and tidy stove. Reward, 200 yuan. This system is practically my adoptive father. Having drifted through half a life without meeting my true master, if the system doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to acknowledge it as my adoptive father. After cleaning the stove, I wiped my hands with a tissue, tossed the damp tissue into the trash can, and sat down on the chair. I pulled open the side drawer, took out a utility knife, and sliced through the tape on the cardboard box. Inside was a pitch-black case bearing only the simple Casio logo in English. I lifted the case from the cardboard box, set the outer packaging aside, and opened the palm-sized container. On one side lay an octagonal cage-like metal box wrapped in black foam, while the other side held certificates, instruction manuals, and other miscellaneous items. Unable to contain my excitement, I pulled out the metal case and opened it. A gleaming bronze watch lay before my eyes. I have to admit, this nearly 4,000 yuan watch was truly impressive, completely different from the cheap knockoffs I used to buy on TB. I reached out and took the watch out, peeled off the protective film on the dial, then strapped it onto my wrist. Not bad looking at all, I chuckled to myself. Ding! The host bought a watch, finds it very attractive, and feels delighted. Reward, 888 yuan. I glanced up at the system balance. It already showed 77,141.48 yuan. In other words, today I just enjoyed myself and still made tens of thousands. How ridiculously awesome is that? Spending money equals earning money, and earning money means you have to spend? My head is spinning a bit. After getting ready, I got up and walked outside. Downstairs, I raised my hand to shade my eyes from the sunlight, the rays filtering through my fingers onto my face. The warm afternoon sun shone on me, cozy and comforting, dispelling the chill around me. My mood was like the afternoon breeze, neither too excited nor too dull. Hands in my pockets, I strolled down the street, reaching the bus stop and sitting down as I observed the city around me. I used to either scroll through short videos or read novels on my phone while out, or else hurry anxiously through the streets. It's been so long since I last took the time to quietly observe this city. At 25, I've transitioned from the sheltered university life to the real world, from the countryside to the big city. Though I've been here for years, I've always felt out of place. Compared to the clamor of big cities, I prefer the tranquility of small towns. In cities like this, there seems to be an invisible barrier between people, filled with distance and detachment. There's not much human kindness in this world, it's mostly just transactions of interests between people. In small towns, the flow of people is limited, you see the same familiar faces everywhere you go. I scanned my phone and walked to the back row of the bus to take a seat. Ding! The host sits among the crowd yet seems detached from it, observing people with an increasingly calm mindset. Reward, 2 yuan. Who exactly are you trying to provoke here? Who are you calling dumb? The system's savage retorts hit too close to home. My face burned with embarrassment as I cleared my throat and rolled down the car window, letting the breeze cool my flushed cheeks. Watching the hurried pedestrians on the street, I noted how frantic the pace of life was in this first-tier city. Back in my hometown, we'd say earning squat while scurrying about to describe this exact scene. Every face in the crowd concealed untold worries. Despite the approaching new year, few pedestrians wore smiles. These days, the holiday season seems utterly unlike the past, when joyous atmosphere used to envelop entire cities. Perhaps it's my lazy nature. I dislike busyness and excessive utilitarianism. For me, everything just needs to be enough. Earning enough to eat and drink, living in a place that's merely habitable, working hard when needed, enjoying life when possible. Before long, I arrived at the famous Chuanchi Road. Over all these years, I'd never been here because places like this best showcase societal class distinctions. The street was bustling with fashionable young men and women. With hands in my pockets, I strolled past one luxury boutique after another. I've heard that Chuanchi Road has an annual transaction volume of hundreds of billions, though I'm not sure if it's true or not. As one of the top 3 commercial streets in the country, it certainly lives up to its reputation, with millions of visitors during holidays every year. Seems there's no shortage of rich people. Looking at all these fashionable girls, there's a saying, trendy guys don't fear heat, street smart kids don't fear cold, fashionable girls won't freeze to death, and trendy guys won't die from heat. Looking at these girls wearing thick tops but just fleece-lined pantyhose on bottom, I really wonder, aren't they cold? Though their legs do look fantastic. Oh, Su Yang? Suddenly came a surprised voice, tinged with both puzzlement and amusement. I thought I was seeing things. I saw a girl dressed in a fitted black blazer, with sleek black trousers hugging her long legs. Her black high heels clicked pleasantly against the floor tiles, the ankle straps snug around her delicate feet. She wore her hair in a ponytail, giving her a sharp, professional look, while subtle makeup added a touch of mature charm. I studied her for 2 seconds, but the face, both familiar and unfamiliar, left me momentarily at a loss to place her. Oh, it's you. Did you forget me? My gaze shifted to her name tag, and I suddenly realized, Song Xiaoxiao, right? Changed clothes and really didn't recognize you. You've gotten even more beautiful. Ding. Host meets an old classmate and reminisces about their youthful school days. Reward, 2,888 yuan. I smiled as I looked at her. Her delicate features were finely crafted, with elegant contours, and a pair of bright, large eyes sparkled with intelligence and mystery, as if they could see right through people. At my words, she lowered her head slightly in bashfulness, her hand brushing past her temple as if smoothing a stray lock, but those eyes had already swiftly sized up my outfit, probably calculating the price in her mind. She was already working in luxury sales, accustomed to judging spending power by appearance. She looked directly into my eyes, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. Long time no see. You haven't shown up to any class reunions since graduation. What have you been up to lately? Not much really, just drifting along. I shrugged, tilting my head to suggest we walk and talk. Do you work here? I met her gaze squarely. In the past, my eyes would have wavered by now, but today they remained steady, accompanied by a confident smile. Right, LV. Song Xiaoxiao flicked the name badge on her chest with her fingers, producing a crisp sound, her tone laced with exhaustion. I'm dead tired, dealing with all sorts of people every day. The new year is coming, so your sales must be getting a boost, right? I tilted my head to look at her. After all, holiday shopping sprees are customary for many, and plenty of people are willing to splurge before the new year. Heh, that's true. Song Xiaoxiao chuckled, her sweet laughter softening her usual poised demeanor. Are you going home for the new year this time? Yes, heading back soon. I pouted slightly, though I'll probably be stuck in the usual holiday crunch. Yes, Song Xiaoxiao also felt a headache. The Spring Festival travel rush was crowded everywhere. Highways, subways, trains, even airports were packed to the point of overwhelming you. All you could see when you looked up were people. I'm here. Song Xiaoxiao stopped and pointed to a nearby shop, seeming reluctant to part ways. Meeting a long-lost classmate, she really wanted to chat longer, but the shop was busy. She'd only managed to squeeze out some time to grab a bite to eat. Perfect timing. I need to buy a couple of outfits for New Year's back home. Might as well make a splash. I shook my head. Consider it supporting an old classmate, boosting your sales figures. Don't forget to hook up the family with some discounts, alright? Song Xiaoxiao laughed at that. You still have a bit of a sense of humor. My honesty earned me some goodwill from Song Xiaoxiao. Wage earners buy luxury goods just to show off. She'd previously met male classmates who constantly bragged about spending hundreds of thousands, buying fancy cars, and asking if she was free. The enormous storefront before us had polished glass so clear you could see everything inside at a glance. Counters of all kinds, dazzling lights, and strikingly attractive sales staff. Such shops had always been places I avoided. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. 2 uniformed female sales associates at the entrance bowed with smiles, their sweet voices crisp yet gentle, like plucking heartstrings. I think saying one VIP guest would sound better. This is my classmate. I'll take care of him. Song Xiaoxiao nodded politely to the 2 sales associates before raising her hand to ask me, what would you like to see? One full set, you pick for me. Surely you wouldn't expect a country bumpkin to choose anything decent? I pursed my lips, completely unbothered by my self-deprecation. I had no confidence in my own taste either. My entire outfit from head to toe was black, alternating between jackets and tracksuits, with maybe some white accents at most. Ah, that's obvious. Song Xiaoxiao looked at my down jacket paired with jeans and canvas shoes, remarking that 80% of men dressed exactly like this. Perhaps my mindset had changed. Unlike most men who enjoy putting on airs in front of women, I could openly tease and joke without pretense. "What's your budget?" Song Xiaoxiao led me aside, eyeing the clothes on the racks while sizing me up. "A few tens of thousands," I said with a blink. "Just keep it under 60,000. "Holy shit!" Song Xiaoxiao stared at me in shock. "You must be going on a blind date." "Hey, how did you know my parents are making me go on blind dates during the holidays?" I stared at Song Xiaoxiao in astonishment, thinking this girl was a bit uncanny. I figured I should improve my appearance before the blind dates to subtly show my date and relatives that I've earned some money. This way, I could gradually help my parents accept that I've made something of myself away from home, then slowly upgrade our family's living conditions. If I went overboard too quickly, it might backfire. Who'd spend this much on clothes without a blind date? Such a waste. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help complaining. After pausing for 2 seconds, she said, "I'll put together jackets and sweatshirts worth about 1,000 yuan each. I'll pick some versatile pieces you can wear even in summer. For pants, keep it simple, just buy a few pairs of jeans yourself later." She gazed solemnly at a piece of clothing, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. She didn't actually need the sales commission, nor was she trying to push a sale on me. She was genuinely considering my preferences. "You probably don't like anything too flashy, right? How about this one?" She picked up a black denim jacket with small LV prints, which didn't look ostentatious at all. With a smile on my face, I studied Song Xiaoxiao's profile, her delicate, rosy skin that seemed to glow under the fluorescent light, the faint fuzz on her cheeks, and especially those soft pink earlobes. A small diamond-studded earring adorned one ear, making those dainty lobes even more adorable. A sudden thought struck me, should I get my ear pierced too? Just because I'm a homebody doesn't mean I don't secretly dream of being a trendy guy. Just look if you want to, but staring like that is kind of embarrassing. Song Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered sheepishly, "If you saw a particularly beautiful flower by the roadside, would you stop to look at it?" I smiled faintly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever, and instead posed this question to her. Hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao's face grew even redder, her cheeks glowing crimson. She naturally understood the meaning behind my words. So, it's human nature to appreciate beautiful things. With that, I dropped the subject. Any further discussion would be presumptuous and immediately asked instead, "Do you think I should get my ears pierced?" The sudden topic shift caught Song Xiaoxiao off guard. I looked up at the incandescent light on the ceiling and sighed. Even a homebody like me secretly longs to be a trendy guy, you know? "Do you have someone you like?" Song Xiaoxiao's expression was slightly peculiar. Perhaps my earlier words had bridged the distance between us, as she asked directly without hesitation. "What makes you say that?" I was momentarily stunned. "You say you're an otaku, that if there weren't someone you liked, you definitely wouldn't bother dressing up, thinking about luxury brands, or wanting to be a trendy guy. These thoughts probably only appear because you do have someone you like, that's why you care about your appearance now." Song Xiaoxiao eyed me teasingly and raised an eyebrow. "Do you really fancy someone?" A bolt of realization flashed through my mind. That's right. Squinting mischievous, I grinned and said, "How clever of you to notice I like you." Song Xiaoxiao's face blanked with confusion. Her body momentarily froze, the teasing smile vanished from her lips, and panic laced her voice. I could practically hear her heart pounding violently in her chest. She blurted urgently, "Don't spout nonsense. If you know, then hurry up and help me pick clothes." I immediately tilted my head in mock command. "Give your customer proper service, or I might just move this little mouth of mine and file a complaint as your New Year's gift." I could practically hear the screaming explosion in her heart, probably thinking damn it or how hateful, I'd been played. Song Xiaoxiao shot me a resentful glare, turned away with puffed cheeks, and walked not far before pushing a clothing rack. With a frosty expression, she picked out several outfits to hang on the rack, then said coldly, "Sir, please follow me. The fitting room is inside." "All right." Seeing Song Xiaoxiao's sudden attitude shift made me chuckle. I'd always wanted to tease girls but never had the guts before. Now that I tried it, it turned out to be quite amusing. Watching her oval face puff up, her cheeks bulging as she ground her teeth, I stepped into the fitting room. Seeing that I hadn't apologized to her, she reached out to pull the fitting room door shut, puffed up her cheeks in anger, crossed her arms over her chest, and leaned against the wall to wait. Inside the fitting room, I took in the surprisingly spacious interior, about 7 or 8 square meters. Since when did fitting rooms come with little sofas? What the hell was this place? Probably reserved for VIPs. For regular customers like me, normal fitting rooms were just closet-sized cubicles, like public restroom stalls. This had to be Song Xiaoxiao's doing. That girl's heart was indeed soft as her curves, pliant and indulgent. I casually tossed my down jacket onto the sofa. Outside, Song Xiaoxiao stood leaning against the wall with folded arms while a coworker sidled up to gossip. "Your boyfriend?" "No, don't talk nonsense. It's not like that." Song Xiaoxiao immediately frowned and explained, "It's an old college classmate I haven't seen in years. We just happened to run into each other." "Oh ho ho," teased him with a smirk. "That flushed little face of yours just now, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were getting all hot and bothered." "Shut up." Song Xiaoxiao frantically clamped a hand over the girl's mouth, casting a panicked glance at the dressing room door. The fitting room walls were thin. If I'd overheard that, she probably would have triggered an explosion loud enough to level the entire Louis Vuitton store. Don't talk nonsense. Song Xiaoxiao covered the other's mouth and whispered in her ear, he's really just an old classmate. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue and licked Song Xiaoxiao's palm, who then retracted her hand in disgust, wiped it on the other's clothes, and scolded, aren't you gross? My Xiaoxiao's hand is sweet, not gross at all. The other giggled like a love-struck fool, then asked gossipily, what does your classmate do? Just now I heard something about a budget of 60,000 yuan, quite the young tycoon. How judging wealth by clothing is the most foolish, it only reveals spending habits. I dunno. Song Xiaoxiao shrugged. Honestly, she was a bit curious too, but couldn't be bothered to investigate. We barely saw each other after graduation. He's always been this aloof since college. Aside from the class group chat and a few close friends, he never added anyone. During our last reunion when we asked around, over 30 classmates showed up, yet none of them had his contact info. Just imagining the class monitor trying to message me only to get that red exclamation mark, the whole room nearly died laughing. Xiaoxiao couldn't help giggling at the memory. The girl nodded in understanding upon hearing this. After leaving school, most classmates lose touch unless they're from wealthy families, have shared interests, or are exceptionally good-looking. As for someone like me, the standard ordinary template people will probably forget soon enough. Maybe we'd exchange a couple of casual words if we bumped into each other someday. The fitting room door opened. I gave a slight nod to the two people standing at the entrance, tilting my head to ask Song Xiaoxiao, well, still quite handsome, Song Xiaoxiao said, her eyes lighting up at the sight of me. A change of clothes made me seem like a different person, though these bangs do keep poking my eyes. Chapter 5 A Little Flex. Babe, ever thought about something? Su Yang examined his jacket and pondered for 2 seconds. I mean, is there any chance it's actually winter now? Silly. Seeing Su Yan wearing just a jacket over a t-shirt, she couldn't help bursting into laughter. Couldn't you at least layer a hoodie or sweatshirt underneath? That's why I deliberately picked one size bigger. Oh, Su Yang suddenly realized, I thought there was something dirty in the shop licking my arm, it felt so chilly. Wearing this jacket in winter really can't hold up. The arms feel chilly in some places. The girl beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Su Yang quickly turned around and closed the door. Leaning against the door, he clasped a hand over his heart. Damn it, she called me a dummy. I almost had a heart flutter. He quickly dismissed the lingering fantasies from his mind. Compared to emotional entanglements, he still preferred straightforward physical pleasures. Take Japan and Korea, for example. He'd heard the services there could squeeze the very marrow from one's bones. His emotions were easily swayed, so he avoided romantic attachments, fearing he'd become a lovesick fool. Your friend has such a witty way of speaking. The girl quickly grabbed Song Xiaoxiao's hand. Does he have a girlfriend? With considerable financial means, good looks, and a sense of humor, she had to admit she was already considering getting to know him better. If his character proved decent too, he'd practically be the perfect boyfriend material. Having worked long enough in luxury retail, she'd met plenty of wealthy men, and truth be told, they'd started to intimidate her. So she just wanted a boyfriend with a bit of money. Song Xiaoxiao suddenly felt strangely uncomfortable inside, but couldn't quite pinpoint why. Yet she subconsciously replied, I already have one. Ah, the other person immediately cried out regretfully. As expected, all the good ones get snatched up. How annoying. Vivi, you're up. The girl at the bar counter not far away called out. It seemed that incoming customers were assigned to sales staff in rotation. Each person would serve one customer. Situations like snatching clients were relatively rare, as most people maintained a certain standard of moral integrity. Got it. The girl beside Song Xiaoxiao quickly trotted away in her high heels. Inside the fitting room, Su Yang tried on several outfits and examined himself in the mirror, with a satisfied nod. Indeed, there's a reason these clothes are priced so high. Both the fabric quality and craftsmanship are superb. At least they don't randomly sprout loose threads like those I bought from Taobao. But damn, they're really expensive. The price tags on clothes and pants in places like shopping malls often show prices ranging from hundreds to thousands. But the actual selling price is probably just 100 or 200. However, the price tags here show the real price. Changing back into his own clothes and wrapping himself in a down jacket, he felt all warm and cozy, and Su Yang instantly felt completely relaxed. Nothing beats a down jacket, huh? So much more comfortable. Pushing the door open, Su Yang looked at Song Xiaoxiao leaning against the wall and said, just wrap those up for me, and pick out a couple set too. A mischievous grin instantly spread across Su Yang's face. Buying these for your girlfriend? Song Xiaoxiao unconsciously furrowed her brows. Remembering Su Yan had just mentioned going home for a blind date, and now buying couple outfits? One here and another back home? What a playboy. For my parents, Su Yang snapped irritably. There are countless ways to hurt a person, and you just had to pick this one, didn't you? I know I'm single, no need to remind me. Song Xiao stuck out her tongue sheepishly. My bad, don't scold me anymore. Any more scolding and I'll turn stupid. But why did you think of buying matching outfits for your parents? Song Xiao didn't understand but was utterly amazed, as a bizarre idea popped into her head. Perverse taste. Su Yang's lips curled into a Nike-style smile worthy of a Dragon King. Ha 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 ha. Old man, scared yet? You really have a twisted sense of humor. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the two old men wearing matching couple outfits. The two spent over 10 minutes picking out a matching couple outfit, but neither of them was particularly satisfied. After all, compared to these luxury stores, matching couple outfits are relatively rare. He casually picked one without much thought. Alright, just these. Wrap them up. Right away, Boss Song Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly, initially thinking this was just a reunion with an old classmate, but unexpectedly received a generous bonus. Wait a moment while I wrap these for you. Alright. Su Yang promptly took a seat on a chair not far from the bar counter. The nearby receptionist quickly fetched a bottle of water and placed it on the coffee table. She respectfully said, Sir, please have some water. Would you like some fruit platter or dessert? No need, thank you. Su Yang smiled politely, then settled into the chair and pulled out his phone. Alright, sir, please wait a moment, we're packing your items now. The receptionist returned to the counter. The staff at the counter were carefully folding the clothes and placing them into boxes. No wonder these clothes are expensive, even the packaging boxes look more upscale. Yeah right, clothes costing thousands or even tens of thousands, wrapped in plastic bags, he might as well knock the boss's head sideways. Done. Song Xiaoxiao worked quickly. She carried the bag over and placed it to the side. Looking up at Su Yang, she asked, card or WeChat payment? QQ. Su Yang teased. Do I look like the kinda guy who carries cards around? Song Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Fair point. How many people actually carry cards these days anyway? She immediately grabbed the scanner and swept it across Su Yang's phone screen. Ding! The transaction went through. Oh, perhaps it should be said 2 dings. One was in Su Yang's mind. Ding! Host splurges at Louis Vuitton, spending 69,800 yuan, both thrilling and satisfying, while subtly showing off in front of old classmates. Happy mood reward, 166,666 yuan. Su Yang stared at the balance for 2 stunned seconds. Balance, 174,009.48 yuan. Seeing Su Yang momentarily dazed, Song Xiaoxiao sighed and said, right? It feels great when buying, but then you get stunned when the money's gone. Just a quick scan, and 60 or 70,000 yuan vanishes. She couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Su Yang. By the way, you should get a haircut. Your current style, it's really hard to describe. Song Xiaoxiao stared at Su Yang's hair, struggling to find the right words for it. How should I put it? 9 out of 10 men are like this. No perms or dyes, just buzzed sides with a short crop on top. Keep going about 200 meters further in and you'll find Balenciaga Image Studio, they do great work there. Su Yang snapped back to reality and curled his lips. You know what? A man's loyalty to his barber is second only to his wife. I've been getting haircuts at that same shop near our university for 4 or 5 years. Now you want me to go somewhere else? That's like asking me to cheat. So are you gonna cheat or not? Song Xiaoxiao glared at Su Yang in annoyance. She had just made a simple suggestion, and he went off on a whole tangent? Yes, I am. Su Yang chuckled mischievously. Song Xiaoxiao immediately rolled her eyes at Su Yang. Pa, player, add me on WeChat. No more player insults? Su Yang teased, watching as Song Xiaoxiao avoided his gaze while handing over her phone. He casually scanned the QR code and asked mockingly, still adding me? Absolutely. I'll lurk in your contacts list waiting for the perfect moment to assassinate you. Then I wish you success. Su Yang immediately stood up from his chair and said, leave the things here, I'll come back for them later. Okay. Song Xiaoxiao nodded, stuffing the receipts into the bag. Remember to keep the tickets safe. If there are any issues, message me on WeChat. Got it. Su Yang stepped toward the shop door. Once outside, he turned to Song Xiaoxiao and said, I'm heading off. Yeah, Song Xiaoxiao responded somewhat reluctantly. Spending time with Su Yang had indeed felt refreshingly lighthearted, no ulterior motives, just his natural humor that put her completely at ease. Bye. Watching Su Yang leave, Song Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Su Yang raised his hand in a backward wave without turning around and continued walking deeper into the commercial district. What's the matter? Can't bear to part with him? If you can't, then just go with him. It's not like you're not about to clock out anyway. The girl named Wei Wei suddenly popped up like a ghost, startling Song Xiaoxiao, who hurriedly patted her rapidly beating heart in lingering fear. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Knock it off, she's just an old classmate, that's all. Song Xiaoxiao gave a delicate huff and turned to leave. At this moment, Su Yang was walking down the street, found a seat, and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag. Right now, he was considering a question. That is, there seemed to be some meaning behind these rewards. The rewards seem significantly higher when spending money in person, while using the system's mall yields comparatively lower returns. So is the system trying to encourage me to explore more of this vibrant outside world? Let's test this again. Last time just cooking myself a bowl of noodles earned me several thousand. Just bought a bunch of stuff and got rewarded with over 100 grand. This reward definitely has its perks. Su Yang immediately walked to the entrance of the shop Song Xiaoxiao mentioned, staring at the barbershop before his eyes. The brightly lit interior with its impeccable decor hinted that this was definitely no bargain. For Su Yang, a haircut should never cost more than 30 yuan, and that had to include wash, cut, and blow-dry. A single penny more was out of the question. But today, he couldn't resist finding out what this place was all about. He stepped inside. The receptionist immediately approached. "Sir, here for a haircut?" Su Yang nodded, eyeing the girl wearing a short skirt in this freezing weather, which made him doubt whether it was actually winter. Her faint perfume wasn't overpowering, and the indoor heating dispelled some of the chill. "Help me style my hair, make it look handsome." "Of course, sir, please follow me." The girl named Tian smiled softly, studying Su Yang's facial features. She then led Su Yang further inside. As he stepped onto the stairs, Su Yang's gaze grew momentarily distracted. The girl walked ahead in her pleated skirt, and every time Su Yang glanced up, he worried he might see something he shouldn't. He had no choice but to shift his gaze, looking at the other customers getting haircuts in the shops below. Soon, they arrived upstairs. The girl led Su Yang to a glass door and pushed it open, leaning in to say, "Boss, this handsome guy wants a new hairstyle." Chapter 6. Let me see what's going on here. Alright, sit down first. You don't mind if I finish this game, do you? The man glanced up at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head and walked inside, plopping down heavily on the sofa. The girl walked over and asked Su Yang, "Handsome, what would you like to drink? Do you have tea?" "I'll have a cup of tea," Su Yang replied as he took off his down jacket. With the heating on indoors, it didn't feel cold at all. In fact, wearing the down jacket would have been too warm. His woolen sweater kept him perfectly comfortable without feeling chilly. The woman quickly took Su Yang's down jacket and hung it on the coat rack nearby. She walked over to the water dispenser and brewed a cup of tea for Su Yang, then placed it on the table. She pulled out several catalogs from under the coffee table. She sat directly across from Su Yang, casually crossing her legs and swinging her sandal-clad foot, those perfectly rounded toes glistening like pearls that irresistibly drew one's gaze. Su Yang didn't flatter himself into thinking she was trying to seduce him or had taken a fancy to him. It was just one of those trivial sales tactics, nothing more. Back in his real estate days, the veteran saleswomen at the property office had been absolute pros at pulling these little stunts. Create an ambiguous atmosphere with male clients, then guide them to place orders while they're emotionally invested. These small maneuvers don't cost them anything, but can still secure an order. Truth be told, apart from those deals involving millions, most women in sales don't actually need to trade their bodies to land an order. Su Yang still held respect for female salespeople. Those people are all shrewd, gradually leading with strong professional skills. Some people always view female salespersons with prejudiced eyes, but Su Yang prefers to judge things fairly. "Handsome, may I know your surname?" The girl sitting across had short pink hair and tilted her head to look at Su Yang, appearing playful and adorable. Her figure's just a bit less voluptuous than ideal. "No need for formalities, my surname's Su. Don't call me bro, just Su Yang is fine." Su Yang leaned back on the sofa. "Alright then, Su Yang?" The girl let out a light laugh, smiling as she said, "You can call me Susu. Let me examine your facial structure." Susu leaned forward as she spoke. She gazed straight into Su Yang's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yang met the girl's gaze head-on. As their eyes locked, the intensity in Su Yang's piercing stare momentarily made the girl's glance waver. He quickly reached out to brush back the hair covering his forehead. "Your bone structure is really good, and your phoenix eyes have a kind of roguishly handsome vibe. My personal suggestion is that you could consider developing more in that bad boy direction." "That's actually true," said the guy playing Honor of Kings, looking up at Su Yang. "You're probably around 180 centimeters tall, with just some basic styling, you'd absolutely dominate at bars. You guys handle it. I don't really have many opinions myself." Tisk Susu pouted at his words. "I still prefer someone with more backbone. What a shame I don't meet your ideal type." Su Yang eyed the pastel-haired trendsetter before him. This was his first time encountering such vibrancy up close. Her radiant energy genuinely made his eyes light up in admiration. "Stop messing around." Susu immediately shot Su Yang a glare, then picked up a nearby tablet. After tapping through an app, she handed it to him. "Most of these suit your face shape. Just pick a few styles that match your personal taste. We'll style it according to your preferences later, alright?" "Sounds good." Su Yang stared at the hairstyle images before him and agreed without turning his head. "This one works. Swipe right if you like it, swipe left if you don't." "Isn't this Tan?" Su Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Pretty much." Susu grinned. "It's an app brother Jia had someone develop. Gotta say, I've seen plenty pick women, but this is my first time seeing one pick men. Some kinda gay conversion device, huh?" Su Yang couldn't help but blurt out the snarky comment. "How did you know?" Big brother Wang immediately looked up from his chair at Su Yang, a note of surprise in his tone. Holy shit, you're actually fucking gay? Su-young shuddered violently, his asshole instinctively clenching tight. Accidentally entered the big bird spinning shop? Big guy, this is Chengdu's Chuanxi Road. Brother Wang gave Su-young a coquettish side-eye. Out of every 100 men here, at least 20 are gay. Can I still leave now? Su-young immediately made a bitter face. That flirtatious side-eye nearly made Su-young want to vomit. He maintained an attitude of not understanding but respecting all these things. If you dare leave, I'll grab you right here and now. Brother Wang freed up one hand, proudly showing off his impressive biceps. Excuse me for asking, but could you be surnamed Wang and given name Jie? Su-young swallowed hard with difficulty. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jie suddenly burst into a foolish giggle. In an instant, countless Billy Neen videos flashed through Su-yang's mind. Jie, new. Of course, Su-young was just joking as he kept browsing through pictures with his hands. Beside them, Susu couldn't hold back any longer and burst into giggles watching their interaction. She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard her whole body shook. Ha ha ha, this is just too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Hold it in. Su-young immediately scolded with a stern face. After spending more time with these socially awkward folks, I have to say interacting with these social terrorists has been quite interesting. Some jokes both sides can take in stride. Alright, that's enough for now. Susu took the tablet, opened the interface and quickly skimmed through it. Such uncompromising taste in aesthetics? Most of them were either ruggedly masculine or bad boy handsome hairstyles. With Brother Jie around, there's not a hint of bending. Su-young leaned back on the sofa, taking a delicate sip from his teacup. Susu once again couldn't maintain her composure and burst out laughing. Then let's go for a side-parted 70/30th squiff. How about the Korean style? Like Hwang Zon's signature look. Whatever, I'd trust your taste over mine when it comes to this. Su-yang shrugged. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and girls naturally knew what hairstyle would look handsome on a guy. Well, thank you very much. Susu rolled her eyes at Su-yang before turning to ask Brother Wang nearby, will you be finished soon? Just a few more minutes. Then I'll give him a wash first. Susu immediately rose from the sofa, nodding toward Su-yang. Let's go. With that, she led Su-yang out. After stepping outside, Susu glanced back before speaking up. All this will probably cost around 27 or 2800. What do you think? Su-young clicked his tongue in amazement upon hearing this. Quite pricey. Let's do it then. Never had such an expensive haircut before. Let me see what's so special about it. Seeing that Su-yang was willing to accept it, Susu didn't say anything further. Anyway, that was the price. She had gotten a bit too carried away chatting with Su-young earlier and forgot to mention the price up front, so she reminded him after stepping out, to avoid him feeling it was too expensive once they got started. In the past, Su-young would have probably asked whether they were charging for a big head or a small head when it came to spending over 2,000 yuan, but now he focuses more on novel experiences. He had never permed or dyed his hair before. Now he wants to give it a try. Let's get started. Susu led Su-young into a side room. Pointing to a spot nearby, she said, lie down here first. What's the difference between the second floor and the first floor? Su-young slowly reclined on the shampoo chair, adjusting his position to get more comfortable. The second floor is a bit more expensive, Susu explained to Su-young. Don't assume just because Brother Wang is gay that he's not skilled, his technique is genuinely great. I studied abroad for several years, then worked independently for a while before returning and opening this shop. Please, speaking a few more words won't hurt, Su-young said with a pained expression, eyeing the girl before him. The way you talk makes me feel like Brother Jie will barge in and grab me any second now. Ha ha ha, fuck, you're too damn funny. Susu couldn't help bursting into laughter again, clearly having a very low threshold for humor. Just wait till I rip your head right off. Susu reached out and pulled the nearby shower head over, gently sprinkling water on Su-young's head. She shielded her hairline with her small hand to prevent water from splashing onto Su-young's face. Your skin quality seems a bit poor. Later I'll recommend some skincare products for you to buy yourself, and you should also get your eyebrows trimmed. She reached out and slowly traced her fingertip across the space between Su-young's eyebrows. For a moment, Su-young felt an indescribable sensation ripple through his entire body. Feeling a bit numb. Could it be because I haven't been close to a girl for too long? This is quite awkward for me, Su-young thought as he gazed into Susu's eyes, just the two of them in this tiny shampoo room. The atmosphere felt inexplicably strange. I've been using Safeguard soap and Debeo cream for over 20 years. And now you're telling me to use skincare products? Wasn't it Yumiaging when you were little? Susu smiled with narrowed eyes, her large eyes curving into crescent moons when she laughed, making her expression especially charming. That was when I was a kid. Su-young said with complete seriousness, I'm an adult now. I bet you only apply Debeo when you're going out, don't you? Susu teased. Here's your chance, go to my place and take down the surveillance cameras now. Susu stuck her tongue out at Su-young, leisurely pressing down on his head with her tiny hands. In that instant, Su Yang felt as if every pore in his body had been cleansed. Well, would you look at that, who'd have thought? Remember to moisturize with Debeo after washing your face from now on. Even though you're a boy, you should still be a dainty little piggy. As she spoke playfully, she dabbed a bit of foam on Su Yang's nose. Su Yang wrinkled his nose and wiped the tip with his hand. Gazing at her gloomily, he threatened, if you keep this up, I swear I'll turn myself gay right now, seduce brother Jia, and make you call me brother-in-law. Su, there's such good fortune. Suddenly an excited voice rang out at the doorway. Thanks to nature's bounty, Amat Babuda. Su Yang immediately jolted upright, so startled he nearly fell off his seat. His entire body sprang up from the recliner. Looking at Wang Jie's barely contained excitement at the doorway, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I'm about to get sunbathed. That. Su Yang's voice trembled as he spoke, swallowing hard with difficulty while slowly shuffling backward step by step. Chapter 7, Big Bro Jia takes you experience life properly. With a mournful face, he spoke up, Jia Ji, can you calm down a bit? Oh, you don't want Jia Ji to teach you how to become a real man? I was just joking. Jia Ji. No way. Su Yang immediately raised his hand to grab Jia Ji's wrist as he was about to remove his glasses, interrupting his spellcasting move. He was genuinely scared. After all, Jia Ji didn't seem to be joking. Moreover, with biceps thicker than his own thighs, he genuinely doubted he had any capacity to resist. Really don't want to? Big brother Jia asked somewhat regretfully. Absolutely not. Su Yang said with a pained expression, looking at the man before him. I was just joking with Susu. Susu gripped Su Yang's shoulders and pushed him onto the recliner. After making him lie down, she slowly massaged his scalp, watching his still terrified expression and nearly dying of laughter on the spot. Ha ha ha, let's see if you still dare to tease brother Jia now. She gloated teasingly. Too bad. Jega stood to the side and curled his lips, his gaze at Su Yang carrying a hint of mockery. After stepping aside, he tidied up the items on the table. Have you finalized the plan? He asked Su Yang. 3-7 side part. But if you have better ideas, feel free. Su Yang stared at Susu's face, desperately trying to scrub the memory from his mind. Fuck this place, I can't come here anymore. This is way too fucking terrifying. Then I'll do it the way I like. 70-30, just 70-30. Su Yang let out a piercing shriek from his mouth. Jia Ge. Ha 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 ha. Susu took a towel and wiped Su Yang's hair dry. Clutching his stomach, he sat down to one side. I can't take it anymore. I'm literally gonna laugh my period out. Gotta go change a pad. Ha ha hilarious. Such a sweet, girly lowly voice, how could you utter such vulgar words? Absolutely insane. Su Yang watched Susu walk away nervously. Need company? It's alright, I'm not afraid. Susu playfully winked at Su Yang. Su Yang said with a bitter face, I'm scared. Cut it out. Jay here is all about pure love. Brother Jay, standing nearby, grabbed Su Yang's arm and pulled. Su Yang was immediately pressed down onto the chair. Big bro Jia, my heart already belongs to someone else, so Yang, you're too late. There's no room for you in Big bro Jia's heart anymore. Really? Su Yang looked at his reflection in the mirror and blinked. Fake. The Dragon King smirked with a crooked smile. But speaking of which, you're taking this rather well. Wang Jia, standing behind Su Yang, forced a bitter smile. Society still struggles with acceptance here. After people found out I'm gay, many stopped wanting to come. I don't really care. Su Yang shrugged, watching the comb run through his hair, the strands falling neatly into place as he grinned at brother Jia. As long as you don't gank me, we're still good friends. Just for that, I'll give you half price from now on. Brother Jia cracked a smile. Su Yang gave a faint smile. Just focus on doing your best. Brother Jia nodded and threw himself wholeheartedly into trimming Su Yang's hair. To be honest, despite its large size, the way it cut hair was crisp and precise. The scissors snipped away at his hair with swift, rhythmic strokes. Lock after lock of hair fluttered softly to the ground. Every haircut felt like a roll of the dice. So Su Yang preferred sticking to one barbershop. At least it gave him a sense of security. But this haircut costs over 2,000 yuan. Su Yang reckoned it probably wouldn't turn out too bad. Perhaps it was the price that gave him confidence. Or perhaps it was the unwavering confidence radiating from Wang Jia as he picked up the scissors that gave him this self-assurance. Yo, changed already? Su Yang looked at Susu walking over and asked sarcastically. What? Want me to shove it in your mouth? Susu curled her lip as she eyed Su Yang. Jie Ji, look at her. Su Yang immediately shouted to Jie Ji. I'd advise you not to push your luck. I'm afraid brother Jia might really lose control and grab you. Su Yang looked at the reflection of brother Jia's gaze in the mirror and immediately shut his mouth. Brother Jia, don't look at me like that. You're making me nervous. A chill ran down his spine. Ding! The host bravely joked with a stranger while getting a haircut and successfully built a connection between both parties. Reward, 8,888 yuan. Who the hell are you talking about getting close to? Speak fucking clearly, you bastard. System. Damn it, speak clearly. Don't do this to me. I'm freaking out. Seeing Su Yang at a loss, Susu giggled mischievously, pulled his chair closer, sat on the edge, hands gripping the backrest, resting his cheek on his arm as he asked Su Yang curiously, Su Yang, what do you do? Homebody. Su Yang glanced at Susu's reflection in the mirror. You, a homebody? Susu immediately shook his head, his tone full of skepticism. What kind of shut-in has such a silver tongue? Your home. What's your house? Damn it, you motherfucker. Susu quickly realized she'd practically been teased. He immediately bared his teeth and glared at Su Yang. Jiegu, teach him a lesson. I'll help you spike his drink. Su Yang? Can't be bothered at all. Brother Jie glanced at Su Yang and Susu. Truth be told, that glib tongue doesn't seem like something a shut-in would have. Actually, Su Yang used to be quite taciturn too. But it seems that since he no longer had to overthink things, and after gaining confidence from acquiring the system, he's undergone quite a noticeable transformation. Willing to joke around with strangers, he became more confident and humorous. Really, you're a homebody? Susu sounded incredulous. Yeah, usually just staying home writing fiction scripts and stuff. Being a short video blogger, scraping by with some small earnings. Su Yang let out a long sigh. Chinese New Year's coming soon, after all. So I maxed out my Huawei, a credit service, came here to splurge, get a sharp haircut, all set to go home and find a sugar mommy to live off. 6. Susu's lips twitched. Jia raised an eyebrow. Really? Then I won't charge you this time. Don't. Su Yang panicked momentarily at the words. I was just joking. I really don't dare come to this place anymore. Come on, bro Jia, you actually believe this bullshit? The first time we met, she was still a lively young girl with pink hair. Now you're just a foul-mouthed little delinquent girl. Talk about a glaring contrast, huh? You've really laid it all out plain and simple. Even the tone of her voice had changed. Just moments ago, she had been all soft and sweet. You're starting to let loose, huh? A complete wash, cut, and blow-dry. Su Yang sat in the chair, his head wrapped in thick layers. Sitting there, he began feeling rather bored. Susu sidled up to Su Yang, asking eagerly, wanna play games? Su Yang immediately turned his head and shouted, Jiegu, Susu wants to play games during work hours. My brother's the boss. I'm just here to hang out, helping out a little on the side. Susu smugly raised an eyebrow at Su Yang. Su Yang, damn, smooth. Perfect. Count me in. Brother Jia pulled up a chair and sat on the edge, crossing his legs as he settled onto the sofa. What are we playing? Honor of Kings? PUBG? Is there a chance? I only know how to play PC games? Su Yang said with slight awkwardness. Just download it then. Let's play Honor of Kings. Susu immediately pulled out her phone. Su Yang slowly took out his phone upon hearing this. Where the hell did you dig up this ancient relic? Susu stared at the classic little square in Su Yang's hand. Holy shit, is that a fucking 6S? Thanks, this is 8. Su Yang rolled his dead fish eyes as he looked at Susu before him. He then accessed the system mall. Just bought the latest 15 Pro. Maxed out all the specs. 14 grand? Still feels a bit pricey. But whatever, it's free anyway, so no big deal. Su Yang immediately placed the order. Ding! The host bought a phone to play games with new friends, a long-lost experience that reminded him of his youth. Reward, 55,555 yen. Wow, that insane? In an instant, his balance soared to around 220,000 yen. Ridiculously, fucking ridiculously crazy. From a morning balance of 6,000 to now 220,000, how much time has even passed? It's literally like living in a dream. You guys play first. I bought a machine that'll arrive soon. Su Yang glanced at Susu while taking a sip from his teacup. Ha, you bought one? Susu was baffled. Su Yang, don't go too crazy now. Which model did you get? 15 hits. Su Yang tilted his head at Susu, somewhat baffled. Didn't you ask me to play the game? But, a wry smile appeared on Susu's face. I never told you to buy a phone. Close enough. I was due for an upgrade anyway. For a moment, Susu's emotions were indescribably tangled. Am I really valued this much? Is this even possible? For her, over 10,000 yuan isn't exactly a small sum, but it's not something she'd spend without a second thought either. Then I'll play one round first. Jiegu on the side gave Su Yang a strange look, opened the game, and with a Timmy sound, asked Susu, how about you? I'll play later too. Susu smacked her lips, still not snapping out of her daze promptly. She felt her brain was overloaded and needed some food to replenish her thinking power. Want anything to eat? Feeling a bit peckish. Whatever you pick is fine. After starting the game, Brother Jia pulled out an ashtray from the side, placed it on the table, and handed Su Yang a cigarette. Taking advantage of her dazed state, he mischievously pulled out another one and offered it to Susu. While ordering takeout, Susu subconsciously accepted the cigarette. Got it. Wait till I go back and tell mom you actually smoke. Brother Jia laughed with a triumphant grin. Pfft, piece of cake, I can handle Susu single-handedly. Alright, Susu rolled her eyes. You pull this every year, aren't you bored? Later I'll tell my bestie to help cover for you this time. So what if it's New Year's matchmaking? Just tell them straight up you're gay, what's the big deal? Susu turned her head to look at Su-young and asked, what would you like to eat? Su-young paused for 2 seconds before answering, noodles in a jar. Alright, finger-pointing meme of Ip Man. You ask for tea when I offer you a drink, and now you want noodles in a jar when I ask what you'd like to eat? Susu eyed Su-young with surprise. Just where did you come from, Grandpa? Can't you have younger hobbies? I don't care, I want fried chicken. Just fried chicken. Blah blah blah. Chapter 8, Brother Jia might get angry. You know, I think you're asking too much. Su-young pouted. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. You two should just get married already. Wang Jia teased them with a gossipy look. Honestly, keeping you two little troublemakers at home, your interactions are weirdly adorable. Piss off. Their voices rang out in perfect unison. The words burst from their lips simultaneously. Their gazes collided, then instantly darted away from each other. My Taoist heart nearly wavered. Since when could someone like me afford emotions? I'm a devout follower of Japanese and Korean eki culture. Runaway schoolgirls? Idol groups? They're all waiting for me. My patriotic duty is to bring glory to the nation, to fiercely inject patriotic genes into the world. This shot is called patriotism. Wang Jia hadn't even finished his game when his phone arrived. The receptionist girl came up holding a box. Is Mr. Su here? There's a package for you. That's me. Susu immediately stood up and walked to the door. Could you bring my food delivery up later too? Too lazy to go down. Thanks sis, love you. Susu quickly raised her hand to form a heart shape with her fingers. Alright, the receptionist girl smiled slightly, handed the box to Susu, and then turned to leave. Susu walked over holding the box and casually picked up the eyebrow razor from the table, handing it to Su-young. Su-young passed his phone to Susu. Help me with this. TCH Susu pouted her lips and said haughtily, seeing as you're still getting a perm, I'll help you just this once. Remember, you owe me one. Alright, kids will be kids. So nitpicky. Susu immediately opened the box and took out the phone. Where's your old phone? What happened to it? Did you lose it? What are you throwing it away for? Su-yang said hurriedly, just put it in the box for me. I've saved so many websites on it. Disgusting. Susu quickly tossed the phone onto the table, feeling as though holding that device was like grasping some strange, unsettling object. He's teasing you. Wang Jia, engrossed in his game, flashed an inscrutable glint behind his glasses. A real man never leaves any traces in his browser. You're already bent. What the hell do you know? Susu blurted out without holding back. Su-young almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Seeing Susu being choked in Wang Jia's somewhat intimidating glare, he immediately suppressed his amusement. He quickly turned his head aside, pretending not to laugh. Susu, nearly suffocated, gasped violently for air. She completely disregarded her usual poise and slumped onto the floor. After several violent coughs, she shot Wang Jia a resentful look. I'm telling mom that you bullied me. Your mom is my mom too. Telling her would be pointless. Ah, damn it. One day I'll blow up the entire Wang family. I'll make sure you're ruined. Go ahead and try. Wang Jia merely lifted his eyes. Susu, who had been pointing dramatically at the sky, immediately shrunk her neck like a quail. Muttering with pouted lips, you always bully me. She pursed her lips and handed the phone to Su-young. Wi-Fi's connected, download it yourself. Holding the phone, Su-young downloaded the game and transferred some data. Su-young opened WeChat with a puzzled look at the unread messages. He felt momentarily dazed looking at that nickname. It was just a money transfer when I tapped in. Milky Candy Tiny, transfer 3,200 yuan. Sweet Milk Sugar, I'm not the type to profit off classmates, commission transferred back to you. Is this song Xiao Xiao? Su-young didn't have many friends, and he could basically remember each one clearly, so he couldn't be bothered to add any nicknames. Looking at the message, Su-young clicked his tongue and reached out to accept the transfer. Then he sent a reply. Supreme Invincible Rampaging Dragon God, such nobility from Little Song. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Milk Candy Little, really now no need for formalities, but next time I won't transfer money to you. I need to earn my keep too. He. Supreme Invincible Rampaging Dragon God, that barbershop you recommended was great. Master Wang's skills are superb, though for some reason my butt hurts after the haircut. After sending the message, Su-young opened his game. Log in, he called out to Susu. Coming. Susu helped Su-young log into his alternate account while grabbing her own phone to sign in. Wang Jia happened to be finishing up at the same time. The three of them started the game together. You play support, it's easier, Susu said, looking at Su-young. I'll take AD carry. Alright, sounds good. Su-young nodded confidently. I've been grinding LOL gold rank for years. A mere challenger is child's play for me, trust me, girl. If I don't feed you till you go legendary this game, just call me trash. Alright, big bro, I'm counting on you then. Susu played along enthusiastically. 1 minute later. Why the hell did you run to the bottom lane? Susu asked, looking at Su Yang with confusion. Su Yang stared blankly at Susu and replied, where else would a support go besides the bottom lane? Go help the jungler first. After that, come to the top lane. No, I'm support. Why would I go top? Su Yang's head was buzzing with confusion. Support me. I'm top lane. Susu also sounded surprised. If you ADC goes top, what's even the point of having a top laner? Wang Jia couldn't hold it in anymore. Luma, I'm dying. Please just get married already. If you two aren't on this year's Spring Festival Gala, I'm not watching. While Honor of Kings map and mechanics are pretty similar to League of Legends, there are still some differences in gameplay. Those accustomed to League of Legends might feel a bit strange at first. After all, the lane assignments in high-ranked games can indeed differ from other matches sometimes. Alright, get over here now. Follow my lead to set up minion last hits. Susu took 2 deep breaths. At that moment, Su Yang quickly moved his champion next to Susu and upon hearing her words, asked puzzled, what cheesecake? The curling iron still made some noise, and with his head wrapped in thick layers, he genuinely couldn't hear very clearly. God damn it. I said, Phantom Dancer. Oh, Phantom Dancer. Su Yang suddenly understood, opening the shop interface to browse the array of equipment available. Seeing Su Yang finally grasp what she meant, Susu let out a long sigh of relief. The next moment, she fell silent. Where's the lightning blade? Oh, found it. You mean the lightning dagger, right? But Luban's melee and crowd control, isn't he? Does he really need lightning blade too? Susu. Wang Jia, ha damn. This is fucking hilarious. Susu turned her gaze to Su Yang's bewildered eyes. Her expression carried 30% helplessness, 30% anger, and 40% resignation. Yet since she still desperately needed his support, she could only endure humiliation while burying her fucking hell deep in her heart. No need to buy the lightning dagger. Susu took a deep breath, calming her temper before speaking gently, just follow the recommended build is fine. Her sweet voice returned to her. Picked it up. Pulling up a chair beside Su Yang, she immediately cooed in a soft, honeyed voice. Brother, wait until I tell you to go before you make your move, okay? Can you act normal? Don't be like this, you're scaring me a little. Su Yang felt somewhat uneasy inside. This isn't the Susu I know. No worries, big bro, I'm always like this normally, you'll just need to get used to it, hee. Su Yang, my whole body feels a bit tingly. Why does this person have to speak so close to me? Finishing with that sweet, coquettish brother. Halfway through, the delivery arrived. The receptionist placed the takeout on the table and left. The 3 of them continued their battle. After the game ended, none of them said anything about playing another round. Ding! Host utterly crushed your new friends. They began questioning their existence. How could there be someone this bad at games? Reward, 666 yuan. Talk nonsense all you want. How could this possibly be my fault? It seems Wang Jia and Susu's Dao hearts have been shattered. The 2 ate fried chicken in glum silence. Only Susu occasionally raised her hand to stuff chicken pieces into Su Yang's mouth, though she was being rather forceful about it. Susu fiercely stuffed the chicken nuggets into Su Yang's mouth. Choke on it. Choke to death. Die. Her heart kept cursing relentlessly. Actually, losing this game isn't my fault. The jungler was just too terrible. Didn't control resources, couldn't gank properly, kept getting solo killed in the jungle every day. Su Yang coughed dryly as he tried to explain. Wang Jia said with a dark expression, coldly stating, I'm the jungler. Su Yang, the hell you didn't say so earlier? But then again, he continued, even though our jungler encountered the enemy in the jungle, it still provided us with valuable intel and map vision. It's because mid lane doesn't know how to rotate. Wang Jia's expression darkened further. Mid lane is for my boyfriend. Su Yang. Alright, I'll come clean, it's Susu's fault. This damn AD plays like absolute shit. Doesn't carry weight at all. Su Yang felt that brother Jia still had quite the intimidating presence. Well, it definitely wasn't his own problem, so sorry about this. He'd just have to pick on the easier target. Su_, here, big bro, have a chicken nugget. She grabbed Su Yang's face with her hand, pried open his mouth, and immediately stuffed chicken pieces into it. Su Yang quickly clenched his teeth, trying to seal his mouth shut. Chapter 9. What are you touching? Su Yang nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. Bro Jia, I know you're angry, but don't be angry yet. I'm all about keeping my distance. I'm determined to experience the nightlife in Japan and Korea, strictly physical, no strings attached. So chill out, Jay. TSCHJ clicked his tongue, immediately perking up as he shot Su Yang a teasing eyebrow raise. Mind if I tag along? He was actually quite keen on befriending Su Yang. After all, hanging out with him felt effortless, without too many reservations. There weren't too many conflicting interests between them either. You can just treat it as an ordinary friendship. Mom, that's disgusting. If you dare get your drool on my hand again, I'll beat you to death. Susu walked in and sat on the sofa, just not as unrestrained as before. There seemed to be an added layer of restraint, inexplicably making her appear somewhat more reserved. She even held back her curse words. Soo-young coughed dryly at the sight and said, "It won't happen next time." "Humph." Susu glanced at her watch and said, "It's about time. You can go wash up now. Hurry up and come here." "Would you rather say get your ass over here? You're being so gentle, it feels like you're plotting to kill me," Soo-young replied cautiously, eyeing Susu. Wang Jia moved the hair curler aside and clicked his tongue at his sister's words. Alright, so now you're getting all serious on me? Starting to care about your appearance now? Damn idiot, don't let Susu visit and accidentally screw yourself over. You." Susu was instantly flustered, her cheeks puffing up as she pointed at Soo-young in a huff. "You, come here, now." "Soo-young? Are you throwing a tantrum or acting spoiled? Fine, I'll come over then, with the now and all." This soft, whispery voice nearly made Soo-young lose himself. Indeed, he was still too inexperienced, almost became easy prey for flattery. He walked over and lay down on the shampoo chair, then closed his eyes. Susu's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Soo-young before her, inexplicably finding this man somewhat pleasing to the eye. But when she thought back to Soo-young's earlier behavior, she felt a surge of irritation again. The manicured nails were practically digging into Soo-young's scalp. Soo-young opened his eyes with a pained grimace, locking gazes with Susu as they stared at each other. Susu's gaze no longer held its former boldness, but felt somewhat distracted. "Why are you looking at me?" Susu averted her gaze, her tone tinged with nervousness. "Practicing the 9-in white bone claw on my skull? What, gonna drill a hole in my head? Sure, I may be a macaque, but my brains probably aren't as tasty as a real one's. A macaque's life matters too." Soo-young grumbled indignantly. Hearing this, Susu quickly lightened the pressure from her hands. He coughed awkwardly. "Shut your mouth." "Copy that." Soo-young immediately closed his mouth, enjoying the massage. After quickly washing his hair, Soo-young sat down on the chair. She held a hairdryer to blow dry Soo-young's hair while looking at herself in the mirror. Soo-young's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. Who's that guy? So handsome. Oh, turns out it's me." Soo-young narcissistically gazed at his reflection in the mirror, full of himself. Susu, standing behind him, immediately burst out laughing and punched Soo-young's shoulder. "So vain. If a person doesn't even love themselves, how can they love others?" Soo-young's voice suddenly turned hoarse and deep, his eyes brimming with emotion. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Soo-young's smile was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. This money was well spent. "Wang Jia, got it clamped?" Susu's fingers froze mid-motion. Looking at Soo-young's mirrored face, she pressed her lips together. She put down the hairdryer in her hand, reached over to open the box beside her, and took out an eyebrow razor from it. She turned the chair around. Soo-young couldn't see his handsome reflection in the mirror for a moment and felt reluctant, saying, "If I look at myself for 2 more seconds, I might just fall in love with me." "Alright now, hold still, I'm going to shape your eyebrows." Saying this, Susu sat down beside Soo-young, gazing at his face. Her cheeks flushed slightly with a shy embarrassment. It was her first time grooming someone else's eyebrows. With her pinky resting against Soo-young's cheek, she carefully trimmed the edges of his eyebrows with the razor. Their proximity allowed both to feel each other's breath. Soo-young quickly averted his gaze, while Susu's eyes also seemed somewhat unfocused. Her fair, delicate cheeks flushed faintly pink, like a ripened peach, tempting one to give them a gentle squeeze. She blew gently at Soo-young's eyebrows. The scattered trimmings dispersed. Then she shifted to the other side and continued trimming. Meanwhile, Soo-young averted his gaze, continuing to look elsewhere. The whole point is avoiding eye contact. "Stop looking around. Look at me." Susu frowned and immediately scolded Soo-young. "You'll mess up the shaping if you keep this up." "I'm just moving my eyes. What does that have to do with my eyebrows?" Soo-young asked, puzzled. "Am I the professional or are you?" "I'll shut up." Soo-young immediately fixed his gaze forward, his eyes radiating determination as firm as when taking the party pledge. His eyes widened, pupils dilating, just as determined as the kid brother in military training. This look made Susu unable to resist rolling her eyes. She trimmed Soo-young's eyebrows slightly, making him look even more pleasing. Those sword-like brows, well, though his eyes were now white as copper bells, let's just call them starry eyes. After all, stars are round too, heh. Susu secretly grinned to herself. Her heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment. Just recalling how rustic Soo-young had looked when he first walked in, completely different from now, was enough. For some reason, she felt a touch of pride too. "Don." Seeing the chair swivel back to face the mirror, Soo-young stood up and positioned himself before the glass, examining his reflection. He nodded in satisfaction. It really made a difference. The hairstyle suited him perfectly. And it wasn't the same rigid side-parted 70-30 hairstyle either. but a subtle adjustment that better suits his facial structure, one that aligns perfectly with his own aesthetic preferences. Normally, it doesn't require much maintenance. In a couple of days, your hair will settle down a bit and won't stand up as much as it does now. If you feel it's getting too flat, you can use a curling iron to touch it up, or just come back here and I'll fix it for you. Okay. Soo-young nodded in agreement. He turned and said, I'm off. Got some stuff to take care of. Oh, Susu pouted. Fine, let me ring you up then. Don't forget my 50% discount. Wang Jia called out without looking up from his game. Yeah, Susu grabbed Su Yang's down jacket from the nearby rack and handed it to him. Wang Jia clicked his tongue as he watched the two walk away, thinking how expertly the lad played this game of playing hard to get. First stirring up some ambiguous tension to reel them in, then pulling back just enough he'd give this push and pull routine full marks. His little sister didn't stand a chance against such cunning. Zipping up their down jackets, Su-young and Susu headed downstairs. Susu stood at the front desk, operating the computer, and asked Su-young, what's your phone number? I'll get you a membership card. Su-young hesitated a little upon hearing this. Truth be told, he hadn't wanted to come in the first place. After all, he was genuinely afraid of Brother Jia. Brother Jia's gaze seemed a bit off when looking at me. Forget about Brother Jia, even this girl is giving me a strange look. But it doesn't matter, after this visit, I don't have to come back. It's just a shame because the hairstyle really turned out nice. 133 asterisk 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 asterisk. Susu keyed in the phone number and asked, looking up, where do you live? Probably need to move out next year. Su Yang blurted out immediately. Oh, then I'll just put down my home address. She handed another membership card to Su Yang after inputting the code. Let me check. 50% off, so it's 50 yuan. Susu pressed some keys on the computer with a solemn expression, then slapped the membership card on the table and extended her hand toward Su Yang. Su Yang? Receptionist girl? Wasn't it supposed to be over 2,000? Even with discounts, it should still be more than 1,000, right? Su Yang looked at Susu with a strange gaze. This woman was definitely up to something. My brother only spent 10 minutes on the haircut, the rest was all me. I'm not working for free like an employee. He just got a quick trim, so giving him a 50 yuan discount is fair enough. Front desk girl, 6. Su Yang picked up the membership card on the table and glanced at the QR code placed there. He immediately scanned it without hesitation. He turned and walked away immediately, scanned it, leaving now. Hey, he hasn't paid yet. Seeing that the speaker beside her hadn't sounded, the receptionist girl quickly moved to step out from behind the counter to stop him. No way, Susu, is this your friend? He's being pretty stingy, doesn't even want to pay 50 bucks? Susu, sitting on the chair, slowly unwrapped the lollipop and put it in her mouth, her tongue continually swirling around the candy. Ding! Received 3,000 yuan via WeChat. Listening to the notification of the transfer, Susu's lips curled up slightly at the corners. With a pop, she pulled the lollipop out of her mouth. Don't underestimate the friends I pick, sis, she said, tossing a smug wink at the other person. Watching their slightly stunned expression, she strutted triumphantly upstairs with a proud bounce in her step. Yang Su walking down the street. He remained silent as he heard the crisp chime in his mind. Ding! The host spent 3,000 yuan on a haircut, flirted with the boss's sister along the way, and engaged in some playful banter with the boss. Though conflicted inside, happiness ultimately prevailed. Reward, 11,111 yuan. What the hell kind of 11,111 yuan is this? Normally, Su Yang wouldn't have thought anything of it, but now looking at it, he kept feeling like the system was touching something intangible. He was electrified. His entire body tingled with shock. He glanced at the Chanel store nearby and strode in. Welcome to Chanel. The greeting from the attendant at the door had a peculiar charm, carrying a sing-song lilt. How may I assist you, sir? Pick out a perfume for me. Around 3 to 4,000 yuan. Nothing too strong, something more elegant. One for ladies, and get me one for men too. Around the same price range. Preferably something light on the scent. Su Yang had noticed that the fragrance on Song Xiaoxiao wasn't overpowering either, just a subtle, elegant aroma. He also preferred perfumes with a lighter, more understated scent. Very well, sir. Please follow me. Chapter 10, bro, we're supposed to be heart-to-heart, and you're out here playing mind games with me? The other party led Su Yang to the perfume counter, and after entering, they began selecting. After taking out several samples, they wiped their hands with a wet tissue. Spritzing a bit on their own hand, they reached out toward Su Yang. Sir, you can take a sniff first. This is one of our best-selling fragrances with a woody top note of guaiac wood, a middle note that captures the essence of the moment, and a subtle milky base note. It's quite popular in our store. Su Yang took a sniff and indeed, the scent was pleasant, not overpowering, with a distinct woody aroma. He couldn't quite articulate why, but he liked it. The salesperson wiped their hands before switching to another bottle. After trying a few styles on Su Yang, she waited quietly. Let's go with the second one. And the first style for the men's version. Ring it up. Su Yang was decisive by nature and didn't hesitate much. Right away, sir, the salesperson's voice carried a hint of joy as she prepared the bill. The two items together came to nearly 10,000 yuan. It was quite a premium sale. And the customer was decisive, with hardly any hesitation. Walking to the bar, Su Yang paid the bill, and the salesperson said, "Sir, would you mind adding me on WeChat? I often post new product recommendations on my moments. If you have any other Chanel needs in the future, you can also contact me through WeChat." "Sure." Su Yang pulled out his QR code for her to scan. "Just reach out if you need me, otherwise keep me in your contacts and wait for me to assassinate you." Ding! Host plans to buy a bottle of perfume for Song Xiaoxiao, not wanting to owe her a favor. Considerately buys himself a bottle too, successfully taking the first step towards becoming a scumbag. Reward, 66,666 yuan. Su Yang? Don't you slander me like that. The scent of smoke, sweat, or perhaps perfume. Su Yang figured most people would probably prefer perfume, right? As for whether it's effeminate or not, that's purely a matter of personal opinion. Stepping out of the shop, Su Yang walked down the street toward Song Xiaoxiao's store. To be honest, the only reason Song Xiaoxiao transferred the money to Su Yang and he accepted it was to avoid unnecessary complications. The money was rightfully hers as commission, it was what she deserved. Out of consideration for their classmate relationship, she didn't want to take the commission, but for Su Yang, since he had benefited from her services, it was only fair that he compensated her accordingly. Besides, several thousand yuan probably isn't a small sum for her either. He wasn't that short of money either, so he should give it since she didn't want a commission. In that case, he'd just return the favor in the form of a gift. Perfume is a practical consumable item in women's daily lives anyway. Giving it wouldn't be too presumptuous, and she'd understand his intention. He walked up to the entrance of Louis Vuitton. At the door, Wei Wei saw Su Yang arriving and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, you're here?" "Yes, just here to pick something up." Su Yang nodded with a smile. "Mr. Su, your hairstyle looks very handsome." Wei Wei glanced at Su Yang's haircut and complimented. "Thanks." Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. "If a $200 haircut doesn't look good, I'll knock the barber's head crooked." With a slight smile, she led Su Yang inside. "Where's Song Xiaoxiao?" Su Yang asked while looking at the other person. He didn't seem to spot Song Xiaoxiao anywhere. "She's on the early shift today, so she's already off work." Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow while holding the items. "Then please give these to her. Since I troubled her today, I should send something to express my gratitude." "Oh, alright, Mr. Su." The young woman glanced at the Chanel bag Su Yang handed over and nodded with a hint of envy. "Great, I'll take my leave then. Thank you for your trouble." He walked out carrying a bag. Su Yang reached the street corner, hailed a passing electric bike, and sat on the back seat. He glanced at the messages on his phone. Song Xiaoxiao had sent him multiple messages. "Milky Candy Tiny, what do you mean by that? Milky Candy Tiny, no, where are you? Milky Candy Tiny, say something. What's wrong with you? Milky Candy Tiny, please, just reply, say something. What's happening to you? Milky Caramel Tiny, sometimes I really want to call the police. Milky Caramel Tiny, voice call *10. Looking at this barrage of messages, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. "So you actually knew the other party's boss was gay. Very well. Well played, Song Xiaoxiao. Bro, I treat you with all my heart, and you play mind games with me, eh?" Su Yang called back. The call was quickly answered. "Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for asking. Just got to the proctology department." Su Yang joked, barely holding back laughter. "Ah, you. The tone from Song Xiaoxiao on the other end of the line was complex, laced with a hint of guilt and remorse. Just kidding, but Boss Wan's skills are indeed pretty good. You're messing with me?" Song Xiaoxiao's voice carried a touch of grievance and disbelief. "Do you know how worried I was? I was almost at their shop door." Su Yang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. No wonder the other party's breath had sounded somewhat unsteady. "Wait, you seriously think I got groped?" Su Yang sounded utterly incredulous. "That Wang Jia is built like a brick wall if he actually took a liking to you." Song Xiaoxiao's voice gradually trailed off, her confidence waning with each word. "Wait a minute, had he just been played? Ha, so you knew all along and still sent me in? Oh, that's rich, Song Xiaoxiao. Here I was opening my heart to you, and you're playing mind games? Friendship over. Then I had no idea you'd go straight to their second floor to have the boss do your hair. How was I supposed to know? I was taken upstairs right after I walked in." Su Yang shrugged with a pout. "I'm sorry." Song Xiaoxiao stood in the middle of Chuanxi Road, pouting as she mumbled her apology. "You should be glad I'm straight," Su Yang said darkly. "Otherwise my farts would sound like ha 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 from now on." "Alright, enough talk. Head back to the shop. I left something there for you. Got things to do, bye." With that, Su Yang hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoxiao, still standing on the street, was utterly bewildered. What the hell was that farting hahaha nonsense? What's this meme about? And you left something in the store? What is it? Song Xiaoxiao returned to the store with confusion. Dressed in her trench coat, she walked up to the entrance, where Wei Bian immediately came over. "You back so soon? Have you been lurking around like a creep waiting for your male classmate?" She particularly emphasized the words male classmate with a sarcastic tone. "Alright, he said he left something for me in the store. What is it?" Song Xiaoxiao looked curiously at Wei Wei. Wei Wei replied with a tinge of envy, "You can just see for yourself." With that, the two walked toward the warehouse. Bai Wei took the bag down from the shelf and handed it to Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao held the bag and opened it, looking at the perfume box inside. "Reach out and open it. Several $1,000. Bai Wei clicked her tongue, green with envy to the point of cellular separation, not because the gift was expensive, but because someone had actually given it to her. Still, she cautioned, "You better be careful though, this guy might be a total player. You already have a girlfriend, yet he still gives you perfume, saying it's a thank you gift for helping him out today. Plus, he changed his hairstyle and looks so much more handsome now." Tisk. Song Xiaoxiao's mouth opened and closed, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Should she say that actually, he doesn't have a girlfriend? But after some thought, I decided to drop it, no need to explain. However, as she stared at the perfume in her hand, her expression remained somewhat complicated. Unable to help herself, she defended, "Actually, I calculated the commission separately and transferred it back to him. I figured since we're classmates, I shouldn't profit from him." "What?" Bai Wei froze at this. "Wait, sis, what kind of logic is that? Turning down free money? So isn't that him giving me a gift?" Song Xiaoxiao shook the perfume bottle in her hand. "True, this seems to be the winter limited edition. Costs over 4, maybe 5,000 yuan. Bai Wei said with slight envy, "This guy's alright, doesn't take any advantage. Seems he really loves his girlfriend." Bai Wei clasped her hands dreamily, not getting entangled with other girls and keeps relationships clear-cut. "If I had a boyfriend like him, I'd grind my bones to make soup for him." Song Xiaoxiao. "Ah, what a pity." Bai Wei instantly became dejected again. Good men are always taken. The greatest pain in life is falling for a handsome guy who's already someone else's. Song Xiaoxiao fell silent. After packing her things, she spoke up. "Well then, I'm heading back first. Need to prepare some New Year goods to send home. Leaving now, bye-bye." "Alright, go ahead." Bai Wei waved her hand dismissively. Song Xiaoxiao, carrying the perfume bag, walked out of the store with a noticeably lighter step. The crisp sound of high heels tapped rhythmically against the floor. She glanced at the perfume in her hand, then pulled out her phone. Staring at Su Yang's chat screen, a few seconds of silence passed. She typed some letters then deleted them, carefully considering again before typing a few more words. After a long hesitation, she finally sent the message. "Milky Candy, got the package, thank you, I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. Milky Candy, kitten waving glow sticks. GIF. Seeing no reply on her phone, she felt somewhat unsettled. After pondering for a moment, she slipped the phone into her pocket. His attention kept drifting unconsciously to his pocket. At the moment, Su Yang was lounging lazily on the sofa, having hung his coat on the rack. He sat in front of the computer, engrossed in a game. Ding! The host played a round of LOL and got utterly wrecked, but being accustomed to defeat, remained unruffled and even slightly amused. Reward, 555 yuan. Su Yang's lips twitched. Damn straight, a real man never cries. Forget this crap, I'm switching games. Su Yang immediately switched to CS:GO. 2 minutes later, a string of curses erupted from the rented room. Damn it, aka spray tap headshot. Hacker, there's a hacker. Ding. Host played a round of CS:GO, believes himself to be trash who can't play any game well, and doubts his worth. Reward, 555 yen. Su Yang. Today I'm absolutely going to prove myself. 4 hours later, dusk shrouded the sky. By the balcony's edge, a young man gazed at the sky with weary eyes. Chapter 11, This damn Douyin is addictive. The bitter wind howled as the faint glow of a cigarette flickered under the streetlight. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. A desperate cry echoed across the balcony. Who the hell is actually winning this game? Ding. Host's consecutive gaming losses have led not only to self-doubt but divine skepticism. Reward, 666 yuan. Drop dead. Screw this. I'm jumping off this damn building right now. Let's all go down together. Su Yang glanced at his balance, over 290,000 yuan. Earning over 100,000 yuan in a single day, he'd officially joined the ranks of six-figure daily earners now. Yet he felt no joy, still seething from getting completely wrecked multiple times in the game. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 9. His stomach growled with hunger. He promptly got up and went inside to change clothes. The newly bought clothes had all been taken away by the dry cleaners, so naturally, he was still wearing his old outfit. Previously, Su Yang had actually wanted to try getting a massage, but the thing was he heard it could cost 1 or 2,000 yuan per session. Su Yang felt that this level of spending was beyond his income, so he put that thought to rest. Now that he wasn't short on cash, he decided to get a massage tonight. He might as well grab a bite to eat while he was out. Soo-young changed his clothes. After hailing a cab, he headed straight for the bustling city center. In Chengdu, one naturally must eat hot pot. And for hot pot, you've got to find an alleyway hot pot joint. Those are the authentic ones, packed with flavor. Soon Soo-young arrived at the old neighborhood. He found a busy hot pot restaurant and walked in. The shop owner, who was watching videos at the counter, looked up at Soo-young and asked, "How many?" "Just me alone." "Just one portion?" The shop owner was taken aback. How could someone possibly eat hot pot all by themselves? That look seemed to say just that. Soo-young also felt a bit embarrassed. "Hold on a sec. Let me ask if anyone wants to share a table. Eating alone ain't much fun, little bro, sound good?" "Sure." Soo-young stood aside to wait. Eating alone isn't ideal, the dishes come in full servings that are quite generous. When dining solo, you can only order one meat and one vegetable dish, otherwise it'd be wasteful. With more people, you could sample more varieties. "Come sit down." The boss lady pulled out a chair near the counter and gestured for Soo-young to take a seat first. Soo-young sat down on the chair, scrolling through his phone while waiting. Suddenly, the phone rang. Soo-young looked at the screen, puzzled to see his mother calling him again, and answered the call. "What's up?" "Nothing much, just while soaking my feet, I suddenly realized even my feet have someone to soak them, but you don't." "Soo-young, why don't you just kill me instead?" "No, please, Mom, my dear mother, I beg you, stop watching Douyin. If you keep this up, I won't come home for New Year's this year." "It's fine, if you don't come back then don't come back. Even if your old mother dies and you don't return, it's nothing. Having raised a son might as well have been not having one at all." When it came to sarcastic remarks, Soo-young would never match his mother in this lifetime. In an instant, it felt like Soo-young had put on a mask of agony. Calling him late at night just to pressure him like this? Soo-young took 2 deep breaths. "I'm coming back, I swear. Honestly, Mom, if you're that bored why don't you go plow a couple acres at the village entrance instead of tormenting me here, alright?" Are those words coming from a human mouth? Lu Feng immediately snapped coldly, her face filled with anger. "Well, take a look at what you just said, was that human speech either?" Soo-young fired back without hesitation. "Enough, I'm done with this." The call was abruptly ended. Soo-young stared at the disconnected phone in utter confusion. "What the, this. The phone rang again, this time it was his old man calling. The phone connected, and Soo-young's voice sounded weary. He answered with a gruff "Yeah." "Old son's younger daughter-in-law gave birth today. They're holding the full month celebration next month." That single sentence unveiled why his mother had suddenly decided to torment him. "So just because she's upset, she has to drag me down with her? You're truly my own mother, aren't you? Have to share everything with me whether it's good or bad. But isn't Uncle Sun's younger son only in his teens?" "Exactly. 19 years old, working outside, suddenly calls to say his girlfriend's about to give birth." Su Dachang's tone carried a sigh. What kind of mess is this? Barely grown himself and already making babies. TSK. That's downright unbelievable. Soo-young couldn't help marveling either. This village is truly overflowing with juicy gossip. When I go back for New Year's, I'll camp out at the intelligence hub and feast on all the scandals. Ding! The host took a bite of hometown gossip, marveling at the diversity of human character. Reward, 6,666 yuan. Alright, so this melon is literally golden, huh? Or is it greenhouse grown or something? This damn expensive? Hey Dad, why does Mom keep obsessing over me getting married? Soo-young said gloomily. Su Dachang shrugged, his tone matter-of-fact. That's just how villages are. A bunch of old ladies chatting about the same petty nonsense, always comparing themselves to others. Do whatever you think is best. Marriage or no marriage, what matters is that you're happy. Remember, son, you live for yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your old man didn't figure this out until after 50, sigh. Su Dachang sighed. Alright, enough said. Old Wang asked me to go fishing with him, I'm off. With that, Su Dachang also hung up the phone. Looking at the ended call, Soo-young gave a wry smile and shook his head. The old man certainly knows how to live life. Humph, poor my foot. Is this, like hitting me with a stick and then giving me a candy? One takes care of hurting, the other comforts? Are you two gaslighting me? Damn. Soo-young suddenly realized what a power couple, really know how to play the game. He sighed inwardly. Then he went back to playing with his phone. Soo-young? Song Xiaoxiao? Soo-young blinked at the sight of Song Xiaoxiao standing before him, now dressed in different clothes with her hair flowing over her shoulders and wearing light makeup. Ha, are you going to say again that you didn't recognize me because I changed clothes? Song Xiaoxiao arched her eyebrows teasingly, arms crossed as she stared at Soo-young. That's right. Soo-young smiled gently at the Song Xiaoxiao before him. My memories of you are still stuck in our school days for now. Why? Suddenly a figure popped up, gazing at Soo-young with curiosity. Nice to see you again. Soo-young gave a slight nod to the unexpectedly appearing by Wei. Probably because there were more memories back then. Su Yang shrugged, looking at the two as he asked, "Are you here for dinner?" Yeah, Song Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Wei Wei just got off work and was craving hot pot, so we came over. You too? Waiting for someone? Right, waiting for you guys. Su Yang's eyes lit up, immediately turning to the landlady who was watching the scene and saying, Landlady, we just ran into some friends. The three of us will sit together. No problem, the landlady nodded and called out, Waiter, take these folks to their table. Coming right up. A shout came from inside the restaurant as an apron-clad young man approached, looking at the trio and saying, Follow me, there's seating available inside. The three promptly made their way inward. Beside them, Bai Wei remarked with some amusement at the coincidence, even when we're just eating out, we run into you. Mr. Su, are you stalking our Xiao Xiao? Su Yang halted his steps, suddenly letting out a series of eerie, sinister chuckles from his mouth. He turned his gaze to Bai Wei, eyeing her slender legs with a lecherous grin before asking, What if, it's you I've been tailing all along? You. That sinister smile sent a shudder down Bai Wei's spine, it was downright creepy. The three of them took their seats. If you like me, you can just say it, no need to stalk me. Bai Wei flashed Su Yang a flirtatious glance. I kind of like you too, little brother. Typical narcissistic woman, literally cooking shrimp heads. Su Yang curled his lip and glanced at the other two. So, what are we ordering? Bai Wei, how can you transition between emotions so seamlessly? Do your thoughts always jump around this much? Beside them, Song Xiaoxiao gave a light chuckle while scanning the menu without looking up, asking, Can you handle spicy food? Who exactly are you offending here? Su Yang arched an eyebrow, his freshly trimmed brows unsheathing like twin blades radiating sharpness. Me, a Sichuan native, and you're asking if I can handle spicy food? Wrong choice, Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized, casting a coquettish glare at Su Yang. Mild spicy, medium spicy, or extra spicy then? Honestly, I think telling you I miss you more than spice would work better here, don't you agree? Su Yang checked a few items on the menu without looking up. Song Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed red. The two were already sitting close, leaning in to look at the menu together. After saying this, Su Yang couldn't help wanting to smack his own mouth. Can this damn mouth of yours pipe down a little? He'd gotten so used to talking trash in group chats that the words just spewed out without passing through his brain. The old him would smooth talk with online pals like a pro, then stumble over his words in real life. But ever since suddenly coming into money, he seemed to be changing quite a bit. There were also far fewer worries. At that moment, Bai Wei, who was sitting beside Song Xiaoxiao, said faintly, Should I leave then? The young man nearby also pursed his lips and scoffed, Just order properly. Stop making such a racket. Su Yang cleared his throat, nudged the menu slightly toward Bai Wei, and then promptly changed seats. Mind if I smoke? Go ahead. Bai Wei shook her head, while Song Xiaoxiao remained silent and nodded. Her crimson cheeks and slightly unfocused gaze made her appear somewhat bashful and nervous. She raised her hand to brush aside her temple hair, tucking the silky strands behind her ear. Su Yang thought the way women tied up their hair truly showcased their charm. Next was when they bent over. Bai Wei also took out a slender lady's cigarette, placing it between her lips as she sat on the chair, taking a deep drag. Judging by her movements, she was clearly an experienced smoker. Actually, quite a few women smoke these days. Su Yang doesn't really have any opinions about that. His stance is, if you want to talk about gender equality with me, then you must demand complete equality. If you don't bring up gender equality, then I can be a bit more gentlemanly too. There are so many online feminist crusaders, but I've hardly seen any in real life. Because if anyone tried that nonsense in person, the moment they said let's ignore the facts, they'd probably get served with their favorite dish, a slap across the face. Chapter 12, Don't get in the way of me making money. So Yan, what do you do for a living? Bai Wei's slender fingers held the cigarette lightly as smoke curled from her red lips, exuding an air of lazy nonchalance. Hey, otaku. Su Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, casually flicked the ash, and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. But don't you guys work on Chuanxi Road? Isn't it a bit far to live here? He was slightly puzzled. There was still quite a distance from here to Chuanxi Road. Going back and forth wouldn't be very convenient. The housing prices here are a bit cheaper. Back then, Xiaoxiao and I bought a place nearby, so we had to settle for living here. Bai Wei shrugged as she sized up Su Yang with a glance. Gazing at his handsome face, his eyes sparkled with an intense brightness, as if they could penetrate the deepest secrets hidden within one's heart. Highly aggressive. Bai Wei noticed that whenever she made eye contact with Su Yang, he would stare directly back at her. She couldn't quite bring herself to maintain eye contact with Su Yang, instinctively averting her gaze. Damn, you two are impressive, Su Yang exclaimed with admiration. Buying a house in your 20s? I'm just a complete loser still drifting through life. Su Yang's tone carried unmistakable respect. In these times, anyone who could afford to buy property automatically earned Su Yang's awe. Especially for someone in their 20s who can afford to buy a house, what else can they be if not exceptional talent? Even if their family contributes part of the money, having the guts to take on a mortgage is still impressive. You can't say that, Song Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, her tone gentle and reassuring. Actually, boys face a lot of pressure when it comes to employment. We girls have less employment pressure, plus there are more industries we can work in. Our burdens aren't as heavy either. You're already doing great. So understanding, aren't you? Taking a sip of tea, Su Yang glanced at Song Xiaoxiao with a complicated look in his eyes. Why hadn't he met many girls this considerate before? Oh well, that made sense, he barely used to talk to women before. Bai Wei could tell that Song Xiaoxiao genuinely held a high level of fondness for Su Yang. Even her way of speaking leaned favorably towards Su Yang. Soon, the hot pot base was served. Dishes were also gradually arranged on the bamboo serving rack beside them, already covered with mottled signs of age. You could still see some old grime through the gaps in the bamboo, but none of the three minded it. In old establishments like this, certain areas naturally become hard to clean after years of use. The tabletop too was covered in mottled stains. From the chairs to the tables, and from the floor to the walls, every corner bears the marks of time. On the walls, faded red paint spells out bold characters, "Serve the people." However, due to the passage of time, some parts have become weathered and peeling. Such old streets have a great atmosphere, and even the air carries a distinctive charm. The three stood up and walked to the condiment station, each adding dipping sauce to their own bowls. Sesame paste is absolutely essential. Hot pot without sesame paste would be completely meaningless. Would you like some? And what would you like to drink? Just a little, for flavor. Let's get some ice-cold beer. Su Yang passed his bowl to Bai Wei. Bai Wei scooped up some sesame paste with a spoon and shook it into Su Yang's bowl. Since he often cooked at home, Su Yang was actually quite familiar with seasonings. He remembered the last time he'd eaten hot pot outside was the last time. To put it bluntly, his family circumstances weren't very good. But it was only enough to cover basic necessities, so things like going out for hot pot were naturally something Su Yang resisted, because they exceeded his financial means. A single hot pot meal would cost 200 to 300 yuan. Even splitting the bill between several people would still come to 70 or 80 yuan. Spending 70 or 80 yuan on a single meal might be something he could justify doing once a year. But after graduation, caught up in the daily grind, he didn't even have time to go out for hot pot or stroll around the shops. Delivering food orders kept him running around all day, and delivering packages did the same. When working construction, he'd be covered in dust head to toe every day, filthy and embarrassed, so he rarely wanted to go anywhere crowded. After typing away at home making short videos, the more time I spent indoors, the less desire I had to venture outside. Most of the time was spent at home, with only occasional trips out to buy groceries or take a stroll. So Su Yang maintained a calm and unhurried temperament. He had already grown accustomed to his slow-paced lifestyle. After mixing the dipping sauce, the three returned to their seats. Su Yang no longer had much desire for conversation. A few casual words to pass the time would suffice. He was currently pondering one thing, whether to go for a massage tonight. Any plans after dinner? Asked Bai Wei, looking at the silently eating Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao. Massage. Su Yang took a big bite of beef, the hot pot broth and dipping sauce mixing in his bowl. As he chewed, the rich aroma of the beef gradually blossomed in his mouth. Massage? A happy ending? Bai Wei raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze towards Song Xiaoxiao beside her. Probably not. It should be legitimate, by all accounts. Su Yang chewed the meat in his mouth and chuckled. Never been before, but I heard massages feel amazing. Planning to give it a try. Pouring himself a glass of ice-cold beer, Su Yang tilted his head back and guzzled down 2 big gulps. He exhaled in contentment. The alternating sensations of heat and cold created this strangely enjoyable complex experience. Su Yang wasn't particularly fond of drinking alcohol. He'd only occasionally indulge when going out with friends, otherwise he'd abstain completely. After taking a couple sips, he continued eating at a leisurely pace. When he took off his down jacket, it meant he was ready to go all out. After eating for a while, everyone's bodies warmed up, and naturally, they all shed their coats. Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei were both wearing high-neck sweaters and form-fitting skirts, one in black, the other in red. Their voluptuous figures were wrapped in the sweaters, their enchanting curves on full display under the warm yellowish light. Her plump and graceful figure moved with a faint, alluring fragrance that made people instinctively turn their heads. Su Yang glanced at her twice before shifting his gaze away. He continued eating hot pot while contemplating his first massage experience. How should he enter the place? What if the masseuse wasn't attractive, given his personality? Even if she wasn't good-looking, would he still feel too embarrassed to request a replacement? There's a girl here. Bai Wei wrinkled her delicate nose and glared at Su Yang discontentedly. If you want a massage, just go quietly. Why say it out loud? Didn't you ask? Su Yang looked somewhat puzzled. Just because I asked doesn't mean you have to answer. If you ask, I'll answer. Su Yang chuckled. Why would I lie to you? Getting a massage isn't some shameful secret. Then I'm going too. Bai Wei nudged Song Xiaoxiao under the table with her foot. Xiaoxiao, are you coming? Dazed, Song Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion before lifting her head with a vacant expression. Watching Bai Wei's exaggerated wink, she sighed inwardly. She merely had some goodwill towards Su Yang. It wasn't like she actually wanted him as her boyfriend. What's with you pushing me at him so eagerly? I'm not going. Her expression showed a hint of helplessness. What's the point of going to those places anyway? She merely regarded Su Yang as an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time, nothing more. Then let's go later. Su Yang raised his glass and clinked it against Bai Wei's before downing it in one go, then continued eating his meat. So damn satisfying. Holy shit. Damn it. You clueless straight guy. I've helped you this much, yet you haven't shown the slightest reaction. At least chat with her a little, won't you? Bai Wei stared speechlessly at Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao. These two are really something. He viciously took a bite of duck blood rice noodles. The meal lasted nearly an hour. Hot pot dining is like this, eating while chatting, taking your time. Su Yang leaned back in his chair after finishing his meal, pulling cigarettes from his pocket. He handed one to Bai Wei before turning his gaze toward Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head and refused. I don't smoke. Then take some second-hand smoke to liven things up. Su Yang held the cigarette between his teeth, leaned over to light it with a lighter, and then leaned toward Bai Wei. Bai Wei quickly moved closer, took the cigarette in her mouth, and inhaled. His face instantly scrunched up. Damn, that's spicy. This costs 88 yuan a pack. Su Yang took a drag, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. If De Honghe and Hong Xuanxi weren't sold out everywhere, I wouldn't be splurging on these 14 yuan premium cigarettes. I've been smoking this junk since it was 10 yuan, now it's 14. That's insane. Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, Su Yang clicked his tongue in disapproval. Big red box? Double happiness? Bai Wei raised an eyebrow. Only my grandpa smokes those. Though I'm not particularly keen on the idea, you could call me grandpa if you like. Get lost. Bai Wei laughingly cursed, punching Su Yang's shoulder. Su Yang stood up and said, let's go, walking will help digest the food. Song Xiaoxiao watched the interaction between the two and inexplicably felt like he might actually be the third wheel here. No way, you're actually playing it like this? Walking up to the bar, Su Yang looked at the proprietress and asked, how much? 243 in total, just give me 240, the shop owner said after glancing at the receipt in her hand, addressing Su Yang. Okay. Su Yang nodded, immediately sticking his butt out to push Bai Wei aside. Bai Wei was caught off guard, stumbled a few steps, and fell into Song Xiaoxiao's arms. Before the two could even react, Su Yang swiftly scanned the payment code. I suggest you two don't push your luck. Don't stand in the way of me making money. WeChat transfer, 240 yuan. Ding. Host's first experience dining with two beauties while continuously teasing them throughout the meal. Reward, 24,000 yuan. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This meal was absolutely legendary. Alright, so this is how you want to play? Bai Wei stood on tiptoe and locked Su Yang's shoulders in a headlock. Then next time my treat. No problem at all. Today's bills are on young Master Su. Give me some cheers. Exiting the store, Su Yang instantly pointed skyward without a trace of embarrassment and shouted. Beside him, Bai Wei enthusiastically cheered in support. Young Master Su is amazing. After shouting, Bai Wei immediately turned to look at Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao's lips twitched slightly. Given her naturally quiet disposition, this kind of thing wasn't really her forte. With her head lowered, she timidly muttered, young Master Su, you're amazing. Compared to the enthusiastic Bai Wei, Song Xiaoxiao's shy murmur was actually quite endearing in its own way. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction while checking the map on his phone. Let's go, can we walk? If possible, let's walk there, it's just over a kilometer. Glancing at the high heels on their feet. Chapter 13, Fighter T0 requests to enter the battle. No problem. Bai Wei praised Su Yang, saying, very considerate, young Master Su, but we came by car. You're welcome, it was no trouble at all. Bai Wei instantly rolled her eyes. Beside him, Song Xiaoxiao let out a light chuckle. The three of them strolled leisurely down the street. Looking at the bustling old street, laughter and playful clamor echoed from the shops all around. The shouts of merchants boasting and playing drinking games continuously reached his ears. Su Yang felt somewhat emotional. Today had been more thrilling than the past several years combined. Feel like going for karaoke? Bai Wei's cheeks were slightly flushed, her complexion already altered from the beers she'd just drunk. At this moment, I just felt a slight warmth rising to my cheeks. Sure, Song Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. It's been ages since we last went. Then let's go karaoke first, followed by a foot massage. Su Yang nodded in agreement. It had indeed been far too long since he'd last sung. Should I invite a few more people? Bai Wei pondered for a moment. It's no fun without a crowd. That works. Remember to invite some beauties. Do your little brother a solid too, Wei Jie. Su Yang immediately looked at Bai Wei with eager anticipation. In the past, Su Yang used to be quite resistant to meeting new people or interacting with strangers. But now, he couldn't care less. Bai Wei arched her delicate brows, eyeing Su Yang with displeasure. Are the two golden flowers of Louis Vuitton not enough to keep you company? The more the better. He. Su Yang immediately burst into sinister laughter. I too want to experience the life that Chancellor Dong once lived. Good, good, good. Bai Wei's face lit up with a smirk akin to IP Man's, pointing at Su Yang. Never thought you'd turn out to be such a person. Run Xiao Xiao. He's a scoundrel. As she spoke, Bai Wei quickly reached out to grab Song Xiaoxiao's hand and jogged ahead. Watching their retreating figures, Su Yang chuckled softly. But seriously, having a girl beside me really does lift the spirits. Whether it's having fun or indulging in food and drinks, doing it alone always lacks some zest. Feeling completely relaxed and refreshed, Su Yang leisurely strolled behind the two. Song Xiaoxiao, walking ahead, suddenly thought of something and asked Bai Wei beside her, do you know why farts sound like ha-ha? Bai Wei was taken aback for a moment before instantly understanding, then looked at Song Xiaoxiao in astonishment. Xiaoxiao, you're playing such daring games? What do you mean? Song Xiaoxiao was utterly confused. Seeing Song Xiaoxiao's puzzled expression, Bai Wei leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. In an instant, Song Xiaoxiao's face, already flushed from drinking, turned an even deeper shade of red. Standing there covering her face like a steamed bun, letting out choked sobs. Wah! So embarrassing. I can't stay here another second. Seeing gossip material, Bai Wei immediately sidled up to Song Xiaoxiao, eagerly pressing for details. After Song Xiaoxiao's explanation, Bai Wei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, there's such a thing? No way, I gotta ask. Bai Wei immediately turned around and briskly walked over to Su Yang's side, teasingly asking, I heard you went for a haircut today and were laughing so hard you farted on your way out? In an instant, the smile vanished from Su Yang's face. Oh no, the smile didn't disappear, it just transferred to someone else's face. He immediately pulled out his phone in an exaggerated manner, turned around and pressed it to his ear. Hello, Elon Musk, do you have any flights to Mars lately? That's right, this damn planet is uninhabitable now. Bai Wei had completely lost her composure by now, laughing uncontrollably. The plumpness wrapped in the red tight sweater surged like turbulent waves. Did you really go to the second floor of that place? Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Su Yang. Yep. Su Yang pulled a long face and puckered his lips. The moment I entered, the receptionist girl took me straight to the second floor. Su Yang's expression was exaggerated, carrying a hint of lingering fear as he embellished his encounter. The two girls were laughing so hard they couldn't straighten up. Gotta thank Song Xiaoxiao for this, Su Yang said with a sarcastic click of his tongue. She really let me experience the local specialty firsthand. First time in my life meeting a gay guy. Plenty of them around here, Bai Wei said, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Especially in this Chuanxi Road area. Want me to introduce you to a few? I happen to know some. Let's break up. Wei. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to maintain his cold, aloof persona anymore. So what if he acted like a goofball? At least he was happy. That's why he started speaking more freely and unrestrained. In the past, he'd always been so shy and timid around girls, never knowing what to say. His mind would race with thoughts of what he should say or do, but ultimately he could never bring himself to voice them. Now I can say all these things out loud. Feels great. Since we've all been drinking, let's walk there. We can come back for the car tomorrow, better not drink and drive. Take it easy, my life's on the line here. Bai Wei truly didn't care. I've only had a little. Even if we run into traffic police later, the breathalyzer won't detect anything. Let's keep it safe, Su Yang quickly interjected. If you absolutely must drive, then don't blame me if I casually tap that report button. Yeah Wei, let's not drive, Song Xiaoxiao also nodded in agreement. I remember there's a KTV just up ahead, let's go there instead. Fine, Bai Wei replied, pulling out her phone to send a few messages. I'll call some friends then. The trio strolled leisurely down the street. Su Yang puffed on his cigarette, his breath visible in the cold air. Bai Wei walked beside him, chatting on the phone. With a smile, Su Yang turned to Song Xiaoxiao and said, your friend is quite spirited. Song Xiaoxiao replied, watching Bai Wei with an amused grin. She's quite the character. We met during our part-time jobs in college. Don't take it personally though, she's always been this blunt and carefree. Song Xiaoxiao's underlying implication was simply reminding Su Yang that Bai Wei had always been a straightforward person. Please don't take offense if anything came across as rude. The truth is, Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao were familiar but not entirely close. Long-lost classmates naturally share a closer bond than regular friends. Over the years, Su Yang had grown accustomed to it. Some people just drift apart as time goes by. So he wasn't particularly deeply attached to interpersonal relationships, preferring to let things take their natural course. If they could keep hanging out together, then so be it. If the connection faded, then it faded. Alright, I've called several people, though who knows if they'll actually come. Bai Wei walked over to the pair, glanced at them, and said with narrowed thoughtful eyes, were you two just talking about me? Song Xiaoxiao's gaze wavered slightly, drifting toward the neon-lit signboard flickering in the distance. Yes, Su Yang replied with a smile, nodding gently. When I said you're charming, I almost felt like becoming your simp. Almost? Bai Wei arched her meticulously groomed brows, immediately crowding him with aggressive questioning. What exactly stopped you? Because you're not slutty enough? Not as shameless as me, Su Yang declared with deadpan seriousness, tilting his chin up in haughty pride as he looked down at Bai Wei. Bai Wei's mouth twitched, and here I was listening to you so seriously. Solitaire with just 1-6. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help covering her mouth with a light chuckle. That's true indeed, you're not as shameless as him. Today, Su Yang had overturned Song Xiaoxiao's perceptions countless times. I thought he was just some nerdy guy who could barely string 2 words together, but turns out he's pretty funny. Initially took him for a straight-laced guy, but he's actually really easy to hang out with. Aren't you going to call your girlfriend? Bai Wei looked at Su Yang quizzically, noticing he hadn't contacted his girlfriend at all. Or are you trying to play the field behind your girlfriend's back? Bai Wei put on an exaggerated look of amazement as she stared at Su Yang, raising her hand to cover her mouth. Oh my god, I already have it with me, don't I? Though unsure why she assumed he had a girlfriend, Su Yang didn't mind teasing her a little. Coming? Where? Bai Wei immediately turned her head to look around. Isn't it right here? Su Yang raised his hand and waved it in front of Bai Wei's eyes. Bai Wei? Song Xiaoxiao? We're all adults here, not children. Joking about oneself doesn't matter anyway. Su Yang wasn't actually making dirty jokes to either of them, he was just amusing himself, playing the clown for his own entertainment. Bai Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Xiaoxiao also chuckled softly. Don't take it too far now, Su Yang. Chapter 14, a 50,000 yuan bottle? Let me see what this is all about. Oh, are we here already? Su Yang looked up at the KTV before him. He strode inside. A hostess immediately approached him at the entrance. Welcome to Cherry Blossom Karaoke, how many in your party? I'm not sure. Su Yang shrugged and said to the hostess, there are still some people who haven't arrived yet. Let's get a large private room. Alright, the hostess raised her hand to gesture. Please follow me. The group walked into the mall and looked at the items inside. You choose, I don't know how to pick. I'll pay. Bai Wei immediately spoke up. I'm the one who invited my friends, so it wouldn't be right to let you pay. No worries. Su Yang selected some snacks while smiling and said, I'll take care of it. It's been so long since I've seen Song Xiaoxiao, let's consider this catching up. Actually, I should pay. I know all of Wei Wei's friends, and I know you too, so it's more appropriate for me. Song Xiaoxiao whispered to the server nearby, bring us 10 bottles of water please. That's not the point, the main thing is my friends might bring others along, and when people bring more people, who knows how many will come. Bai Wei looked helplessly at the two, so I should be the one to pay. Hey, if you're going to say that, then I'm leaving. Su Yang tossed a bag of sunflower seeds into the basket and threatened Bai Wei with a smirk. Fine, go ahead. Then seeing Su Yang being so insistent, Bai Wei felt a bit helpless. After all that, spending 8 or 10 grand is nothing. It's well within my means. The main thing was that Bai Wei also had no idea what Su Yang actually did for a living. She had asked him before, but he never gave a straight answer, so she couldn't be certain whether Su Yang was genuinely wealthy or not. After all, Su Yang was wearing that cheap knockoff TB outfit, so for Song Xiaoxiao's sake, she didn't want Su Yang to suffer losses either, and since he was Song Xiaoxiao's friend, she felt obligated to treat him well to earn some face for her best friend. While Su Yang was purely in it for the money. Every penny spent meant another penny earned. How much? Su Yang looked at the liquor before him in astonishment. 35 yuan a bottle? That's correct, sir. The waiter smiled slightly as he looked at Su Yang. The minimum spend for a VIP room is 2,888 yuan. Actually, there's no need to order additional drinks. The set menu alone should be enough. If you plan to drink heavily, just grab a couple cases of V8 and keep going till you can't take it anymore. The waiter didn't push for a sale either, instead thoughtfully offering an explanation. Exactly. We country bumpkins can't appreciate fine wine. Bai Wei chimed in, eyeing the bottle in Su Yang's hand. I happen to know the owner of this distillery. This awful swill costs just 8 yuan a bottle wholesale. These are all local brews, nothing special. An awkward smile flickered across the waiter's face. Clearly, he overstepped. Why are we here? Su Yang glanced at Bai Wei while playfully twirling the liquor bottle in his hand, grinning as he said, simply to have a good time. To try some novel experiences. Let me get 5 bottles of this, want to taste what it's like. Su Yang handed the bottle to the waiter and continued browsing the liquor cabinet. Truth be told, the drinks here were all quite pricey. The store's interior was extravagantly decorated. Su Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the top-shelf liquor display as he noticed the price tag below. 58,888? Is this liquor made of gold? Let me see what's going on here. Get us a bottle of that Hennessy Richard too. No need. Absolutely no need. Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly grabbed the excited Su Yang. That wine is unnecessary. Really unnecessary. My friends aren't worthy of this kind of liquor. Bai Wei's face wore a bitter smile. She quickly shot Song Xiaoxiao a pleading glance, urging her to intervene. Exactly. We'll just have a casual drink. Su Yang chimed in with hopeful eyes fixed on them. Don't you want to try what this wine tastes like? His tone carried a hint of temptation. Just think about it, what does a 50,000 yuan bottle of wine actually taste like? The two opened and closed their mouths, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Wei's expression turned serious as she looked intently at Su Yang. Do you really have the money? You're not just trying to show off in front of Xiao Xiao, are you? I consider you a friend, that's why I'm giving you this advice. Ha, why would I try to show off? Su Yan looked genuinely puzzled. I'm not chasing after either of you. It's not about showing off, I just genuinely want to see what the fuss is all about. How can this thing possibly cost 50 grand? All about the experience. Su Yan licked his lips. Bai Wei was momentarily speechless. She expressed that she didn't quite understand. Song Xiaoxiao also looked rather perplexed. Though Su Yang's reasoning made sense, spending 50,000 yuan just to see what this wine was all about, she truly couldn't fathom it. The waiter standing nearby also twitched his lips. Damn, that's so pretentious. This pretentious act is refreshingly elegant, without being tacky. 6. He'd been working as a waiter here for quite some time and had seen countless men showing off in front of women. To be honest, he'd grown tired of seeing it so often, but when someone suddenly pulls it off this way, you have to admit it's rather distinctive. In their logic, every penny spent carries its own unique meaning. Either he's trying to show off his wealth in front of girls, or he has some ulterior motives. But now suddenly there's this guy who spends money just to experience something, such an unconventional reason. The whole situation left them absolutely speechless. Does that Louis XIII taste the same as Hennessy? Su Yan looked at the waiter beside him. The waiter wore an awkward smile. I haven't had the chance to try that either. Then bring us a bottle too. Come join us later for a taste and see what the fuss is about. Su Yang chuckled, raising an eyebrow at the waiter. Okay, thank you. The waiter glanced around and cleared his throat. Actually, our store accounts for some loss. You could order less liquor, and I'll explain it to the manager later. Su Yang nodded, sure. Save where you should, spend where you must. No point wasting money since they're offering some complimentary drinks anyway. When will these 2 bottles be delivered? The server glanced at Su Yang seeking his opinion. Just deliver it directly. Su Yang sounded puzzled. Here's the thing. Seeing Su Yang's confusion, the waiter realized that Su Yang probably didn't frequent places like this and might not know that ordering these drinks would trigger a group of people bringing them over with light signs. It's pretty much just a showy gimmick, otherwise, who would buy these drinks? There's a presentation ritual with these drinks, purely for the sake of showing off. When will your friends arrive? The waiter explained bluntly. Because Su Yang didn't seem like someone who would nitpick over petty matters, the man grew a bit bolder. No need for that, I'm not really into these things. Su Yang shook his head, feeling this was like a public humiliation. Having a crowd holding up lightboards while presenting gifts was just too awkward for him. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 women stood in a corner, questioning their life choices. Bai Wei, with one hand on her chin and the other covering her mouth, asked in utter disbelief, what kind of connections does your classmate have? How is he this extravagant? Spending tens of thousands just to sample the taste of this wine? I don't know either. Song Xiaoxiao also seemed confused. She felt quite lost now. Back in school, she hadn't been particularly close with Su Yang. Their relationship could probably be described as acquaintances who'd nod at each other in passing. Back then, Su Yang had been just like all the other classmates, nothing particularly outstanding, just your average guy. It just so happened that he suddenly ran into me today and inexplicably came to my shop to buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes. He clearly said he was buying tens of thousands worth of clothes to show off when going home for a blind date. But looking at this now, you call this showing off for a blind date? The way he's carrying on, spending tens of thousands is like buying a lollipop to him. It's just like when you arrive at the supermarket to shop, suddenly see a lollipop, want to taste its flavor, and then buy one. The two watched Su Yang's retreating figure with odd expressions. Did he really just buy it to taste the flavor? Not for showing off? They felt increasingly unable to understand this old classmate of theirs. Need a DJ? What's a DJ? Su Yang asked, perplexed. It means hiring a female DJ to spin records and play music up front, the server patiently explained. Get us one. Su Yang nodded. How about those dancers? All young ladies, pretty faces and nice figures. How much? One dance costs 1,000. What kind of dance is this? Su Yang was puzzled. What exactly did 1,000 yuan dance entail? Just wear something skimpy and sway around a bit, mainly to set the mood, the waitress briefly explained. Su Yang pondered for 2 seconds. Let's talk about this next time. Having girls around today might not be quite appropriate. It's not really inappropriate, just like a nightclub, but turned into private rooms surrounded by your own friends. But sure, that works. The server immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 15 Deep Blue. Add points. Since the boss had spoken, there was naturally no need for him to insist. No need for hostesses, right? The waiter glanced at the two women standing nearby. Absolutely not. Su Yang suddenly froze, inhaling sharply. Isn't this supposed to be a regular karaoke place? Why's it like those business nightclub hybrids? Ahem, the waiter coughed somewhat awkwardly, his tone evasive. Part-time, just part-time. 6. That works too. Then just these. Let's pay. Soo-young and the server walked to the front desk. Seeing the order on the computer screen, even the cashier was momentarily stunned. Total comes to 93,664. For our Spring Festival promotion, all purchases are 20% off. After discounts, it's 74,931. I'll take the liberty to round it down to 74,900 flat. The cashier girl flashed Soo-young a bright daily smile. Would you like to pay by card or WeChat? WeChat Pay. Soo-young raised his hand, took out his phone, and scanned the code. After entering the amount, his face lit up. 70,000 yuan vanished in an instant. Ding! The host indulged in a bit of luxury, spending 74,900 yuan, and smoothly pulled off a classy flex in front of everyone. Secretly thrilled beyond words. Reward, 222,222 yuan. TSK. There goes 3 months of my salary. Bai Wei clicked her tongue in frustration. The waiter standing nearby flashed an envious smile. That's over a year's wages for me. Soo-young could only respond with a wry smile, remaining silent. As if anyone here was any different, those tens of thousands were equivalent to Soo-young's entire annual income from before. And just like that, it's all gone after today's drinking spree? But you know what? It felt pretty damn good. Everyone loves being praised, envied, and looked up to. Playing the big shot in front of others isn't half bad. So how should one show off when returning home for the new year? That's the question. After Soo-young finished paying, the server gestured for Soo-young to follow. Brother Soo and you two ladies, please come with me. Hello, Mr. Soo. At that moment, a middle-aged, handsome man in a suit hurried over and enthusiastically extended his hand. Thank you for supporting Sakura. I'm Zhang Ming, the manager of this store. You're too kind. Soo-young quickly reached out and shook his hand. Hello, brother Zhang. No, please just call me Manager Zhang. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Although being called brother by these wealthy clients made him feel great, he still knew where to draw the line. If he offended a customer, the boss would probably shove his leather shoes straight into Zhang Ming's mouth. Xiaogong, take good care of Mr. Soo. Zhang Ming glanced at the waiter before immediately speaking respectfully to Soo-young. Mr. Soo, I'll go prepare the items. Yes. Soo-young instantly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He immediately followed the waiter towards the elevator. The elevator attendant was already standing at the elevator door, holding the button, waiting for the few of them. Good evening, Mr. Soo. The elevator attendant smiled at Soo-young Tian and gave a slight bow. MHM. Soo-young nodded slightly. He still maintained the same courteous habits as before. Far from becoming arrogant and domineering now that he had money, he'd actually grown more amiable. Standing in the elevator, he let out a long sigh. Damn, this money was well spent. He just spent a few tens of thousands, and nearly everyone in the KTV already knew his name. Along the way, Soo-young kept seeing the staff in the hallway bowing to him and addressing him as Mr. Soo. He simply wasn't used to it at all. Only when he reached the private room did Soo-young finally feel relieved, collapsing onto the sofa and pulling out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, a pair of delicate hands reached out in front of him. Bai Wei held a lighter and helped Soo-young light his cigarette. She smiled and asked, So, feeling good? Feels amazing. Soo-young thought about everything that had happened along the way. To put it into words, he felt a secret delight in his heart, yet still somewhat unaccustomed to it all. Bai Wei took off her trench coat, and the female server in the private room immediately approached, reaching out to take the garment before walking aside to hang it in a concealed wardrobe. Soo-young also removed his coat and handed it to the server, thanking her politely. Seated in his chair, Soo-young held his phone and noticed an unexpected red notification dot that had appeared. Puzzled, he tapped on it. A profile picture of Little Miss Maruko, but the nickname is downright bizarre. Pink Lady? Pirate Captain Heave-ho Pink Lady ow ow. Damn it, why has this absurdly catchy tune suddenly popped into my head? He reached out and tapped to accept, pretended to be fiddling with his phone. His consciousness sank into his thoughts. Opened the system's shop interface. My singing is just average at best. If I could sing better, who wouldn't want that? Deep Blue, give me a boost. Even a homebody like me dreams of becoming a great singer one day. I found the singing skill listed in my skills page. Singing beginner level, 50,000 yuan. Singing intermediate level, 500,000 yuan. Singing advanced level, 5 million yuan. Alright, playing it like this huh? Increasing tenfold each time? Soo-young promptly made a small in-game purchase for the basic skill, not that he couldn't afford the intermediate one, but the entry level offered better value for money. From the system interface, he learned that the basic level resembled amateur proficiency, equivalent to someone with decent singing skills among ordinary people who'd received some training. It enhanced various aspects from breath control to intonation and phrasing by a moderate degree. Soo-young didn't overthink about singing exceptionally well anyway. He wasn't chasing showbiz dreams, but simply indulging in personal amusement. The balance in the account instantly decreased by 50,000. In an instant, the remaining balance became roughly 410,000. Too detailed calculations are unnecessary, just a rough estimate. Also, this book has a slow pace, focusing on daily life. There won't be dramatic jumps in wealth, no sudden billions or tens of billions. Too flashy, too fake, can't write that at all. A sudden fragrant breeze swept by. Bai Wei's face appeared right before his eyes. Leaning down, Bai Wei moved close until her face was just inches away from his. Soo-young could almost see the fine down on her cheeks and catch the faint scent of her perfume. A faint, refreshing fragrance. I didn't even dare to imagine how fragrant and soft she must be. What are you doing? Get up and choose a song. Bai Wei glanced at Soo-young's phone from the corner of her eye, seeing him on the WeChat interface without making out the details, only able to see that the first contact was a woman's name. That's right. Walking over to Song Xiaoxiao, who was selecting a song, Soo-young peeked at the screen and fell silent for a moment when he saw the song displayed. Don't look at me, I'm just a sheep? Go sit at the kids' table. Song Xiaoxiao, who was in the middle of choosing a song, blushed furiously and turned her head with gritted teeth. If you've got nothing better to do, go bite a lighter. Looking at the close proximity of Soo-young, she quickly leaned back. She rolled her eyes at Soo-young. What a scumbag. She had already seen through Soo-young's true nature, trash through and through. From the moment we met today, he kept teasing me from time to time, and later occasionally flirted with Bai Wei as well. Song Xiaoxiao gave a delicate snort and turned to leave. Her hair whipped across Soo-young's face, stinging a little. Soo-young scratched his cheek and glanced at Song Xiaoxiao in confusion. Women, their moods are just too mercurial. I really don't get it. Standing in front of the karaoke machine, Soo-young hesitated. Most of the songs he usually listened to at home were either upbeat and silly or remixed nostalgic tracks with heavy DJ beats, what people might call cringy bangers. But singing those kinds of songs in this setting would totally wreck his image. No way, I've got a shitty image of myself. Sing, sing, sing. Soo-young immediately selected a few songs. Hearing the door open, he turned his head to glance. The waiter led a group of people inside. Big Sister Wei. Little Miss. A flock of girls filed in one after another, filling the private room with chirping chatter in no time. Soo-young was momentarily stunned. What? Can't even scrape together two koan among the whole private room? Bai Wei immediately clapped her hands. Come on, everyone, let me introduce you. Tada, here's the star of our evening. Soo-young, young Master Soo. Bai Wei stood rather theatrically beside Soo-young, arms outstretched toward him, as if displaying some merchandise. Soo-young's lips twitched. Wow, handsome guy, snuggle time. Ah ha ha ha. Having a sister like you is definitely worth it. When she says she'll introduce handsome guys, she delivers. He, come here, let your sister give you a kiss. Soo-young immediately felt his scalp tingle with dread. He couldn't quite adjust really, he just couldn't get used to this. With a gaggle of women chattering away excitedly, he shuddered involuntarily. It actually brought out his social anxiety. Forget it, might as well be a shameless Mike Hogg. Chapter 16, Letting Loose. Following the rhythm of the music, Soo-young swayed his head and wiggled his body with an outrageous swagger up front. Her flirtatious look couldn't help but amuse everyone present. She'd always leave nothing but her phone number, never once letting me walk her home. Rumor has it you once fell for her too. Once, I was equally unable to free myself. You say you could never learn to pretend otherwise so effortlessly. The rhythm was inherently upbeat, and nearly everyone could sing along. Soo-young swayed his body and hummed along with the tune. He leapt up, just like in the music video on screen. His dance moves were playful and irresistibly goofy, making everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere grew even livelier as they grabbed microphones, clinked glasses, and sang along while drinking. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Soo-young allowed a faint smirk to curl at the corner of his lips. He'd imagined this scene many times before, but due to his shy nature, it had always remained just a passing thought in his mind. Now he could unleash his flamboyant side without restraint. Xiao, Sister Wei, what's this? The girl beside Bai Wei and her friend watched Soo-young's antics with amused disbelief, barely holding back her laughter. Honestly, when a man starts getting sassy, women might as well step aside. And let's face it, a man who owns his playful charm is infinitely more attractive than those pretending to be prudish. My college classmate Song Xiaoxiao watched the scene ahead while holding up her phone to record a video, posting it in their class group chat. Amused, she also wanted to be part of the fun. Oh right. He already has a girlfriend. Song Xiaoxiao seemed to remember something and immediately reminded the girls beside her. Don't get any ideas, just enjoy yourselves. He's treating us today after all. The private room's door swung open once more. Oh, this time it's the men's group. But not many, just 3. Watching the lively atmosphere, everyone swayed their heads and walked into the private room. He casually opened the liquor and immediately clinked glasses with the others. Yo, you're all here already? Long time no see, beauties. let me introduce everyone. This is Coco, and this is her boyfriend Chen Ming. Bai Wei immediately introduced them to Su Yang. This is Su Yang. Bai Wei looked up at Su Yang beside her and said with a smile, tonight's gathering is being hosted by my Su here. Hello? Su Yang smiled as he looked at Chen Ming before him, quite handsome indeed. Hello, brother Su. Chen Ming reached out to shake Su Yang's hand, still somewhat unaccustomed to the gesture. How many people actually shake hands when they meet these days? Yet it was precisely this behavior that made Chen Ming feel oddly intrigued inside. Though inexplicable, it left an impression of Su Yang in his mind. At the very least, he knew Su Yang was exceedingly polite. Bai Wei introduced the others once more. A waiter nearby held a tray with drinks and glasses. After pouring a glass for Su Yang, he handed it to him. Seeing this, Su Yang reached out and took the wine glass. The others each picked up glasses of wine from the table. They stood up. After clinking glasses, they took a sip from their cups. Su Yang frowned slightly. Disgusting. $35 for this, what a ripoff. The nearby waiter, noticing Su Yang's frown, promptly swapped it out for another bottle with keen perception. Fetching a fresh glass, he poured Su Yang a new serving. The surrounding onlookers watched the waiter's unusually attentive service in baffled silence. What's his deal? He then silently stood to the side like a ghost. Su Yang walked inside, sat on a chair, grabbed a bottle of water, and took a sip. The waiter placed the glass in front of Su Yang. Su Yang instinctively nodded in thanks, saying, thanks. The server smiled slightly. Damn, they even have someone dedicated to pouring wine. This money was well spent. Brother Su, let me toast you, Chen Ming said, holding out his wine glass. You flatter me. Su Yang quickly stood up and took a sip from his glass. The waiter was pretty sneaky, pouring drinks, just a single sip's worth. Not a drop more. Chen Ming naturally took a seat next to Bai Wei and asked Su Yang, what do you do for a living, brother Su? TSK. What a terrible opening line. It seems to have become the mainstream trend of the moment. He wants to know what everyone does for a living the moment he meets them. Su Yang said with a smile, just drifting along. No real main occupation. What about you? Su Yang took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Ming. Chen Ming promptly received it with both hands. Truth be told, most people nowadays are quite polite. Like Su Yang had seen in novels, those who were truly domineering and tyrannical were rare in real life. Me? I just run a modification shop. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Should we add each other on WeChat? Chen Ming hastily took out his phone, opened his QR code, and handed it over. Seeing this, Su Yang scanned the QR code, sent a friend request, and asked, around 5 or 600,000, what car would be best for showing off? 5 or 600,000? For showing off? The peculiar request made Chen Ming's expression turn somewhat odd. Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao also glanced at Su Yang with strange expressions. How about a BMW 5 Series, Audi A6, or Mercedes-Benz E300? They're all pretty similar in class. Although confused, Chen Ming directly suggested the options. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this, as he wasn't very knowledgeable about cars. Perhaps it was because he had never needed one, or simply hadn't reached that social stratum yet, so he couldn't be bothered to learn about these things. Since he now had the ability, he might as well find out. And since he wanted to show off when returning home for New Year's, buying a car was only natural. Thanks. Su Yang raised his glass in acknowledgement before downing it in one gulp. Chen Ming also raised his glass and took a sip of wine. Meanwhile, the others seemed uninterested in talking to Su Yang, instead crowding around the girls as they drank and boasted. As for Su Yang, he picked up the microphone again and continued singing. It was all about relaxation. Singing songs, drinking alcohol, occasionally joining others in a chorus. The group wasn't outrageous at all. Instead, everyone got along harmoniously. There was no excessive worldly affairs, no competition or comparisons, just ordinary fun and drinking. No one pressured others to drink either, just playful drinking and revelry, while Su Yang watched the scene with a smile. It seems Bai Wei's friends are pretty decent, at least they don't pressure others to drink, they're all just here to unwind. Looking ahead at the two girls who took the microphones and began singing. One looked alluring, while the other, clearly a mature beauty, surprisingly sang Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf with childlike charm. Su Yang leaned back on the sofa and noticed his cigarette box was empty. A nearby server immediately approached and asked Su Yang with a slight bow, Mr. Su, would you like me to fetch some cigarettes for you? Yes. Bring me 2 packs of Huazi, please. Su Yang looked at the server, calming down momentarily as he added, thank you. Not at all. The server stepped aside, spoke briefly into a walkie-talkie, then resumed leaning against the wall on standby. The flickering colored lights overhead danced as the alcohol took effect, merging with the heightened energy of the jumping crowd. This gave him a novel experience. To be honest, it was indeed quite refreshing. In the past, even during gatherings, it was just a bunch of people drinking back and forth. Afterwards, chatting and bragging, Su Yang felt like an outsider. In such situations, Su Yang really just wanted to be invisible, avoiding alcohol and any social interactions. He truly dislikes gatherings that feel too worldly. Instead, he prefers gatherings like this, singing, drinking, where everyone is simply venting and relaxing after an exhausting day. Chapter 17, Friends Who Don't Drain You, Zero Pressure Companions. Alright, listening, someone's calling out songs through the microphone. Su Yang immediately raised his hand and stood up. That's right, it's mine. A group of people quickly applauded with cheerful laughter. Truth be told, Su Yang's songs were all pretty good, quite pleasant to hear, with lively rhythms, making them the perfect choice to warm up the atmosphere. Just like professional hype squad members, Su Yang stood at the front, singing with intoxication. Sailor Park, Gala's song. It has a vibe that disregards others' well-being, half dead, half alive, with a touch of madness. The most important thing is its strangely addictive catchiness, and how utterly ridiculous it is. If you're feeling sad, I'll sit with you in the sunshine. No umbrella, no watch, no hurry, no worry. Do a flip and chug a soda. Watching Su Yang twisting above like by Sujin who drank realgar wine, especially dorky. Bai Wei and Song Xiao burst into laughter, and everyone else was dumbfounded as they stared at Su Yang ahead of them. Wait, man, give my halo back. From the moment they entered, the women had actually felt like Su Yang was cloaked in an aura of a stylish, handsome man, and because they weren't familiar with him, they found this mysterious. But now, looking at it, which mental hospital did this lunatic escape from? At that moment, the private room's door opened. Zhang Ming, his face beaming with a radiant smile, was somewhat stunned by the scene before him. Wrong room? He immediately closed the door and checked the room number beside it. No mistake here. Wrong way of opening the door? He opened the door once again. Ahead, a total goofball, completely oblivious to appearances, was wiggling about without a care. If you're feeling happy, I'll sail away with you. Tom, Dick, and SpongeBob. Bring them all along. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, with lollipops in our mouths. Where's my Su bro? Are you fucking possessed? Though their acquaintance had been brief, Zhang Ming had taken quite a liking to Su Yang, because the other person was humble, wealthy, and handsome. Moreover, his soft-spoken tone gave off an incredibly gentle impression. But this one here. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt as if the lens before his eyes had shattered. He took a deep breath, holding a bottle of Hennessy in one hand and a Louis XIII in the other. His whole body swayed with flamboyant flair. What else could he do? The man was a big client, naturally, he had to humor him. He twisted his way in, and Su Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Locked eyes. We're birds of a feather. Both absolute goofballs. For a moment, Su Yang completely let himself go. Wiggling his body, he locked eyes with the other and moved closer. The hypnotically addictive song can truly relax both body and mind. It makes you cast aside all worries. Gala's music inherently carries a carefree spirit, just like discarding worldly opinions to focus solely on being yourself. When the song ended, Zhang Ming exhaled twice. Mr. Su, shall we drink now? Drink now! Su Yang beckoned to the two women who were doubled over with laughter nearby, joking reproachfully, stop laughing. Even after Su Yang had finished singing, everyone was still laughing. The fading echoes of laughter made even Su Yang struggle to keep a straight face. Zhang Ming glanced at the waiter not far away before placing the liquor bottle on the table. By the way, where's that young gong? Su Yang inquired, noticing the absence of the previous waiter. I mentioned earlier that I wanted him to come taste this too. I'll call him right over. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up, promptly picking up the walkie-talkie to announce, Xiaogong, Xiaogong. Mr. Su requests your presence upstairs. Zhang Ming immediately grasped that Su Yang was the sentimental type who cherished old connections and kept his promises, which meant establishing a good relationship would be key. So in the future, whenever Su Yang had such needs, he would definitely come to her place to support her business. Come on, everyone, give it a try. Su Yang looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile, I just saw it while ordering drinks with your Wei Jie and Xiao Jie over there. I was quite curious about what this drink tasted like, so both Wei Jie and Xiao Jie bought me a bottle each. Su Yang's words caught Bai Wei and Song Xiao off guard for a moment. Little lady rocks. Wei Jie rocks. With this commotion, both girls were elevated by the flattery. Bai Wei lifted her chin proudly, wearing a shamelessly smug expression that screamed yes, I bought these things. And Song Xiao helplessly glanced at Su Yang. This was meant to flatter both of them in front of their friends. What a show-off. How much is this wine? The girl walked over, looked at the bottle on the table, picked up a glass, and asked curiously. Hennessy. 58,888. Zhang Ming smiled as he gazed at the ample bosom before him. This is Louis XIII, 28,888. Shit. The ample bosom's hands trembled, and the corner of their mouth twitched. A single sip of this costs more than my daily wage. Damn, dude, since when do you roll like this? The others cast strange looks at Su Yang. Do they even deserve to drink such expensive liquor that costs tens of thousands? And it's just an ordinary hangout. It's not even a flirting session with girls, nor is it one with guys. I just happened to see it and was curious about the taste. Never tried it before, so I bought it to sample. Su-young chuckled lightly, waving his hand to signal everyone not to make a big deal of it. Beside him, Chen Ming wore a profound expression, smugly raising an eyebrow at the others. Actually, I've tasted this wine before. Everyone looked at Chen Ming with some surprise. The taste, how should I put it? Not bad. Chen Ming smacked his lips. Just that when I went to the bar the other day, someone flicked their hand and a drop landed in my mouth. The crowd. Instant speechlessness. They really thought he'd actually tasted it. Couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn, what another ridiculous idiot. Su-young also chuckled lightly. Xiaogong arrived quickly. There weren't many people anyway, even if each took a cup, more than half would still remain. Holding up his cup. After glancing at the crowd, Su-young raised his glass and clinked it with the others. Downed it in one gulp. Su-yang's brows furrowed instantly. How does it taste? Song Xiaoxiao looked at Su-yang, a teasing smile curling her lips. How should I put this? Su-yang's face was practically scrunched into a ball. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. This wine might not be suited for me. Watching everyone else savoring their drinks, Su-young could only say that. Bad means bad. Bai Wei clicked her tongue. Knowing what kind of person Su-yang is, I figured he probably wouldn't enjoy keeping company with pretentious show-offs. That's why Bai Wei only invited people they got along well with. True enough, maybe we just don't have refined enough tastes. Can't appreciate it properly. Chen Ming chuckled as he set down his glass. Zhang Ming beside him also laughed and said, definitely doesn't feel worth 58,000, that's for sure. Manager. Little Dong beside him exclaimed anxiously, bro, don't say nonsense now. It's fine. Su-yang said with a cheerful laugh, putting on an understanding expression, I'm spending money to enjoy myself, you should earn what's yours. This crappy wine is probably just selling for the brand name anyway. Pretty much. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. This wine is cheaper outside. We just have more added costs here. After opening another bottle and taking a sip, Su-yang immediately spat it out like a human fountain. He spat it into the trash can. Rinsed his mouth. Wanna hang out for a bit? Su-yang asked Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming immediately shook his head. With Lunar New Year coming up, I'm kinda busy. You guys have fun. Xiaogong will bring over 2 fruit platters later, put it on my tab. Thanks. You're a VIP client, Mr. Su. By the way, would you mind adding me on WeChat? You can reach me anytime if you need anything, whether it's nightlife or KTV. I've got plenty of connections when it comes to having fun. Sure thing. Su-yang added another V. By the end of the day, he had lost count of just how many new contacts he'd added. TSK. That's equivalent to an entire year's worth from before. Once again, everyone started enjoying themselves. Moreover, since none of them had the habit of pressuring others to drink, Su-yang found it quite comfortable. He'd take a sip when he felt like it, otherwise he'd just sing along. A few drinking buddies who enjoy each other's company getting together for drinks. There's no pressure when hanging out with them. It's oddly comforting. Gathering with people like this, where there are no emotional burdens and interactions feel effortless, is truly joyful. And no one was putting on airs or acting pretentious. They were all just clowning around together. Chapter 18, Love Rises with the Clock. Perhaps because of Su-yang's cautionary example, no one held back anymore. They all let loose and played completely uninhibited. Jumping and bouncing, the alcohol accelerated their movements dramatically. A group of drunk people stumbled out of the shop. Ding! Host eats, drinks, and indulges in merrymaking, playing all night long, singing and drinking to heart's content while enjoying complete freedom. Mood, delightful and joyful. System reward, 6,666 yuan. Su-yang merely felt his footsteps growing unsteady. He was the type who became even more clear-headed and rational when drunk. His body just felt warm, and the alcohol made him slightly nauseous. Mr. Su, where are you going? Let me arrange someone to drive you and your friends. Zhang Ming quickly hurried over and reached the entrance. No need, no need. We'll just grab a taxi ourselves. The group waved their hands in refusal. He left directly after saying goodbye. Su-yang yawned, his face revealing a defiant smile. Foot massage. You've already drunk so much, and you still remember going for a foot massage? Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh while looking at Su-yang with exasperation. This was bordering on outright obsession. Manager, could you please send him there? It was just a casual acquaintance, so there really wasn't any way to intervene. Besides, there are plenty of foot massage parlors around these days. You often see them scrolling through short videos. It's not like they're all dodgy, most are perfectly legitimate now. They're not as flashy as before, most people just go there for a massage and to relax. But Song Xiaoxiao, Bai Wei, and Su-yang all seem to share one trait, being rule followers accustomed to society's predetermined arrangements. They still tended to keep a respectful distance from such entertainment venues. But Su-yang had already freed himself from such inhibitions, so he didn't care. Seated in the car, Su-yang leaned back in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei watched the departing RV. Well, your classmate is quite an interesting character, Bai Wei finally remarked with a chuckle. Isn't he? Song Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. It had been so long since they'd met, she did find him rather intriguing. And Su Yang seemed to have changed so much. In the past, Su Yang wasn't particularly outgoing nor overly withdrawn, just like most ordinary people, maintaining an aloof demeanor with strangers while acting silly and carefree in front of close friends. The car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of Yunmeng Bay. Su Yang was helped out of the car by Zhang Ming. A faint smile tugged at Su Yang's lips. Truth be told, after all these years, this was the first time he'd gotten drunk enough to need someone's support while walking. And he's even a manager? His tone in the service made him feel extraordinarily comfortable, giving him a sense of being respected and admired. Transitioning from being the one who serves to being the one served still felt a bit unfamiliar. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? The lobby manager of Yunmeng Bay hurried over and extended a hand to steady Su Yang. Truthfully, Su Yang wasn't all that drunk and could walk just fine. Being supported by someone always feels a bit strange. It looked as if he had really drunk too much. And being propped up like this by two strangers was truly uncomfortable. This is Mr. Su, my big client, you'd better take good care of him. Zhang Ming quickly instructed the other party. The lobby manager quickly nodded, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure he's taken care of perfectly. As he spoke, he helped Su Yang to sit on the sofa. Su Yang curiously surveyed the resplendent hall. It's my first time coming to a place like this, feels a bit unfamiliar. Mr. Su, please change your shoes first. The receptionist girl half knelt beside Su Yang, reaching out to help pull off his sneakers. For a moment, Su Yang felt grateful that he fortunately didn't have smelly feet. I can do it myself. He looked somewhat stiffly at the girl before him, feeling something was a bit odd, and hurriedly slipped on the slippers. He took the numbered tag handed to him by the attendant. Then, following behind the girl, I trailed her guidance and entered the private room. The manager walked alongside, extending a hand as if to shield Su Yang, appearing concerned that he might bump into something. With enthusiasm, he said, Mr. Su, let me tell you, our service is absolutely top-notch. All our staff undergo 3 months of training before they can start working. You'll experience what it means to enjoy truly unparalleled hospitality. Listening to the other party's introduction, Su Yang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. The more you say that, the stranger I find you. Buddy, this is a proper establishment, right? No issues whatsoever, correct? Let's head into the private room. Su Yang looked at the private room, where there was a sofa resembling a single bed, with a coffee table placed beside it. Su Yang sat on it, lifting his eyes to gaze at the large screen before him. The manager stood by, smiling at Su Yang. Mr. Su, what would you like to drink? Just get me a cup of tea. Su Yang still felt a bit numb and sluggish, as if his entire body was tingling. The hazy, sluggish feeling after drinking too much. Alright, let me brew you a cup of tea and bring a fruit platter. By the way, Mr. Su, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat first to settle your stomach? The manager spoke with concern, looking at Su Yang's slightly flushed cheeks still glowing with post-drinking warmth. Su Yang shook his head, he wasn't actually hungry yet. Alright, I'll send over the technician first so you can have a look. Here's the service menu. With that, the manager handed the list to Su Yang. After the manager left, Su Yang watched him walk away, then turned back to the receptionist still standing there. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, he looked curiously at the girl in front of him and asked somewhat sheepishly, well, this is my first time here. Could you recommend something? And what exactly should I do afterward? Truth be told, Su Yang was adhering to the fine tradition of asking when in doubt. Otherwise it might get awkward later. Mr. Su, you can change clothes first. For personal recommendation, I'd suggest this 398 yuan essential oil massage. The girl's voice was sweet as she smiled and explained the package to Su Yang. Most customers who've been drinking choose this set. Didn't understand a word of that, but since she recommends it so strongly, there must be something to it. After a while, the girl reached out and opened the door. Several technicians walked in. Su Yang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the uniformed technicians before him. They looked exactly like the ones he'd seen while scrolling through Douyin. Damn, they're quite good looking. But Su Yang didn't have many thoughts about it. He chose one that looked pleasing to his eyes. Then he changed his clothes. The technician walked up to Su Yang and lifted the white sheet on the bed. He reached out and tore open the seat cushion. Beneath it was unmistakably a foot wash basin. The technician turned on a nearby faucet, pouring water into it while smiling at Su Yang and asking, Sir, would you like milk or vinegar added? Is there any particular meaning behind it? Su Yang asked, sitting cross-legged above the basin, eyeing the girl seated on a small soft stool with curiosity. For foot odor, add vinegar, but since you don't have much smell, adding milk would be better. It's good for skin care. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Alright, let's do it this way then. He placed his feet into the foot bath basin. The scalding water enveloped his legs. His already tipsy body, chilled by the outdoor wind, suddenly felt the cold driven away in an instant. The girl made Su Yang lie down. Then she moved behind him, reaching out to massage his scalp, applying a warm facial mask to Su Yang's cheek. He could feel the temperature against his face, along with the gentle fingers of the girl kneading the acupressure points on his scalp with practiced ease. Su Yang felt his entire body melting into tingling numbness. Ding! Host's first massage experience. Complete bodily rejuvenation with relaxed muscles and pressure points. Though slightly painful, exceptionally soothing. System reward, 6,666 yuan. The other person peeled off the facial mask and then slowly applied some strange substance to Su Yang's cheeks, performing a skincare routine on his face. Chapter 19. What kind of tycoon eats rice noodles for breakfast? Ow ow ow. Su Yang grimaced as he watched the masseuse working on his feet. Was Mr. Su's pressure a bit too strong? The girl chuckled lightly, barely containing her laughter as she looked at Su Yang. Should I use less pressure? Make it gentler, please. Su Yang nodded like a pecking chick, his face twisted in discomfort as he said, it's my first time here, I can't handle too much intensity. Really? The girl glanced at him in surprise. I thought Mr. Su came here often. Not at all. Su Yang chuckled lightly, picking up a cigarette from the case on the table and putting it between his lips as he explained cheerfully, honestly, I've never been here before, just came to experience it. In that case, I'll go easier. Seeing the manager personally attend to you made me assume you were a regular. The girl was indeed quite chatty. At least he's much better than Su Yang. Plus, he speaks gently, just his strength is a bit overpowering. Su Yang couldn't help wondering if she'd even try to use less force. And so, chatting with the girl, he enjoyed the essential oil massage. Su Yang felt like a salted fish being constantly flipped and cooked on a pan. 398 yuan, roughly 2 hours of massage therapy. It hurt like hell. As the massage therapist put it, pain signifies blockages. When energy flows freely, there's no pain. Su Yang felt like every part of his body was blocked. That's why every part of him felt painful. The next morning, Su Yang crawled out of bed, yawned, and felt somewhat weak all over. But his body ached all over, though it was the kind of pain that strangely felt good too. It probably means, does it hurt? It hurts. Will you come back next time? Yes. Glancing at the watch on the table, I saw it was already past 1 o'clock. This sleep was truly comfortable. It's just that my shoulders and other spots still ache a bit. I casually picked up my phone and saw several messages. Looking at the messages from Pink Lady, they were sent around midnight last night. Pink Lady, you dead? Pink Lady, took you 7 or 8 hours to accept? Pink Lady, hey human, dead again? Pink Lady, die already. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, who are you? Though somewhat puzzled, he didn't dwell on it too much. He proceeded to take a shower in the bathroom, freshened up, and upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, gave himself an approving nod. Not bad, not bad. Still looking handsome, young man. After getting dressed, he walked out of the store. He headed straight for the front desk. Brother Su, you're up? The manager, who had been chatting with a girl at the front desk, quickly walked over when he saw Su Yang come out, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Su Yang. Su Yang took the cigarette, hastily raising his hand to shield the flame as he took a drag, then exhaled a puff of smoke. Open an account for me and top it up with 10,000. Right away. The manager hadn't expected that lighting Su Yang's cigarette would lead to such a windfall. He immediately turned to the receptionist girl inside and said, quick, open an account for Brother Su. Just activate that card ending with 6666, Zheng Gong instructed the front desk. Turning to Su Yang, he asked, Brother Su, what's your phone number? Su Yang provided his phone number and then waited aside. He scanned the QR code at the front desk with his phone. He then transferred 10,000 yuan. Ding! The host has topped up 10,000 yuan at Yunmeng Bay, laying a solid foundation for future enjoyment. Reward, 66,666 yuan. Hearing the system's reward, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. With a cheerful smile, Zheng handed the membership card to Su Yang. Brother Su, come again when you're free. Watching Su Yang leave, Zheng chuckled and glanced at WeChat, updating Su Yang's contact name. After all, Su Yang didn't seem short on money. There were plenty of people who recharged tens of thousands here. It wasn't that uncommon. But what's unusual is that Su Yang appears to be only about 20 years old, yet he can casually spend tens of thousands at KTVs afterward. Dropping over 100,000 in a single night is definitely not something an ordinary person would do. At this moment, Su Yang sits slurping noodles at a roadside stall, pensively recalling the cars Chen Ming mentioned during their conversation last night. Given his current balance, buying one would absolutely be within his means. How about buying one to try it out? Driving an Audi home should be impressive enough, right? If he wanted more, he'd have to keep grinding for money. TSK. Having lived in poverty for so long, Su Yang truly didn't know how to spend money now. Having grown accustomed to frugality, for an ordinary person like him, it seemed like splurging meant just grabbing some luxury items, buying a car, indulging in good food and drinks, and then being at a loss for how else to spend. Because, deep down, he always felt certain expenses were simply unnecessary. Guess it still takes time to get used to living the life of the wealthy. Su Yang sighed inwardly. Poverty had left its scars. Not a single penny dare be wasted. I recall that certain Zhao who ate noodles with garlic clove by clove without spending a single cent. I feel there shouldn't be much difference between me and him now. What kind of tycoon wakes up to eat rice noodles for breakfast, and just adds one measly egg? How laughable this would sound if word got out. Su Yang chuckled softly while eating. Damn, this was truly absurd. Had he managed to drag down the prestige of being a tycoon? Would others think it was embarrassing if they found out? Meanwhile, in a village hundreds of miles away, Lu Fang and Su Daxiang sat at the entrance of the courtyard, cracking sunflower seeds. Another day gone, our little one should be home soon. Lu Fang's eyes brimmed with anticipation as she gazed at the distant road, wishing desperately for Su Yang's figure to appear. But 2 years away without coming home even once, that rascal must be itching for a spanking. A grown son leaves the nest. Su Daxiang chuckled softly, though his eyes still held a trace of longing. Who knows if he's lost weight out there? Is he doing well? A son's journey worries his parents for 1,000 miles. But Lu Fang often ended up doing more harm than good because she wasn't good at expressing herself. Suddenly, a car stopped right outside their door. Both Lu Fang and Su Daxiang were bewildered. Then the car door opened, and a garishly dressed middle-aged woman stepped out. Wrapped in mink, her sallow face was slathered with bold lipstick and heavy eyeshadow. Lu Fang's expression changed instantly as she watched the person step out of the car. Oh dear Fang, sunbathing? The middle-aged woman walked between the two, casually picking up a small stool and sitting opposite them. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, she asked Lu Fang, when will your Su Yang be coming home? So you're not coming back this year either? I tell ya, that silly kid of yours just won't spare a trip home. Su Daxiang could only force an awkward smile as he poured tea for the other person. He then sat aside quietly munching on sunflower seeds, muttering to himself, don't notice me, don't notice me. He'll be back this year, should be arriving soon. The auntie nodded cheerfully, but a flash of contempt crossed her eyes as she took in Lu Fang's outfit and Su Daxiang's appearance. With a chuckle, he teased, looks like you've made some money this year, that's why you're finally coming back. Your Su Yang, is just too strong-willed. Not like my son, he comes home every year. Chapter 20, don't be ridiculous now. Hongming, come down and greet people. The aunt turned her head to glance at the car and called out. Then she sighed, bought a new car and now just sits in it all day every day. Meanwhile, Lu Hongming inside the car glanced helplessly out the window before opening the door and stepping out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he awkwardly took out a cigarette and offered one to Su Daxiang, Uncle Daxiang, Auntie Fang. Lu Fang and Su Daxiang both nodded at each other with a smile. After all, he was about the same age as their own son. Seeing him brought their own boy to mind. By the way, Fang, what does your son do? It's been so many years since he left home without any news. Didn't I hear he was delivering takeout before? He runs a small business of his own. Lu Fang wore an awkward smile as she spoke. Oh really? The middle-aged woman immediately beamed, tugging Lu Hongming beside her. Our Hongming also opened a shop last year. Look at his new car this year. Makes over 100,000 a year, and such a filial son too. See this mink coat he bought me? Costs several thousand yuan. Lu Fang's smile gradually faded as she silently nibbled on sunflower seeds. Hey Daxiang, what about you? I hear work hasn't been easy these years. Did they delay your wages again today? Su Daxiang, cracking sunflower seeds, let out a long sigh in his heart and nodded helplessly. Yeah. Oh, by the way, my Hongming says we need to renovate our house. Could you come over this afternoon to help take measurements? See how much it'll cost to fix it up? Well, Hongming and I need to go into town to buy a few things. I'll be off now. With that, the woman got up and headed toward the car. Watching the departing auntie, Su Daxiang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. She's actually not a bad person, just enjoys showing off. If worst comes to worst, I'll go work at their construction site tomorrow. At least I can earn some money. Su Daxiang said worriedly, our youngest is nearly 25 already. When he gets married later, we'll definitely need to buy him a house. We have to save up more money for him. I'd rather die than go help their family with work. Who does she think she's looking down on? Lu Fang bristled instantly, just because they made some money running a small business? Who does she think she's looking down on? Lu Fang pulled out her phone from her pocket and immediately made a call. Su Daxiang didn't even have time to stop her. Darling child, I order you to come back right now, and remember to drive a car, drive that whatchamacallit. Old Su drives it. Your boss. What tiger was it? Range Rover. Su Daxiang cast a pitying glance at his phone. Might as well ask your precious child to launch an attack on the United States directly. At this moment, Su Yang on the phone was thoroughly exasperated. What the hell is this? Mom, who upset you this time? Su Yang sighed helplessly. Fine actually, no one upset me. Lu Fang's eyes welled up with tears as she tilted her head back proudly. I just, kinda miss you. Seeing other people's moms getting hugged by someone, I don't have that, I'm sad. Su Yang's nose tingled with emotion. He cleared his throat and sniffled. Alright, I'll come back in a couple of days. Okay, Lu Fang's voice on the other end of the phone instantly brightened with joy. Your dad bought half a pig. Aren't you fond of barbecue? We'll have your dad make you some grilled pork then, alright? Okay. Hearing Su Yang's voice, Lu Fang felt a warmth in her heart, as if her unhappiness wasn't so overwhelming anymore. After chatting a bit more with Su Yang, she hung up the phone. He turned to Su Dachang and said, hurry up and get ready. Later, go take a look at how Uncle Lu's house is being built. See if you can find some work at his construction site to earn a bit of money. When the little one comes back, we'll buy lots of good food for them then. Alright, Su Dachang stretched his legs and rose from the chair, his deeply lined face breaking into a wide smile. He turned and headed toward the storage room. Chen Ming, how much does a Land Rover cost? At the second-hand car market, Su Yang asked Chen Ming while looking around. Squatting next to an S6 while inspecting the car, Chen Ming paused for a moment upon hearing the question, a Land Rover? There are several models, mostly priced around $1 million. What's wrong? Is this car no good? Chen Ming looked puzzled. Earlier, Su Yang had come to his shop saying he wanted to buy a car and asked him to help pick one out. Since new ones required pre-ordering, he'd settle for a second-hand vehicle. Chen Ming figured he had nothing better to do, so he came along. Well, my mom wanted me to get a Land Rover, Su Yang replied with a tender smile, thinking the small wish of his parents was something he could easily fulfill now. It's just a little over $1 million, no big deal. By the way, how about this one? Su Yang looked at the A6 in front of him. It actually looks pretty good. The car's condition is excellent, and the price is about right. It's last year's model with only a little over 2,000 kilometers on it. 560,000 is already a fair deal. It's practically a brand new car, and it's the top-of-the-line model. Yes, boss, the salesperson immediately chimed in. You could say it's as good as new. The owner only sold it because of some family issues. I'll take it. Swipe the card. Su Yang casually handed over his bank card. He couldn't be bothered to deliberate. If he liked it, he'd buy it. Chen Ming? For a moment, Chen Ming was completely bewildered. Last night when the man asked him what car to buy with 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, he had only recommended those few models. He hadn't even looked at this first car for very long, maybe just 10 plus minutes. Was he really going to make the payment? Hold on. Brother, stay calm. Brother Su, you're like family to me, stay calm. Maybe you should find someone else to take a look first? Chen Ming's voice carried a hint of panic. I'm afraid my judgment might be off. If there's something wrong with this car, wouldn't that be my mistake? Hearing this, the salesperson nearby grimaced. His hand was already stretched out to take the payment. Damn! I advise you not to be ungrateful. The salesperson looked at Chen Ming with resentment. Chen Ming chuckled and said to the other party, can you drive over to my shop and take a look? I've got the frame there, I want to check the chassis. Sure, but our shop has frames too. We guarantee compensation threefold for fakes, and we'll be upfront about any issues like waterlogged cars. You can rest assured. Take sales pitches with a grain of salt. Let's take a look then. How about a test drive? Afterwards, we can swing by the back area for a tour? The salesperson glanced between the two of them, seeking their opinion. Su Yang nodded, sounds good. Chen Ming, you drive. Su Yang reached out to open the car door and settled into the back seat. His expression was indifferent, his face impassive, giving no hint of his inner thoughts. At that moment, Su Yang was wondering, what was up with Land Rovers anyway? If my own mother has been wronged, how could I not stand up for her? It's all about the money. He didn't go home before because he felt that without money, there was no point in returning, he'd just end up being lectured by relatives and friends. Besides, he called his parents from time to time, so he didn't feel particularly homesick. But he overlooked one crucial thing, his parents' perspective. With him living alone far from home, they were surely worried. Chen Ming's lips twitched. After just one meeting and 2 drinks, do we really need this level of trust? He felt even his own self-confidence paled in comparison to Su Yang's blind faith in him. All it took was one casual remark yesterday afternoon, and here he was experiencing everything firsthand from the passenger seat. Chen Ming, damn. He thought that if he told Bai Wei about it later, she'd probably be utterly stunned. From their chat yesterday, he knew that Bai Wei and Su Yang had only met recently. They were just old classmates of Song Xiaoxiao's. Not even the kind of old classmates who were particularly close. Have people these days really become so careless about strangers? Is my homie really this trustworthy? Chen Ming couldn't even believe himself, yet Su Yang whipped out his card in an instant, completely dumbfounding him. Watching Su Yang so casually take his seat while gazing out the window, Chen Ming figured he must truly be some wealthy young master. He settled in with such effortless ease. The down jacket with an unknowingly torn hole wasn't leaking feathers, instead, it seemed to be oozing an air of nobility he could no longer conceal. Behind the wheel, Chen Ming kept alternating between acceleration and deceleration, getting a feel for the vehicle's condition. Following the salesman's lead, the two arrived at the repair shop in the back. After driving the car onto the platform beside the lift, the vehicle was slowly raised up. Su Yang stood curiously by the car, his timid nature making him feel like it might collapse at any moment. Peering underneath revealed nothing noteworthy. All that was visible was a layer of dust clinging to the underside. The car's genuinely good, no issues at all. Practically brand new. Could we possibly negotiate the price down a bit more? This might be really difficult. Should I ask the boss? The salesperson noticed that Su Yang indeed had the purchasing power and was the decisive type. They knew that as long as the price was right, the other party could swipe their card immediately. How much the price was lowered didn't matter. What mattered was that since their friend had asked if it could be lowered, it definitely had to be reduced somewhat. After parking the car, they drove it to the front of the shop. Su Yang sat on the hood of the car with a cigarette dangling from his lips, taking a deep drag before asking, "No issues with the car?" "Absolutely none. I checked it over several times." Chen Ming exhaled a sigh. "But brother Su, weren't you a bit too decisive about this? The other two models are available too, maybe we should take another look?" "Forget it, they're all pretty much the same. No point wasting time." Su Yang flicked the cigarette ash onto the ground. Crossing his legs lazily, he chuckled and added, "Thanks for your help today. I'll treat you to a meal later." "You're too kind," Chen Ming replied with a smile. "Just leave the car maintenance to me in the future, and I'll be satisfied." "Alright," Su Yang nodded. After a while, the salesperson came jogging back. 5,000 is the maximum discount I can offer. 545,000 yuan, the top configuration costs nearly 700,000 when new. Given it's barely been driven, this price is already rock bottom. "Then it's settled, here's my card." Su Yang handed his bank card to the salesman. "Fortunately, I had bought a bunch of random things on the way and spent over 100,000, otherwise the money might have fallen just a little short." The other party happily accepted the card with both hands. "Boss, please come inside with me to sign the contract." Walking into the store and sitting on a chair, Su Yang focused his consciousness inward and asked the system whether there were any issues with the contract. Ding! No problems detected in the contract. Seeing the contract was in order, Su Yang signed his name. Ding! Host has spent 545,000 yuan to purchase his first luxury vehicle. Quattro. Reward, 1,222,222 yuan. Mr. Su, just to let you know, the insurance hasn't expired yet. You'll need to visit the insurance company yourself to change the name on the policy. Also, would you like me to accompany you for the license plate registration or will you go by yourself? Just need to go select a license number. Should take about an hour or so to complete. Let's go together, and grab a meal along the way. Su Yang glanced at his watch. By the time they finished, it would be about time to eat. Chapter 21. So, how do you drive this car? In an instant, Su Yang's balance skyrocketed to 1.2 million. One advantage of the system was that there was no need to withdraw cash. Whether it's WeChat Pay or card payment, the amount will be directly deducted from the system, saving him the hassle of handling transactions manually. Standing by the car, Su Yang froze for a moment after receiving the keys. How do you drive an automatic transmission car again? He turned to look at the two people beside him, hesitated for 2 seconds, and asked, "So, how do you drive this car again?" Chen Ming? Salesperson? Wait, if you can't drive one, why are you buying this? Chen Ming's mouth twitched. He thought spending just a few minutes buying a car was already absurd enough. Who would have thought it could get even more outrageous? That is, he doesn't know how to drive this car. He'd initially thought this rich kid must have gotten tired of driving the family sports cars and wanted to experience a more down-to-earth luxury car for a change. But now it's clear, this wasn't about getting bored with sports cars at all. The guy likely had chauffeurs his whole life, and probably got his driver's license just for the certificate. Helpless, Chen Ming sat in the passenger seat. Su Yang took the driver's seat. With Chen Ming's hands-on guidance, the car slowly started and moved forward. Su Yang drove, looking at the road ahead, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Chen Ming, 6. He couldn't detect a trace of expression or emotion on Su Yang's face, mainly because Su Yang had been alone for so long that he'd grown accustomed to showing little facial expression. He was actually quite happy inside. After all, it was his first time buying a car. Driving along the street, he soon arrived at the vehicle management office. Su Yang stood in front of the number selection machine and casually picked a license plate number that caught his eye. Since there were few people and apparently some connections at their dealership, the process went very quickly. The license plate was ready within an hour. Turning back to the car, Su Yang then headed to the insurance store. The whole set of procedures. Su Yang and the other two finally sat down in the restaurant. Exhausted, Su Yang let out a long sigh. From now on, he didn't want to buy cars at physical dealerships anymore. It just felt too troublesome. If he purchased from the system's mall, he could probably skip a lot of steps. Buying from a store? Unless there's a need to show off, it's completely unnecessary. That's how it felt. They found a copper pot lamb hot pot restaurant, and the three of them walked in. Sitting on the chair, Su-young flipped through the menu without looking up as he said to Chen Ming, "Where's your girlfriend? Has she eaten yet? Call her to join us, it'll be livelier with more people, and we can order a couple extra dishes." "Fine by me," Chen Ming nodded and sent a message to Coco. On the way, I sent a message to Bai Wei. This absurd situation was eating away at him, not sharing it felt physically uncomfortable. He immediately sent a message in their group chat. "Chen, no joke, last night Su Yang asked me to help him check out a car today. Chen, it didn't even take half an hour before I could even properly evaluate the car. The guy just whipped out his card and paid on the spot. Chen, honestly, I'm still dumbfounded. Since when has trust between people gotten this strong? Bai, he actually bought it? Song, that insane? Chen, yep, messaged me this morning saying he was car shopping, and it's already done. Just happened to be eating now. Chen, an A6, over 500 grand, and paid in full, goddammit, full payment, straight up insane." A group of people stared at their phones, their pupils trembling slightly. If it had been strangers, they wouldn't have felt much about it. But the problem was, they'd all had a great time with Su Yang last night, they considered him a friend. Imagine how you'd feel upon learning your friend casually dropped several $100,000 to buy a car in full payment? Damn! Truth be told, this was a real eye-opener, like getting sliced in the ass by a pocket knife. Inside the shop, Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei exchanged glances. Both could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Confirmed, Su Yang really wasn't trying to hit on either of them, he was genuinely just checking out what the fuss was about. "By the way," Su Yang said with a cigarette between his lips, looking at Chen Ming before him, "could you recommend some fun places around here? Though let's skip clubs and bars for now, not really into those overly noisy environments." Mount Qingcheng, chimed in the salesperson beside them, looking at Su Yang. "There's a hot spring resort nearby that's perfect for some fun. After that, you could go hiking up the mountain, maybe stop by the temples along the way too." Oh really? Su Yang had heard of Mount Qingcheng before but had never actually been there. After all, he never had time for mountain climbing before. No time for such leisurely pursuits, nor the money to spare. But it would indeed be nice to soak in a hot spring, the timing is just about right, considering it's winter. After the soak, I could climb the mountain and stroll around the temples at Qingchengshan. The hot pot was quickly served, but since the others hadn't arrived yet, Su Yang and the rest didn't touch their chopsticks. Just chatting casually. Su Yang was indeed somewhat lacking in knowledge about entertainment. For him, it seemed like going out for a couple of laps around the park and finding a spot with plenty of beautiful women to admire was enough enjoyment. Transferring his online aesthetics to the real world felt as effortless as playing a game. After chatting with Chen Ming for a while, Su Yang felt like he'd become just like those retired old men. Every day was either drinking tea and smoking, hiding at home reading novels and playing games, or occasionally going out only when he couldn't stand staying indoors any longer. Since he could earn money right from home, he couldn't be bothered to go out and endure the drudgery of a regular job. Still, the upside was that he got to stay home all the time. The downside is gradually becoming disconnected from my social circle. It's somewhat detached from society, so some of Su Yang's perspectives are shaped by what he finds online. He'd always believed that women were this or that kind of terrible, but in reality, it seems that's not actually the case. It seems I've been too much of a homebody. Su Yang clicked his tongue in amazement, nodding with a smile at the approaching Coco. Look at these people, even using stage names in society. To be honest, after all these years here, I've hardly gone out for fun. During college I did part-time jobs, after graduation I delivered takeout and parcels, basically just circling around Qingyang district. Su Yang gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Truth be told, it's embarrassing to say I only visited Chuanxi Road in Taikuli for the first time a couple days ago. I feel about the same, said the salesperson beside me, taking a sip from his glass with a smacking sound. His eyes carried traces of world weariness. Places like that, they're not for ordinary folks like us. Oh yes, Coco pointed at Chen Ming nearby. Chen Ming immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. He used to wander around Taikuli and Chuanxi Road when he had nothing better to do. That's actually where he and I first met. Coco shot Chen Ming a disdainful look. Only later did I find out how shameless he was. He went there just to check out girls, staring at their legs. Coco swirled the meat slices in the pot, feeling a slight ache in her teeth. Su Yang. Salesperson. Chen Ming, hee hee. Su Yang was a country bumpkin, completely disconnected from those kinds of places, so he genuinely didn't want to go shopping in such areas where the stratification of the world became painfully visible. Social class manifests itself most clearly there. To be honest, for poor people, witnessing the opulence of big cities can easily shatter one's sense of equilibrium in life. Questioning the meaning behind all these years of relentless effort. Chapter 22, Impulsive Spending Reignites Passion. The meal lasted about an hour. Hotpot dining offers precisely this experience, chatting while eating, and there's no denying how wonderfully satisfying it is. Su Yang was used to being a homebody, so he still felt somewhat uncomfortable in such a lively scene, but he quickly adapted and joined in the casual banter with everyone. He kept gathering information about fun places in the city from their conversations. After the meal, Su Yang paid the bill, bid farewell to the group, and drove away. He didn't drink much alcohol, after all. After all, never drink and drive. Rolling down the window, he waved at the group. Coco watched Su Yang's departing car and remarked thoughtfully to Chen Ming, "To be honest, don't you sense a kind of free-spirited passion radiating from him? A kind of decisiveness and freedom that doesn't suit our age?" No, Chen Ming shook his head, watching the departing car with a smile and saying, "This should be the passion proper to our age. People like us at this stage of life. Why do we live so cautiously now, always looking ahead and behind, indecisive? At our age, shouldn't we be exactly this free and unrestrained?" Chen Ming's tone carried a hint of nostalgia and envy. He too admired Su Yang's decisiveness and carefree spirit. It seemed Su Yang didn't want to waste time hesitating, because it appeared he needed to reserve his time for more important matters such as enjoying life. He could leisurely savor a beef hot pot, spending a full hour on the meal, yet he absolutely wouldn't waste time pondering over buying a car. What a strange, yet interesting person. It's as if when buying a car, he glanced at it, thought, not bad, I like it, and just bought it on the spot. As for the subsequent details, he doesn't seem to give them much thought, perhaps because I helped this car novice by taking a quick look for him, which gave him a bit more confidence in his decision. As long as the car runs and doesn't suddenly break down, that's good enough for me. Some things just don't connect with Su Yang's way of thinking. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who was behind the wheel, drove with a smile and arrived at the dry cleaners. Pushing open the door, he looked at the lady boss and asked with a smile, "Hey sis, is my laundry ready?" "Alright, all wrapped up for you." As she spoke, the clerk brought out 2 large bags of clothes from under the counter and placed them on the table. Su Yang looked at the bags, reached out to take them, set them on the floor, then raised his eyes to meet hers. "How much in total?" "That'll be 740. These clothes of yours are all luxury items, so we had to be extra careful with them, hence the higher price." She slid the payment QR code across the table toward him. Hearing the price, Su Yang raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. "Pretty steep," he remarked. He said as he paid the bill. Ding! Host spent 740 yuan on dry cleaning clothes. System reward, 1,400 yuan. "Thanks." Su Yang smiled and thanked the other party, then leisurely walked to the back of the car with the bag in hand, reaching out to open the trunk. He threw the stuff inside. Not to mention, the trunk of this Audi is quite spacious indeed. Sitting in the car, Su Yang finally had time to connect the Bluetooth. Reaching out to open NetEase Cloud Music, he casually purchased an annual black vinyl membership along the way. Ding! Host spent 398 yuan to purchase NetEase Cloud Music's annual SVIP black vinyl membership. System reward, 699 yuan. Su Yang looked at the top-up interface and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Unlimited listening membership, black vinyl VIP, and after all that there's still black vinyl SVIP. They sure have figured out how to make money with this. It reminded him of when he used Chuanlei, where their Sunbird VIP was truly outrageous. Flipping through his playlist, Su Yang opened the like songs section and let the music play at random. Turning up the volume, he drove home just like that. Sitting in the car, feeling its power pulsating beneath him while music filled the air, Su Yang cracked a wide grin. Damn, this feels good. Having grown accustomed to solitude, Su Yang didn't find anything particularly unusual about it. Returning home, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. Let's head to Quanjai Alley. Hearing that Quanjai Alley is quite nice, Su Yang didn't want to dress like a country bumpkin and kept wearing his tattered down jacket with holes. Though internet jokes say that wearing camouflage work clothes stained with paint to Chuanxi Road will get you called a high street boy. A baseball jacket layered over a hoodie, paired with jeans and a pair of AJs. This outfit, to be honest, was perfectly acceptable for Su Yang. It fell squarely within the range of what he considered acceptable. Anything too flashy would actually be beyond his comfort zone. Following the navigation, he drove his car and arrived near the Quanjai Alley district. Park the car. He took his phone from the car and stuffed it into his pocket. He strolled leisurely down the street. Even though the Lunar New Year was approaching, the streets were still crowded. After all, it's common knowledge that people in big cities don't really celebrate the holiday. So everywhere you look there are people out shopping, just like on Chuanxi Road. Many people are holding cameras and phones to take pictures. There are self-media content creators as well as street photographers. Gazing at this bustling street with its crisscrossing crowds, the surrounding buildings are all antique-style structures with blue brick roofs and tile work. It seems this kind of commercial ancient towns and streets are currently very popular nationwide. You can find them everywhere these days. Glancing at the Apple store next to him, Su Yang raised his eyebrows, perfect timing to buy a pair of earphones. "Hello, how may I help you today?" Su Yang noticed the black uniform the staff member was wearing, adorned with an Apple logo on the chest. Su Yang nodded politely at her, his tone as unhurried and friendly as ever. "I'd like to browse some earphones." "Certainly, please follow me," the young woman gestured with a welcoming hand. Su Yang followed behind the other person, walking inside. looking at the numerous phones arranged on the long tables, along with tablets and laptops. Su Yang suddenly realized that the tablet's ultimate fate would all be as lids for instant noodles. Tablets don't really get much use, just for watching movies sometimes, but it would be nice to own one. Su Yang pondered the idea. Getting a tablet would be nice for watching movies in bed at night. Apple's screen resolution seems pretty good too. The picture quality might be better, but since Su Yang knew the movies he watched were all pirated anyway, he simply couldn't be bothered to buy them. On pirating sites, what kind of resolution could one possibly expect? And as for paying for subscriptions on those online streaming platforms, Su Yang would rather die than spend a dime on them. If you subscribe to iQIYI, the movie you want to watch must be on Tencent. If you subscribe to Tencent, they'll redirect you to search on YouTube. This damn VIP cycle is endless. So subscribing to one VIP essentially means you have to subscribe to every platform. Though Su Yang has money now, he's not about to become a sucker. These are the AirPods Pro 2 available in our store. Price, $1,399. Ha! Hearing this price, Su Yang's pupils trembled. Though he'd heard Apple's earbuds were pricey before, he never imagined they'd cost this much. But whatever, buy them anyway. Wrap it up. Su Yang didn't even hesitate for 2 seconds because his prolonged mundane life had already dimmed his passions, so now he simply followed his heart's desires. Want to buy something? Then buy it. Chapter 23, Comfort zones are indeed comfortable after all. Not concerned about cost-performance ratios, nor about anything else. When an idea comes to mind, then go and get it done immediately. Perhaps one day, if he suddenly feels like traveling to that country, he can do so without a second thought. Just pack up and go. No need to endlessly deliberate over every detail of the trip, hesitating and worrying at every turn. I'll take this one too. Su Yang looked at the over-ear headphones hanging on the display stand nearby. Truth be told, he really enjoyed listening to music during his downtime. So now he owned wireless earbuds and wireless over-ear headphones. He was starting to feel like quite the trendy guy now. The clerk looked at Su Yang in surprise but nodded nonetheless. It wasn't unheard of for customers to buy in bulk like this, but there were very few people Su Yang's age, most were students and the like. She tentatively asked, do you have a student ID? You can get a discount with one. No, Su Yang shook his head, glancing at the teller behind the counter. Do I look like a student to you? It really doesn't. That clear-eyed naive vibe is missing. The teller chuckled softly and shook their head. There's definitely a visible distinction in demeanor between those who've weathered society and students still in school. The over-ear headphones were slightly more expensive. $3,499. Ding! Host engaged in impulsive spending, purchasing 2 headphones for 4,898 yuan, rekindling the passions of youth. System reward, 8,888 yuan. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Su Yang reached out and took the bag. He turned and walked out the door. Jean, give me a portion of fried potatoes. Su Yang stood at the entrance of the snack stall. He called out to the masked auntie working inside. The auntie inside nodded, then began skillfully handling the potatoes to prepare the fried snack. It's what they call wolf-tooth potatoes. Cut into strips with a crinkle-cut knife, fry them in oil, add some mushrooms and chives, then sprinkle with chili powder, soy sauce, and vinegar before tossing everything together in a bowl. Then scatter some chopped scallions and cilantro on top. Give it a quick mix. $10 a serving. TSK. When Su Yang was a child, a box like this probably cost just 5 yuan. Current prices make absolutely no sense to me. Ding! Host spends 10 yuan to purchase. Plucking a potato piece with a bamboo skewer and popping it into his mouth, Su Yang chewed thoughtfully. He wasn't fond of crispy textures, so he'd asked the auntie vendor to fry his serving until soft and fragrant. Chewing on his potato, Su Yang continued to stroll leisurely. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the general store next to him, or what girls would call a boutique. Entering the boutique, Su Yang surveyed the various small items on display. There were many girls in the store, but hardly any boys to speak of, not to mention someone like Su Yang. Su Yang had now basically learned to ignore other people's stares. After glancing around twice, Su Yang's eyes gleamed as they fell upon a plush toy in the corner. Pikachu? Is it still the Deadpool-themed Pikachu doll? No man can resist that thing. He finished eating at the entrance, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and tossed the trash into the bin. Then he walked inside. Standing there looking at the doll before him, he let out a sinister chuckle. How much is this? Su Yang inquired as he turned to the girl in a black apron standing beside him. After glancing at it, she replied with a smile, 98 each. How much? That's just a little doll about 6 or 7 centimeters tall, and you're telling me it's 98 bucks? This thing can't possibly be genuine, right? Pikachu and Deadpool have absolutely nothing to do with each other. It was originally just a Photoshop joke image. When Su Yang first saw it, he actually kind of wanted to buy one. Su Yang picked it up and took a look. It was indeed good quality with excellent craftsmanship. However, he glanced at the light above. The yellow lighting made it a little hard to see clearly. Then he took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Under the white light, he shone it on the doll before him. Not bad at all, $98 is totally fine for one. Let's do this. Give me one of these. Soo-young pointed at Deadpool's Pikachu, then at that Doraemon. Except it was the outlaw version, just like Graves in League of Legends, wearing a trench coat and suit, a cigar clamped between his teeth, and a cowboy hat tilted low. He was still clutching a double-barreled shotgun in his hand. Handsome. Awesome. Soo-young kept wandering around the store and bought several dolls, not caring the slightest about the gazes of those around him. It was a shopping spree. If he liked it, he bought it. That momentary excitement and desire demanded action. If he hesitated too long, the passion would fade, just like Soo-young before. Unfortunately, this isn't a shop specializing in merchandise. There are only a few peculiar ones here. They're probably meant for the boyfriends of girls who come to buy accessories at the store. How much money? Soo-young stood at the counter, smiling at the girl across from him as he looked at the small boxes measuring 7 or 8 centimeters each. Looking at the girl's lovely face, Soo-young couldn't help but sigh. There really were so many beauties around here. Total is 980, just enough to complete 10 tasks. Soo-young nodded upon hearing it and asked, "Do you know where they sell anime merchandise around here?" "None nearby, and I'm not really sure where they'd have it." The cashier at the counter was also a girl from Sichuan. After all, since this was Sichuan, how about we add each other on WeChat? I can ask around when I have time and let you know. The girl in the white dress smiled sweetly at Soo-young. Soo-young froze for a moment when he heard this. Could this guy actually get added on WeChat one day? Whoa! Sure. Soo-young nodded, exchanging WeChat contacts with them, feeling inexplicably pleased inside. Holy crap, a hottie actually added him on WeChat. Ding! Host spent 980 yuan to purchase a figurine previously deemed unaffordable, paying tribute to your childhood and yourself. System reward, 1,800 yuan. Carrying the shopping bag in his hand, Soo-young continued strolling leisurely. Standing at the entrance of Mishue Ice Cream and Tea Shop, Soo-young stared at the menu board. Looking at the unfamiliar items on the menu, he was about to order a bubble tea. But after a moment's thought, he chuckled softly. Indeed, human nature is hard to change. Back when he couldn't afford mistakes, he always played it safe, sticking to familiar foods and never venturing to try anything new. I like staying in my comfort zone. One hot taro milk tea, regular sweetness, Soo-young said, looking up at the barista with a smile and a nod. Thank you. After paying, within minutes, the barista handed the drink to Soo-young. Holding the milk tea, Soo-young took a sip and instantly his expression changed. F***CK. Turns out staying in your comfort zone really isn't so bad after all. Not quite sweet nor quite bitter, it's just complicated. Seems like these things are definitely more suited for girls. Shivered involuntarily. Chapter 24, even a homebody wants to hit the gym. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, I bought some random stuff. Things like necklaces, rings, and similar accessories. Who says geeks can't have these things? He's fighting for the geeks. Returning home, he took a shower and collapsed onto the bed. After roaming around all day, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Early next morning, a completely refreshed Soo-young reappeared. Humming a tune, he listened to the DJ beats inside. Swaying his body, he walked to the bathroom for a shower. While showering, Soo-young gazed at his reflection in the mirror. How should I put it? Neither fat nor thin. How about hitting the gym? Let's go right now. Soo-young changed into a tracksuit. Wrapped in his overcoat, he turned and jogged downstairs. Approaching his car, he pulled open the door and quickly turned on the heater after sliding into the seat. He opened the map app to search for nearby gyms. After all, he needed to find a decent gym that wouldn't suddenly shut down. Soon, Soo-young found a highly rated establishment. After turning on navigation, he drove towards the location. It wasn't too far, about 6 or 7 kilometers from where he lived. Since the rent hadn't expired yet, Soo-young couldn't be bothered to move for now. Moving all his stuff would have been quite a hassle anyway. Soon the car arrived at the building where the gym was located. Looking at the gym before him, he stepped out of the car. He walked straight inside. As he walked into the shop, the receptionist immediately stood up. Hello, sir, welcome to the Himalayas Club. Yes, hello, I'd like to sign up for a membership. You have professional trainers here to guide me, right? Absolutely. We'll measure your body data and provide expert guidance, along with creating a tailored workout plan and diet plan. How about the fees? Soo-young looked at the girl at the front desk and couldn't help but notice she clearly had an impressive physique. Dressed in sportswear, she appeared particularly energetic and sharp. Sir, you can first come with me to take a look at the gym facilities and environment. I'll give you a tour and explain the pricing options. The receptionist immediately stepped out from behind the counter, leading Soo-young inside. Soo-young followed behind, hearing the heartbreaking moans and groans. Men and women wore headphones as they exercised. Soo-young glanced around and felt the atmosphere was quite nice. Those bulky guys could probably slap him to death with one hand. he'd still have to mutter that it's just dead muscle. As for charges, it's divided between members and non-members. Non-member. If you're a member. Soo-young nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Then sign me up for a 6-month membership. After that, arrange a personal trainer for me. Calculate the total cost. Certainly, sir. Apparently surprised by Soo-young's decisiveness, the receptionist paused momentarily before leading him back to the front desk and serving him a cup of tea. The staff member seemed to be contacting a trainer at that moment. Soo-young sat on the sofa sipping his tea. Truth be told, Soo-young wasn't sure if he could stick with it. He did have quite a habit of flaking out. If one day he didn't feel like coming anymore, he'd probably just stop showing up. It was all about doing whatever he pleased. Sir, do you have a gender preference for your personal trainer? Either is fine, just be professional. Soo-young shrugged. It wasn't like his mind was constantly filled with indecent thoughts. At most, he'd just been tantalized by Wei twice, resulting in some fleeting lustful impulses. Most of the time, he remained quite level-headed. Well, the gym is full of girls wearing those shark fin leggings and yoga pants. They really are quite attractive. After stealing a glance, Soo-young went back to scrolling on his phone. Suddenly, he froze. I might be your good friend. While scrolling through Douyin, Soo-young suddenly came across Wei's video. It was recommended as a local content creator. Soo-young didn't actually follow her. Looking at the beauty filter distorted version of Wei, Soo-young chuckled softly. She looked much better in real life. Indeed, a natural beauty doesn't need filters. Adding them actually makes her look a bit off. After all, her facial proportions are just perfect. Opening her profile page for a glance, Soo-young raised an eyebrow. Well damn, this little stunner's got some serious charm. With over 100,000 followers, seems like she's quite the internet celebrity. Indeed, she's good-looking with a great figure. Having many followers makes sense. Scrolling through her videos, most of them are clothing recommendations. Gave it a quick glance. Soo-young switched to another video and kept scrolling. Whether it's curves or legs, or all sorts of competitions, or amusing portals, the comment sections are also quite entertaining. This damned algorithm really knows me too well. Hello sir, your private tutor has arrived. Would you like to take a look? The receptionist called out, and Soo-young raised his head to take a glance. Before him stood a young woman wearing yoga pants and a sports bra. The pink yoga pants clung to her slender legs, their curves as full and radiant as a bright moon. Her delicate waist tapered like a willow leaf, seemingly narrow enough to be encircled by a single hand. Looking up at the other person's face, Soo-young's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, this must be love at first sight. At this very moment, she was undoubtedly the one Soo-young loved most today. This one will do. At the very least, judging by her physique, she certainly possessed professional competence and sufficient self-discipline, otherwise she wouldn't have achieved such impressive results. What's your surname, teacher? Soo-young stood up and looked at the girl. The girl smiled faintly. Who? The Who with ancient moon. Got it, teacher Who. Soo-young nodded at her, then walked to the front desk to tally up the bill. It came to over $9,000. Ding! Host begins paying attention to their physical health. A daily life tycoon must naturally manage their well-being. System reward, 5,555 yuan. For each consecutive day the host persists, the reward will increase. 380 yuan per session is quite expensive, just 1 hour per session. Soo-young immediately purchased 10 sessions. 1 hour a day is just perfect. Let's start practicing for now. Mr. Soo, shall we go inside first? I'll help take your body measurements. We might as well stop by the hospital for a quick physical exam too. Sure. Soo-young immediately followed Teacher Who inside. Entering the room, Teacher Who opened a drawer and said to Soo-young, take your jacket off first. Soo-young immediately removed his jacket, leaving just the t-shirt underneath. Then he stood still as Teacher Who stepped in front of him, pulling out a tape measure to take Soo-young's waist measurement. Soo-young had developed some resistance to this kind of contact, because of Wei's issue. Otherwise, in the past, Soo-young would have felt his heart racing again. After measuring around while stretching his arms, Teacher Who raised his eyebrows in approval and said, actually, your body measurements aren't bad at all, it's just that there are no signs of exercise. It's relatively healthy. Looking at the form in her hand, she turned to Soo-young and asked, do you have time now? Yes. Soo-young nodded, putting on his clothes and tilting his head toward her. Shall we go now? No need. The other person glanced at the form in their hand and chuckled lightly. With your physique data, there shouldn't be any internal issues. If you have time, let's do some basic preliminary training today. I want to assess your physical condition. Okay. Hearing this, Soo-young followed Instructor Who out. Alright, let's see how many sit-ups you can do first. Teacher Who pointed to the yoga mat beside them. Soo-young lay down on the yoga mat, and the other person adjusted his posture. Then, they knelt on Soo-young's insteps and pressed down on his knees with both hands. Use your core to power through. Don't move your neck. Soo-young found the first task relatively easy. Gazing at Who Yu's face so close to his, he asked with a smile, is this considered a reward training session, Teacher Hu? Hearing this, Teacher Hu propped her elbow on Su Yang's knee and playfully winked. What do you think? See, beautiful women are truly one of the driving forces behind men's progress. Su Yang continued doing sit-ups with a cheerful grin. The pace was steady, and his movements were quite standard too. Oh really? Then what's a man's second driving force? Hu Yu looked at Su Yang with curiosity. Su Yang grinned and said, it's the dream. Hu Yu instantly rolled her eyes flirtatiously at Su Yang. She had thought a smooth talker like him would have said something risque instead. And now, Su Yang was brimming with motivation. 5,000 a day, whoa. It seems I've just landed a job that pays 5 grand daily for only an hour of work. Can't go on anymore? Hu Yu knelt beside Su Yang, reaching out to massage the taut muscles of his abdomen. Su Yang felt his muscles aching and let out a sigh. How did I do? 31, that's good, exceeds my expectations. Hu Yu nodded, then helped Su Yang relax his muscles. Glancing at the nearby clock, she said to Su Yang, start doing push-ups now. Got it, Instructor Hu. Su Yang immediately lowered himself onto the yoga mat and began moving up and down. Keep your arms straight. Don't sag at the waist. Hu Yu tapped Su Yang's waist with her hand, nearly knocking him off balance. That's enough, take a break. We'll do some squats later. Chapter 25, a Sigma male? At this moment, Hu Yu stared thoughtfully at Su Yang's jacket hanging nearby. She glanced at the price displayed on her phone. A gleam flashed in her eyes. Do you live nearby? Hu Yu sat cross-legged opposite Su Yang. The flexibility of this body was undeniably impressive. Su Yang simply couldn't comprehend how feet could bend that way. No, about 4 or 5 kilometers from here. Propping himself up with hands on the ground, he was still catching his breath. Though he hadn't broken a sweat yet, for a homebody like him, this was practically his entire year's worth of exercise in one go. You probably won't have an easy time getting here. Not too bad. Taking the back roads by car avoids traffic. Thanks to his past jobs delivering packages and takeout, Su Yang knew all the little shortcuts around this area. Alright, Hu Yu clapped her hands and stood up from the ground, turning to Su Yang. Let me demonstrate for you. Watch closely now, these are the key movements. Hu Yu extended her hands in front of Su Yang and slowly squatted down. The moment she squatted down, Su Yang felt as if he had glimpsed a ripe peach. That figure. Amit Ba Buddha. Remember, keep your back straight, don't lean forward. Alright, now you try it. After standing up, Hu Yu gestured to Su Yang with a tilt of her head. Su Yang then extended his hand and slowly squatted down, imitating the other's posture. Hu Yu, seeing this, reached out and touched Su Yang's waist. Straighten your back, squat straight down. That's right, just like that. Good, let's do another. It must be said, Hu Yu's voice was very pleasant, as clear and melodious as an oriole's song. Several rounds later, Su Yang stopped when he felt he couldn't go on anymore. He let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground, feeling nothing but soreness in his thighs. Hu Yu knelt beside him, massaging Su Yang's legs. I've got a rough estimate of the data now. What time are you usually free each day? Let me do it in the morning. I don't like exercising in the afternoon. Su Yang glanced at Hu Yu, who was kneeling between his legs massaging them, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Alright then, I'll schedule it for 9 a.m. How does that sound? Hu Yu looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang nodded. That works. So specifically, are you looking to tone up or build muscle during your workouts? For better health? Su Yang scratched his head. So I can indulge in eating and drinking recklessly for decades to come? This was an answer Hu Yu had never anticipated. She stared at Su Yang, her petite lips parting slightly, opening and closing repeatedly as she remained silent for a long while. Fine, then let's do a bit of everything. But if you want to live a long life, you'll still need to watch your diet, no overly greasy or spicy foods. Then what am I exercising for? Su Yang tilted his head at Hu Yu and said with a smile, I exercise to enjoy good food, so keeping my body in decent shape is good enough. As long as I don't get any serious illnesses in the future, that's fine. So I don't have too many demands when it comes to workout intensity, moderate is just right. Impressive. Hu Yu took a deep breath. What a character. Exercising just for enjoyment? Interesting. By the way, how old are you? Hu Yu looked up at Su Yang. 25. Rich second generation? Hu Yu's mind suddenly flashed with that guess. Feeling better? Hu Yu stopped what she was doing. Su Yang nodded and said, I feel much better now, thank you, Teacher Hu. He got up from the ground, walked aside, put on his jacket, and asked Hu Yu, so I'll come back at 9 tomorrow? Yes. Hu Yu nodded and said, I'll work out a training plan for you tonight. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the schedule later so you can get a rough idea first. Sure. Su Yang took out his phone and scanned Hu Yu's QR code. Noticing the other's username was a string of Sanskrit characters, Su Yang tapped add and raised his hand slightly. Sent. Just accept it. Ultra Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior? How delightfully childish. Hu Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly when she saw this username. Su Yang also grinned and nodded, young at heart. Alright, I'm heading out now. Su Yang rubbed his stomach. He'd originally planned to just take a quick look, place an order, and come back tomorrow. But unexpectedly, all this had ended up taking him an entire hour. Waving his hand, Su Yang walked outside. Watching Su Yang leave, Yu immediately went to the dressing room, quickly changed her clothes, and hurried outside. As Sister Hu, are you leaving already? Yes. Something came up. Yu waved to the receptionist and walked briskly outside. At this moment, downstairs, Su Yang was slowly backing his car out of the parking spot. Yu looked at the S6. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied, it wasn't bad. She pretended to walk by casually. Inside the car, Su Yang noticed Yu passing by, now wearing a different outfit, seeming like she had something going on. Unable to resist, he rolled down the window and asked, Ms. Hu, everything alright? Yes. I need to go home and grab something. Yu looked at Su Yang in the car with a surprised expression. Where is it? Su Yang, being warm-hearted by nature, especially since she was his private tutor, asked casually. Is it on the way ahead? Yu glanced at Su Yang expectantly. Hearing this, Su Yang shook his head slightly. It really wasn't on his route. Sorry, Teacher Hu, you'll have to go by yourself. It's not on my way. Haven't seen a woman before or what? Su Yang turned around and drove off. Yu stared blankly at the departing car. Wait, he just left? Sigma male? No joke, I actually encountered a Sigma male. How could you hesitate when there's such a gorgeous girl like me right here? Yu stood by the roadside, staring at her reflection in the tinted glass, dressed in a black trench coat layered over a long slip dress. Her slender yet shapely legs were encased in black stockings as she struck a pose before the mirror. Her figure wasn't bad at all, was it? And her face was quite striking too. With over 100,000 followers on Douyin, wasn't that proof enough that her looks met masculine aesthetic standards? This figure, curvaceous with a perfect hourglass shape, has such a great hip-to-waist ratio. He couldn't possibly be gay, could he? Yu could clearly sense Su Yang's gaze lingering on her. Yu Jilan, I want to eat at Yu Jilan, %%. At this moment, Su Yang in the car swayed excitedly, repeatedly calling out the name Yu Jilan with exhilaration. Last night while scrolling through videos, he saw Yu Jilan mentioned. Something about being recommended as a 2-diamond Black Pearl restaurant. Back when he delivered takeout, he'd heard that Yu Jilan was some sort of gourmet ranking list created by Mateone. The approval ratings seemed quite decent, so I decided to try Yu Jilan, a private kitchen restaurant costing about 1,000 yuan per person. His phone rang, and Su Yang picked up with a puzzled expression. Hello, this is Su Yang speaking. Damn it, Mr. Su, the cherry blossoms in our hometown are blooming, but you are very, very bad. A rough and loud shout came from the other end of the phone. Speak, what's the deal between you and Song Xiao? Chapter 26, I swear, my son. Song Xiao? Su Yang blinked his eyes, slightly puzzled. I ran into Song Xiao the other day and just hung out with her over a meal. But brother G, how did you know? Su Yang's tone carried a hint of confusion. On the other end of the line was someone he'd been quite close with during university. Did you install surveillance in my house or something? Su Yang's voice turned wary. Get lost. Kai Koen smirked and chuckled lightly. Last night Song Xiao posted a video in the class group chat. When we checked it out, holy shit, wasn't that fluffy-haired poser being extra you? Give her a call when you're done. Kai Koen teased. So, what's between you two? What do you mean? Su Yang chuckled lightly. A woman like Song Xiao, do you really think one of us could ever catch her eye? Just her saying a word to us counts as our New Year's treat. Su Yang and his dorm mates called each other all sorts of names, but they were such close friends that it didn't matter at all. Just happened to bump into her and thought we'd grab a meal together, since it's been so long. Su Yang explained. Hearing these words, Kai Koen raised an eyebrow, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Alright then, no problem, you can go now. By the way, should we meet up before the new year? Should I get in touch with boss and second brother? Find a time to get together? Kai Koen asked Su Yang. Su Yang thought for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. Sure, you make the arrangements. Just give me a call when it's time. With that, he hung up the phone. There aren't many pleasantries needed between men, just get straight to the point when there's business to discuss. Since Yazilin was originally located in Qingyang district, it wasn't far from Su Yang's location. He drove straight over to the Old Street neighborhood. To be honest, Su Yang was quite curious since he'd never tasted it before. The vehicle quickly arrived at the destination according to the system's navigation. Su Yang once again unlocked a new function of the system, retinal navigation, just like VR. A path would appear before his eyes, guiding him to follow its course. The vehicle pulled over by the side of the street, and Su Yang parked the car. He stepped out of the car. Surveying the blue brick tile-roofed houses along the roadside, Su Yang chuckled softly, another neighborhood style like Quanjai Alley. After walking a stretch down the road, Su Yang stopped before a pitch-black doorway. The shop front bore no signage whatsoever. Moreover, it was the sort of structure built from aged gray bricks. He knocked on the door. The door was immediately opened. Looking at the decor inside, Su Yang scratched his head. It was utterly ordinary, even somewhat old and shabby. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su?" The receptionist girl, with a strong Sichuan accent, asked Su Yang. Su Yang nodded slightly. "Yes. Mr. Su, please." Su Yang followed the other person, strolling leisurely inside. It was actually quite similar to an ordinary traditional Beijing courtyard house. The courtyard had several tables set up, with more tables occupying the remaining space. No one knows why they insist on keeping the door shut and not even bothering with a sign. To maintain an air of mystery? Or is this just the kind of vibe rich people go for? Su Yang genuinely couldn't wrap his head around one thing, because this matter felt utterly alien to him. As for the big black door at the entrance, if Su Yang hadn't known better, he would have thought it led to some back alley secret. Walking into the private room, to be honest, the decor still struck Su Yang as rather mediocre. They couldn't even be bothered to lay down proper flooring or tiles. Just a plain old bluestone slab, laid out on the ground. Alright, look at that floor. Then glanced at the walls. Looks just like those old houses from over a decade ago, with pale yellow on the bottom and white on top. The sharply defined color-blocked walls resemble something you'd find in an office space or perhaps a school. Yet there's a wooden screen placed somewhat pretentiously nearby. The desktop is an aged wooden table, paired with traditional Chinese armchairs. TSK. Su Yang studied this decor and genuinely wanted to ask the owner what mental state had inspired such a bizarre combination. Glancing at the two wooden shelves placed by the window in the distance, I noticed they held two ceramic flower pots resembling blue-on-white porcelain. He looked around once more. He pulled out the chair and sat down, then reached out to take the menu handed to him by the waiter. He flipped through it casually, not understanding a single thing. Although they're all Chinese characters, to be honest, he'd never eaten these dishes before, so Su Yang wasn't entirely confident about ordering. Then he said to the waitress nearby, "It's just me eating. Just recommend something quickly." "Can do." The middle-aged waitress nodded. "Oh, by the way, can I smoke here?" Su Yang called out to the waitress as she turned to leave. The older woman nodded, walked aside, reached out to open the cabinet, took out an ashtray, and placed it on the table. Then she turned and walked out. Sitting on the chair, Su Yang was already feeling somewhat uneasy. "Damn, hope this doesn't blow up in my face, dude. This is my first time experiencing a high-end restaurant." Glanced at my phone. The girl I added at the boutique yesterday sent a message. And that pink madam too. "Nanji, are you there? Pink lady, are you there?" Su Yang stared at the two red notification dots, honestly reluctant to reply. He simply didn't know how to chat with girls. After thinking for a moment, he decided ignoring it wouldn't be appropriate. Then he sent a message. "Su, eating right now." After sending the reply, he reopened Douyin and continued scrolling through videos. Same old sore legs. Big data had him pegged. No choice but to flip open Pixiv and start scrolling. The silly videos there were okay, but for some reason, it kept pushing emo content every now and then, making Su Yang frown uncomfortably. Casually scrolling for a while, a waiter approached carrying dishes. "Here's your pre-meal dessert. Enjoy it first, the rest will come later." Looking at the served dessert, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Staring at the dessert before him, Su Yang bared his teeth in an instant. "Excellent. Splendid." Su Yang finally understood what they meant by East meets West fusion. Chinese cuisine with Western portion sizes, is that it? Using chopsticks, Su Yang picked up a perfectly round sweet potato cake and took a bite. How should I put it? Tasty without being greasy, not bad at all. I originally wanted to experience this so-called East meets West fusion, thinking it would be Chinese cuisine served in a Western restaurant setting. In the end, we got this hybrid East-West combination. Who would have thought? Just couldn't believe it. It's Chinese cuisine, but served in Western-sized portions. Don't even get me started on the price, outrageously expensive. Took a bite of the sweet potato cake. Not bad, crispy on the outside, though the filling inside is still a bit too cloyingly sweet for my taste. Soon another dish arrived. "This is our restaurant's signature dragon beard noodles." "No way." Su Yang stared at the small bowl of dragon beard noodles inside. "Just this little portion? 198? Su Yang looked incredulously at the auntie standing nearby. The aunt grinned and said, "Ain't this how rich folks eat?" Su Yang. Chapter 27, This High-End? Staring at the items on the table, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, his tone disbelieving as he bared his teeth at the aunt. "This is the main course?" "Yep," he nodded with a smile. It was truly the kind of smile that managed to be both polite and awkward. Watching them devour dish after dish, Su Yang simply couldn't keep it together anymore. He grimaced and inhaled sharply through his teeth. It's hard to describe, really difficult to judge. Helplessly picking it up with chopsticks, he chewed in his mouth. To put it simply, whatever tastes delicious will seem delightful with the first bite. But after a few more bites, the flavor might lose some of its charm. So the boss is awesome. With just one bite, it naturally tasted delicious, naturally felt flavorful. This is the second dish, sliced beef and ox tongue in chili sauce, literally, husband and wife lung slices. Seeing the 2 green and red peppers inside, with 2 slices of ox tongue stacked together, Soo-young couldn't help but give the boss thumbs up. I mean, with just this little amount, stir-frying probably wouldn't turn out great, right? Meanwhile, Soo-young stared thoughtfully at the pile of sliced beef and ox tongue in chili sauce before him. Where's the rice? Where's my damn rice? Am I just supposed to eat this straight up? Still that dragon beard noodles, did my buddy eat it too quickly in one bite? After that thing, is it the main course? But that dragon beard noodles, it was really just one bite. Taking a bite of the pork lung slices, he nodded slightly. It was quite good, without any strong fishy taste. This damn sliced lung, just 2 measly pieces, paired with a couple of green and red peppers, both cut into 2 fucking pieces each, honestly makes me lose my shit completely. Looking at this dish, Soo-young couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright then, so that's how you wanna play, huh? The meal was as entertaining as a circus act. Soo-young couldn't hold back his laughter for a single second. Song, where are you? Soo, hunting for food at Yujilan. Soo-young couldn't even bring himself to say he was having a proper meal. The portion size made him feel like a literal scavenger. Have a heart, throw me a bone. Percent. Song, Yujilan? I heard it's crazy expensive. Soo, it's alright, just that the portions are a bit small. Maybe we'll come back for an anniversary. Soo-young reached out and sent over a picture he'd taken of the husband and wife lung slices dish. Then he also posted it on his social media. This was genuinely hilarious. Soo, wanna try this $42 couple's lung slice? A Sichuan delicacy actually made of beef and offal. Below was the accompanying image. This damn thing is pure comedy gold. Song Xiaoxiao stared at the picture Soo-young had sent, her expression turning slightly odd. Just this tiny portion? But have my old classmates really reached such high standards now? Going to places like Yujilan for meals? Ding! Host spent 1,940 yuan on first experience at a high-end restaurant. Though the taste was decent and it was a novel experience, the portion sizes were touching. System record, 3,333 yuan. Walking out of the restaurant, Soo-young sighed. This place was more suitable for gatherings or anniversaries when bringing someone alone. Coming alone here felt kinda lame. Opening his social feed, he looked at the sparse comments on his post. It was still Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei, followed by comments from Chen Ming and Pink Lady. But it's not bad either. At least now someone sees my posts when I share them on Moments. Casually interacted with a few people. Soo-young reached out to pull open the car door and settled into the seat. He took out a cigarette and lit it. One convenient feature of the A6 is keyless entry. As long as the key is in your pocket, you're good to go. This was truly cutting-edge technology for Soo-young. She had never experienced anything like this before. To this day, he hadn't even upgraded to an electronic lock, let alone a fingerprint one. If he hadn't switched to an iPhone 15, he still wouldn't know what facial recognition was. Entering the password every time I make a payment is such a hassle. Hilarious. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he reached out and pressed the button beside him. The car engine roared to life. Soo-young reached out to pull the seatbelt, clicking it into the buckle. The seatbelt automatically tightened. Earlier, Soo-young had been startled when this seatbelt tightened on its own. For a moment, he thought some ghost was touching him. After all, I've seen too little of the world. With plenty of time to spare, Soo-young drove around, listening to cheesy club music in the car and singing alone. He bobbed his head, cigarette dangling from his lips, body swaying to the beat. One advantage of automatic transmission was not having to shift gears, so he freed one leg in one hand. Driving along, Soo-young arrived at Taikoo-li. This time, he didn't go to Chuanxi Road. He'd already been to Chuanxi Road, plenty of beauties there, with long legs too. The girls didn't seem to mind the cold at all. No joke, Chengdu has so many beautiful women, especially in places like Taikoo-li, Chuanxi Road, and Quanzhai Alley. You'll spot a Qishuzhen every 3 steps and a Rosamund Quan every 5, seriously, no exaggeration. So today I'm heading to Taikoo-li to buy some sportswear. Soo-young is planning to hike Mount Qingcheng and then swing by for a hot spring soak afterward, just as Chen Ming had said. Upon arriving at Taikoo-li, Soo-young strolled leisurely through the plaza, holding 3 skewers of grilled meat in his hand. 10 yuan for 3 skewers, who knows what kind of meat it was. Tasted good anyway, though it was probably loaded with additives. But the taste isn't bad. I remember having it once back in elementary school, but never got to try it again after that. Reluctance is one thing, but mainly after entering junior high, he developed an image to uphold. Munching on skewers, Soo-young strolled leisurely through Taikoo-li. Taikoo-li could be considered a rather unique district in the capital. This commercial area is like an old street nestled within the bustling metropolis. Antique-style tiles paired with modern steel structures. Walls constructed entirely of tempered glass allow people to see clearly inside. Most surprisingly, there was even a temple here. Soo-young, casually strolling around, tossed his bamboo skewer into the trash and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He stepped over the threshold with one leg. He remembered the old man had once told him that thresholds like these in temples shouldn't be stepped on, you had to step over them. Stepping through the doorway, Su Yang inhaled the scent of amatba. It was the fragrance of sandalwood, making him feel refreshed and exhilarated. It had been ages since he'd smelled such an aroma. Fragrance. It truly was a delicate fragrance. And since it was daytime, still midday, there were quite a few people around. Su Yang meandered leisurely among the temples. Gazing at the Guanyin hall before him, Su Yang didn't hesitate for a moment, swiftly kneeling on the prayer cushion. Men worship Guanyin, women worship Buddha. Another bizarre phrase flashed through Su Yang's mind. Whatever it was, it made no difference, bowing couldn't hurt anyway. His expression remained devout, his heart perfectly serene, devoid of all manner of desires and demands. For at present, he truly had no cravings needing fulfillment. From the Avalokiteshvara hall he wandered to the Heavenly King's hall, then from there to the Medicine Buddha hall, thus following the path until he stepped outside. I meant, boundless blessings from the Heavenly Venerable. Stepping out of the temple, Su Yang carried with him a faint hint of incense lingering on his clothes. These temples are bustling with worshippers, and naturally, they carry the lingering scent of incense inside. Welcome, how can I help you? The salesgirl noticed Su Yang and immediately walked over with brisk steps, greeting him warmly. Su Yang looked at the variety of outdoor gear and sports jackets, hiking boots in the store, and asked, could you help me pick 2 sets of mountaineering attire, like windbreakers and such? I'm planning to climb Qingcheng Mountain tomorrow. What's your budget? The salesperson nodded slightly upon hearing this and asked thoughtfully. Chapter 28, Qingcheng Mountain. Budget doesn't matter. Su Yang truly didn't care, he was already accustomed to spending tens of thousands. Alright then. The salesperson glanced at Su Yang, noting his full LV outfit that clearly indicated money wasn't an issue. This set is a collaboration between Arc'teryx and Palace. What do you think? The clerk held up a wind jacket. With a smile, they added, many fashion influencers are wearing this piece. It's not just for outdoor activities, it actually pairs really well with everyday outfits too. That's because this design leans more into streetwear trends while still being warm and breathable. No way. Su Yang felt his head spinning at these words. How the hell do you combine warmth and breathability together? Hearing Su Yang's words, the salesperson was momentarily stunned. Damn, my head is so itchy. Su Yang scratched his head and looked at the salesperson before him. The salesperson stared silently at Su Yang before them. Their eyes met. Forget it, just wrap it up. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to keep pondering why these two things could possibly connect. The salesgirl bit her lower lip awkwardly. That damn question nearly made her cerebellum shrivel up. Also, pick out some pants for me. And match the colors properly, I really don't know how to do that. Plus, grab me 2 pairs of comfortable shoes. Just let me know the total price once everything's matched. Su Yang casually took a seat in the lounge area. He couldn't be bothered to get up and try anything on. After all, the sizes were all standard anyway. And Su Yang, as a man whose everything was just average. Naturally, the size he wore was also the standard size. A few sales clerks not far away had already gathered together and burst into laughter. That rhetorical question from Su Yang had indeed stumped them. Seeing their friend's awkward expression, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sir, here's your tea. Please wait a moment while we prepare your items, the shop manager said, placing a cup of tea on the coffee table in front of Su Yang. Su Yang gave a slight nod and continued surveying the shop's surroundings. He was thinking whether he should make time to buy a tent and some camping equipment. How about going camping when we're done? He believes many men must have dreamed of going camping, right? Let's plan a trip when we get the chance. It's been too cold lately, so we'll put it on hold for now. After a while, the shop assistant came over with several sets of clothes color coordinated, pushing the clothes rack, standing before Su Yang, displaying and introducing it. This time her wording was much more restrained, and very cautious. Su Yang glanced at them. Not bad, wrap them all up. All of them? The sales clerk was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Yes, wrap them all up. It was only about 5 or 6 sets anyway. Su Yang was indulging in impulse shopping, really, it was just his inability to make choices. If he couldn't decide which ones to pick, he might as well take them all. Sir, aren't you going to consider the price? The shop assistant hesitated for a moment before speaking up. These 5 outfits combined would probably cost around 70 to 80,000. Oh, Su Yang's tone remained as calm and unhurried as ever, nodding politely. Package them up. The assistant tried to detect a trace of distress or even a flicker of panic on Su Yang's face. Yet she found nothing. Wait, nothing at all? Who on earth buys clothes like this? Even if she had nothing better to do, she'd still hesitate before adding clothes to her cart, let alone actually making the purchase. Right away, sir. We'll have these packed for you immediately. The store manager, growing impatient, nudged the clerk with his elbow before hastily wheeling the clothing rack aside. Su Yang continued sipping his tea, watching the pretty girls passing by the shop entrance. Nice legs. Too bad they'll suffer from uterine cold later. To be honest, if anyone dares say the postpartum care wasn't done properly, Su Yang would slap them without hesitation. And he wouldn't stop at just 1, 2 pairs of shoes, plus 5 sets of clothes and pants since they were expensive. Each set came packaged in cardboard boxes. Su Yang noticed that as the price of these items increased, so did the quality of their packaging. That makes sense. Clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan probably wouldn't look right stuffed in plastic bags. Besides, these boxes usually contain little cards or all sorts of messy ribbon packaging. The total comes to 87,400 yuan. We have a New Year discount, and this is already the discounted price. The shop owner looked at Su Yang with eager anticipation. Su Yang gave a slight nod and took out his phone to scan it. Ding! Host has spent 87,400 yuan on clothing. System reward, 100,000 yuan. The system's rewards weren't fixed, but always slightly higher than his spending. So no matter what, Su Yang came out way ahead. Under the enthusiastic send-off from the shop assistant and manager, Su Yang trudged laboriously towards his car with the bags in hand. He casually tossed the items into the trunk. It's remarkable how service attitudes instantly improve once you spend money. If not for feeling slightly embarrassed, Su Yang might have even asked them to carry his bags for him. Too bad. Still a bit thin-skinned. Su Yang turned around and drove his car back home. It's already quite an effort for a homebody to step out. Keeping them outside for too long would leave them utterly clueless about what to do. Their outings are essentially always purpose-driven with clear objectives. After finishing what he wanted to do, he headed straight home without any detours. Back at home, he grabbed his phone charger, bouncing down the stairs, humming a tune and swaying his head excitedly. Hot Springs, Qingcheng Mountain, ding, navigation system at your service, destination, Mount Qingcheng, 67 kilometers away, estimated travel time, 1 hour, hot spring, here we come. With the cheesy music blasting, Su Yang stepped on the accelerator and the car sped toward its destination. To be honest, he'd never been to a hot spring in all his grown-up years. System, find me a hot spring hotel, preferably near Mount Qingcheng, something where I can go hiking right after waking up the next day. Ding, would you like to make a reservation? Private villa, comes with a personal bathtub and butler service. Book it. Su Yang nodded immediately. To avoid the awkwardness of arriving and finding no seats, just let the system handle it. After all, the system tailors its services according to his preferences. Moreover, for his first time, Su Yang didn't want to share the experience with others. Soaking alone in a pool feels oddly comfortable. He. Driving along, he headed towards his destination. As Su Yang approached his destination, dusk began to settle. In the distance, Mount Qingcheng was also enveloped by the twilight. Yet some areas on the mountain remained brightly lit. One after another, the lit-up homestays illuminated the road as Su Yang drove along the asphalt path winding through the mountains and forests. Driving at night always carries a tinge of loneliness, yet with the music accompanying him, it somehow felt exhilarating. Driving is definitely better at night, fewer cars, fewer people. By the time Su Yang arrived, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chapter 29, Hot Spring Resort, Butler Service. The car pulled up to the entrance of the hot spring resort. The parking lot attendant was directing the cars. After parking the car, Su Yang grabbed his phone and took a pack of cigarettes from the trunk. Standing at the entrance, Su Yang took a deep breath. The air quality here was truly excellent. One gulp of chilly air seemed to flush away all the turbidity in his lungs. The trees carried the fragrance of grasses and herbs, mingled with the distinctive sulfur scent unique to hot springs. Welcome. After walking up 8 or 9 steps, the wooden door was illuminated by the light. Right past the entrance was a wooden partition, and ahead stood a wooden counter. The girl at the front desk immediately smiled at Su Yang and asked, "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" "Yes, last name Su. Mr. Su, right?" The girl glanced at the reservation information on her computer. She quickly turned to grab the keys from the side. Raising her hand to gesture, she said, "Please follow me, Mr. Su. Since you booked the villa area, we'll need to walk a bit further uphill." "Sure." Su Yang nodded, then followed the other person inside. Gazing at the lively and bustling villa, girls in all sorts of swimsuits lounged and frolicked in the hot spring pool, playfully splashing about. Children were also running around incessantly. Most of them came as families. And large hot springs, small hot springs, they were scattered across various areas all around. Su Yang simply followed the other person, ascending via the central steps. Lights were embedded along the edges of the stone steps, making each one glow like a fluorescent stare, because it was built along the mountainside. I walked up the steps, reaching the upper level. In front of villa number 1, the butler reached out and opened the wooden gate. Su Yang then followed him inside. In the modest-sized courtyard stood a separate bathing pool, already filled with hot spring water that carried a faint sulphurous aroma. Miscellaneous flower petals floated on its surface, creating an unexpectedly beautiful sight. Mr. Su, rest assured, the bathtub has been thoroughly disinfected. You may use it with complete peace of mind. All the items in the villa are disposable and won't be reused. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'm on standby anytime. Su Yang nodded. He walked into the house and glanced around. It's a huge villa with quite a few rooms. The bedroom connects to the courtyard. With no obstructions in front of the courtyard, one can overlook the entire city from its position halfway up the mountainside, gazing at the brightly lit area not far away and observing the bustling crowds below. The elegant ambience of this place completely relaxed Su Yang's body and mind. Moreover, he could clearly see everyone bathing below, watching the people in the public bathhouse. For some inexplicable reason, Su Yang's expression turned slightly strange. Was this what they called class distinction? Privileged elitism? Laughing. Ding! The host is preparing to soak in the hot spring. The refined surroundings have uplifted the host's spirits. The host feels that perhaps enjoyment is the main melody of daily life. System reward, 188,888 yuan. Well then, the rewards are already rolling in before even starting the soak. Su Yang turned to the butler beside him and asked, "Are the swimsuits all prepared?" "According to the sizes you provided, we've already placed everything in the wardrobe. The snacks and meals are also fully prepared." The butler walked over to the wardrobe and reached out to open it. Champagne, fruit platters, and snacks are all set up in the courtyard. "Would you like to take a look?" "Take a look." Su Yang walked into the courtyard, where a long table stood against one side, laden with all kinds of wine, fruit platters, and pastries. Walking into the courtyard and seeing the fruit platter, champagne, and such, Su Yang was really just sampling the experience. He only had the system arrange everything afterward. There were also some random assorted snacks and whatnot. Ha ha ha. Hot springs, movies, snacks, living the good life. Woohoo! Lift off. Su Yang let out a strange cry in his heart. He walked to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and looked at the swim trunks inside. The butler immediately spoke up. "Don't worry, Mr. Su, these swim trunks are newly purchased and have been dry cleaned and disinfected. You can use them with confidence. All the toiletries are newly purchased, and I've already disinfected them with hot water. The bedsheets and duvet covers are all disposable. Unlike the regular suites, everything in the villa area is single-use, so you can rest assured." This repeated reassurance made Su Yang understand why there's such a thing as privilege. This was truly exhilarating. Su Yang felt himself becoming corrupted. He'd never lived like this before. A butler service in a hotel? Who would believe this if I told them? As the butler withdrew, Su Yang quickly stripped off his clothes and ducked into the bathroom. The butler tidied up the clothes Su Yang had brought and hung them in the wardrobe. He then collected the clothes Su Yang had taken off and placed them in the wardrobe as well, hanging the swim trunks separately. With that done, he turned and left. Su Yang stepped out of the bathroom to find the room neatly arranged. He clicked his tongue in amazement. So this was how the rich enjoyed life? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Su Yang quickly pulled on his swim trunks and stepped outside, immediately feeling a slight chill in the air. He hurried over to the pool and slipped into the water with a splash. As we all know, things expand with heat and contract with cold. When his icy skin touched the scalding hot spring water, Su Yang immediately clutched his family jewels. Gritting his teeth, he crouched motionless in the water, not daring to move a muscle. Pain. Agony. It took a while before he recovered, leaning comfortably against the pool's edge. The butler then entered, standing quietly by the side, awaiting Su Yang's instructions without a word. Gazing at the butler standing not far away, dressed in a crisp uniform, a faint smile playing at his lips as he surveyed the distant view, Su Yang simply couldn't be bothered to say anything either. After all, he was a bit socially awkward and didn't know what to say. Leaning against the pool's edge, he watched the crowd frolicking in the water below. Truth be told, seeing everyone having such a lively time while he remained alone did make him feel somewhat lonely. But it was fleeting. Soaked in the hot spring, Su Yang chuckled lightly. How long had it been since he last took a proper bath? Come to think of it, as a child squatting in that large wooden tub, did that even count as bathing? Though it was more reminiscent of dunking a slaughtered pig into scalding water before scrubbing it clean, technically that still qualified as a bath. Though slightly awkward, it's no big deal. Su Yang glanced at the butler and said somewhat sheepishly, could you open the champagne for me? Very well, Mr. Su. The butler reached into the ice bucket and opened the champagne. He then poured some into a goblet. Crouching by the edge of the pool, he handed it to Su Yang. Casually picking up the fruit platter nearby, he walked over to Su Yang's side and placed it beside him. Taking a sip of the champagne, Su Yang found it pleasantly sweet and tangy. The taste was quite nice, just like fruit juice. So this is what champagne tastes like? Gazing at the pink liquid, Su Yang smacked his lips. It wasn't bad at all. You can drink it like juice. Soaking in the hot spring, I felt as if my spine had been removed, sitting limp in the pool as the warm water rose to my chest. Woohoo, so damn cozy. Chapter 30, Hot Springs, Champagne, and the Good Life. Would you like a drink? Su Yang held up his wineglass, eyeing the housekeeper with bundled hair, dressed in a blazer on top and straight-cut jeans below. Beneath her feet were a pair of high heels. One could even glimpse the black stockings peeking above her heels. Of course, Mr. Su, whatever you wish. The housekeeper smiled with a graceful nod, picking up another glass from the side and pouring some champagne into it. Then he clinked glasses with Su Yang, producing a crisp sound from the goblets. Su Yang looked at the butler before him and smiled faintly. Cheers! After taking a sip of champagne, he found the taste quite pleasant. Leaning against the pool, Su Yang shrugged helplessly and said, drinking alone really is a bit dull. Why don't you join me for a soak? Just dipping your feet would do. Otherwise, with me soaking here while you stand by the side, I'd feel pretty awkward. Hearing Su Yang's words, the other person couldn't help but chuckle softly. Glancing at her high-heeled feet, she hesitated. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Nothing inappropriate about it. Su Yang turned back to gaze at the skyline in the distance. Because it's dozens of kilometers away, you can't see any skyscrapers or the city. All that's visible is a single beam of light. An orange beam, like the dawn breaking through the darkness. The scenery is truly beautiful. And below the mountain, endless homestays shone with various lanterns, their myriad lights blending with the green hills and clear waters. Gazing upon the rows of brick houses clustered together, they rose layer upon layer like terraced fields, stretching upward step by step. Don't you think now is the perfect time to enjoy the scenery? Su Yang's tone was leisurely, carrying an air of relaxed contentment. Let's pretend the New Year's approaching. Take a brief holiday for yourself. Well then, the girl pursed her thin lips, painted with pink gloss, and gave a slight pout. Thank you, Mr. Su. She playfully expressed her gratitude to Su Yang. Then she rolled up her pant legs, took off her black sheer ankle socks, and dipped her delicate, pearl-like feet into the water. She softly gasped at the chill, feeling the coldness dissipate from her entire body. As she dipped her legs into the water, she chuckled softly. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but in the nearly 6 months I've worked here, I've never actually soaked in it. Does your boss not allow it? Su Yang looked up at the steward sitting beside her. Glancing at the name tag, it read, Lin Muyang. Quite a pleasant name, actually. Not really. Perhaps because of Su Yang's friendly demeanor, she seemed less reserved, merely biting her lip shyly before adding, it's just a little embarrassing. Feeling a bit embarrassed taking a bath in a swimsuit. So you're just another country bumpkin from the mainland who's never seen the ocean, huh? Su Yang clicked his tongue teasingly, throwing out the playful jab. Lin Muyang glanced at Su Yang in surprise. How did you know? He asked. Because I'm the same. Su Yang shrugged. People like us, having lived for decades without ever leaving, never seen the ocean, though we've glimpsed tall mountains, we've never climbed them. Folks living deep in the mountains, having never seen the sea, would naturally find swimsuits a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Lin Muyang smiled faintly. True. But is your Guizhou fun to visit? Su Yang asked Lin Muyang with curious eyes. Lin Muyang nodded slightly and said, not bad, actually quite similar to Sichuan here, just with more ethnic minorities and a stronger atmosphere of their cultures. Xinyuan ancient town, the 1,000-household Miao village, Fanjing mountain, Huangguashu waterfall, there are quite a lot of scenic spots. Speaking of his hometown, Lin Muyang's tone became much livelier. Su Yang nodded thoughtfully, considering that he might as well pay a visit when he had the time. It seems it's not too far from Sichuan either. Go hiking in the mountains, experience the local customs and traditions of Miao villages, and feel the singing, dancing, and lively gatherings of ethnic minorities. Have you been to all these places? Su Yang asked curiously, looking at Lin Muyang. She looked somewhat awkward upon hearing this. Well, I just haven't had the opportunity. Ha ha ha, is that so? Su Yang didn't find this strange upon hearing it, and self-deprecatingly said, actually, I've been in the capital for several years already, and this is my first time coming to Mount Qingcheng. But what made you think of working here? Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang with some confusion. A girl from the backwoods came to work in the backwoods? It all feels kinda strange. It's quieter here and more familiar too. Lin Muyang tilted her head, blinking her big eyes while swinging her feet. Being in the city just feels kinda weird to me. And it's too bustling for me, feeling somewhat distant. Also, the pay here is quite good. The holidays just happened to start, so I thought I'd come here to work. Aren't you going home for New Year's? Su Yang asked with some confusion upon hearing this. Lin Muyang's expression clouded with melancholy for a moment. She took a sip of champagne, savoring the sweet and sour taste in her mouth before replying with bittersweet resignation, not going back. If I go back, I won't be able to leave again. Got a story? But Su Yang didn't really want to ask further. Everyone has their own troubles. Sometimes family isn't necessarily a harbor, it can also be a source of pressure. To life. Su Yang raised his glass, gazing into the distance with what seemed like deep emotion. He took a sip, letting out a contented sigh. How satisfying. He reached out and ruffled his hair with water. The two of them chatted like this, talking about everything under the sun from south to north. There was no fixed topic. They spoke whenever they felt like talking. Su Yang soaked for a while, feeling completely refreshed. Moreover, his mood had improved significantly, at least now he could communicate with strangers without any barriers, just casually chatting away without any particular purpose. When the mood struck, he could even exchange a few words with a dog. Or sometimes he wouldn't say a word at all. But compared to speaking, Su Yang preferred being a listener. So he listened as Lin Muyang poured out her pains and vented her frustrations, which in a way helped relieve some of her stress. For Su Yang, it was also a chance to hear some interesting stories, a way to pass the time when bored. After taking a shower and slipping on some clothes, he settled onto the sofa at the second-floor balcony's viewing deck, snacking while taking photos with his phone. "Can't deny it, the scenery here is really nice," Su Yang remarked, glancing at the two of them in the camera frame. Lin Muyang looked at the photo and smiled faintly. "True, but brother Su, your photography skills could use some work." "Snow leopard, shut up," Su Yang immediately retorted in a playful, exaggerated tone. Hearing this, Lin Muyang froze for a moment before suddenly realizing the joke. He burst out laughing. "Put up or shut up?" Su Yang curled his lips disdainfully. After finally mustering the enthusiasm to take a photo, he gets criticized? Hearing this, Lin Muyang stepped beside Su Yang, raised his phone, and clicked the shutter with a crisp snap. After flipping out the photo, he looked at Su Yang with a smug expression. Su Yang stared at the picture. It hadn't moved from its original position at all. "But it's true, she does take better photos. TSK. You're such a clever little thing." Indeed, when it comes to photography, most girls do have a bit of natural talent. "I've sent it to your WeChat." Lin Muyang waved his phone. Su Yang nodded slightly. "Alright, let's call it a day for now. Time to get some sleep. Oh, and I'm climbing Qingcheng Mountain tomorrow, so remember to prepare breakfast for me. Thanks." Got it. Lin Muyang immediately switched back to professional mode. Placing both hands on his lower abdomen, he bowed slightly with respectful tone. "Good night, Mr. Su." "Good night, housekeeper Lin." Su Yang immediately straightened his face with equal seriousness and waved his hand. "You may retire now." Ding! The host had a pleasant chat with the innkeeper, soaking in the hot springs while listening to another's life story, using tales as dishes and champagne as wine. System reward, 8,888 yuan. Chapter 31, smiling toward warmth, peaceful as the mountains. Listening to the crisp chime of the system in his mind, Su Yang opened WeChat, posted a moment on social media, accompanied by the Qingcheng Mountain hot springs, the surrounding scenery, and a group photo with Lin Muyang. "There's always a breeze in the mortal world to fill my countless dreams." Enter the text, tap send with a little hand movement. All done, feeling blissful. Lying on the bed, Su Yang turned on the TV and leaned back against the headboard while watching. Yet, deep inside, he still felt somewhat restless. It was a kind of restlessness stirred by the unease in the depths of his heart, having stepped out of his comfort zone. It was simply a matter of time. The hours past midnight always stir a restless feeling in people's hearts, especially in an environment like an inn or hotel. Having already stepped out of their comfort zones, their restless hearts couldn't help but conjure up fantasies of all sorts of romantic encounters. If following the old routine, it would be taking out the phone, opening the chat app, and searching for nearby users, then striking up a conversation only for everything to go to waste with a single "Are you there?" Face reality. Sleep. So Su Yang skipped the first two steps and chose to go straight to sleep, tossed his phone aside and went straight to bed. Su Yang envied people who could fall asleep instantly, or those who could wake up just as quickly. As a chronic procrastinator, he already struggled with getting out of bed and had sleep difficulties. The sudden ringing of his phone made Su Yang, who was just about to sleep, frown in irritation. Damn it, forgot to turn on silent mode. Normally, no one ever called Su Yang, so his phone rarely rang. Puzzled, he answered the call. A voice on the other end cursed, "Damn it, are you on Qingcheng Mountain?" "Aha." Su Yang replied wearily, "Yeah, I'm at Qingcheng Mountain. Thought I'd take a bath." "You didn't even call me when you came to Qingcheng Mountain?" Kai Kuan's tone carried a hint of disbelief. "Our bonds faded, huh? Done with me, is that it? Found someone else outside? Ha?" Listening to Kai Kuan's bombardment, Su Yang scratched his head in confusion. "You're at Qingcheng Mountain too?" "Of course I'm at Qingcheng Mountain, didn't I open a shop here?" "Brother Chicken," Su Yang's voice carried a trace of exhaustion and helplessness. "Let me get some sleep first, okay? We'll talk tomorrow, I'm beat." "Alright then, you rest up and we'll chat tomorrow." With that, Kai Kuan hung up the phone. Su Yang wordlessly pressed the mute button on his phone. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Su Yang got out of bed and stretched lazily. Feeling completely refreshed, the hot spring bath truly relieved his fatigue. Yesterday he'd probably run for over half an hour already, working up a full body sweat. But since it had gotten late, he hadn't gone to the sauna. Today he'd definitely complete the full routine. First soak in the hot springs, then take a sauna, followed by a massage, and then off to sleep. Woohoo! Just thinking about this arrangement made Su Yang feel an irrepressible excitement. Holding his phone, he walked to the balcony edge. In the early mountain morning, everything still lingered in dreams, only a breeze rustling through the treetops, whispering softly, breathing life into the world. The distant mountains loomed faintly visible, bathed in the morning glow like a vast inkwash painting. At the moment of sunrise, a faint crimson glow spread across the horizon, like the blush of first love, gentle and enchanting. Morning mist curled among the mountains like a sheer veil, adding an air of mystery to the entire valley. In the distance, birds sang joyfully, infusing this beautiful moment with vibrancy and life. The sun rose slowly, its golden rays spilling over the mountainside, illuminating everything. Trees swayed in the dawnlight, and mountain streams flowed through crystal-clear waters, as if whispering tales of nature's beauty and wonder. Everything was so quiet, so tranquil, as if time had stood still at this moment. At this moment, Su Yang felt the power and beauty of nature, as if his soul had been cleansed. In this serene mountain solitude, he sensed the peace and stillness deep within his heart, seeming to merge with this natural world and becoming part of the valley itself. Spreading his arms to embrace the warm sunlight, he took a deep breath. The air carried a fragrance fresh and sweet. Ding! Smile towards warmth, accepting all with ease. Perceive nature, savor life. System reward, 8,888 yen. Good morning, system. Looking at the red notification dot on the Moments feed, Su Yang tapped it with his finger. The comments section turned out to be quite lively. Bye, delete. Do you have any idea what you posted means to a miserable 9-to-5er like me? Son, +1 just as Xiao and I got off work, we saw you living the good life. Kai, are you at Qingqing Mountain? Pink lady, drop dead, taking a whole day to reply to a message? Dad, baby, you went to soak in hot springs? Mom, sweetie, are you short on money? Should I transfer you some? Mom, who's that girl next to you? Who, you're not coming tomorrow? My social media feed is quite lively. In the past, this WeChat wouldn't ping more than a few times in 10 days to half a month, but now it's become quite lively, and Su Yang cheerfully replied to several people's messages. Seeing his parents' comments, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Only when he spotted Huyu's comment did Su Yang suddenly remember something. Damn it, he'd totally forgotten about working out. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7 o'clock. Su Yang scratched his head and sent Huyu a message. Su, Coach Hu, totally slipped my mind, does hiking Qingqing Mountain today count as exercise? The reply came back within 2 seconds. Fu, it absolutely counts. But stretch before climbing, I'll send you a tutorial video, follow it yourself first. Fu, actually, let's do this, watch it through once, then video call me and I'll guide you properly. Su, thanks so much, kind stranger. Looking at Su Yang's message, Huyu was dumbfounded. This student is a bit outrageous. Seems like a free spirit who loves his freedom a bit too much. He just paid the fees yesterday, hasn't even attended a single proper class, and now he's already run off? She genuinely never expected that as a private tutor, she'd one day end up teaching via livestream. After taking a shower and changing into a windbreaker, Su Yang looked at his all-black windbreaker attire. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, staring at his reflection in the mirror, he grinned widely. Clad in a black windbreaker, his roguishly handsome face exuded an untamed charm. His profound eyes held a hint of slyness, while the elegant arch of his brows subtly lifted, sketching out a devilishly handsome allure. His features were sharply defined with strong contours, a carefree smile playing at the corners of his lips like the lingering charm of a city night. The close-fitting jacket accentuated his rugged frame, creating an irresistible magnetism around him. Su Yang stared at the collar that nearly covered the tip of his nose. Only his eyes remained visible. Because Susu had trimmed my eyebrows for me, my features now looked even more handsome. One could truly say I had the elegant brows and starry eyes of a dashing man. He reached for a pair of sunglasses and slipped them on, then topped it off with a sun hat and a sleek black diamond pattern face mask. When you're not blessed with good looks, the best strategy is to minimize exposure. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he casually gave an Air Force salute. Damn, I'm really struck by how handsome I am. Chapter 32, A Face with 7 Colors? I stuffed the earphones and phone into one pocket, then put cigarettes and a lighter in the other. Since it's a windbreaker with plenty of pockets anyway, storing things inside doesn't make them sag. The sturdy version of the windbreaker isn't as loose as sportswear, and the clothes fit perfectly. After changing, Su Yang reached out and pressed the desk phone. Hello, number 1, send up a breakfast, please. Got it, Mr. Su. We'll arrange for the kitchen to deliver your meal right away. I've already sent you the menu. Just confirm your order and send it back to me via WeChat. On the other end of the line, Mu Yanglin's voice was cheerful and relaxed. After her long conversation with Su Yang yesterday, the accumulated stress in her heart had finally found some release. Keeping pressure bottled up inside for too long can indeed lead to sudden emotional breakdowns at times. So having this outlet for relief made Mu Yanglin feel noticeably lighter. His tone naturally became more cheerful. He glanced at the menu Lin Mu Yang had sent him. Su Yang thought for a couple of seconds, then decided to simply order 2 large meat buns, paired with soy milk and a serving of mung bean porridge. Sue, remember to give me some chili peppers. Lin, got it. I prepared some special chili peppers myself. Here, have some too. Sue, thank you, kind-hearted person. Hee looking at Su Yang's reply, Lin Muyang chuckled. Without chili peppers, just eating plain meat buns, Su Yang genuinely couldn't handle it. As someone from Sichuan, life without spicy food was truly unbearable. Stepping out of the room, Su Yang walked to the entrance, then turned back with the tea leaves from the car. Just as he reached the door, he saw Lin Muyang standing there with a breakfast tray in hand. Glancing at him, Su Yang complimented, "You look radiant today?" "Do I?" Lin Muyang replied bashfully. "Probably because I slept better last night. Our chat yesterday really helped me relax, fell asleep much more comfortably. Don't say things that could be misunderstood." Su Yang pushed the door open and walked into the room. Lin Muyang let out a light chuckle at his words. He placed his meal tray on the cafeteria table. Glancing at Su Yang's outfit, his eyes lit up. "You look really sharp in that getup today." "Good eye." Su Yang almost couldn't suppress a smug chuckle. Narcissist Lin Muyang rolled her eyes at Su Yang. Then he reached for the tea leaves on the table. "Want to make tea?" "I'll do it, you eat first." "Sure, thanks." Su Yang immediately sat down on the chair and started eating the meat bun. Looking at that small bowl of bright red chili oil, he could still spot some chopped scallions and cilantro floating in it. This must be chili oil, right? Staring at the red oil, Su Yang couldn't resist any longer. He scooped up a bit with his chopsticks, spread it on the bun, and took a big bite. Chewing, his eyes lit up. "This is good." Just for this chili sauce alone, he could wolf down several big steamed buns. "This chili sauce is from Dankazanjue in the southern province. I specially had a friend send it over. The flavor is amazing." As he spoke, Lin Muyang's mouth began to water. She enthusiastically explained to Su Yang how she prepared the chili sauce. "I also added some minced garlic, then tossed in a bit of sesame seeds. After heating the oil, I poured it all in, and sprinkled some chopped scallions on top. So delicious. Absolutely delicious." Su Yang nodded in agreement, giving Lin Muyang a thumbs up. Ding! Consumed a portion of housekeeper Lin's secret dipping sauce with breakfast. Host is in high spirits, with greatly improved favorability towards South Province, planning to visit when opportunity arises. System reward, 666 yuan. Tasty as heck. A bowl of breakfast congee with mung beans, and Su Yang let out a contented sigh. It's truly delicious, tasty, and mouth-watering. After finishing his meal, he picked up a tissue from the table and wiped the corners of his mouth. He lounged lazily in the chair. "I'm full, but too lazy to move. What should I do?" Butler Lin. "Make arrangements. I want to be standing at the summit of Qingcheng Mountain in 10 minutes. Su Yang suddenly slammed the table, his tone carrying an unshakable air of dominance. Just like how a domineering CEO would demand to bankrupt a conglomerate within 3 minutes. What a load of nonsense. Don't you want to go anymore? Lin Muyang's expression turned teasingly ambiguous. Su Yang sighed upon hearing this. Fine, let's go. By the way, I seem to recall there being a private tour guide mentioned. Arrange that for me. Hello, Mr. Su, I'll be your personal butler and private tour guide. Lin Muyang stood smiling by his side. Su Yang. Working 2 jobs but only getting paid for one, how can you still laugh about this? Su Yang clicked his tongue, his gaze mixing disdain with reluctant admiration. Only you naive and foolish college kids could still laugh in this situation, and laugh so cheerfully at that. In an instant, Lin Muyang's smile froze on his face. All I could think about was working 2 jobs for the pay of one. 2 jobs, 1 paycheck. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say half a portion, since she's working part-time and will have to return once school starts again. So, 2 jobs, half the pay. Wait, he occasionally had to do the cleaning himself too. 3 jobs, half the pay. Su Yang watched as Lin Muyang's face turned from red to black, then from black to purple. A face shimmering with rainbow hues? After some discussion, Su Yang decided to climb the back mountain. After all, Butler Lin had said the scenery there was excellent. With his backpack containing water and snacks to replenish his energy, he set off. Lin Muyang felt that even if the evil sword immortal appeared before her now, she could slap him twice across the face. Tossing the items onto the back seat, Su Yang reached out to open the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Lin Muyang sat in the passenger seat, curiously glancing around the car's interior before nervously settling in. Buckle your seatbelt, Su Yang reminded her, then swiftly turned the car around and followed her directions, heading straight for the ticket booth. Su Yang wasn't a local either, so he still had to buy a ticket, even though Lin Muyang mentioned there was a back path they could take. But Su Yang found tickets quite fascinating. He thought about collecting admission tickets from all major scenic spots across the country in the future, then expanding his footprints to various nations. 80 yuan, that's what Su Yang paid for an entrance ticket. Since Lin Muyang works at the local homestay, he doesn't need to buy it. Just show your work ID to get in. So it's about to begin? Su Yang glanced at Lin Muyang beside him. Lin Muyang nodded listlessly. Su Yang reached out to turn on his phone upon hearing this, then made a call to Hu Yu. The money's all paid. You ready? Yu raised an eyebrow as she took in Su Yang's outdoor jacket and overall outfit. Gotta admit, the whole look was kinda handsome. All set, Coach Hu, let's begin. Lin Muyang stood dumbfounded, watching Su Yang doing his warm-up exercises. Feeling utterly out of place, he noticed passers-by giving Su Yang strange looks. Some elderly folks spotted them and began mimicking Su Yang's warm-up routine behind him. Holding up his phone, Lin Muyang was so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him whole. So awkward. 15 minutes later, Su Yang's face was slightly flushed as he took a sip of water. Watching Yu in the video wearing yoga pants and a crop top, he expressed his gratitude. Coach Hu, you've worked hard. No trouble at all. Yu looked at Su Yang and said, remember to contact me after the hike. I'll teach you some stretches to relieve muscle soreness. You haven't exercised regularly, and sudden physical activity will cause lactic acid buildup in your body. The best course of action would be to. Yu thoughtfully gave Su Yang some instructions. Su Yang nodded. Chapter 33, beaten down to feeling inadequate. Then he hung up the phone. Looking at the rugged mountain path, its steps paved entirely with stone. Flecked with mottled traces, one could tell these stone steps bore the weight of distant history. Beside them, a babbling brook whispered its song as the breeze drifted by. The leaves rustled with a soft whispering sound. Su Yang wasn't wearing earphones, choosing instead to listen to the sounds of nature around him. He walked slowly up the stone steps. There's no need for you to come up with me, I'd prefer to go alone. Su Yang glanced at Lin Muyang. Truth be told, he was more accustomed to being by himself. Having someone beside him would feel rather uncomfortable. But... No buts. Su Yang waved his hand. Farewell. With a faint smile aimed at Lin Muyang, Su Yang strode forth, ascending the steps with deliberate rhythm. A serene realm, as if a fairyland forgotten by time. The secluded trail winds upward gradually, its flagstone path forming a natural green corridor beneath my feet. The dense bamboo forest swayed along the path, whispering melodiously in the breeze like nature's gentle murmur. The winding mountain trail meandered through valleys, flanked by exotic flowers and rare herbs competing in full bloom. The fragrance of fresh blossoms drifted on the wind, immersing travelers as if lost in an ocean of flowers. In this tranquil atmosphere, a faint mist lingers, appearing and disappearing intermittently, sketching a mysterious and enchanting tableau. The crisp morning breeze brushed against his face, sending a faint chill through him. Because he was wearing a hat, Su Yang didn't have to worry about getting a headache. Carrying his backpack, he walked for about half an hour. Su Yang's breathing became somewhat labored. Surveying the scenery around him, he unscrewed the cap of his water bottle and took a sip. Gazing into the distance at the mountain scenery, one feels relaxed and joyful. But according to passing tourists, it takes another hour of walking just to reach the mountainside, where the cable car is located. An hour? Su Yang glanced at his watch. Still early, still early. He strolled leisurely along that rugged mountain path, sometimes touching the trees, sometimes admiring the flowers and grass. Running his hands along the stone walls lining the path, he immersed himself in the historic essence of this mountain range. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last felt this way. It seemed like from the moment he was born, he'd been rushing, constantly striving. Yet he didn't even know what exactly he was striving for. He'd just heard since childhood that he should study for something, struggle for something. But he didn't know if this was right, only that everyone else was doing the same. And so I drifted with the current. Without his own consciousness or opinions, he simply follows what others do. If everyone does this, does that make it right? Walking through the mountains, his breathing seemed to synchronize with nature. It was as if he had become one with nature. He wasn't climbing for the sake of climbing, but simply to wander among the woods. On the roadside, you could still see the occasional aunt or uncle selling snacks. They were frying up various foods like sausages and such. But Su Yan wasn't in the mood for that right now, so he continued his leisurely stroll. Just like an old man taking a casual walk in the park, the elderly couple who had initially climbed the mountain with Su Yang had already disappeared from his sight. Yet he felt neither haste nor impatience. Ding! Appreciating nature, the host has finally slowed down. Sometimes slowing down isn't necessarily a bad thing. Reflecting on life, it seems the past 20 years hold no truly memorable moments. 2 decades, gone in the blink of an eye. A quarter of life has already passed. It's time to slow down and weave in a few cherished memories. System reward, 88,888 yuan. Yes, it's about time to slow down. Su Yang reflected on his 20 years of life, but there truly seemed to be nothing memorable worth recalling. It was just going through the motions, following the rules, doing things, and living life as expected. Like a component manufactured from a mold utterly replaceable. The only purpose is to survive, struggling to survive, aimlessly surviving. Holy shit, brother G? Su Yang suddenly froze, staring at Kai Kuan standing by the roadside stall in disbelief. No mistake, those broad shoulders, that massive frame, that protruding belly. Lao Yao. Kai Kuan trembled all over when he heard someone call him Brother Chicken. Only a handful of people in this world ever addressed him that way. and one of them had clearly spotted Su Yang wandering around Mount Qingqing the previous night. Damn, it's really you? Su Yang immediately grinned at Brother Chicken without any hesitation. He immediately grabbed the still warm sausage roasting beside the oil pot. He tossed it into the nearby chili jar, immediately dusting it with some chili powder. He unzipped the collar of his jacket a bit, then immediately took a bite of the grilled sausage and muttered, "Damn, this tastes amazing. Hee right?" Kai-Koen chuckled and whispered in Su Yang's ear, "Bought these at the wholesale market for just 1 yuan each. Just eat whatever's convenient, they're for duping tourists anyway." As he chewed on the meat sausage, Su Yang recalled what those middle-aged vendors had been saying along the way. Homemade sausages, 10 yuan each, absolutely delicious. Swallowing the grilled sausage in his mouth, Su Yang's expression stiffened slightly. Homemade, just another one of your lies. As expected, these damn tourist spots only the people are real, everything else is fake. Casually finishing the sausage, Su Yang picked up a skewered potato cube on a bamboo stick and sprinkled some chili powder over it. He casually took a seat on the chair and tossed a cigarette from his pocket to Kai-Koen. "How's business going?" He glanced curiously at passers-by, wondering if people actually bought this stuff. Probably did. "Not bad, makes a few hundred a day." Kai-Koen sniffed and casually pulled out a cigarette from the pack, handing one to Su Yang while sticking one between his own lips. He casually slipped the cigarette pack into his pocket. Only a sworn bro would pull such shameless antics. "That's great." Su Yang nodded slightly, initially thinking this thing wouldn't earn much money. But the prices in this place seriously go up step by step. The higher you go, the more expensive it gets. Here, one grilled sausage costs 15 bucks, and a bottle of water 10, Kai-Koen grinned. Su Yang chuckled at these words. "When things settle down, come visit my place for some fun?" "Sure." Kai-Koen nodded. Su Yang took a sip of water, cigarette dangling from his lips, and asked Kai-Koen while looking at him, "How are Gang and Hanwon doing?" "Just getting by, living day by day." Kai-Koen exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Thought after graduation we'd each put down roots and flourish. Gang went hauling bricks, Hanwon became a security guard, I set up a street stall, and you started delivering takeout." Listening to Hong Gang's words, Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Bro, we barely scraped through vocational college, what more did you expect? You think low wages are worth it? 3-4 grand a month, plus you gotta grind for seniority and take shit from everyone." Honestly speaking, when men look for jobs, it's all about the paycheck. Take those office jobs for example, probably pay 3-4 thousand a month, but with tons of work, mandatory overtime, and taking abuse from every direction. Walk in the door and literally anyone can chew you out. Might as well work as a delivery driver or laborer, at least you'd make 6 or 7 thousand a month. The main thing is it's more freeing, except you don't really get any rest time. Basically wake up, work until evening, eat dinner, sleep, then repeat the same mechanical routine the next day. No prospects to look forward to, no room for advancement either. Nowadays college graduates are just expendable materials, and even those white-collar office workers can barely tough it out for long. Want a promotion? Tough luck. But hey, old Su, haven't seen you in a while, and you've changed a lot. Kai-Koen sized up Su Yang standing before him. With rosy lips and gleaming teeth, glowing complexion, plus a hairstyle sharp enough to turn heads. Plus, with this attire, Kai-Koen lowered his head to glance at the clothes he was wearing. Just a plain black down jacket, and damn it, paired with a flowery apron? So embarrassing, utterly humiliating. It's downright crushing a bro's self-esteem. Just passable. Su Yang glanced at his outfit. As one of the local dogs, Kai-Koen probably wouldn't recognize what brand this was anyway. It just looks good, that's all. Alright, enough chatter. I'm gonna keep climbing. Su Yang extinguished his cigarette but stamped it out carefully and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. He then grabbed another skewer of potatoes and sprinkled some chili powder on top. Then he shook his head and said, "I'm off, call me when you're done packing up. I live at Green Hills Homestead." Alright. Kai-Koen watched Su Yang's departing figure with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Damn, the change is really huge. I wonder how Hong Gang and Wu Hanwon have changed. Truth be told, after graduating from university, though we're all in the same city, we only managed to get together in the very beginning. Afterward, everyone basically got pretty busy. And with us all grown up now, it's not easy to arrange meetups. Everyone's exhausted, working themselves ragged. When do we even have time to gather together? Being able to play some games together is already pretty good. He actually quite envied Su Yang at this moment, who still had time to go hiking and such. Chapter 34, Godfather? Really? Godfather? Without much idle chatter, Su Yang continued his leisurely stroll through the mountainous terrain. The moment he spotted Kai-Koen, he couldn't help but feel genuinely surprised. After all, setting up a stall and selling goods in such remote places was unexpected. Not being one who chased after vanity or outward appearances, Su Yang felt reassured seeing that Kai-Koen remained as plump as ever. At least it proves he's doing pretty well, doesn't it? At this moment, Kai-Koen immediately sent messages to Hong Gang and Wu Hanwon. "Kai, I just saw Lao Yao. Kai, want to get together tonight? Hong, did the youngest really go to Qingqing Mountain? Even this homebody has a day when he goes out? Woo, you look down on homebodies? How dare you? When will we homebodies finally stand up and be recognized? Kai, the youngest has gotten handsome. Damn it, at first glance I didn't even recognize him. Hong, got himself a girlfriend? Woo, no way. He's been single since birth. Maybe he gets occasionally restless, but dating? I'd sooner believe he struck it rich. Kai, why don't you two come over? We could hang out tonight, maybe hit the hot springs or something? And so the three of them planned. Meanwhile, Su Yang kept climbing. At first it was fine, but midway through I started feeling exhausted. Su Yang could also feel sweat breaking out across his back, and damp patches seemed to be forming on his chest too. However, as Hu Yu had mentioned, Su Yang didn't unzip it to let air in either. Instead, he just continued strolling leisurely along. Climbing a mountain is truly exhausting. Finally, Su Yang had no idea how long he had been walking before he finally arrived at Swimming Lake. Staring at the scene before him, Su Yang couldn't help but freeze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Gazing at the picturesque view before him, the mountain lake's water was as clear as a mirror, serene and profound. The lake's surface shimmered with ripples, stirred by the gentle breeze, creating endless layers of undulating waves, like an abstract painting. The emerald green lake water reflected the surrounding mountains, their shadows dancing across the surface as if performing an elusive phantom drama. The lake was tranquil and fathomless, like a secret sanctuary left by nature for the world. Leaning against the lakeshore, you can feel the power and beauty of nature, experiencing a profound purification of the soul. The lush trees surrounding the lake reflect upon the water, creating a scene of dazzling brilliance. Gazing at the mountain trees mirrored in the lake is like beholding flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. The jagged rocks scattered around make one wonder what mighty force could have crafted such breathtaking beauty. The masterful craftsmanship of nature. Raising his hand, he snapped a few photos with his phone. Even a casual shot was a picturesque scene. After capturing the view before him, Su Yang turned and continued his leisurely stroll. I also saw the water curtain cave, just like the scene from TV. Breathtakingly beautiful. Damn, what kind of life had I been living before? Su Yang now realized he hadn't been living like a proper human being before, just a plain old nobody. The weather wasn't very good today, so the mountains and forests were shrouded in haze. And it was precisely this that made the mountain path appear profoundly serene and mysterious. After walking for who knows how long, Su Yang stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at this towering ridge encircled by mountains. He stood on the mountain peak, beneath the vast sky, overlooking the mountain ranges. Standing atop the summit, an overwhelming surge of heroic passion welled up inside him as if the entire world lay beneath his feet, dwarfing all other peaks. It made one yearn to raise one's head and roar at the heavens. In such a place, even hearing eerie screams would hardly raise an eyebrow. Standing at the summit, both body and soul seemed elevated to a higher state. Gazing into the distance, where clouds swirl and mountains undulate, one feels as if transported into a fairyland. A tidal wave of accomplishment surged within, compelling shoulders to square and chests to swell with unspoken resilience and valor. At that moment, all the toil and challenges became insignificant, for standing atop the mountain and overlooking everything below, you felt an unprecedented power and accomplishment. Conquering the summit also meant conquering oneself. The surging pride and joy within burned like wildfire, stirring the heart and compelling one to stride toward even greater heights. Ding! Life doesn't have to be about dazzling lights and revelry. Sometimes, it's about climbing a mountain or savoring a breeze. System reward, 99,999 yuan. Alright, time to crash. Sitting in the cable car, Su Yang was as docile as a child. Let's just climb casually. Who'd go up and down repeatedly? What a tiring hassle. He's been walking for nearly 4 hours. Enough is enough. Keep walking like this, and he'll lose his mind. With headphones on, sitting in a cable car, Su Yang gazed at the surrounding mountains, marveling at the majesty of nature. To think he'd lived over 20 years without ever witnessing such a scene? How utterly embarrassing. Absolutely humiliating. People would laugh their heads off if this got out. My legs, they're weak, shaking. Su Yang's face turned pale as tremors ran uncontrollably through his thigh muscles. You drive the car. Su Yang stared at Lin Muyang standing before him. Luckily she was always on call. The money was well spent. Me? Lin Muyang pointed at herself, shaking her head vigorously. I do have a license, but I've never actually driven. No way, I can't do it. Su Yang's lips twitched as he glanced back, thinking maybe, call him chicken bro? In his current state, driving would surely make him crash and kill himself. Forget stepping on the gas, he'd struggle just stepping on a cockroach. He felt fine when leaving, but after taking the cable car down, his legs suddenly turned to jelly. I might have overdone the exercise a bit. Brother Chicken, save me. Su Yang called Kai Kuan, his voice tinged with bitterness. My legs are weak. I can't drive. I'm stuck here at the ancient town. Gidge, help me, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Listening to Su Yang's odd and exaggerated tone, Lin Muyang's expression turned peculiar. Is this what modern men are like? Su-yang wasn't interested in picking up girls anyway, so he didn't care about his image, nor could he be bothered to pretend to be some aloof dude. He was naturally a goofy guy. As long as he's happy. After hanging up the phone, Su-yang opened the car door and shakily sat in the front passenger seat, massaging his legs. Numb. Completely numb. The rewards felt amazing, but the leg pain was also incredible in its own way. Su-yang didn't even dare imagine what his legs would feel like tomorrow. With trembling hands, he dialed Hu Yu's number on his phone. In the video, Hu Yu seemed to be at home. Looking at Su-yang's alternately pale and flushed face, she couldn't help but laugh. All done? Nearly died. Su-yang's voice was laced with exhaustion. Took the cable car down. Now my legs are trembling and weak. Then get up now and take a few laps, Hu Yu said to Su-yang. Hearing this, Su-yang got up and walked slowly. He could feel the weakness in his legs and the pain in the soles of his feet. Afterwards, with Lin Muyan's assistance, Su-yang began doing exercises, grimacing and letting out strange screams. Ow ow ow. It hurts. I'm dying. Ah. After half an hour of rehabilitation exercises, Su-yang was completely exhausted. He slumped into a chair and took a sip of water, only to feel even more sore. Holy shit, the hell you doing here? Been looking for you forever. Kai Kuan walked over. Su-yang groaned like a broken doll. Legs hurt, can't move at all. Su-yang glanced at Kai Kuan standing dumbfounded by the car. Drive already, let's go back quick. If we don't, I'll be ice cold soon. Alright, Kai Kuan gave Su-yang a strange look before opening the driver's door and settling into the car. Looking around the interior of the car, he timidly asked, is this yours? I bought it a couple days ago. Su-yang leaned back in his chair, blowing out a puff of smoke. Kai Kuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. What the hell? This is really yours? He stared at the 4 rings on the steering wheel, his tone laced with disbelief. He suddenly laughed, raising a finger to point at Su-yang. Must be joking, right? So who'd you borrow it from? I really bought it myself, Su-yang replied with a helpless expression. You, an Audi? Kai Kuan sized up Su-yang mockingly before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 damn. No way. Absolutely impossible. Su-yang reached forward, opened the box in front of him, took out the document folder from inside, and tossed it into Kai Kuan's lap. Kai Kuan stared at the notebook in a daze. Holy shit, this is really yours? His eyes held 30% doubt, 50% terror, and 20% disbelief. No way, this is really yours? Kai Kuan immediately opened the car door, hurried to the front of the car, looked at the 4 rings emblem, then circled around to the back. After circling the car twice, he stood by the passenger window scratching his head. He reached out and pinched Su-yang's cheek. Looking at Su-yang's somewhat displeased expression, Kai Kuan turned around scratching his head. This couldn't be right. Holy shit, wait, this doesn't make sense. Did I wake up too hard or something? Am I fucking hallucinating? Standing by the car, he gestured with his hands and asked again in disbelief, this is yours? An A6? Top trim? Yours? Yeah, Su-yang curled his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke, and snapped impatiently, how many times are you gonna ask, man? Ha ha ha, damn it. Kai Kuan suddenly slapped himself across the face and wailed in despair, bro, seriously, just return this car. I'll eat 3 pounds of shit. Return this car right now. Seriously, not cool, Su-yang. You absolute disgrace. Kai Kuan's eyes welled up with tears. Buddy's got your back, and you're scheming against him? Alright, enough talk. Take the car for a couple of days. In an instant, Kai Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. Godfather. For real? Godfather? He come, honored father, let your child light a cigarette for you. Kai Kuan immediately groveled like an interpreter next to a little Japanese. He reached out to light a cigarette for Su-yang. Su-yang gave Kai Kuan a speechless look. Damn, you're really something else. Move it, there are people behind you. Have some shame. Su-yang shot Kai Kuan an exasperated look. Kai Kuan was taken aback for a moment. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a stunning beauty sitting in the back seat, wearing a fitted blazer with black jeans, paired with a pair of high heels. He froze. His smile stiffened, and at this moment, Kai Kuan was aching with embarrassment, wishing he could crawl under the car. He silently held a cigarette between his lips, pressed the ignition button with one hand. Gazing into the distance with unfocused eyes, she murmured as if to herself, Su-yang, tell me, do I still have a chance? A fat chance you've got. Stop yapping and hurry up. Damn, this hurts. Su-yang snapped irritably. Kai Kunkai stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. He didn't even dare to glance back, afraid he'd see the disdain and contempt in that beautiful girl's eyes. Damn it, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Damn my reputation. Chapter 35, Hometown at the foot of Green Mountain. Did you really strike it rich? Returning to the inn's entrance, Kai Kuan hurried around to the passenger side, opened the door, and extended a hand to support Su-yang. Su-yang sighed, damn, just one mountain hike and I'm completely wiped out. Actually, it's just leg pain, that sore, achy kind where even walking hurts. The kind where your soles feel bruised with every step. By the way, who's this? Kai Koen glanced at Lin Muyang standing on Su Yang's other side, supporting him. Su Yang spoke up upon hearing this, the inn steward. Steward? Kai Koen was momentarily stunned. Looking up, holy shit, Jingshan Ancient Home? You're staying here? I heard even their standard room costs 600 to 800 a night. Have you actually struck it rich? Walking up the steps, Su Yang grimaced in pain. It's nothing. Su Yang couldn't very well say he'd obtained a system. Tis Kai Koen clicked his tongue in admiration. If your family hadn't owed so much debt, you probably would have made it big years ago. It's all in the past now, isn't it? Su Yang chuckled lightly as he ambled forward leisurely. He walked up along the steps. Lin Muyang reached out and opened the door. Kai Koen just snapped back to reality. Damn, are you seriously living in a villa? Didn't they say this villa costs 58,000 a day? That's correct. Lin Muyang chimed in cheerfully from the side. We only have 3 villas here. Only villa number 1 is 58,000. The others are 28,000 and 18,000. They're a bit smaller in size too. Villa number 1 is about the same as the villas in the residential area, but with a bigger yard. How much? Exclaimed Kai Koen, his pupils trembling with disbelief. Su Yang slumped onto the sofa, propping his legs up on the coffee table. Damn, have you lost your fucking mind? Spending 58 grand just to rent this villa? Kai Koen scolded with exasperation, his eyes scanning the luxurious furnishings around him. The enormous living room stretched before them, adorned with genuine leather sofas and an array of extravagant decorations. To be honest, while Su Yang's sudden wealth certainly evoked envy, it wasn't enough to stir genuine jealousy or anything like that. Over the years, if I had to feel jealous every single day, it would have driven me fucking insane. As for Su Yang's newfound wealth, Kai Koen couldn't help but feel both envious and genuinely happy for him. At least now I have a wealthy bro for life. Enough, why worry so much? Just enjoy the moment. Su Yang waved dismissively. Hearing this, Kai Koen couldn't help but chuckle and tease. You really haven't changed one bit, have you? Easy going. But Gang and Hanwon are coming too. I texted them right after I ran into you. Figured we might as well hang out together. That's good, there are definitely enough rooms. The villa had 5 bedrooms. Accommodation wouldn't be a problem at all. Perfect, this way they can all enjoy it too. Since I have the ability now, there's no need to hide it. Take a look, arrange dinner for 4 tonight, what should we eat? Su Yang glanced at Kai Koen, pondering before asking, how about hot pot? After that, we can have a few drinks and hit the hot springs on the way. Woohoo, Su Yang exclaimed, feeling completely at ease all over. After finishing up, I'd love to get a massage. Are there any massage places around here? Yeah, but I think it's about 10 kilometers away. Kai Koen scratched his head. Su Yang scratched his head upon hearing this, a slow smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he responded ambiguously, how about this? Kai Koen's broad face flushed with a hint of bashfulness as he glanced towards Lin Muyang standing in the distance, whose expression remained completely blank. Is this really okay? With that tone, saying he didn't want to go was clearly impossible. It was nothing more than bashfulness. Go on, grab a bite to eat along the way, soak in the hot springs, and finish it off with a massage. Few pure bliss. Hee. Kai Koen scratched his head and grinned sheepishly, clearly convinced. Let's wait for Brother Gang and the others to arrive before deciding, alright? Fine. Su Yan nodded in agreement. No objections either. Sitting on the chairs, neither of them spoke much. He pulled out his phone and started playing a game. By the way, prepare 3 swim trunks for them to use later. Su Yang glanced at Lin Muyang beside him and instructed. After roughly mentioning the sizes, Lin Muyang turned and left. No way, dude, so you're really taking care of everything? Seeing that Lin Muyang had left, Kai Koen immediately loosened up and asked Su Yang curiously. Su Yang nodded slightly. It handles pretty much everything, whether it's pickups and drop-offs, travel itinerary planning, or even deciding where to eat and how to have fun, they'll arrange everything thoroughly for you. Anyway, it's pretty damn convenient. Su Yang stubbed out his cigarette and casually lined up 3 matching tiles with a flick of his wrist. That's right, he was playing Candy Crush. This game is quite fun, addictive actually, and strangely amusing. Ding! Mission failed. System reward, 6 yuan. Great! This game is actually not fun at all. Closing the game immediately, Su Yan looked up to see Kai Koen's envious gaze. To be honest, Su Yang found the service experience rather commonplace after trying it. But even this small privilege is an unbridgeable chasm for ordinary people. So, having money really is wonderful. They're here, I'll go greet them. Kai Koen rose from his chair. Su Yang nodded slightly and continued playing his game on the sofa. Since Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen hadn't been there before, they didn't know the location. So Kai Koen drove to pick them up. Spotting the Wuling minivan not far away, Kai Koen hit the brakes and honked at the 2 men. That's right, I'm about to start showing off now. Brother G adjusted his collar with his hand, then immediately put on the half-rimmed glasses nearby. After glancing at himself in the mirror, damn, he was indeed still handsome. Seeing the 2 people getting out of the car ahead, Kai Kun immediately reached out to open the door. He strode forward with open arms. Letting out hearty laughter, he called out, "Yo brother bruh, Kai Kun?" Hong Gang looked at the oddly bespectacled, burly figure before him, his expression rather peculiar. Wu Hanwen glanced at Kai Kun standing before him, then looked back at the car behind. With a smile, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to the other man, and passed another to Hong Gang. "You bought a car?" "Not bought, borrowed. Specifically borrowed to pick you two up. It's been a while since we last met, gotta step up the game, right?" Kai Kun immediately shook his head, joking with a grin. The two glanced at the Audi parked nearby, their eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. Few men can resist these big toys. And the A6 has pretty good looks too. "Where's the youngest?" Hong Gang glanced at Kai Kun with a puzzled look, teasingly asking, "Don't tell me we have to go open the door for him? Is he just coming down now, putting on airs?" "Not." Kai Kun replied with a wry smile. The youngest went hiking on Qingcheng Mountain. He was fine going up, but his legs turned to jelly coming down. "I'm not kidding," the guy could barely stand, his legs were shaking so badly. "That outrageous?" Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen's expressions turned peculiar, barely suppressing their laughter. "After climbing for over 4 hours, it's as outrageous as it gets. The guy's still resting in the hotel now. Come on." Kai Kun scrutinized their expressions with amusement, he couldn't wait to see their shocked faces later. Chapter 36, So sycophantic it makes you sick. Kai Kun sat in the Wuling lost in thought. "Wait a minute, I was supposed to pick them up. How the hell did I end up inside this Wuling instead? Damn it, I've become the one being picked up. The interior's actually quite nice, isn't it?" Hong Gang clicked his tongue in admiration as he examined the car's interior, running his hand over the surfaces. Beside him, Wu Hanwen also surveyed the interior before glancing over his way. "Indeed, it's quite decent. Perhaps among the good cars they have access to, this is the best option, which is why they find it satisfactory. Unlike those people online who can talk eloquently about any car they see, they are all rather down to earth and not ones to talk big. So for them, an Audi is already considered a pretty good car. It's precisely because their personalities are quite similar that they get along so well. Otherwise, someone would probably say with a sour tone, why buy an S6? Just spend a bit more for something better and get an S7 instead. Though such words don't really hurt, they're downright annoying. Those kinds of people constantly put others down with their words, as if only they themselves are always right. Driving along the road, Hong Gang cruised at a leisurely pace. Gotta admit, the visibility in this thing is really good, and it's spacious too. Wonder who Brother G borrowed it from, Hong Gang remarked with admiration. Wu Hanwen chuckled lightly, gazing at the scenery outside while lounging lazily in his seat. Probably borrowed it from the inn owner, right? I remember he works around here somewhere. Fair enough, but damn, this guy drives so slow. Hong Gang hit the horn at the car ahead. The Wuling slowly turned and drove up the small mountain path on the side. Hong Gang promptly turned the steering wheel and followed. They soon arrived at Green Mountain hometown. Stepping out of the vehicle, Hong Gang gazed at the massive double doors before him, gazing at the wooden plaque hanging above the door, and the decorations outside the house. The soft yellow lighting created a wonderfully atmospheric ambience. It was already mid-afternoon, and the timing was just about right. So under the glow of each carefully placed light, Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang exchanged a knowing glance. A glance told me this was a place I definitely couldn't afford. Just like most people, they only dared to get haircuts at small roadside shops. They truly didn't dare step into any place that looked fancier or more luxurious, afraid that a simple haircut might cost them several $100. All of them were creatures of comfort, living within their safe zones. You're here? Lin Muyan looked at Kai Kun and the two others beside him, immediately raising his hand. Mr. Su has been waiting, and the food's already prepared. Hong Gang? Wu Hanwen? Nobody puts on a show quite like you, my Su. A single Mr. Su made their cerebellums instantly shrivel up. Hong Gu and Wu Hanwen exchanged glances before silently following behind Lin Muyang. Kai Kun trailed in after them. Taking in the interior decor, Hong Gang could immediately recognize that it screamed luxury. How much is this? Hong Gang glanced at the tall, professionally dressed figure of Lin Muyang walking ahead and quickly whispered the question into Kai Kun's ear. Wu Hanwen was also eavesdropping intently. This place is seriously upscale. A basic standard room starts at 700 or 800 a night. The nicer ones range from 1 or 2,000 to 3 or 4,000. Kai Kun clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with amazement. Damn, that bastard really struck it rich. Whoa! Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang gasped in astonishment, following behind Lin Muyang, stepping onto the glowing stairs as they ascended step by step. Truth be told, because of the sunset, the scenery not far away really did look quite beautiful. Desolate and lonely, the dim light at the edges of the verdant mountains, while looking up, one could feel the looming darkness. Lin Muyang reached out and opened the wooden gate of the courtyard. The two of them, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, stared wide-eyed at the small front courtyard before them. As they reached the villa entrance, Lin Muyang opened the door and walked in. Mr. Su, your friends are here, Lin Muyang called out softly. Sitting on the sofa with his legs propped up on the coffee table, Su Yang turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen. How long has it been since we last met? Su Yang couldn't quite remember clearly. He was simply the type who wouldn't reach out to others unless they contacted him first. If someone did message him, he'd casually chat along. Boss, Hanwen, you're all here? Su Yang grimaced as he stretched his jaw while getting up, with Lin Muyang promptly reaching out to steady him. Let's eat first, I'm starving. Didn't touch a bite waiting for you guys. Su Yang's single remark dissolved the lingering discomfort between them. Truth be told, even old friends can feel somewhat awkward when meeting suddenly after a long separation. In such moments, all it takes is for someone to break the ice, and the atmosphere quickly becomes warm and comfortable again. Damn, I heard from Kai Kuan you're vacationing at Qingcheng Mountain. Living the good life now, huh? Hong Gang clicked his tongue, eyeing Su Yang teasingly. Though I've gotta say, I'm shocked a homebody like you actually left the house. Yeah, Wu Hanwen immediately nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken. Do you have someone you like? Or is it that you don't feel like playing games recently? Don't want to read novels anymore? Can't suppress the restlessness in your heart? Ready to go out and flirt with some girls? Su Yang, stop blabbering for now, let's eat first. We can talk while eating. Su Yang shook his head and walked toward the backyard. Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang walked behind, watching Lin Muyang supporting Su Yan while stealing another glance at Su Yang's retreating figure. Had Su Yang not spoken up earlier, they truly wouldn't have recognized him at all. With his crimson lips, pearly teeth, sword-like brows, and starry eyes, after a complete makeover, had this kid actually turned handsome? Though he was still the same person, there was an inexplicable sense that this wasn't the same person from before. It was probably the transformation in Su Yang's demeanor, stemming from an inner change. This psychological shift had greatly improved his overall aura and bearing. By the way, this is a villa, right? Hong Gang surveyed the opulent decorations with curiosity and asked Su Yang, Yangzi, how much does this cost per night? 58,000, Su Yang replied nonchalantly as he reached out to slide open the glass door leading to the backyard. He lifted his leg and walked out. His tone was flat, without a trace of bragging, as if he were casually answering a question. How much? Hong Gang halted mid-step. Wu Hanwen beside them also froze momentarily. 58,888. Kai Kuan by the side picked his nose and looked at the two with disdain, making a fuss over nothing. Come godfather, please have a seat. As he spoke, Kai Kuan fawningly trotted to the table, quickly pulling out the chair for Su Yang to sit down. Su Yang looked at Kai Kuan with a strange expression. Dude, don't go too far with this. Your flattery is making me sick. In an instant, Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen caught on. Whose car could Kai Kuan have borrowed? Probably Su Yang's too, right? No, you damn. Hong Gang scratched his head and drew in a sharp breath in astonishment. Chapter 37, Sympathetic yet envious, the paradox of brotherhood. Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang silently approached Su Yang. Their gazes held 30% scrutiny, 50% astonishment, and 20% bewilderment. With pie-chart eyes, they kept circling Su Yang for closer inspection, their faces nearly pressed against his. Su Yang raised his hand somewhat awkwardly, pushing their faces away. Did you hit the jackpot? Hong Gang cautiously probed with his question. Wu Hanwen, standing nearby, also asked tentatively, is that a 6 yours? Su Yang gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged as he picked up a cigarette from the table and tossed one to Kai Kuan, who was sitting not far away. He handed 2 more to Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen. They knew Su Yang's character, he was practically incapable of lying, always straight to the point. So, you really struck it rich? Hong Gang glared at the Huazi cigarettes in Su Yang's hand, grinding his teeth. No way, Su Yang, you're seriously rolling in it now? Just a short while since we last met, and you've hit the jackpot? Damn, I must be dreaming. Gotta get some more sleep. Wu Hanwen burst into laughter, tilting his head back for a moment before immediately plopping into his chair. He yanked the hood of his down jacket over his head and closed his eyes. The complexity of emotions within him confirmed that all of this was absolutely real. Holy shit, did you really hit it big or what? No. Wu Hanwen's voice was choked with tears. Su Yang, I know the saying goes you fear your buddy suffers, yet dread seeing him right or rolls, but man, I'm begging you, just tell me this isn't real, okay? This hurts worse than killing me. If you'd said you found a girlfriend, bro could still swallow that pill. But you're telling me you struck it rich? This is more painful than murdering me. Watching their reactions, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at Kai Kuan sitting nearby. To say they're envious? Absolutely they are. A longtime best friend you haven't seen in ages suddenly strikes it rich? Driving an Audi, staying in villas that cost over 50 grand a night? Tisk. After watching the two banter a while longer, watching the two of them sit down on the chairs, Su Yang finally felt relieved. To be honest, Su Yan wasn't the type of person who enjoyed showing off. A simple compliment would suffice, anything more would make him feel uncomfortable and shy. Lin Muyang arrived with a server, carrying a clay pot. You could still see the charcoal burning beneath the earthen pot. Placing the hot pot on the table, Lin Muyang directed a few waiters to set the remaining dishes to the side before having them leave the beer as well. Then he escorted those few people out. Su Yang looked at the free-range chicken stewing in the earthenware pot before him, licked his lips, and thought it smelled incredibly enticing. Shaolin, let's grab a bite together? Su Yang tilted his head to look at Lin Muyang beside him. Lin Muyang's face broke into a shy smile. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sit down. Su Yang jerked his chin. Lin Muyang stopped standing on ceremony. After spending some time with Su Yang, he'd gotten somewhat familiar with his ways. Gentle and modest, occasionally a bit silly, with both good looks and an interesting soul. Hong Gang looked at the claypot chicken hot pot before him, lifted his glass, and opened a nearby beer bottle. Turning to Su Yang, he asked, La Yao, really, I can't figure it out, this villa, 58,000. 58,000. What are you wasting this money for? Just book any random one. I feel like the three of us don't deserve such a big villa. Hong Gang took a sip of his beer. Bitter wine goes down the throat, but the heart aches. Is there a possibility? Su Yang looked up at Hong Gang. If we book a standard room, we can stay, but we definitely won't have as much fun. Isn't it because Brother G said you guys were coming too? Su Yang smiled slightly. That's why I specifically switched to a villa, so you guys can have a bit more fun. Money isn't an issue, we only gather like this once a year. Your job is just to enjoy yourselves. Listening to Su Yang's words, Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang both felt warmth in their hearts. Kai Kuan and Lin Muyang raised their eyebrows. What a smooth talker. His thoughtful words were so comforting to hear. Picking up a piece of chicken, Su Yang dipped it into Lin Muyang's secret homemade sauce. Looking at that black bone chicken coated in chili oil, with its gray skin and pinkish white meat, I took a hearty bite. It was tender, smooth, and completely different from the grain-fed chickens in the city. City-raised grain-fed chickens have a sandy texture, either crumbling at the first bite or turning woody and tough. But this free-range mountain chicken was truly succulent, with a rich and deep flavor. Melts in your mouth without even needing to gnaw on the bones. The meat practically separates from the bone with just one bite. Chewing on the chicken, the scalding broth maintains a perfect temperature as it surrounds the meat. And though I don't quite understand the science behind it when it comes to clay pot chicken stew, there's no denying that the poultry cooked in such earthenware does indeed taste better. I tossed some potato slices into the pot to simmer. Su Yang raised his wineglass, raised an eyebrow at Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen, and said, after we finish eating, how about hitting the hot springs, then getting foot massages? Brother G mentioned there's a good place nearby. Hearing this, the expressions of the two men instantly turned suggestive and mischievous. This doesn't seem quite proper? Wu Hanwen was an honest man after all, who still placed importance on propriety and moral principles. He couldn't help feeling that visiting massage parlors wasn't something decent people did, and feels like it's all borderline sketchy. Nothing wrong with it, Su Yang explained to Wu Hanwen, just going for a massage, that's all. And don't be prejudiced about those places. The technician's massage skills are actually quite good for relieving fatigue. Listening to you go often then? Hong Gang teased with a mocking expression. Just went for the first time the other day, Su Yang shrugged as he lightheartedly recounted his first massage experience to the group. Ding! Catching up with old friends over hot pot and drinks, what a delightful and carefree time. System reward, 6,666 yuan. The meal stretched on leisurely as they chatted, reminiscing about old times and sharing anecdotes from their daily lives. The eating was indeed lively and amusing, and even Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, Su Yang and the other three were soaking in the pool, lazy and comfortable. Now this is what you call living. Hong Gang let out a strange cry of contentment. Hearing this, Su Yang curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Yes, this is what life should be. That was merely existing before. Now I finally understand why you booked this villa, said Kaikuan, leaning against the pool's edge as he gazed down at the scattered public pools below. He could see groups of bikini-clad girls laughing and playing in the water. Beyond them stretched the city's staircase panorama of twinkling lights, descending into the night. The night enveloped this stretch of mountains, yet nestled within these very mountains lay a hot spring resort. It seemed to blend with the world, yet also stood apart from it. Chapter 38, Changes. Hey beautiful, take a photo for us. Hong Gang hurriedly took out his phone and enthusiastically waved at Lin Muyang, calling out. Hearing this, Lin Muyang stood up from his chair and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He walked over. Reaching out with his phone, he eyed the people in the pool and asked, right here? Should I take the photo now? Let's take it here. Wait, I remember you had this really nice necklace earlier. Hong Gang quickly got up from the pool. Seeing this, Wu Hanwen immediately shouted, go get his sunglasses for me. And that ring. Su Yang. Only a close buddy would do this, anyone else wouldn't have the nerve. Su Yang's car also had some decorations inside. I just bought it while strolling around Taiku Li. Su Yang's impulsive purchases, the things he bought. And so, fully equipped, Su Yang sat by the edge of the swimming pool. Wu Hanwen wore sunglasses, a necklace around his neck, and bracelets and rings on his hands. Hong Gang and Kai Koen beside him were the same. Su Yang grinned, wrapping his arms around the shoulders of the two beside him. The group stood arm in arm, watching the scene unfold. Lin Muyang grinned as he pressed the shutter. Men can be really hard to understand sometimes. Posted it in the group. Hong Gang said to Su Yang while staring at his phone without looking up. Send me those hiking photos you took today too. Su Yang. Virtual mountain climbing? Su Yang was game. Real mountain climbing. Post some pics. Come on guys, have you all become this hypocritical now? Su Yang sat on the steps outside the inn entrance, unable to stand properly due to his aching legs. Standing for too long will make him sore, so he just sits on the ground like this, watching the three of them in the car, constantly getting in and out, filming their videos. You don't know shit. Snow leopard. Shut up. Since you won't pretend and I won't pretend, then who's left to put on that damned act? None of the three paid any heed to the strange look Su Yang was giving them. Su Yang felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he'd probably become a topic in other people's conversations from now on. These three would likely mention him whenever they were bragging in the future. And it would definitely follow the classic I have a friend who template. Though the A6's interior and purple ambient lighting were perfect for taking photos and videos at night, that little DJ track still really hits the spot. What's the essence of putting on a front? Su Yang reckoned these three must have someone they care about in their WeChat contacts. Because all three were pretty much like him, they hardly ever posted on WeChat moments. But when they went out for a trip, they could blast over a dozen posts. Su Yang was the type who didn't have anyone he cared about on WeChat, nor did he need to attract anyone's attention. Lin Muyang, you know what? Su Yang looked up at Lin Muyang standing beside him with arms crossed, a man who wouldn't post on his Moments feed for weeks on end. But if he suddenly starts posting daily updates one day, there are only two possible explanations. First, he's gone traveling, desperate for everyone to know, indulging his intense urge to share. And what's the second option? Lin Muyang proved to be quite the conversational foil. The second type? Su Yang's tone carried a hint of mockery and teasing. It's nothing more than having someone they care about on WeChat. Posting on Moments is just to grab that person's attention. You could interpret it as a kind of mating behavior. But he didn't know how to strike up a conversation with people, so he tried to get their attention this way. Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen's smiles froze on their faces. Damn, how did he know that? Ha ha ha. Hong Gang stuffed his phone back in his pocket, laughing as he said, so what, let's go? We can just take some casual shots. So, gang, you've already got a target in mind? Su Yang propped his chin with one hand, sizing up Hong Gang with a teasing look. Wu Hanwen was probably the first type, the kind who practically wanted the whole world to know whenever he stepped out, overflowing with a strong urge to share. Hong Gang was already drenched in sweat. No, Hong Gang averted his eyes in panic and quickly sat down in the car. Su Yang raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lin Muyang. A teasing smile also played on Lin Muyang's face. This was probably genuine courtship behavior. Since everyone had a few drinks, Mu Yang was the designated driver. Su Yang played some DJ music, bobbing his head rhythmically from the passenger seat. The three people behind also started trembling. Once there were no outsiders around, the interaction between these men became thoroughly relaxed and effortless. Kai Koen held up his phone, grinning as he recorded a video. Damn, these fools are really something else. Mr. Su, shall I pick you up tomorrow? Lin Muyang stood by the car, looking up at Su Yang. Su Yang gave a slight nod. No need to go back tonight. By the time we finish, it'll probably be past 11 or 12. Alright. Lin Muyang nodded, then the group headed inside. Kai Koen and the other two followed behind Su Yang, looking like big shots being led. Once inside, Su Yang casually took a seat on the nearby sofa. The receptionist not far away immediately came over with several pairs of slippers. With a smile, he asked, "Are you from Sichuan?" Su Yang nodded slightly, took off his shoes, slipped on the slippers, and accepted the numbered tag handed to him. "Let's go," Su Yang said as he followed the server upstairs. Watching Su Yang move with such familiarity, the three of them felt somewhat reassured. Entering the private room, Su Yang surveyed the 5 seats. He stripped off his clothes and unabashedly changed into the golden battle robe. For some reason, it appeared all these shops had a preference for such golden garments. Wrapped in the robe, Su Yang crossed his legs and settled onto the sofa. The attendant beside him asked, "Sir, what would you like to drink? We offer a complimentary drink and fruit platter here. Let's just go with the free items. To be honest, when the massage starts, who has time to eat? Just drinking some water will do. When the massage is over, we can order whatever we want to eat." "Send the technician over," Su Yang said while flipping through the service menu. "Just get the 299 one. Su Yang casually tossed the slip aside and said to the three of them, "The 299 package probably includes a full-body massage." Su Yang noticed the ambiguous expressions on their faces and immediately added, "Size doesn't count." The three of them? The rest is just flashy stuff, basically more or less the same, just differences in time and procedure. Honestly, I don't know the specifics either, each store is a bit different. After a while, The technician walked in. Su-yan looked at the row of girls in front of him and took a bite of watermelon. Number 8 was called. Then he sat cross-legged and waited. The other 3 felt somewhat embarrassed to make their selections, but after Su-young took the lead, they also made their choices. So the few of them sat cross-legged, with Su-young holding the remote control and looking at the 3. What should we watch? Crayon Shin-chan? SpongeBob? Or maybe Armored Hero? The 3. You come here. Such an ambiguous atmosphere. You watch Crayon Shin-chan? Is the boss this childlike? The girl sitting on the small cushioned stool in front of Su-young chuckled lightly, looking at him. Just youthful at heart, Su-yang grinned. The 3 of them looked at Su-yang with somewhat complicated expressions. To be honest, after knowing him for so many years, they all understood exactly what kind of person Su-yang was. Basically, he'd act all shamelessly flirtatious around familiar people, but then turn into an ice-cold stranger around outsiders. Could barely squeeze out a word after several minutes. The changes now are truly immense. Instead, the trio became rather restrained. Chapter 39, Vehicle arrived. Sign for delivery. Amit ba. Just eat the fruit, really, don't overthink it. Su-yang skewered a cherry tomato with a bamboo stick and handed it over. Even though I spent $2.99, just put in half the effort. Staring at the fruit before her, she froze for a moment before opening her mouth to bite the cherry tomato, chewing slowly. Her expression nearly slipped for a second. It's so sour. I really don't like sour flavors. Su-yang nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. She playfully pinched the sole of Su-yang's foot with force. Then why did you give it to me? Seeing how Su-yang and the girl had already started chatting, and getting along remarkably well, the trio felt incredibly conflicted inside. Dude, what's going on? You're acting so unfamiliar it's downright terrifying. Their gazes intersected in midair. Each could see the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Could this thing have been possessed by something? There's something sinister here. Hey brother G, what's your plan for New Year's? Su-yang tilted his head at Kai Kuan while casually handing him a cigarette. He then passed one each to Wu Hanwan and Hong Gang. Gonna visit my girlfriend's family for the holidays. Kai Kuan leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's about time to get married anyway. My girlfriend's been pressing me hard about it. Su-yang raised an eyebrow at this. Oh really? Yeah, mind lending me your car for a spin? Kai Kuan grinned foolishly. Seems my girlfriend mentioned my future mother-in-law judges people by their appearances. If I roll up in your ride, my treatment might just get an upgrade. Otherwise, I'd probably end up sitting at the same table as the dogs. Su-yang. Hong Gang, 6. Wu Hanwan's lips twitched. Has the homecoming situation gotten this intense already? Su-yang nodded and said, I've got a few cartons of Huazi cigarettes and some bottles of Mutai in my trunk. Just take them and use them. Whoa, serious? Kai Kuan raised an eyebrow. Godfather? Seriously? Godfather, whom I still need to go buy New Year's goods. That bit was originally saved for myself to smoke, but you can just take it. Su-yang casually picked up a piece of watermelon from the side and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing. This year going home for New Year's, there's quite a lot I need to buy. It wouldn't be good if I brought too little. Finished, Su-yang glanced at his balance. Over 2 million already. System, get me a Range Rover. Ding. Configuration panel deployed. Please select your configuration, host. Before his eyes appeared a virtual panel resembling a VR interface, with a car suspended in midair. Su-yang experimented with different configurations, observing as the vehicle's paint finish transformed accordingly. The effect was astonishingly lifelike, indistinguishable from viewing an actual car in reality. After finishing the configuration selection, Su-yang placed his order. Ding. Host has spent 1.9 million yuan to purchase a second luxury vehicle. You don't need to speak, Land Rover speaks for you. System reward, 2,800,000 yuan. Woohoo, sweet bliss. Every indulgence of his became another fragment of Land Rover's prestige. Now that the fragments have been collected, they've synthesized into a Land Rover? It was clear that all 3 were getting restless, but Su-yang couldn't be bothered to deal with them. The technician gently pulled the blanket over him, and Su-yang smiled at her. Good night, Macapaka. Good night, useless little trash. Su-yang shot them a sidelong glance before yanking the covers over himself. The 3, the technician couldn't help but chuckle softly as he pulled his suitcase away. The trio looked at the sleeping Su-yang with understanding. After all, mountain climbing was exhausting. But now they found themselves in a new environment. A restless energy took hold of them, and soon they headed outside. Heading to a bar, wondering if I might get lucky tonight. Didn't flirt with the massage therapist when she was right in front of me, now going out fishing in the ocean. There's one thing Su-yang doesn't understand. Aren't these technicians way better than the women in bars? He soon fell asleep. To be honest, he was truly exhausted. It had been a long time since he'd exercised with such intensity. The next morning, Su-yang on the bed let out a pained groan through clenched teeth. It still hurts, just not as much as I'd imagined. Perhaps it's due to the massage and hot spring soak. My bodily fatigue has eased somewhat. Glancing to the side, the other 3 had also woken up to Yang Su's wails. Their hair was disheveled, faces blank with confusion.
Up already? Kai Koen yawned. Let's freshen up first and find somewhere to eat. Yang Su nodded, shuffling into the bathroom.
He grabbed his toiletries to brush his teeth and wash his face, then hastily smoothed down his unruly hair. To be honest, Su Yang didn't wash his hair every day either. It was only during middle school and high school that he'd wash it daily after waking up. Back then he cared about his appearance. But in college, he became much more lax about it. All he could think about was making money. Now Su Yang isn't too keen on washing his hair in the dead of winter either, it's prone to give him headaches. After washing his face, the three of them trickled in one after another. Grabbing his toothbrush, he gave his teeth a quick scrub, making splashing water sounds.
Where did you three go last night? Su Yang asked curiously, eyeing the trio.
Guess I've gotta play the fool. Hong Gang curled his lips dismissively. Stop asking.
It's depressing. All three fell silent. Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow with a peculiar look in his eyes. Had they run into a wine scammer?
Men are always preoccupied with what's in their pants. When night falls and restlessness kicks in, all they think about is getting frisky.
Su Yang didn't pry further, it was indeed embarrassing. How much? He asked.
Standing at the reception counter, Su Yang looked at the attendant before him.
The attendant glanced at the wristband and said, together? If together, the total is 1200. Transferred. Ding.
Host enjoyed foot washing, massage, and shooting the breeze with old friends.
System reward, 12,000 yuan. Not bad, made a killing.
Putting on his shoes, Su Yang clenched a cigarette between his teeth as he descended the steps, his leg still aching slightly. But as long as he wasn't going downstairs, walking was just mildly sore and swollen, probably better by tomorrow.
Let's go back to the inn first. I'll pack up my things.
Back in the car, Su Yang sat in the passenger seat with a cigarette dangling from his lips,
blowing smoke rings.
The four men sat inside the car, all puffing away on their cigarettes.
Damn, just thinking about going to work makes my liver ache. Hong Gang rubbed his abdomen with a pained tone. Who the hell actually enjoys this fucking job anyway?
Watching the tourists by the roadside, he genuinely wondered if the government specifically handed out money to some people just for them to eat, drink, and have fun.
They're all the same age, so why can some indulge in eating, drinking, and playing every single day? The statement left Wu Hanwen and Kai Kuan speechless. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Opening the car door, Su Yang asked the three of them, what would you like for breakfast?
Anything's fine, I'm not picky. Hong Gang stretched lazily after getting out of the car, breathing in the crisp air of Qingcheng Mountain. The other two also gazed at the scenery, feeling completely refreshed. All their earlier frustration and resentment instantly melted away. Life really is wonderful after all.
Mr. Su, you're here?
A man in a black suit quickly approached and handed a document to Su Yang. This is the receipt, please sign here.
Su Yang glanced at the man in surprise, raising an eyebrow. You came quite early? Chapter 40. Wait, you actually bought a Land Rover? Came first thing in the morning.
Didn't dare to delay, the man explained with a smile.
Su Yang, upon hearing this, reached out to sign the delivery receipt. Kai Kuan and the others looked at him with some confusion and asked, what did you buy? Bought a car.
Lin Muyang, who had just walked over, heard this remarkably calm statement.
Buy a car? Their heads were buzzing a bit. Su Yang glanced at the three of them and explained, didn't Brother G want to borrow my car for the new year? My mom also happened to want me to drive a Land Rover home, so I just bought one. Hong Gang, Kai Kuan, Wu Hanwen, Lin Muyang? Ha, what did you say?
Su Yang was clearly speaking Mandarin, and they could understand every single word he said, but when strung together, it somehow didn't make complete sense to them. Mr. Su, the car was transported here by trailer, so you can rest assured there are no issues or wear and tear. You can inspect it first if you'd like. Alright. Su Yang reached out to take the car keys handed to him and walked over to the vehicle, circling it once.
Damn handsome, a 5.25 meter long body, glossy black paint, a mechanical beast.
Like a proud lion towering above all, it stands upon the road, displaying unrivaled dominance and handsomeness. Its body lines are bold and powerful, radiating an imposing aura, as though it were an unconquerable overlord, reigning supreme over all other vehicles. The sharp LED headlights pierce through the night like twin blades, illuminating the path ahead and paving a safe road for the driver. The black chassis emits a metallic luster, with every detail showcasing the craftsmanship's excellence and the superior quality of its make. The interior is spacious and luxurious, with comfortable seats providing passengers a premium experience. The digital display on the dashboard is clear and bright, showcasing the charm of cutting-edge technology through various smart devices. When seated in the driver's seat, one experiences not just the vehicle's power and handling, but also a sense of confidence and grandeur in mastering the world. The Black Range Rover is more than just a car, it's a symbol of a lifestyle. It embodies strength, confidence, and success, serving as an indispensable companion for achievers pursuing their dreams. Whether navigating urban streets or conquering rugged mountain roads, it displays unparalleled majesty and charisma. No man can resist such a car.
with its massive body and enormous wheels. The A6 parked beside it looks like a mere child. A visual spectacle. Damn you. Wu Hanwen's voice trembled slightly. I always joke about not wanting to see your success, but you didn't have to actually pull up in a Range Rover. With shaking hands, he reached out to caress the vehicle's body. His gaze brimmed with envy, as if beholding some priceless treasure. Damn it. Hong Gang lost it, grabbing Su Yang's shoulders and shaking him violently. Damn it. You bought this? He pointed at the car beside them, staring at Su Yang in disbelief. He wailed and cursed, return it. Seriously, bro, just return it. How could you drive this kind of car? Hong Gang clutched his head in agony, his tone bordering on hysteria. We were all happily broke together. What's wrong with you? No way. If you cancel this order, I'll eat dog shit. Nearby, Kai Kuan stared blankly at the sky with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Must have gotten up too fast. That liquor last night was definitely counterfeit. Too much fake booze. The three of them kept circling around the car, continuously admiring the interior and gazing at the massive vehicle. It was as if they were caressing a goddess's skin, afraid to apply too much pressure. Su Yang let out a helpless chuckle. Help me pack up the luggage, will you? Can't walk another step, thanks, Su Yang said, glancing at Lin Muyang beside him. Lin Muyang nodded with a dazed expression, then turned and walked away. Damn, no joke, this was her first time seeing someone so loaded. I think I just heard someone say this car costs 1 or 2 million. Completely lost my composure. What's even the point of working hard anymore? I could work my entire life and still not afford a rim like that. I'm starting to question my life choices already. Su Yang sat in the passenger seat of the Audi, stretching his legs as he absent-mindedly tapped his thigh. He picked up his phone and idly scrolled through his social media feed. Hong Gang, at 27, I bought a Range Rover with full payment. I'm not posting this to show off how amazing I am, but to prove that I've also worked hard. The picture shows him sitting in the car, one hand gripping the steering wheel while taking the shot. The matching watch is still his own. Su Yang. Kai Kuan, I don't need to speak, the Land Rover will naturally speak for me. Su Yang. Wu Hanwen, could it be that someone doesn't have their own Range Rover before turning 30? Su Yang. Totally speechless, Su Yang was on the verge of losing it. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Puffing on his cigarette, Su Yang simply couldn't hold back any longer. Laughable. Casually flicking the ash, he watched the scene unfold without a trace of disdain or contempt in his heart. After all, while out in the world, one's identity is entirely what they make of themselves. They're all just people seeking amusement. Suddenly, Kai Kuan froze in surprise, staring at the class group chat. Song Xiaoxiao, enough already. I can see all 3 of your WeChat moments. Su Yang's? Kai, yeah, that bastard's something else. I thought about borrowing his car for the holidays, but the guy just went and bought another one. Song Xiaoxiao, classic him. Hong, Song, goddess, any thoughts about my buddy here? Pay me 50, and I'll tell you even which way his dick swings. Woo, I only need 25. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation as she read these messages. She had simply seen the 3 friends' WeChat moments and thought of Su Yang, so she casually asked about him. After all, Su Yang wasn't in the class group chat. One thing puzzled her, why had Su Yang left the class group chat in the first place? It seemed like he dropped out just a few days after graduation. Su Yang, check the group chat, Hong Gang yelled to Su Yang. Sitting in the car, Su Yang didn't even turn his head as he said listlessly, I left that university group chat long ago. Yeah, Kai Kuan scrolled through the group chat, which suddenly became lively. The youngest dropped out of the group just a few days after graduation. Honestly, I don't see much point in keeping this college group anyway. A bunch of people who despise you for being poor yet fear you getting rich are always scheming against you. Can't really say that. After all, we're still classmates. Hong Gang valued relationships and cared about saving face, the very model of the older generation's mentality. Damn it, Su Yang, you son of a bitch. Hong Gang scratched his head, glancing at the Land Rover, then back at Su Yang. Under normal circumstances, one might say something like, remember your old friends when you become prosperous. But to be honest, now that Su Yang had truly struck it rich, they couldn't bring themselves to make such jokes anymore. They were all men, and close friends at that, each with their own pride and unyielding principles. In one's 20s, though already battered and worn by society, there still remains a stubborn fire in the heart. Damn impressive, Hong Gang said with mixed emotions as he patted Su Yang's shoulder. Chapter 41, A Vibrant and Colorful Life. Walking to the rear of the car, Su Yang opened the trunk. The Land Rover featured a split tailgate design. It's the kind that has an upper section and a lower section. After having Lin Muyang toss the items into the backseat, Su Yang opened the Audi's trunk again. He took out the necessary items from inside and threw them into the Range Rover's trunk. Looking at the 2 cars before him, Su Yang felt quite a sense of accomplishment. Because I'm straight, I prefer black, and black also looks cooler. It appears both mysterious and majestic. Later, Su Yang waved at Lin Muyang. Alright, Mr. Su, take care on your way. Lin Muyang wore a smile on his face as he watched Su Yang depart, letting out a sigh.
This client is really easy to get along with, allowing her to eat and drink freely while keeping things pleasantly straightforward. Su Yang sat in the car, driving. Wu Hanwen sat in the passenger seat, touching here and glancing there. Tisk's king in amazement. The car was indeed enormous, and the comfort level was truly exceptional. It wasn't sporty, much more aligned with business class, and business naturally prioritizes comfort. And the view is excellent, with a commander's seat that's also very comfortable to sit in. The noise cancellation is surprisingly good too. Basically, once you roll up the windows, you can't hear any outside noise. Following behind Kai Kuan, Hong Gang drove his small van, gazing enviously at the massive Land Rover on the road. The desire to make money is surging. Many people claim they want to lie flat, but in reality, they simply can't find a direction to strive for, feeling life holds no promise, pressured by oppressive environments and facing uncertain, unknown futures. How many can continue deceiving themselves like this? Because of the internet, many have come to know things they shouldn't and have glimpsed the truth of this world. The skylight of the mind opens, yet still I remain trapped in place, desperately longing to change my current predicament. Yet I realize that no matter how hard I strive my whole life, I'll never reach where some people start. All this talk of effort and struggle seems to have turned into just another empty promise. Opportunities and favorable winds are not things ordinary people can grasp either. Even if we caught it, we wouldn't have the capital to capitalize on it. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he pressed the accelerator as the car rushed slowly down the road. He turned the wheel and drove into a countryside resort. Su Yang's success undoubtedly ignited the trio's desire to make money. No one is willing to accept mediocrity. It's only when there's truly no other way that reality must be faced. They found a restaurant and shared a casual meal over conversation. When it came time to pay, Su Yan looked at the three teasingly. Seriously? You guys are actually saving money for me? Come on. Kai Koen glanced at Su Yang and said with a laugh, you paid for the bath, foot massage, and dinner last night. It's only right we cover this little breakfast. Otherwise I'd feel pretty awkward about it. Alright then. Su Yang nodded. Ding. Host enjoyed a free breakfast. Though it was free, the friend's approach made host feel genuinely comfortable. System reward, 666 yuan. Indeed, even if they treated him like a fool, Su Yang could still accept it. After all, it's always been whoever has money treats the others, and later the rest would buy cigarettes or drinks or whatever. We're all friends here, being too calculational isn't necessary. What's the big deal? We're all brothers. Then I'm off. Su Yang reached out to pull open the car door, settling into the driver's seat as he glanced at Kai Koen and said, you just keep using the car. Got it. Kai Koen nodded, grinning as he replied, don't worry, I'll treat this car like my own wife. Su Yang's look grew suggestive at this remark. Drive it? Su Yang's changing expression made the others burst into laughter. The laughter remained as pure as it had been during their carefree college days. Waving his hand, he played a Russian banger. Listening to the music, Su Yang floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Watching Su Yang walk away, Hong Gang sighed with emotion. Our youngest brother has changed quite a bit. Actually, not that much. Kai Koen curled his lips, his tone somewhat wistful. What's changed is us. Isn't he still as free-spirited and uninhibited as before? It's us, we've grown more calculating in our hearts, always weighing pros and cons. Hearing this, Wu Hanwen chuckled lightly. This brotherhood was truly worth having. A man doesn't really need many fair-weather friends, having one or two true confidants is enough. They won't nitpick over trifles, and will help each other in times of difficulty. Clearly, Su Yang holds quite a high position in their hearts. Even if they don't stay in touch for a while, they'll always have a place for each other in their hearts. At least in front of Su Yang, they didn't need to pretend or put on airs. And even though Su Yang had become wealthy, he remained unchanged, neither looking down on others nor scorning them. Instead, it was precisely this gentle, flowing kindness that moved their hearts deeply. Because once you enter society, you grow accustomed to meeting people who treat others differently based on their status. He had grown accustomed to those hypocritical people. So whenever he thought of Su Yang, that genuine friendship always reminded him how rare and precious it was. Ah, Sue. Inside the car, Su Yang swayed his head to the rhythm of the cheesy DJ music. The speed wasn't particularly fast, just maintaining a normal pace. Suddenly, the phone rang. Puzzled, he picked up his phone and glanced at it. Holy shit, Coach Fu. Reaching out to answer the video call, Su Yang placed his phone on the dashboard. Must wash, Coach Fu. If I don't contact you, would you never reach out to me? Can't you show some respect to me as your teacher? Hu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. How are you feeling now? Last night I soaked in the hot springs and got a massage while I was at it. Feels pretty good, sore and achy, but still bearable. Su Yang assessed his physical condition before responding to Hu. Hu nodded slightly upon hearing this, then suddenly noticed something different about the interior of Su Yang's car. Did you change cars? But she didn't ask further, simply instructing. Call me when you're free later, we'll continue your workouts. As if remembering something, Hu immediately added in a stern tone, don't even think about giving up just because it hurts. Just as Su Yang was about to refuse, he sighed helplessly upon hearing this.
Got it. I think I can make it by around 11. How about coming after lunch? Sure, just contact me when you arrive. Hu Yu sighed.
As a high-end personal trainer, her schedule was dictated by her client's availability, not her own preferences.
Alright, talk later. Su Yan promptly hung up the phone.
Still grooving to the cheesy upbeat music, shaking his head to the suwe rhythm. Su Yang noticed that lately, he woke up every morning in an exceptionally cheerful mood. The previous sense of oppression had vanished, replaced by smiles every single day.
Pretty damn easy. Most of the time in the past, Su Yang's daily life was pretty much devoid of joy or sorrow.
Like a puppet, just going through repetitive routines.
No joy, no sorrow, and absolutely no fun. But now everything's different. He's grinning from ear to ear every day, and even the hues of daily life have become vibrantly colorful. If his past was monotonously gray, the world now unfolds before his eyes in dazzling kaleidoscopic colors. Chapter 42, in spending execution power, he's miles ahead.
Driving through Chengdu's traffic, weaving between vehicles, he swayed his head while stealing glances at the passenger seat of the neighboring car.
Flashing some fancy hand movements. The girl in the passenger seat couldn't help but laugh at the sight.
She quickly turned to the boy in the driver's seat and said something. Taking a glance at Su Yang's head-bopping antics, the boy also couldn't suppress a light chuckle.
Damn it, dumbass. But so happy.
With a playful wink at the other person, Su Yang drove home. Dragging the stuff down and struggling to carry it into the rental apartment, he finally put everything down.
Slumped on the sofa, he let out a pained groan. Arg, still have to work out? So annoying. I wanna die.
In the end, laziness completely took over.
He was always a homebody to begin with.
Going out for strolls, hiking, then eating and drinking, the level of social interaction had already reached a lethal dose.
Now he has to go work out again.
If he says he won't go, he's already agreed to it. If he says he'll go, he can't be bothered. In the end, Su Yang still changed into his workout clothes, got in the car, and drove to the gym. Work out. He needs a strong physique, one that will allow him to keep indulging himself without restraint. After all, the money would never run out, but there were still so many sights in this world waiting to be seen, countless wonders and beautiful women he had yet to lay eyes on.
There were also countless delicacies and grand feasts he had never tasted. Such were Su Yang's simple aspirations. Trembling slightly, he stood in the elevator as it slowly ascended.
He reached the gym's floor and sauntered in step by step, grinning lazily as he stepped inside.
Su Yang?
You're here. The receptionist still remembered him, greeting him with a sweet smile.
Coach Hu was inside. You can go find her yourself. Alright, thanks. Su Yang gave a slight nod and leisurely walked into the gym.
The gym was still quite crowded. One after another, wearing headphones, they let out hoarse howls from their mouths.
Both men and women did the same. You're here?
Hu Yu held her cup, took a sip of water, her crimson cheeks glistening with sweat. Upon seeing Su Yang standing before her, she wiped her face with a towel.
She then asked Su Yang, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was planning to go after working out.
Su Yang sighed. Coach, go easy on me. It really hurts.
Come on, you're a grown man. Let's go.
With that, she led Su Yang to the private training room.
Su Yang doesn't need any equipment assistance yet.
So just like that, he walked indoors. Hu Yu sized up Su Yang and said, today we'll just do some simple exercises to maintain your physical condition.
How many hours did you hike yesterday?
Almost 4 hours. Su Yang sighed, slumping listlessly into the chair.
Feeling somewhat listless. 4 hours?
Hu Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. If you have time, buy a sports watch. It can track your workout data.
You'll get real-time feedback every day. Oh, Su Yang nodded and pulled out his phone. System, get me a watch. Ding. Apple Watch Hermes priced at $10,899. Confirm purchase? Buy. Su Yang didn't hesitate for even 2 seconds. Ding.
Host has purchased the fitness band. Though uncertain if Host can persevere, congratulations on taking the first step toward fitness.
System reward, 28,888 yuan. Su Yang, what are you spacing out about?
Hu Yu watched as Su Yang's eyes glazed over, helplessly reaching out to poke his shoulder. Su Yang snapped back to reality at her words, looking up at Hu Yu before him. Wait, you weren't telling me to buy a watch, were you?
I can just have a friend get one for me.
Hu Yu, are you seriously this decisive? Hu Yu was dumbfounded.
I was just saying it casually, and you actually bought it? Without even a hint of hesitation?
What a ridiculous dude. When it comes to fitness, he procrastinates just like with everything else, but his execution in spending money is terrifyingly efficient.
So, should we start exercising now, or wait until my watch arrives?
Su Yang sat on the ground, looking at Hu Yu in front of him.
Hu Yu remained silent for a few seconds.
She actually wanted to chat with Su Yang a while longer. Let's just rest for a bit first.
Have some water and rehydrate.
Alright. Su Yang promptly accepted the bottled water she handed him.
He unscrewed the cap and took a sip.
Then he continued sitting on the floor, zoning out. Not knowing what to talk about, he currently had no desire for conversation. But give him the urge to chat, and Su Yang could strike up a conversation even with a dog. When there's no desire to chat, not a single word comes out for half a day.
Was Qingcheng Mountain fun yesterday?
Huyu studied Su Yang's face, quite handsome indeed. Just okay. Su Yang had a habit of looking into people's eyes when speaking. His gaze met Huyu's.
No more evasiveness like before, no more underlying insecurity or timidity.
He used to feel embarrassed to look women directly in the eyes, especially pretty girls. Even if he stole a glance or two at an attractive woman, his gaze would instinctively dart away.
The scenery is truly breathtaking. After reaching the summit, I felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment.
Rather than calling it climbing Qingcheng Mountain, it would be more accurate to say it's traversing that entire mountain range. Walking around the entire mountain range takes about 7 to 8 hours to complete, according to those who've done the full circuit. Su Yang only made it halfway before he had to stop. Moreover, he took the back mountain path. The front path would have led to Laojun Pavilion.
But there were too many people, and Su Yang didn't want to go that way. The back mountain had better scenery and was quieter too. Do you really enjoy mountain climbing? Huyu asked with a light laugh. That's quite a healthy hobby of yours.
Not so much the climbing, but the scenery, Su Yang replied, casually stretching out on the ground.
At least there was a yoga mat beneath him.
I love the gentle breeze, the scent of flowers and trees, the solitude when I can quietly savor being alone listening to the rustling leaves in the wind, Su Yang mused, reminiscing about that state of mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Listening to Su Yang's words, Huyu sat silently with her niece hugged to her chest. His description made her want to experience it too, but she ultimately neither had the time nor the opportunity.
Your story sounds so fun. When I went hiking before, I just remember feeling exhausted, though the view from the summit was quite beautiful.
Huyu seemed to recall her past hiking experiences, a faint smile playing on her face.
Looking at Su Yang lying on the floor, his entire body exuded a lazy, relaxed vibe.
She relaxed too, lying down on a nearby yoga mat and gazing up at the ceiling. Just like that, they chatted idly back and forth. Su Yang was the type who'd speak if you asked, but wouldn't say a word if you didn't.
Ha, why are you guys lying down? Su Yang, there's a package for you.
The receptionist walked over and handed the box to Su Yang. Thanks. Su Yang reached out to take the box, then peeled off the tape with a tug. After opening the box, he took out the contents from inside.
How much is it?
Huyu looked curiously at the Apple Watch.
Over 10,000, Su Yang sighed.
Spending so much just to get fit, hopefully I can stick with it.
That expensive?
Huyu shuddered, her body springing up improbably from the yoga mat.
The strength in that core is utterly insane.
His entire body snapped upright at a perfect 90-degree angle like a human ruler.
Chapter 43, Casually Spending What Others Couldn't Earn in a Lifetime.
It really is quite expensive, Su Yang muttered, his values still aligned with ordinary folks. Spending over 10,000 yuan on a wristwatch did seem extravagant. But it didn't matter, he wasn't short on cash now. He tore open the sealing strip on the cardboard box. An orange box was revealed, with black lines bordering its edges, and the main body was also orange. The rectangular box caught Su Yang's eye, reminding him of the Louis Vuitton shoebox. It seemed identical to this one. Moreover, the heft felt strikingly similar. Opening the box, a sleek white leather-wrapped timepiece came into view. Taking out the watch face from inside, Su Yang casually opened the accompanying strap box nearby.
This should be that Hermes collaboration model, right?
Huyu squatted nearby with her legs drawn up, watching Su Yang unbox the item with curiosity. Su Yang shrugged, no idea, I really wouldn't know about these things.
Didn't you know what you were buying?
Huyu gave Su Yang a puzzled look.
Su Yang stared blankly at Huyu. Didn't you tell me to buy it?
Huyu,
even if I told you to buy it, couldn't you check first? Are you really that decisive? After some maneuvering, Su Yang put the watch on his wrist.
Staring at the dial while fiddling with it, he confirmed he could indeed check his heart rate and calories burned anytime, as well as step counts and similar information. Alright then, let's start exercising. Huyu clapped her hands and stood up from the floor, positioning herself on the yoga mat in front of Su Yang. Now just mimic my movements. As she spoke, she casually stretched her limbs.
Then she began hopping up and down energetically.
Su Yang gazed at the bouncing interface with somewhat dazed eyes. Half an hour of exercise, 1 hour of paralysis.
Su Yang was done for.
Collapsed on the yoga mat, he kept letting out pitiful wails.
I'm dying, ah. Ding.
Daily workout, burn those calories.
System reward, 5,555 yuan. Damn, yesterday's mountain hike didn't count, huh? Tisk, I'm numb. Just lost out on 5,500 bucks. Coach, I'm heading out first. Su Yang could only feel pain all over his body. Need me to give you a ride?
Huyu looked at Su Yang's pitiful state and couldn't help but laugh. It had only been half an hour, but due to yesterday's excessive exercise, lactate had built up. The pain today is twice as bad.
Is it true?
Thank you, kind soul. Su Yang nodded like a pecking chick, not wanting to pretend to be stubborn anymore. Pain is pain, discomfort is discomfort. After changing clothes, Huyu emerged from the dressing room.
Su Yang looked at the other person and asked in confusion, "Not going to work today?
It's almost New Year, and you're my only client."
Huyu shrugged her shoulders. "You're done for, and so am I. Well, I'm really sorry disturbing your holiday." After walking downstairs, Huyu scanned the area and asked Su Yang in confusion, "Where's your car?" "That one right there." Su Yang jerked his chin toward the conspicuously parked Land Rover in the parking space. The pitch-black car body, beneath the dim lights of the underground parking garage, resembled a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows. "You changed cars?"
Huyu reached out and caught the keys Su Yang tossed to her. Watching as the Land Rover's door handle slowly extended outward, she pulled the door open. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yang shifted his buttocks comfortably. "Damn, this feels nice."
It was his first time riding shotgun. Taking in the pristine interior, he found the upholstery exceptionally cozy too.
As music filled the car, Su Yang rolled down the window, cigarette dangling from his lips, and glanced sidelong at Huyu's black-stockinged legs.
"Those high heels new?"
"No, they're flats." Huyu nervously adjusted her grip on the wheel. The over 5-meter-long car body was already huge, and she drove with extreme caution, fearful of scratching or bumping into anything.
Just take it slow, no rush.
"Even if you do bump into something, don't stress." Su Yang noticed Huyu's nervousness and comforted her with his words. His relaxed tone seemed to ease Huyu's tension slightly. She even managed to turn her head and smile at Su Yang, saying, "Got it." The car pulled out of the parking lot, and Huyu, behind the wheel, savored the elevated perspective that 2 million yuan buys. The surrounding vehicles appeared somewhat smaller from this vantage point. The view was undeniably more comfortable, though the sheer size of the vehicle made her hesitant to maneuver it. Yet the comfort level was remarkably high. Su Yang, cigarette in mouth and wind in his hair, pointed the way to Huyu as they headed toward Yunming Bay.
"Is this car brand new?"
Huyu glanced at the odometer, noted the shockingly low mileage, and shot Su Yang a surprised look.
"My old car's lent to a friend.
Mom said I couldn't come home for New Year unless I wasn't driving the Range Rover, so I just bought this one casually."
Su Yang's tone was matter-of-fact, without a hint of boastfulness, merely stating facts. "What do you mean, just bought it casually?"
"Don't be so ridiculous, man.
Did you casually spend what an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime?
But from the sound of it, he earns it himself to spend himself then?
Not taking money from his family?"
Making conversation as they went, Su Yang arrived at Yunming Bay. The car had just pulled into the parking lot by the entrance. Someone at the entrance immediately jogged over, gesturing with their hands to guide the parking. As the car came to a stop, Huyu let out a relieved sigh and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Driving your car is so nerve-wracking, I was so scared of crashing." Thanks. Opening the car door, Su Yang stepped out of the vehicle. Huyu also came around from the other side and handed the car keys to Su Yang. Su Yang took the car keys, gave a slight nod, then took out his phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to Huyu. "Thanks. Consider it a treat for dinner, plus the chauffeur fee."
"Brother Su, you're here?"
The manager rushed out enthusiastically from the entrance, quickly extending a hand in welcome. "Why didn't you let me know sooner? I'd have opened the door for you."
"Don't be ridiculous." Su Yang couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Gong's words. "Then I'll be off now."
Huyu gave Su Yang a lingering look, turned and waved, then hailed a cab with her phone.
"All right, take care." Su Yang waved back.
Afterwards, he walked inside together with engineer Zhang. Enjoying the massage, he felt pleasantly drowsy and comfortably relaxed, his tense muscles gradually easing. Inside the car, Huyu stared at the transfer Su Yang had sent her. After a moment of contemplation, she still returned the money.
That's way too much. If you really want to thank me, treat me to dinner next time."
"Su, no way. Treating you would definitely cost more than 1,000 yuan.
When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you do." Su Yang looked at Huyu's message and scoffed.
He certainly knew the difference between 1,000 yuan and bride prices amounting to hundreds of thousands.
"Damn woman, just lusting after me."
2 hours later, Su Yang stood comfortably at the doorway, bidding farewell to engineer Zhang.
Ding!
Perfect combo of fitness and massage.
Mind and body delighted. System reward, 6,666 yuan.
He drove off toward the market. It was about time for him to start preparing New Year goods for the homecoming celebration.
Chapter 44 Preparing New Year's Supplies, 66666 yuan reward.
Su Yang parked his car near a liquor and tobacco shop. He promptly shoved both hands into his pockets.
Walking briskly into the shop, he asked, "Boss, do you have any Huazi cigarettes?"
"Yes.
How many do you want?"
The shopkeeper immediately rose from the tea table and hurried over to the counter.
50 or 60 cartons?
Su Yang tilted his head.
His father smoked, and his grandfather smoked too. That many?
The shopkeeper looked at Su Yang in surprise, his expression slightly troubled. "I'm afraid I don't have that many in stock here."
"How about I get some from other suppliers for you?"
"Certainly."
Su Yang nodded.
"Bring me some Maotai, Shifeng, and all sorts of other fancy liquors."
Holy shit, did this insane fortune just land in my lap?
The boss immediately said warmly, come please have a seat, boss.
I'll have someone bring everything over right away. Don't worry, it's absolutely authentic here. If there's even the slightest issue, you can beat me to death. Great, I was just thinking of buying a comprehensive insurance for a semi-trailer,
Su Yang said with a grin as he looked at the boss.
The boss froze all over in an instant. Sweating bullets now, a buddy?
Su Yang teased with a smirk.
As the most easily obtainable licensed weapon with overwhelming lethal force in the country, its deterrence power is truly formidable.
Watching the other party's reaction, Su Yang struggled to suppress his laughter. Seeing Su Yang holding back laughter, the shopkeeper exhaled in relief. Absolutely no issue.
You can rest assured. Scared to death.
But he also became serious, afraid there really couldn't be any faking involved.
Otherwise,
that's what you call hitting the jackpot. Sitting at the tea table, Su Yang toyed with his phone, waiting for his boss to send a message. He had placed all the premium Chinese cigarettes from the counter onto the table.
By the way, boss, would you like any other brands of cigarettes?
The shopkeeper asked merely as a courtesy, genuinely harboring little expectation in his heart. Bring me some of those lotus flowers too, and several packets of huayushi, as well as licoon.
Alright, going all out with the shopping spree, are we?
Buddy, I just love big spenders like you.
The shopkeeper quickly fawned and opened a pack of huazi, approaching Su Yang. Boss, this is all I have in the store, take a look?
Yeah, let's settle up when the rest arrives. Su Yang took the cigarette, and the boss immediately leaned over to light it for him.
Taking a drag, Su Yang rubbed his slightly chilled hands together.
Noticing this, the boss quickly pulled out the brazier from behind the counter. Here sir, warm yourself by the fire first.
Thank you, you're too kind.
Su Yang nodded with a smile as he looked at the boss. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, he wondered whose father this might be. The post-90s generation's mutual assistance agreement clearly stipulated that when post-90s youth were out and about, upon encountering men in their 40s or 50s who appeared to be in difficulty, they were required to offer assistance within their means. This was why Su Yang didn't particularly enjoy seeing these uncles and aunts either. Their overly ingratiating manner rubbed him the wrong way, because he feared that his parents lived this way when they were away from home. Just the thought of it would make his heart ache. Most importantly, with middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, you never know how much money they might casually pull out.
What if they were actually richer than him? My name is Su Yang, just call me Su Yang.
I'm probably around the same age as your child, so this formality isn't really necessary. Su Yang held out a lighter, leaning forward to help the man light his cigarette.
Hearing Su Yang's words, the man felt warmth spreading through his chest. He chuckled and nodded, quickly shielding the flame as he took a long drag.
2 streams of smoke curled from his nostrils as he grinned and said, my son just turned 23, probably about your age, eh?
I'm 2 years older than him.
Su Yang laughed amiably as he sat down in a chair, then asked the shop owner, where are you from, boss?
As they chatted casually over tea, Su Yang glanced at his teacup and suddenly asked, do you have any tea leaves for sale?
Of course.
The shop owner immediately pulled out a tea caddy from the side. This is exactly what we're drinking now. Give me 2 caddies.
Oh, and could you pick out some other varieties for me too? About 30 or 40 boxes, they're for gifts. Su Yang leaned back in his chair with a somewhat languid expression.
During the New Year season, visiting relatives and friends was absolutely essential. To give his parents some face, Su Yang practically went all out.
Now, Su Yang couldn't wait to see the expressions on his parents' and relatives' faces.
Ha ha ha.
Su Yang grinned with a crafty smile.
It may look like a lot, but after sending out batches sporadically, not much is left at home.
Su Yang glanced at the pile of cigarettes beside him. There was also plenty of alcohol. Soon a van screeched to a halt at the front door. The winter weather was perpetually gloomy and dim. The bitter cold was relentless. If not for the generous rewards for shopping trips, Su Yang would have preferred staying home and ordering everything through the system. A young man from outside walked in carrying 2 large bags. 2 bright red bags were placed on the table as the fellow puffed on his cigarette, twin streams of smoke curling from his nostrils.
Just 4 more, right?
The young man took 4 packs of cigarettes from the bag and placed them on the table before walking away with the rest.
Boss, that's 20 packs of huazi, 20 more of huayucici, plus the licoon and, just give me whatever's left.
Su Yang glanced at the bag in the other person's hand. After all, these were consumables. It wouldn't hurt to stock up a little extra. Good. The boss's face instantly lit up with a smile, precisely because he thought Su Yang might want more, which is why he had his son bring over extra.
System. Is this tobacco authentic? Confirmed. It's genuine. That settled it.
Su Yang took out his phone and said to the boss, let's do the math. Alright. The father and son immediately began calculating with the cigarettes in hand. By the time they finished the calculations, over 10 minutes had passed. Looking at the total amount, the boss grew somewhat nervous, while the young man beside him stared at the chaotic assortment of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea scattered on the floor.
The total comes to 112,000. You can just pay 111,000. Would you like an invoice? No need. Soo-young raised his hand with the phone and scanned the other party's QR code. He then scanned the dynamic verification code. After entering the verification code, he transferred the money over. When the payment went through, both the shop owner and the young man were momentarily stunned. Is this alright? No bargaining at all? Ding! Host prepares New Year goods, looking forward to returning home for the new year, longing to see parents after so long, anticipating the astonished faces of friends and relatives. System reward, 666,666 yuan. I'll back the car up, you guys help me load it. Soo-young stepped out the door. Then he immediately started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove a short distance down the road. Then he drove straight backward. The tires spun slightly before the vehicle mounted the sidewalk, slamming its trunk against the entrance of the tobacco and liquor store. After popping the trunk, Soo-young swung his legs out and stepped down. The Range Rover's cargo space was impressively spacious. It could easily fit all these things, with plenty of space still remaining in the large area. Standing by the trunk, Soo-young watched as the boss and his companion promptly loaded the items inside, stacking them neatly. They were stacked like bricks, forming a perfectly square block. Over 100 cartons of cigarettes, dozens of bottles of liquor, and various kinds of tea leaves. Soo-young inexplicably thought of engineering work in his mind. Glancing at the big Land Rover, hey, it really does seem so. Chapter 45, Live Streaming Appraisal to Buy a Bracelet? Boss, it's all packed. Consider this as a complimentary gift, thank you for your support. The shopkeeper handed another bag to Soo-young. Looking at the cigarettes and tea in his hand, Soo-young smiled and nodded. Thanks, man. Casually tossing the bag onto the back seat, Soo-young bid farewell to the two of them. He pulled open the car door and settled into the driver's seat. With a press of the accelerator, he drove off. Watching Soo-young depart, the boss said to the young man beside him with exasperation, look at him, then look at yourself. You're the same age, yet all you know is playing cards. Well, why don't you see what he drives first? Grumbled the young man discontentedly. Get me a Land Rover and I'll behave the same way. The father saw his son still ungrateful and promptly pulled out his belt. Meanwhile, Soo-young drove off, humming a tune while glancing at his balance already over 5 million yuan. Soo-young drove the car with a delighted and cheerful heart. Now it was time to buy some clothes for his family. Back then, his mindset had been too narrow. These days of unrestrained spending had broadened his perspective. What's just a few tens of thousands for clothes? Buy it. Drove the car near Chuanxi Road and found a parking spot at the back. Parked the car. Soo-young hummed a tune as he strolled leisurely towards Chuanxi Road. No need to visit Louis Vuitton again, been there before. He gazed at the jewelry store before him. While scrolling through Douyin, Soo-young suddenly stumbled upon a treasure appraisal livestream. He took another look at the jade shop before him. Soo-young fell into silence. Should he give it a shot? He promptly opened the back end and topped up tens of thousands first. After sending several waves of gifts, he successfully secured a chance for voice chat. His phone vibrated. Soo-young stared at the screen, where a sleazy-looking man with frameless glasses appeared. It seemed the moment the man saw him, disappointment flashed unmistakably across his eyes. Flip the camera around. What's there for you to see? Oh, Soo-young chuckled as he held up his phone, flipping it to face the shop entrance ahead. I'm at Chuanxi Road right now. Since Lunar New Year's coming up, I thought I'd buy some bracelets for my mom. But I don't know much about these things, so I'd appreciate it if you could take a look for me. No problem? Not for me. The streamer laughed at his words, teasingly adding, but I'm worried about you. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? No big deal. If they dare lay a finger on me, I'll collapse dramatically on the spot, and this shop might just end up mine. Total win. Soo-young grinned cheerfully and strode inside the store. In the live stream room. Ha ha ha, damn. That's creative. No more talking, I'm heading out too. Gonna find a shop to check out. This dude really knows how to put on a show. Joe Fuda Jewelry, alright, so that's how you wanna play, huh? Soo-young strode into the store. A hostess in sheer black stockings and professional OL attire stood at the entrance, a red silk banner draped over her shoulder. The banner read welcome and cheerful script, likely displayed for the Spring Festival promotions. The shop bustled with surprisingly heavy foot traffic. The jewelry shop was resplendent and magnificent, with various pieces of jewelry displayed in each counter. Welcome to Baitsue Pavilion. Sir, may I ask what you're looking for? I want to buy a jade bracelet for my mom. Soo-young stepped forward into the store. I've brought a treasure appraisal streamer to help me pick one. Hope it's alright to go live here? The receptionist's smile stiffened slightly. The manager nearby heard this and quickly hurried over. Sir, I'm afraid that won't be possible. We must consider the privacy of our other customers. Are your cabinets storing customers? Soo-young tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the manager. It's not like I'm taking pictures of them. A muffled chuckle came from the phone. Hearing Soo-young's words, the live streamer couldn't help but burst out laughing. The live audience burst into laughter as well. Well, ahem. Sir, may I ask what price range you're looking at? Any preferences regarding variety? The manager decided to first gauge Su Yang's financial means before deciding whether to let him enter. Otherwise, if he ended up picking stuff worth just a few hundred or thousand later, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Within 1 million will do. Su Yang handed his phone to the receptionist beside him. Hold this for me, my arm's a bit sore. Right away, sir. The doorman quickly took Su Yang's phone and adjusted the camera to face him. Hearing this, the live streamer in the video immediately spoke up. Bro, you're not joking, are you? His tone carried a trace of nervousness. If this worked out, he might actually make a name for himself, but if it backfired, things could go south fast. Truth be told, his fanbase wasn't massive to begin with, just 10 to 20,000 viewers in his livestream. A couple $100,000 isn't worth mentioning. Here, let me give you a red packet after we're done. Su Yang shook his head at the manager. Let's go. Live stream audience. Just a couple $100,000? Unnecessary? Necessary? Want it? Quietly this damn carefree ease, damn it. Sir, please follow me to the VIP room. The manager promptly raised his hand with a smile and asked, my surname is Shou. May I know yours? Su Yang gazed at the jewelry in the display case as he followed behind the manager. Suddenly, he halted mid-step and pointed to a golden ring in the cabinet, declaring, wrap this one up for me. Inside lay a substantial golden ring with a square face, engraved with the character fortune. Su Yang felt the old man would appreciate this style. This particular piece weighs 21.9 grams in total, with a price tag of 20,000? Su Yang gave the other party a calm glance, completely unfazed by the price. He murmured, quite affordable indeed. Manager. Live stream audience. Streamer. Alright, let's go. Su Yang glanced at the manager. The manager hastily led Su Yang to the VIP room. After sitting down, Su Yang crossed his legs and lounged on the single-seat sofa. The live stream audience. This carefree sitting posture alone is worth learning for a lifetime. So composed, absolutely unflappable. Alright, so this is what financial confidence looks like? Absolute admiration. Love it. What would you like to drink, sir? The manager glanced at Su Yang and asked. Su Yang replied, a cup of tea, please. After pouring tea for Su Yang, the manager sat sideways on the small sofa opposite him and inquired, sir, do you have any specific preferences regarding the variety? Pretty, but not too flashy. This one's for my mom, she prefers simpler styles. One is for my grandmother, and the other for my grandma. Su Yang glanced at the manager's delicate hands, pondered for 2 seconds, then looked up and asked, can I shake your hand? Of course, you may. The manager smoothed her hands over her snugly wrapped hips in the tight skirt, rose from the sofa, and walked over to Su Yang. She bent slightly and extended her slender hand. Su Yang took her hand and, after a heavy 2-second pause, remarked, my mother's hands are a bit bigger than yours, but not by much. Sorry about that. Su Yang looked at the manager in front of him. I haven't been home for a long time, so I wanted to give my mom a surprise. Chapter 46. First you call me sweetheart, now it's manager Zhou? It's quite alright, sir. The manager hurriedly comforted the somewhat sentimental Su Yang, saying, I'm delighted to be of service to you. Shall I fetch a few pieces for you to see first? The manager's gaze flickered toward the phone lying nearby. Now this was certainly a unique way to buy bracelets. Absolutely. Su Yang nodded and leaned back in his chair to wait. The manager returned quickly, accompanied by a lovely young woman. Both carried trays in their hands and approached the coffee table. They knelt slightly before placing the trays on the table. At this moment, the streamer, seemingly aware of what he was about to face, nervously swallowed hard. Su Yang then turned to glance at the camera and spoke up, just tell me if it's worth it or not. A range of tens of thousands is still acceptable to me. This immediately eased a lot of the streamer's pressure. Grabbing a tissue nearby to wipe his sweat, he quickly said, let me call a few people first, to help take a look together. Soon the streamer called up a group of friends to join. They stood ready, eyeing the various bracelets laid out on the table. Su Yang sat to the side, sipping tea from his cup. The streamer and the clerk kept up a steady conversation. It wasn't good to just let the client sit there like this, so Zhou Jin pondered momentarily before speaking up. Mr. Su, have you not returned home for several years? The manager took a seat beside Su Yang. Su Yang nodded with a faint smile. Indeed, when I first left, I vowed to make something of myself. Without earning enough, I couldn't bring myself to go back. Now that I've saved up some money, it's only natural to return. Young and accomplished, may I ask if you're still in your 20s? The manager studied Su Yang's face with a flickering gaze. 25. Su Yang shrugged casually. Born in 99? The manager looked at Su Yang with surprise. Not married yet, are you? Not yet. Su Yang shook his head and pursed his lips. My mom's forcing me to go home for blind dates. Still gives me a headache. You must be married already, right? Su Yang looked at the charming young matron before him, her allure practically overflowing. Su Yang glanced at the 2 undone buttons on her blouse. Just in time,
tilting his head allowed him to see inside. Divorced with a kid. Manager Joe also sighed, met a scumbag who cheated during marriage. Makes my blood boil. Really? Soo-young feigned surprise at the remark. How old is your child? She's 5 years old, a little girl. Manager Joe's face broke into a smile as she hurriedly took out her phone, opened the photo album, and pulled up the picture. Wow, so cute. Soo-young looked at the girl in the picture, then glanced at Manager Joe standing right beside him. She reminds me of you, especially these cheeks, they look so soft and squishy. Huh, really? The manager touched her own cheeks. Live stream room. Still playing treasure appraiser here? The two next to you are practically hugging already. Please, I'm begging you. Stop looking. Turn the camera away. I want to watch the guy next to me flirt. I don't want to look at this damn bracelet. The receptionist holding her phone silently glanced to the side, watching the manager giggling so hard she was practically swaying, indeed nearly leaning into the man's embrace. TSK. Rich guy, huh? And a young one at that. What? You're already 32? Soo-young looked at Jo-jin in astonishment, reaching out to hold her slender hand. Just look at how flawless your skin is, who would dare say you're 30? Your hands are even softer than mine, aren't they? Soo-young pinched the other person's hand. Jo-jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she lightly bit her lip. The charming young matron shyly nodded, but I feel like your hands seem a bit rough. The other party took out a hand cream from their pocket, squeezed some into their palm, gently massaging Soo-young's hand. Hey, I've delivered packages and lugged bricks before, so rough hands are understandable. Soo-young chuckled as he looked at the young married woman before him. Say what you will, just say it. What girl can compare to a married woman? Her graceful figure still retained the youthful vitality, as if time had left no trace on her. Especially with that intoxicating mature aura emanating from her entire being, her skin remained firm and supple, exuding a healthy glow. Is that so? The young woman gently massaged Soo-young's palm sympathetically. You must have had a tough time before. Hard as it may be, it's nothing compared to you. Soo-young gently squeezed the other's hand in return, his gaze softening as he said, carrying the whole family on your shoulders alone, looking after the kids, taking care of the household. The young woman's nose instantly tingled with acidity, her heart trembling faintly. She felt as though Soo-young saw through her facade of strength. Sometimes, the kindness of strangers is what most easily breaks down one's defenses. Manager, here's what you requested. The salesperson walked over somewhat sheepishly. Sorry for interrupting. We shouldn't be inside, we should be outside. Have you taken a good look? Soo-young rose from the couch and walked over, gazing at the bracelet on the tray as he asked the streamer, so what do you think? Jo-jin shot Soo-young a resentful glance. Just now you were calling me sweetheart, and now it's Manager Joe? Listening to the host's introduction, Soo-young nodded slightly. After selecting 3 items from them, he turned to Jo-jin nearby and said, these will do, wrap them up. Right away, Mr. Soo. In an instant, Jo-jin switched back into professional mode, resuming that shrewd and efficient demeanor. Soo-young held his phone, watching the live stream as he asked the other person, should I tip you, or should I send you a red envelope? Just a tip would be fine. Just a tip would be fine. The streamer wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn, the pressure was really getting to him. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He waggled his eyebrows suggestively at Soo-young and asked with a lecherous grin, what about you? How'd it go? What do you mean how? Soo-young raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, and immediately ended the call. He quickly tipped 30 to 40,000. Ding! Streamer spends 50,000, tipping the male? Streamer. System reward, 0.00000 yuan. What the hell? The system suddenly got cheeky, leaving Soo-young utterly baffled for a moment. F asterisk king 0? 0 my damn A asterisk asterisk. The live stream audience burst into laughter seeing the host's utterly bewildered expression. Ha ha ha, big shot, can't stand streamers with no sense of boundaries. Is that something you can ask? Just be a good manga bae if you're gonna be one. Oh damn, so freaking envious. Damn it, that manager is so damn hot. And that figure. People like them probably have absolute freedom with women, huh? Be confident, drop the probably. Mr. Soo, after the discount that comes to 950,000 yuan. Jo-jin's voice carried clear excitement. This 950,000 yuan sale meant incredible performance numbers. It's something that doesn't happen even once in several years. Charge it. Soo-young smiled as he handed over his bank card. Chapter 47, An Enviable Daily Life. Alright, Jo-jin responded cheerfully, swiping the card with a spring in her step. Ding! The host has spent 950,000 yuan to prepare gifts for their elders and mother. Preparing gifts for family after achieving success is also part of a tycoon's daily life. The host eagerly anticipates their mother's reaction upon receiving the gift. System reward, 1,888,888 yuan. Woohoo! Take off! These rewards are seriously amazing. Soo-young couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Absolutely delightful, simply divine.
Mr. Su, would it be possible to add me on WeChat? Jojin stood beside Su Yang, speaking politely. That is, if there are any follow-up issues, you can always contact me. Moreover, if any new models become available, I'll be sure to let you know. Her tone made it seem purely professional, as if she were acting solely out of vocational necessity. Alright, Su Yang nodded, pulling out his phone and pulling up a QR code for Jojin to scan. Looking at that ridiculously named Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior username and the ridiculous Patrick Star avatar, he couldn't help but snort with laughter. For someone who looked so effortlessly cool yet had such comedic tastes, and who made purchases so decisively, you'd have thought he was some smooth-talking heartthrob. What a childish person. Such a contrast. She clicked Add Friend. As Su Yang walked down the street, he noticed a red notification dot on his phone. He reached out and tapped it. It was Jojin. A very simple and straightforward nickname. It appears to be her personal number. Su Yang didn't accept the request immediately, instead slipping the phone back into his pocket. Let me see now. Standing amid the bustling crowd, Su Yang scanned his surroundings. He couldn't decide which shop to visit. Anyway, Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao's shop is out of the question, already been there. Gotta say, the crowd on Chuanxi Road is insane. What's more, nearly every girl walks around like a living bodhisattva dressed for summer in the dead of winter. I also don't understand this fashion, a puffer jacket on top, with a skirt and those fleece-lined tights that give the illusion of bare legs on the bottom. So you're saying, if I get uterine coldness later, they won't blame it on poor postpartum recovery, will they? He turned and walked to a nearby store to buy several sets of clothes. He purchased them according to his parents' approximate sizes, because Su Yang didn't know their exact measurements. But it's pretty much the same. Ding! Host spent 70,000 yuan to buy clothes for parents. System reward, 100,000 yuan. Sure enough, the system's rewards have decreased somewhat. After browsing a few more shops, he continued his shopping spree all the way. A place like this would naturally offer help with carrying packages. Su Yang wasn't about to carry things himself either. He never liked hauling bags around. He preferred keeping both hands stuffed in his pockets, tucked warmly inside. Humming a tune, he strolled aimlessly for another couple of rounds. He spent over 300,000 yuan. Including the system's rewards, Su Yang spent over 300,000 yuan but earned over 100,000 in profit. It's complicated to explain how this works. Arriving at the car, Su Yang opened the trunk, and everyone helped load the purchases inside. Su Yang opened a pack of Huazi cigarettes, handing one to each person while saying gratefully, "Thanks, brothers." "No problem, no problem." The men quickly shook their heads with smiles. He watched as the group walked away. Su Yang found a shop that appeared to be doing good business, pulled over in his car, and parked by the roadside. He lifted his leg and strode into the restaurant, plopping down onto a seat. He ordered 2 stir-fried dishes, 1 boiled fish with spicy broth and 1 stir-fried vegetable with baby bok choy. People from Sichuan and Chongqing always say one thing: save the leftovers to toss into tomorrow's noodles. Everything can be saved for the sake of noodles. After finishing his meal, Su Yang let out a satisfied burp. He exhaled contentedly. Sitting in his chair, he leisurely took a sip of tea and posted on his social media feed a group photo from yesterday's hike up Mount Qingcheng, taken with Kai Kuan and the others after finishing the climb. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus war god, life holds more than mundanity, there's also distant horizons. After posting on his social feed, Su Yang put away his phone. After all, his social circle only comprised a handful of people, some relatives, Kai Kuan, and a few others, along with those he'd met in recent days. Altogether, he reckoned there were barely 30 or 40 connections at most. It's all about healthy socializing. Lately, Su Yang's chat box always has those little red notification dots. Sometimes it's that pink lady, other times it's the girl from the boutique shop. Nanji, so colorful is your life, huh? Su, your life is equally vibrant, encountering all sorts of customers and meeting all kinds of people. Nanji, you're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? After chatting casually for a few minutes, Su Yang put away his phone. Having been single all his life, he understood perfectly well that prolonged and frequent conversations could create illusions of romance. It was nothing more than killing time with some casual banter. Su Yang didn't harbor any particular thoughts about it. Compared to women, he now wanted to see more of the world and experience its beauty. Ah, Xiao, I can't stand this damn job for another second. Inside Louis Vuitton, Bai Wei stared at Su Yang's daily updates on her social media feed. Now mountain climbing, then hot spring baths, and gourmet feasts one after another. If you can't stand it, then quit. Song Xiaoxiao glanced sideways at Bai Wei, chuckling lightly. You should know, it's not just time you lack, but money too. But Su Yang is really something else. According to my classmate, he lent that S6 to a friend and then immediately bought a Range Rover. Song Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples. What's the deal with this old classmate of mine? Is it really that wild out there? To be honest, she was envious too, living so carefree, frolicking around wherever she pleased.
She was practically a homebody herself, commuter, cubicle, and grocery store forming the 3 points of her world loop. Life could only be described as barely scraping by, but it could never be called interesting. By way beside him was pretty much the same, occasionally gathering with friends, spending the rest of the time in this endless cycle of daily routine. One could say this is how most people live their lives, but seeing Su Yang's vibrant and colorful lifestyle, they couldn't help but feel envious. Looking at the perfume Su Yang left behind, she wondered if she should seize the chance, perhaps invite him out for a meal? The last time Su Yang treated them, they still hadn't returned the favor. The thought of accepting a free meal just like that didn't sit quite right with her. It always felt as if she owed him something. By the way, Xiao Xiao by way smacked her lips, holding her pink water cup and sipping through a straw before asking, should we invite him back? Last time, Su Yang treated us to dinner and drinks. Honestly, I was thinking the same. I'll ask him later. The village entrance. A group of elderly folks sat on small stools, chattering away while cracking melon seeds. Lu Feng, with nothing better to do, also grabbed a small stool and sat in the corner to listen in on the gossip, just for a bit of fun. Along the way, she tested the sunlight's warmth, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Did you hear? Erwa's kid got arrested. Only just got out a few days ago, that's why he's back now. Ah, really? So that's why he hadn't come back for several years, he was locked up? What crime did he commit? Who knows? Word is it was robbery. Got sentenced to 3 years. Listening to the elderly folks gossip, Lu Feng clicked her tongue in amazement. So when someone goes out to work for a few years, you assume they're fleeing from trouble. Now that they're back, you claim they just got released from prison? Chapter 48, Song Xiaoxiao's Invitation. What passed by the village entrance wasn't just people, it was their entire lifetimes. The seeds cracked between the elderly folks' teeth weren't just melon seeds, they were shattering their own reputations. Suddenly, someone looked at Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, when is your son coming home? Don't tell me he still hasn't found a girlfriend? In an instant, the smile vanished from Lu Feng's face. He'll probably be back on the 4th. Who knows about the girlfriend situation? As long as he's happy, that's all that matters. Lu Feng cracked melon seeds while eyeing the group of elderly neighbors staring at her. Lu Erwa's kid is already back home. If your boy doesn't show up, he might really never come back, one elderly woman said, staring pointedly at Lu Feng. The elderly lady beside her nodded in agreement and snorted. That little brat ain't filial at all. When he comes back, I'll help you teach him a lesson. No. Lu Feng quickly replied with a helpless smile, he's just been busy with work outside. Rich or poor, everyone comes home for New Year's, how can he not visit for years? The clucking granny patted Lu Feng's hand and shook her head. Even when kids grow up, some scoldings just gotta be said. Must be raking in big bucks out there, boy, why else wouldn't you come home for years? The auntie nearby said with a chuckle, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Feng, probably not making much, just scraping by. Lu Feng's expression darkened momentarily. Then he must have a girlfriend by now? The same auntie eagerly tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve. Sent you any photos? Lu Feng's expression grew even more unpleasant, her face darkening as she shook her head with an awkward smile. He probably hasn't been seeing anyone either. Not making money, not dating anyone, what the hell has he been up to? Up to his neck in bullshit. Arg. Su Yang, you'd better get your ass back here right now. Lu Feng's heart roared. Not far away, Su Daxian, who had originally planned to call Lu Feng home, watched her expression. His heart went whoops. They weren't going home tonight. I heard there's a wild pond not far away, think I'll go fishing first. Otherwise, staying home at this hour, even breathing feels wrong. But she also understood that Su Yan was already having a hard time outside, she shouldn't add to his troubles. Helpless, she could only sit resentfully on the little folding stool. Neither staying nor leaving felt right. She was a frank person too, answering whatever questions people asked without restraint. System, is there traffic from Chengdu to Yuan? Congested. System, does the back road have traffic? Congested. Plot me a path. Ding. The system will map your route on departure day. The required fee is 100 yuan per kilometer. Good. System, you've been holding out on me after all. 100 yuan per kilometer, 10,000 yuan per 100 kilometers. Alright, so this is how you wanna play, huh? But it didn't matter. Su Yan wasn't short of money now, and more importantly, following the system's shortcuts even if it meant going up mountains and down villages, squeezing through some obscure corners, was the main point. And the mileage will go up a bit, but it doesn't matter. Just getting home is enough, better than moving at a snail's pace on the highway. Su Yang still preferred taking small paths. Though slower, at least he could enjoy the scenery and gather inspiration along the way. He's now considering whether to go home in the next couple of days, or wait until the day before New Year's Eve to return. Coming home too early would inevitably mean being forced into blind dates, and inevitably, spending more than 2 or 3 days with my parents would result in getting scolded. I can't even sleep in anymore in the mornings. Getting scolded 3 times a day is practically guaranteed. Day 1, give daddy a hug.
Day 2, what does baby want to eat? Day 3, damn you, why don't you just drop dead already? Sleep sleep sleep, are you some kind of pig?
The mere thought of such a scene sent Soo-young shivering, utterly terrifying, indeed.
His phone suddenly vibrated.
Sitting at home, passing time by playing games, Soo-young picked up his phone with a puzzled look when it buzzed.
Song, let's grab a meal together? Last time you treated us, so it should be our turn this time, right? Sue, oh send me the location then. Song, then we'll send you the location when we're off work tonight, let's meet then. Sue, received.
After sending the message, Soo-young didn't have a single second's desire for small talk. At this moment, Soo-young reached a critical juncture in his life.
That is, unboxing.
Playing CS for shooting is just for laughs. The real game lies in opening cases.
Ding!
Host has topped up 20,000 renminbi in the gaming platform.
System reward, 44,444 renminbi. Soo-young, so you're saying pulling the gacha is a surefire way to get wrecked? System, you've become a stranger to me. You don't even try to comfort me anymore.
Shaking his head with a sigh, Soo-young casually bought a bunch of random boxes. In the past, he would occasionally open a crate, those only cost a few bucks and he could craft them himself, but the keys were pricey. However, what he drew was mostly junk, with the most valuable being just a skin worth a little over 10 yuan.
Casually opening the box, Soo-young's expression didn't change in the slightest. An hour later, on the balcony.
Soo-young stood on the balcony, cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes vacant and hair disheveled as he stared blankly into the distance.
Which damn lucky bastard is actually winning big in this stupid game? A full 20 grand enough to score some high-end escort just flushed down the drain like this? It went down the drain.
All I got was a bunch of useless junk.
I mean actual trash. At least give me a souvenir stamp or something? Forget about knives or gloves, would it kill you to at least throw in a consolation prize? What kind of shady account is this? Did I spend all my luck on this system?
With a sullen face, he played games for a while longer.
His expression relaxed somewhat, at least his form today wasn't bad.
Originally, Soo-young had planned to buy skins for League of Legends, but then he reconsidered. He barely played the game these days, so purchasing them seemed unnecessary. Thus, he simply let it go. These days, gaming had truly become just a pastime.
For now, he simply didn't know what to do. He wasn't fond of drinking, nor did he particularly enjoy going to places like bars.
After all, staying indoors for too long had left him with rather limited entertainment options.
If it were those social butterflies, they'd probably have a whole list of entertainment options by now, right? Soo-young clicked his tongue in displeasure. Time passed slowly. Ding! Host's game failed. System reward, 6 yuan. Soo-young, wait a damn minute, you piece of shit, so even my game losses get logged by you? Don't you dare go too far.
Let me tell you, don't mistake me for a pushover when I explode, it's truly terrifying. With a darkened expression, Soo-young played a few more rounds of games, his face growing even more somber. When Song Xiaoxiao sent him a message, it was already past 9 o'clock.
Probably this guy just got off work after 9. Song, we're about to get off work. Sue, should I come pick you up then? Song, okay, drive safely. Sue, message received.
Looking at this message, he picked up his phone, changed into a fresh outfit, bundling up warmly, even wearing long johns beneath his jeans.
He walked downstairs and drove off in his car. Chapter 49, Spa treatment equals beauty treatment. Counting the last time, this should be his second time having a meal with a girl, right?
With this thought in mind, Soo-young leisurely drove his car to the parking lot near Chunchi Road.
After parking, he
sent them both the location. Stepping out of the car, his muscles still ached, reminding him that he should probably go to Yunmeng Bay for a massage today. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to go, but because his muscles ached so badly that he had no choice but to go. Douching is indeed a great place, with so many beautiful girls. Standing in the parking lot, Soo-young could frequently spot girls with stunning figures and looks walking by. Puffing on a cigarette, he squatted on the ground. Before long, he heard the crisp clicking of high heels. Turning his head, he saw Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei approaching with graceful steps. The sharp tapping of heels against the floor, Soo-young couldn't explain why, but he found the sound particularly captivating. It was like the heels were plucking at the strings of his heart. Bai Wei wore a long white down jacket, while Song Xiaoxiao wore a long black down jacket. Both coats nearly reached their ankles, just like long trench coats. But once they put on these down jackets, they both looked like walking tubes. But these two are quite good looking with great figures as expected of Ducheng.
TSK.
Aloha. Bai Wei waved at Soo-young with a raised hand.
Noticing this, Soo-young stubbed out his cigarette and said politely, "You guys get off work this late? Must be tough. Just getting by Bai Wei side. Such a hard life." Soo-young walked to the car and reached out to open the door.
He motioned for the two to sit in the back seat, then grimaced as he wrenched open the driver's side door.
Driving the car. Where should we eat?
Soo-young glanced at the rearview mirror, looking at the two girls in the back seat. Honestly, it was his first time driving with girls in his car.
How about Xiaolonkan? For some hot pot?
Bai Wei licked her red lips.
Song Xiaoxiao, however, looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "My legs hurt. We hiked for 4 hours yesterday. Right now, I feel like my body doesn't even belong to me anymore." Su Yang let out a bitter laugh. Hearing this, the two women smiled enchantingly. "Didn't you go get a massage?" Song Xiaoxiao teased, looking at Su Yang with amusement. Su Yang laughed and replied, "I went after climbing yesterday, and I went again today. Probably need 2 more days to recover though." Sigh.
"No, I mean, why do you men enjoy going to places like that so much?" Bai Wei's tone carried a hint of bewilderment.
Su Yang pondered for a moment after hearing this, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Is there a possibility that going to a bathhouse for us is just like you women going to a beauty salon? It's just that many people consider these places to be somewhat improper."
"These places might have been shady in the past, but nowadays I'd say most are perfectly respectable." Song Xiaoxiao arched an eyebrow at Su Yang's analogy.
Bai Wei blinked in surprise. "So, it was just a legit massage parlor?"
Bai Wei's lips opened and closed wordlessly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her thoughts had been dirtier than reality.
Su Yang gave the two women in the back seat a peculiar look.
This kind of thing was actually quite normal, just like how before Su Yang had visited, that bathhouse always seemed shrouded in an air of mystery. But only after going there did I realize it was genuinely a place for stress-relieving massages. With my sore muscles, getting pressed there really made me feel much more comfortable. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. You should give it a try if you get the chance. It's surprisingly comfortable. Su Yang grinned, planning to make another visit tonight.
Grab a bite to eat, then head out for some fun. Chapter 50, Reckless Driving, Bonus Chapter.
The car cruised leisurely down the road. Su Yang hummed a tune while listening to the lively chatter of the two girls in the back seat. Bai Wei's voice carried the distinctive mature charm of a refined lady, while Song Xiaoxiao's speech flowed with gentle grace, embodying the cultured cadence of a well-bred young woman.
"So, Su Yang, is your hometown Yan?"
Su Yang nodded slightly, casting a glance at the two stunning faces behind him. "Probably just about 100 kilometers away." Clearly, girls generally don't have much perception of distances.
"Are you going home for a blind date this year?"
Bai Wei teased Su Yang with a mischievous look, saying, "I bet there's no way you can escape it this time." But Su Yang sighed, giving Bai Wei in the back seat an exasperated look.
"Can you stop stirring up anxiety, you troublemaker? Snow leopard. Shut up."
"Ha ha ha!" Bai Wei burst out laughing, unable to hold back. Song Xiaoxiao also shook her head helplessly.
Ding!
Host engaged in delightful small talk with two lovely ladies. Pleasant mood, beautiful faces, and nightingale-like voices were like sweet rain after drought.
System reward, Yen 666. Bullshit. Take back your words, system, and we can still be friends. Just because I'm single doesn't mean I get mentally aroused just from hearing a girl's voice. Pervert. Snow leopard. Shut up. But driving in the city is truly congested,
especially in such a bustling downtown area.
Driving here feels like being constipated. I'm utterly speechless. It took a full half hour to get through.
They had just reached a relatively smooth stretch of road. When the car stopped, Su Yang opened the door and stepped out, stretching his arms and rubbing his legs.
Driving was seriously exhausting. "Ha, Su Yang?"
Su Yang turned his head in confusion and saw Wang Jie and Wang Xiai standing near a car not far away. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the three of them.
"Xiao, Wei Wei, you're here too?"
Wang Jie asked in surprise as he looked at the three of them.
"Do you know each other?"
Of course. Song Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled at Wang Jie. "I was the one who recommended him to your barbershop."
"Su Yang is my university classmate. Is that so?"
Wang Jie chuckled, teasingly glancing at the furtive figure of Su Yang standing off to the side. Yang, come here, let big brother Jie take a look."
"Get lost." Su Yang's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. "Loser, I'm absolutely the man you'll never get in this lifetime."
Wang Jie was taken aback upon hearing this.
Suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, fuck. Just messing with you, bro. Totally fake."
Wang Jie flexed his muscles demonstratively.
"You wouldn't understand how many hot chicks hang around those gay dudes.
And you've got no idea how awesome it is being a girl's gay best friend." Wang Jie gave Su Yang a suggestive eyebrow wiggle. Su Yang froze momentarily at these words.
"So, in the end, a guy best friend is just a fuck buddy without responsibilities?"
Su Yang said with a look of disgust, as if he'd stumbled upon some revolting truth. Wang Jie scoffed mockingly, his tone laced with disdain. "Of course, listening to those idiots talk about male best friends, just drive aggressively and be done with it. There's still a little girl present." Su Yang glanced at Wang Xiai standing not far away.
Wang Xiai wore her hair in twin tails with a green hat today. Just like Hatsune Miku, all that's missing is the leak zone to make it perfect. Her, an internet flirt.
Wang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Young girls nowadays know way more than we do."
"Shut up." Wang Xi's cheeks flushed red as she gave Wang Jie a shin a fierce kick.
It hurt so much that he grimaced in pain. Neither Song Xiaoxiao nor Bai Wei had any male confidants, and they both believed that having one wasn't something a normal woman would do. But it works out perfectly since we're all here together.
Why don't we all eat together? The more, the merrier, Wang Jie suggested, nodding towards Su Yang and the other two. Su Yang pondered for a moment before replying, sure, it'll be livelier with more people. Chapter 51. Who exactly are you? Oh, you bought a car?
Wang Jie reached out to touch the hood of the Land Rover in front of him, asking, why this one?
Are you in construction? Wang Jie gave him a strange look. What kind of young guy drives something like this?
Nah, Su Yang shrugged with a light chuckle. My mom made me buy it, said don't come home for New Year's if I wasn't driving a Rover.
So I got this one. Honestly, I don't really care what kind of car I drive. Su Yang's tone was indifferent and dismissive, leaving Wang Jie momentarily stunned upon hearing his words.
Suddenly laughing, he said, don't tell me you're actually a self-made rich guy. Why? Yes, Su Yang nodded slightly, looking at Wang Jie with puzzlement.
Aren't you? Wang Jie's smile froze instantly. Put. Aha, damn. Wang Ci couldn't hold back laughter watching Wang Jie's stiff smile.
This idiot borrowed money from his uncle just to open a barbershop, borrowed 2 million, operated for a year, and somehow ended up 6 million in debt.
Ahaha fuck. Su Yang?
Wait, seriously dude. How the hell did you lose that much money?
Su Yang wore a strange expression, as if beholding some kind of prodigy. How would I know? Wang Jie's face darkened instantly as he glared at Su Yang and the others. If I knew why I was losing money, would I still be losing it?
These words nearly caused Su Yang's cerebellum to atrophy, leaving him dazed for a moment.
Song Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but laugh too. It was the first time they'd learned Wang Jie's shop was operating at a loss.
They'd always assumed his business was doing just fine.
Fine, quit fussing and just get inside already. Wang Jie shook his head. The group pushed aside the curtain and stepped in. A wave of warmth hit them the moment they entered.
Su Yang and the others felt the tension in their cheeks relax slightly.
With so many people and it being winter, having hot pot was the natural choice.
The only difference was that today they were having beef hot pot. The restaurant buzzed with lively energy.
A group of children ran around everywhere, roughhousing and laughing. Is it Ms. Song?
The girl at the counter looked at the group and inquired. That's right. Song Xiaoxiao immediately nodded.
Add 2 more seats, please. There are 5 of us in total. Alright, you guys go inside and wait for a bit. Su Yang and the others headed into the shop. They weaved through the bustling crowd.
The shop's business was indeed thriving and noisy with groups of people playing drinking games and clinking glasses.
The ambience was quite pleasant. Pulling out the chairs, everyone took their seats, taking the menu handed by the waiter.
Su Yang glanced at Song Xiaoxiao before saying, then I won't stand on ceremony with you.
Sure, don't stand on ceremony, order whatever you want to eat.
Song Xiaoxiao tucked the stray hair behind her ear, then lowered her head to look at the menu. 5 pounds of tender beef, and 2 portions of tripe. 1 serving of duck intestines. Susu immediately raised her hand, she simply didn't know the meaning of restraint.
A textbook social butterfly. Su Yang also ordered a few dishes. Today's meal was beef hot pot. Eating lamb during winter would probably be quite nice. Song Xiaoxiao listened and ordered a few more dishes.
Then he put down the menu. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, lazy and comfortable,
full of relaxation.
To put it simply, he had no proper posture when sitting.
Why didn't you reply to my messages?
Wang Ci looked at Su Yang with resentment, her cheeks puffed up like an adorable little hamster.
Su Yang was taken aback by the words, you're, that one? Wang Ci. So you still haven't recognized who I am yet?
In that instant, Wang Ci suffered a mental lightning strike. His entire demeanor turned ashen and withered, figuratively cracking down the middle like shattered stone.
Jega was momentarily stunned by these words. He burst into laughter. Ha 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 damn. Wang Ci. Wang Ci. See that? They didn't even remember what you look like. Chapter 52. Capture him for wine brewing. No, what I meant was, what's your WeChat name? Su Yang hurriedly explained. There've been too many people messaging me on WeChat lately, so my memory's a bit fuzzy. Pink madam. Wang Ci instantly seemed to perk up again.
Resting her chin on the table, she gazed at Su Yang with pleading eyes, her tone dripping with melancholy and resentment.
So neither nickname was about me?
Be confident. Song Xiaoxiao didn't get one either. Su Yang replied, taking a sip of tea from the cup on the table.
Song Xiaoxiao beside him was also taken aback. I don't even get a nickname in your contacts? Su Yang nodded slightly, pulled out his phone, and scrolled his WeChat contacts all the way to the bottom. My WeChat only has 30-something contacts. You really think I need to bother with notes?
Su Yang chuckled lightly as he glanced at the others. Looking at Su Yang's WeChat with only 30-some contacts,
Bai Wei asked in disbelief, is this your backup account? Absolutely no throwaway accounts here.
Su Yang set his phone aside with a chuckle.
Our community's small enough, we basically recognize everyone at a glance.
Even if someone changes their profile picture or username, a quick look at the chat history gives them away.
Got it. So this is Lung Feng's phone, right? Wang Jie joked with a playful jab. You don't want whoever finds it to be able to contact you directly. Su Yang, you're such a troublemaker too. Would you like some wine? Wang Jie looked up at the few of them. Su Yang immediately shook his head. Can't drink a drop, been drinking for several days straight, need to take a break. Alright then, bring us 2 more bottles of iced cola. Wang Jie turned to address the waiter beside them. Wow, that aroma is amazing. The fragrant hot pot broth was brought over. Su Yang and the others got up and walked toward the sauce station. Nowadays, at most hot pot restaurants, customers have to mix their own dipping sauces. Whoa! Su Yang was startled by the kid who sprinted past him. Kids sure do multiply around the new year, huh? That's right. Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao immediately nodded in agreement. Song Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples with a headache. Some brat came into the shop today, absolutely annoying, running around everywhere and fiddling with everything, with parents who couldn't care less. Nearly knocked over the clothes rack too, with not even an apology to be heard. Typical. Parenting these days isn't the same as it was in our time, Su Yang replied, shuddering at the memory of his own childhood. Back then, if we didn't do our homework, the teacher would give us a beating first thing at school, and then another one waiting at home from my mom. My dad would just be cackling on the side. At the thought of that scene, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. You must have been just as mischievous as these little rascals when you were a kid. Bai Wei nudged her chin towards the nearby condiment station, where a few unruly kids were throwing chopped onions and salt into other seasoning containers. Taking advantage of the owner's inattention, they were wreaking havoc right there. Or perhaps it could be said that even if the boss noticed, there was little they could do. Kids of that age are hard to control. And as for the parents who let their children run wild like this, talking to them probably wouldn't help much either. Not the type of guardians who'd listen, anyway. After all, they've been playing around like this for a while. If they had decent parents, they would have noticed by now and disciplined them accordingly. It's simply because parents are too lazy to manage, or don't want to bother, indulging in a laissez-faire approach. Su Yang immediately shook his head. I was actually quite well behaved as a child, I just didn't enjoy studying much. Susu looked at the little brats standing in front of the seasoning counter and quickly walked over, saying, Hey kids, no mischief allowed, big sister needs to get some seasonings, so make way. Or else I'll tell your parents to spank your little bottoms. Tisk, none of your business? The brat instantly shot Susu a defiant look, taking in her green twin tails and pleated skirt before blurting out, Thirst trap, EW, cringe. Su Yang? Bai Wei? Song Xiaoxiao? Wang Jie? To be honest, when these words came out, everyone was pretty stunned. How the hell is this a kid? Kids these days are truly anything but innocent. After being exposed to everything online, they probably know it all, they're just acting mischievous. What are you talking about? Susu instantly got angry, who wasn't a troublemaking kid at heart. She immediately grabbed the little brat by the collar. How dare you hit me? I'll expose you online. Let go right now. The brat didn't hesitate for a second, immediately throwing punches and kicks at Susu. This scene made everyone frown in displeasure. Su Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow as well. In the past, Su Yang would have preferred to avoid trouble over getting involved. Just bear with it and it'll pass. Because that's how his family had educated him since childhood, telling him not to make trouble, that the family had no money, that they were poor, to keep himself well behaved. But now, he couldn't care less about any of that. Screw this. I'm pissed, and I'm gonna mess you up. Don't like it? Bring it on. Always ready for a fight. Though he wasn't very close with Wang Ci, she was still a kawaii girl after all. She's actually quite nice and easy to get along with. Su Yang naturally wouldn't just stand by as a bystander. It's easy to be looked down upon. He immediately walked past Song Xiaoxiao and stepped over to Susu's side, giving her hand a reassuring pat. Let go of the child. Susu frowned at the sight but said nothing, releasing her grip with a disdainful snort. Where are your parents? Su Yang asked coldly, staring at the unruly child. Upon hearing this, the brat kicked Su Yang's shin and retorted, None of your business. With that, he stuck his tongue out at Su Yang, grabbed a nearby sauce bottle, and squirted it right onto Su Yang's clothes. The dark sauce stained Su Yang's outfit black. Watching this unfold, Su Yang let out a light chuckle. Meanwhile, Bai Wei and the others frowned in disapproval. Wang Ci also looked at the child with dissatisfaction. Kids these days really can't be scolded or disciplined. Honestly don't know how to handle this, and the parents are nowhere to be seen. Good, I was worried you were just being naughty, my little darling. Confirmed, this is an absolutely unruly brat. If it were just mischievousness, a gentle reprimand would suffice. But with these spoiled brats, Su Yang grabbed the child by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. He roared, Whose kid is this? Don't make me take him home to brew liquor. Su Yang's angry shout instantly plunged the shop into silence. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing my kid? Suddenly, the entire table stood up in unison with a furious roar, quickly advancing towards Su Yang. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately released the bratty child he was holding. The child seemed startled by the sudden release, falling to the ground and bursting into tears. The heart-wrenching, ear-piercing wails that followed were unmistakably grating and chaotic. Your kid cursed at my friend and even hit him, and he's hitting people too. Su Yang watched as several people approached him aggressively, his face cold as he took a deep breath and said, "Just apologize, and we'll let this go." "Apologize? So what if my kid gave you a little slap, would you die from it?" A woman beside them glared at Su Yang indignantly. "Are you even an adult? Picking on a little kid, what's wrong with you? Apologize? Go fuck your mother. You little bastard hit my kid and you want me to apologize?" The man, wearing a short-sleeved shirt with dragon and tiger tattoos covering his arms, roared. An elderly woman nearby immediately crouched down, hugging the spoiled child and soothing, "It's alright sweetie, don't cry. Let your daddy teach him a lesson." The chaotic chorus of voices from the crowd was making Su Yang's head spin. Ding! Host has spent 500,000 yuan to acquire civil law knowledge. Ding! Host has spent 500,000 yuan to purchase intermediate combat mastery. Chapter 53 Even good people have wrath. Ding! Host's lawyer is en route. Please remain calm. The opponent stepped up to Su Yang and shoved him with an outstretched hand. Su Yang staggered and happened to reach Wang Jie's side. The corners of his lips curled slightly upward. His gaze flickered toward the surveillance camera not far away. "Brother Jie, step back, don't throw a punch." Su Yang whispered to Wang Jie. He took a step forward. "Your child threw the first punch. Is this how you parents teach your kids? How I raise my damn kid ain't none of your fucking business. Son of a bitch, what you trying to do? Wanna fight?" Seeing Su Yang didn't resist, the man seemed to think he was easy prey and immediately raised his hand to shove Su Yang again. Watching the other person shove their hand toward him, Wang Ci couldn't hold back anymore and immediately started shouting, "You think you can bully people, huh? You wanna fight, is that it?" Seeing this, Wang Jie quickly raised his arm to block Bai Wei while simultaneously grabbing Susu, who was about to charge forward. Although he couldn't quite understand what Su Yang was up to, Wang Jie felt that Su Yang must have his own reasons. At that moment, Su Yang acted swiftly. He immediately grabbed the other's hand, countered with a shoulder throw, and slammed them to the ground. With a loud bang, the man crashed onto the table behind him entirely. Objects scattered violently across the table as the man let out a pained howl. Su Yang didn't press the chase, because if he pursued further, it would escalate into a brawl. Witnessing this scene, Song Xiaoxiao and the other women froze momentarily. That shoulder throw was seriously awesome. Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, the group unconsciously felt he appeared taller and more solid, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Wang Ci, petite as she was, couldn't help but excitedly clench her fists and wave upon seeing this. So cool. He shielded Song Xiaoxiao and the others behind him with one hand, taking 2 steps back. "Don't go looking for trouble where there ain't any, you bastard. A simple apology could settle this, why you gotta stir shit up? Fuck your mother. You dare hit me?" The man who had been smashed onto the table clutched his back, grimacing in pain as he struggled to get up. "Get him for me, damn it. Step back." Su Yang quickly shouted at the group. Watching the men and women charging toward him, he immediately sidestepped to dodge the bottle thrown at him. A straight kick landed on the woman in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a liquor bottle swinging toward his head. He immediately raised his arm to block it by his temple. The bottle smashed against his elbow, sending glass shards and liquor spraying in all directions. "Damn your mother's cunt. I've put up with this shit for over a decade. You think I'd still let you bastards push me around now? What fucking step back and you'll see the vast sky and seed bullshit. Be more generous in life. All this talk of benevolence and righteousness is nothing but shit. Everyone preaches virtue to you, yet secretly schemes against you." Blocking the incoming bottle with his arm, Su Yang instantly pivoted on one foot, carving a perfect semicircle on the floor. His elbow struck the cheek of the man beside him with a sharp impact. Su Yang stood alone in the hallway, fending off the relentless counterattacks. Bai Wei and the others grew frantic at the sight. They hastily grabbed their phones to make calls, calling friends for help. "Hurry up and help him, Wang Jie," Bai Wei urgently shouted at Wang Jie. Su Yang said not to go. Song Xiaoxiao clutched her phone, anxiously watching what was happening ahead. "Please don't let anything bad happen." Wang Jie also felt a bit terrified. Good grief, good grief. Truth be told, ordinary people's fights aren't that flashy. It's basically just grabbing each other by the collar and throwing punches, aiming for the head. As Su Yang's clothes were pulled, he immediately took a step back and crouched down. He immediately wriggled out of his hoodie, then kicked fiercely toward the opponent. The hot pot restaurant was in complete chaos now. A group of people were brawling all together. But that's just how ordinary people fight. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they've exhausted all their strength. Moreover, the floor was completely covered in spilled soup or alcohol, turning it into a slippery mess. Seeing no one resist, Su Yang immediately took a step back, his breathing somewhat hurried. A shard of the bottle grazed the corner of his eye, and blood trickled down his cheek. He surveyed the situation before him but didn't press the attack, instead eyeing the person warily. "Are you okay?" Song Xiaoxiao and the others quickly hurried to Su Yang's side, gathering around him while staring at the wound on his face. Bai Wei was so angry she burst into tears. "Look at your face now ruined.
she cursed in dialect, grabbing a nearby beer bottle, ready to hurl it at the man on the floor. Su-young quickly raised his hand to stop by Wei, turning to Wang Jie beside him and saying, "Go tell the shop owner to secure the computer. No one touches it except the police. My lawyer is on the way." "Have you called the police?" Su-yang's breathing was rushed, his whole body trembling slightly from sheer excitement. "Already done." Song Xiaoxiao watched the scene with lingering fear, wiping the blood from the corner of Su-yang's eye with a tissue in her hand. "Ah! Murder! Murder!" A hoarse, hysterical shriek pierced the air. Su-yang looked up to see an old woman charging towards him with frenzied gestures. He swiftly pulled Song Xiaoxiao and by Wei behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately delivered a vicious kick straight to the other's face. "Fuck! What the hell is this? Hey! How dare you hit an old man? Oh no, it's the morality saint." Su-yang quickly turned his head and saw a middle-aged man shouting at him with displeasure. "Keep yapping and I'll beat you up too." Su-yang pointed at the man, a flash of hostility in his eyes. He is a good man, genuinely mild-tempered and dislikes conflict with others. But that doesn't mean he lacks aggression. After suppressing it for over a decade, how could he not desire a good, satisfying fight? Today he finally got his wish. Looking at Su-yang's appearance, Wang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, big brother, step on me. Make way, make way. Police." The officer arrived quickly, squeezing through the crowd in a hurry. The sight before him was truly shocking. The ground was completely covered in blood. Several men and women were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. An elderly woman was rolling on the ground, wailing incessantly, "I'm dying, I'm dying." "Who called the police?" "It was me." Song Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, stepped forward from the back, and immediately raised her hand, saying, "It was them." The old lady on the ground, seeing this, quickly got up, grabbed the police officer's hand, and wailed, "Officer, they hit people. They hit an old lady, and they hit a child too." "Stop lying. You were the ones who started it," a youthful voice shouted from the crowd. "That's right. Your kid hit someone first, and when they tried to reason with you, not only did you refuse to apologize, but you also started throwing punches. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world." A jumble of shouts arose from the crowd. The officer could pretty much figure out what had happened. Chapter 54, Teach them a lesson. Bonus update. Take him inside first and call an ambulance. The officer immediately began dispersing the surrounding crowd. 1 hour later, inside the mediation room, a group of people sat on opposite sides of the table. The officer sat in the middle. Looking at the people on both sides, he spoke up. "We've roughly understood the situation. This is actually your problem. Since the new year is approaching, I suggest you both settle this amicably." "No settlement. I'm suing them." The other party, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, suddenly slammed the table with an extremely aggressive demeanor. "He was the one who hit my child first." The man immediately pointed at the surveillance footage showing Su-young lifting the bratty kid. "This is my client, who was worried about the child running around and getting lost, so he lifted the child to find the parents." The lawyer sitting next to Su-young adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "Moreover, my client's friend has decided to sue your child for insulting her character by calling her a vulgar attention seeker and attempting to cyberbully her, which has caused her immense emotional harm. And my client's friend is only 17 years old, just 17. Do you have any idea how much damage the term attention seeker has inflicted on her? She will undergo psychological evaluation later, as we suspect she may already be showing signs of depression." Su-young listened to the lawyer's words and turned to glance at Susu. Susu immediately collapsed onto the table, wailing, "Whoa, I can't go on living. I'm gonna die. I'll jump off a building. I'll slice my wrists. I'll throw a little tantrum." Ahem, the lawyer hastily cleared his throat. Seeing this, Susu merely stayed slumped on the table, sobbing quietly. The officer nearby twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Upon seeing this, the other party immediately slammed the table, but it was him who threw the first punch. "Apologies. Officer, please review the VCR. Oh no, excuse me, the surveillance footage." The lawyer quickly pointed to the computer screen. "Look here, this tattooed man was the first to initiate physical contact with a shove. However, my client did not retaliate. To avoid escalation, he first had his friend step back and disengage before attempting to reason with the aggressor." "And the defendant?" "Far from apologizing, he became utterly arrogant, calling friends to gang up on my client. He shoved my client again, and under such circumstances, my client, panicked and unsure of the other party's intentions, instinctively fought back. It fully constitutes self-defense. Moreover, as you can see, after subduing the other party, my client didn't press the advantage but instead took a step back to create distance, raising a hand to signal for calm. Yet the other side, with his accomplices, launched a group assault on my client. This was a mob attack. So, my client intends to sue your side for gang assault. We kindly request you preserve the surveillance footage, as it will serve as crucial evidence for our subsequent proceedings." At this moment, the group opposite froze in shock. "We were the ones getting ganged up on? Each member of their crew was bundled up like mummies, faces so swollen and bruised their original features were barely recognizable.
As for Soo-young, he just had a small band-aid stuck near the corner of his eye. And let's not forget, my client's friend had a Louis Vuitton necklace worth 145,000 yuan and a Rolex worth 90,000 yuan stolen during the assault. Therefore, I have reason to suspect this was premeditated robbery motivated by greed. Moreover, during this incident, they damaged my client's Hermes jacket and Burberry hoodie. The two officers immediately became serious upon hearing this. Although this was just a simple case of physical altercation, the property involved was surprisingly substantial. The people across from them panicked at the sight, and the old woman, hearing this, instantly threw back her head and screamed hysterically, "They're hitting an old lady. My head hurts. I'm dying. Ah, I'm dying." Watching the other side's unreasonable tantrum, the lawyer didn't show the slightest sign of distress. "I've already seen the surveillance footage. Under those circumstances, not only are you old, even if you were Jesus himself, you'd deserve a couple of slaps. Baring your claws, hair all disheveled, with the expression of an evil spirit. You have severely frightened my client." In such a chaotic situation, my client, already panicked, acted in self-defense by counterattacking you. Soo-young, 6. This spokesperson is truly amazing. There's no need for him to say anything personally. "Alright, I'm very busy. My lawyer will handle all further matters with you." Soo-young rose from his chair, while Susu quickly tiptoed to drape his coat over his shoulders. Soo-young, putting on his coat, sneered at the other party, "Prepare to be sued." After tidying himself up, Soo-young walked out of the mediation room with a cold expression. The two officers both had headaches. Neither side was someone to be trifled with. One is being utterly unreasonable while twisting logic, the other is stubbornly insisting on reason while exaggerating things. "You okay? Everything alright?" After Soo-young and Susu stepped out, a group of people crowded around them. Soo-young shook his head. "The officer wanted to settle, but I didn't agree." "Mr. Soo," the lawyer beside him adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "The current situation is very favorable for you. I'll prepare all the materials and submit them to the court tonight. Don't worry, this is actually the first time I've fought such an easy case. To be honest, even a trainee lawyer could win this lawsuit with no trouble." The lawyer adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat helpless expression. "But Mr. Soo, have you studied law before?" Lawyer Luo pushed up his glasses curiously. After all, Soo-young's act of self-defense in the surveillance footage could be considered textbook perfect. "I've read some law books in my spare time," Soo-young replied with a faint smile. Attorney Luo wore an expression of confirmation as he smiled and said, "Tonight I'll carefully draft the compensation amount for the opposing party. We'll aim to win this case in the first trial." "Alright, thank you Attorney Luo." Soo-young nodded and watched as the other person departed. Walking to his car, he opened the door and sat inside, letting out a long sigh. The others also got into their respective vehicles one after another. "Are you all okay?" Soo-young asked, looking at the group. "We're fine," Bai Wei replied, her voice trembling slightly as she shot Soo-young a reproachful look. "You just had to show off, didn't you? Now your face is all scraped up." "Oh please," Soo-young said with a twitching lip. "If I went to the hospital and sat down there, the doctor would probably say if I'd arrived 2 seconds later, the wound would have healed on its own." The others were so worried they insisted he get checked out. Well, he went in and nearly died of embarrassment from all the laughter. "You look really handsome today." Song Xiaoxiao gazed at Soo-young with a serious and earnest expression. In that moment, she seemed to suddenly understand why women seek out men. It's about having someone stand in front of you when you feel helpless. "Ha ha, you flatter me." Soo-young waved the USB drive in his hand. "I'm gonna engrave this video on my tombstone when I'm old. Damn, I look good. 8 against 1 and they still couldn't win, they just don't know how to play. Ha 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 loser." Soo-young burst into triumphant laughter, thoroughly enjoying his moment of gloating. Soo-young's smugness, along with his hearty laughter, dissipated the gloom in their hearts. "My mood has improved significantly. But be prepared." Soo-young turned to look at Susu, who was sitting behind him, head bowed as she picked at her nails. "Susu, did you lose your necklace and watch?" "Yep." Susu looked up at Soo-young with a sweet smile. "When I heard you call for a lawyer, I threw my stuff in there. Gotta turn up the pressure on them." Soo-young, nice. Bai Wei, 6. Song Xiaoxiao, 6. "Wait, isn't anyone going to care about me?" Wang Jia blocked the path in front of several girls, getting clawed and scratched by a crowd of people. With scratches across his face, he stared speechlessly at them. Seeing Wang Jia scratched up like a tabby cat, the girls burst into giggles. There are 3 bonds that forge unbreakable brotherhood: serving together in the trenches, visiting brothels together, and sharing a prison cell. But fighting side by side can also tighten the bonds between men. "Never would have guessed. You trained before?" Wang Jia gripped Soo-young's arm, squeezing the not-so-firm muscle. "Well,
I had the honor of being a spiritual youth at 15 or 16, Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. You know, those guys wearing skinny jeans and bean shoes with mushroom haircuts. Ha ha ha, me too. Wang Jia also laughed, his smile brimming with nostalgia. After all, we're around the same age. I used to have a bob cut back then, and I loved tucking my hands into my sleeves. Bai Wei laughed along. They all shared similar memories, recalling nearly identical childhoods. Su, born after 2005, felt as if she was being isolated. But she didn't mind at all, her mind completely occupied by Su Yang's retreating figure. So handsome, he. Just looking at his back was enough to reward herself once. Ding! After 15 years, the host once again stands on the battlefield, defending his friend, and fought a satisfying fight, venting his inner rage. Extremely pleased. Reward, 666,666 yuan. Wow, getting into a fight actually earned me over 600,000 yuan. Their minds were preoccupied with different thoughts, and none had any appetite left for food. Thus each returned to their own home. Su Yang saw each guest off one after another. He watched as the cars drove further away. He. Xiao, your classmate is really handsome. Bai Wei clasped her hands to her chest as she watched the taillights recede into the distance, her eyes shimmering. Hearing Bai Wei's words, Song Xiao rubbed her forehead. She thought he was handsome too. Rich and humorous, someone who truly steps up when needed. Though Mingming and Wang Ci weren't very close, having only met twice, he still stood up for them. It shows he has a strong sense of responsibility and treats everyone around him well. This is evident from how Su Yang always brings his buddies along to hang out. Chapter 55, Nothing to do today, visiting the pleasure house to listen to tunes. Lying on the bed, Su Yang felt nothing but soreness and pain all over his body. The exhaustion from earlier exercise had already left him aching, but now with this additional ordeal, he genuinely feared he might just drop dead. The adrenaline faded, the excitement subsided, and the ache in his muscles left his entire body numb. He quickly grabbed his phone and opened WeChat, sent a message to Zhang. Su, come pick me up at my place, and bring some healing balm on your way. I'll give you a massage when I get to your place. Zhang, what happened, brother Su? Su, location. Zhengong, I'm on my way. Zhengong hurriedly called out to the security at the entrance, go call a few more, come with me for a trip. Regardless of whether something happened or not, better to call them first to make the boss feel more at ease. Zhengong understood this well. He immediately drove the shuttle van with a full load of passengers, speeding toward the destination. Su Yan lay paralyzed on the bed. Though he'd mastered the technique, his physical endurance and ability to withstand blows hadn't kept pace. At first, the adrenaline helped numb the pain temporarily, but after it was all over, Su Yang truly ached. Since I don't exercise regularly, I've only started doing some simple workouts in the past couple of days. Muscles torn, nerves aching, feeling pain everywhere afterward. Trembling, he struggled to his feet, turned on the light, looked at the swollen red patches on his body, and went numb. His arms were covered in red swollen patches, so were his legs and waist. By tomorrow they'll probably turn bruise purple and ache. Gritting his teeth, Su Yang pulled on his clothes and shuffled to the door to open it. The door swung open and I was instantly startled. 6 or 7 burly men stood at the doorway, their expressionless faces frankly quite intimidating. Immediately raising my hands, I assumed a defensive stance. Brother Su, what's this about? Old Zhang's fist nearly grazed my face, the gust of wind palpable. His asshole clenched. Su Yang withdrew his hand immediately upon seeing Zhang Gong before him. He thought he was being followed. Damn! Su Yang heaved a long sigh and hastily pulled the door shut. Come on, let's talk while we walk. You brought so many people with you, I thought we were being followed. Su Yang explained hastily. Zhang Gong suddenly understood and drove on, torn between laughter and tears. I thought something had happened to you. I brought more people just in case, you know, for backup. Hey, brother Su, do you need help with that matter? My boss has some connections. Zhang Gong pondered before speaking up. Let me see if we can smooth things over for you. Stop the car. Su Yang immediately pulled out his phone with enthusiasm and hastily instructed the group, now, roll the VCR. Zhang Gong stopped his car in confusion as a group of people huddled together, watching a video on a phone screen. It was clearly visible that the person in the video was none other than Su Yang. This little bastard cursed at my friend and even hit him, and when I tried to reason with him afterward, he shoved me. Su Yang briefly explained the context to prevent them from thinking he'd bullied a child. Fuck. *8. Instantly, everyone in the car became exhilarated, letting out a series of startled exclamations. Su Yang crossed his arms proudly, tilting his head back with an air of haughtiness. Hell yeah, this is my style. Haha, damn right. Awesome. So exhilarating, so exhilarating. Holy shit. It was like watching a movie, as they kept exclaiming in wonder while watching Su Yang inside. After all, watching it was truly thrilling, especially knowing the backstory made it even more exciting. Damn, I've been wanting to smack those brats for so long.
Brother Su, you're insane. Zhang Gong stared at Su Yang in astonishment. You took on so many by yourself? Yep. Su Yang curled his lips smugly, and it was self-defense too.
My lawyer's already suing them now. They'll have to pay me compensation instead.
What? Zhang Gong looked at Su Yang incredulously. You beat them to such a pathetic state, and they still have to pay you money? Absolutely.
Not only must you compensate, but you also have to apologize.
Holy shit. This awesome? Damn right. This awesome. Su Yang cocked his head proudly, basking in their admiring gazes. There's nothing quite like the admiration of men. It hits different compared to women's adoration. Brother Su, tonight's on me, just teach me your ways. Zhang Gong pleaded desperately. The crowd around them quickly joined in. Brother Su, we'll give you a massage tonight, just show us how. Get lost, all of you.
Su Yang recoiled as he saw the group of grown men gazing at him with puppy dog eyes, hurriedly pushing them away. It's quite simple. First learn the law, understand the legal boundaries of self-defense, and then strike back within that framework. Driving into Yunmeng Bay, Su Yang felt like a triumphant general returning from battle, surrounded by a group of groveling lackeys. After all, mastering such a trick makes anyone eager to show off. If only they had footage like that video. Dragged the whole family to watch it non-stop, then engraved it on my personal page of the family genealogy. Xiaomei, hurry up and get my brother Su a private room. Then bring over all the prettiest girls in the club, and I mean genuinely attractive ones. Tonight, Brother Su's getting the full royal treatment. Zhang Gong's laughter resembled that of a Japanese collaborator's translator, oily, fawning, and ridiculous. Su Yang suddenly felt socially awkward too, since there were quite a few people arriving at this hour. He hunched his shoulders, feeling socially awkward, quickly stepping aside to take off his shoes. Zhang Gong flatteringly brought over the slippers. Here, Brother Su, lift your foot. Zhang Gong, your fawning is kind of disgusting. Hee Brother Su, got time to teach me a thing or two? Just read the legal code. The definition of self-defense is inherently vague, but the rule is simple. Stop when they're down, and keep going if they're getting up. That's all there is to it. That's simple? Engineer Zhang looked surprised. Su Yang gave a slight nod, because the complicated version's hard to explain. Basically, let them hit you first, then you can fight back. Knock them down without following up, and that's self-defense. Though you'll still need to spend $5,000 an hour on a good lawyer to argue your case. Especially when the other side has more people, then you should definitely run. There's no way to win this fight. After explaining the situation to the other party, Su Yang changed his clothes and leaned back on the bed. At that moment, Zhang Gong suddenly realized, damn, so it's all about money power, huh? That last line held the true essence of the secret technique. 5,000 yuan an hour? My damn daily wage is only 200 or 300 yuan. A group of technicians swayed gracefully in their short skirts, pulling small suitcases behind them. Step by step, they walked in and stood before Su Yang. Before him stood one fair-skinned, beautiful technician after another, lightly made up, wearing short skirts, their figures alluring and bewitching. Zhang Gong chimed in beside him. Brother Su, just pick anyone you like. These are all our spa's most popular technicians, professionally trained, top-tier service guaranteed. The lineup of technicians before Su Yang made his head spin. How should he put it? He used to think attractive girls were rare, but that was before he discovered the bathhouse. With their already excellent figures, they perfectly accentuated their body curves by wearing fitted uniform skirts. Moreover, having undergone specialized etiquette training, even just standing there they formed the most beautiful scenic view. Su Yang carried absolutely no professional prejudice. To be honest, these days, girls like these are actually cleaner than those party girls playing around in bars. Let's go with number 8. Su Yang raised his hand to signal. Engineer Zhang nodded and said, the rest can leave now. By the way, Brother Su, I'll have someone bring over some fruit platters later, and here's some bruise ointment. Xiaomei, remember to be gentle. Brother Su is injured. If anything happens to him, Zhang Gong glared coldly at the other person before turning to Su Yang with a smile. Brother Su, I'll take my leave now. I'll have someone brew my boss's premium tea and bring it to you. Go ahead. Su Yang nodded at Zhang Gong. He leaned back in his chair with that bold, unrestrained posture, watching as Engineer Zhang walked away. Then he hurriedly sprawled onto the couch, grimacing in pain. That hurts like hell. Finally gone. Number 8 looked at Su Yang's actions with some confusion. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Number 8 asked puzzled, quickly moving to Su Yang's side and staring at him nervously. Su Yang immediately rolled up his sleeve and flexed his arm, showing the bruise in shades of blue and purple on his arm. Got beaten up. It was brutal. Well, just putting on a little act for your brother Zhang here. Sigh to avoid ruining my image. I've sacrificed way too much. Watching Su Yang's playful antics, number 8 burst out laughing. Su Yang grinned mischievously. Let's skip the formalities today. How much per hour for you? 198 an hour. The girl smiled sweetly at Su Yang. But manager Zhang mentioned that Brother Su gets a discount, so just 150 will do.
It's fine, no need to worry about those few bucks, just count it as 200 yuan. Give me a rubdown. Use that medicinal liquor over there to massage me. Okay, Brother Su. The girl nodded obediently, figuring it was her own earnings anyway. Su Yang took off the golden battle robe of the Bath Emperor. The entire body sprawled across the massage chair. The girl couldn't help wincing when she saw the marks on Su Yang's body. She quickly grabbed the medicated wine nearby and asked with concern, Brother Su, what happened to these injuries on your body? What else could it be? Got beaten up. Su Yang sighed deeply, his tone somewhat melancholy. Just got out of the police station. Damn, 7 or 8 people ganged up on me. Would have been disfigured if I hadn't reacted quickly. Su Yang tilted his face to point at the band-aid on his cheek. The girl immediately let out a gasp. What's happening? There's surveillance footage, wanna see it? Su Yang's smirk at this moment was harder to suppress than an AK-47. He. Really? Let me take a look. The girl hastily took the phone from Su Yang's hand. The girl cradled her phone, sitting in a W-sitting posture right beside Su Yang. Chapter 56, Love Rises with the Clock Chimes. Su Yang glanced over, pressed his lips together, and with great effort raised his hand to pat the girl's thigh. You're lucky it's me, a true gentleman. If it were someone else, you'd already be seen completely bare. Su Yang gave a meaningful glance. The girl let out a shocked exclamation and quickly scooted to sit sideways by his side. She stuck her tongue out at Su Yang. Forgot to cover myself with a towel. Forgot? Su Yang frowned immediately. Damn it, I thought you did it on purpose to show me. Hey Brother Su, who's this girl? The girl then leaned against Su Yang's side, holding up her phone to point at the girl in the video. My friend, Su Yang said with a grin. I went out to eat hot pot with some friends today. When I went to grab some dipping sauce at the condiment station, I ran into this brat hogging the whole counter and playing with the sauces. My friend asked the kid to move aside so we could fix our dipping bowls. Guess what happened next? Su Yang leaned closer to the girl, studying her makeup and gazing at her lips. What happened? The girl looked at Su Yang with curious eyes. That little brat actually called my friend a clickbait girl. Can you believe it? And he's just a kid. Su Yang was so angry he nearly laughed. My friend got upset and asked him to apologize, but the kid threatened to record and cyberbully her. I couldn't stand for that. My friend's a girl, how could I let him bully her? So I went to find his parents to talk some sense into them. As the video played, Su Yang explained the whole incident between the girls' astonished gasps. The girl immediately furrowed her delicate brows and pouted. That's just awful. So they were the ones who beat you up, Brother Su? That's right. How miserable. Su Yang pressed the start button. This fool has been setting it up for so long, all for this very moment. The girl immediately turned her attention to the video. Watching Su Yang in the video shielding all the girls behind him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Watching Su Yang execute a perfect shoulder throw, slamming his opponent onto the table, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Seeing a group of people charge towards Su Yang, she immediately tensed up again. As she witnessed Su Yang handling the situation with ease, taking on 8 opponents single-handedly, she grew intensely exhilarated. So amazing. That's right. Exactly this sentence. So satisfying. Seeing the admiration in the girl's eyes made Su Yang feel utterly delighted. Just like a lost traveler in the desert suddenly stumbling upon an oasis, that refreshing sensation after taking a sip of spring water. That's right. He. If it weren't for showing off, this video would be utterly meaningless. You're so mean. Brother Su. The girl nestled beside Su Yang wrinkled her delicate nose. And here I was worrying about you. Just tell me, wasn't that cool? Su Yang preened, looking at the girl smugly. The girl immediately nodded in agreement. Don't you think a guy like me, fighting 1 against 8 to protect several girls, deserves a sweet little reward kiss? Su Yang tilted his face, signaling the girl, and raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, the girl didn't hesitate to lean in and plant a kiss on Su Yang's cheek. Worth it. My Su Ji is so handsome. Feeling the moist, gentle kiss, Su Yang inwardly smirked. Who could resist hearing Su Ji spoken like that? What brings people to these places? Nothing more than the ambiguous atmosphere, the friction between bodies, those intimate interactions between 2 people in a small room. Loving feelings rise with the clock's chime, but linger unresolved when it stops. In dim-lit rooms, tender women and weary men. A casual greeting easily shatters the last defense of the heart. It's not that hotels aren't affordable, but clubs simply offer better value. Here, there are no constraints of worldly ethics or morality, nor the distractions of the outside world. It's like a harbor where a long wandering ship finally comes to rest. Here, there's no work pressure or family nagging. Here, only warm greetings and thoughtful care await. Grinning broadly while enjoying the massage. The injuries and bruises on the body have also somewhat eased. At least it helps promote blood circulation and resolve stasis, plus the muscle soreness from overexertion has eased slightly. It's just kinda embarrassing. Brother Su, I'll have someone bring some ice and eggs over to soothe your bruises. Su Yang acknowledged with a grunt. She hastily stood up, grabbed her phone nearby, and sent a message.
Then she sat back beside Su Yang, casually placing his hand near her thigh. "Ah, life is complete." Su Yang pursed his lips and leaned onto the massage chair.
Seeing Su Yang's utterly blissful expression, number 8 couldn't help but smile slightly.
"It's going well, at least getting along with Su Yang is quite harmonious, and he hasn't been acting up or anything." She glanced at the message on her phone, got up, and walked ahead with a bag in hand. Holding an ice cube from inside, she leaned down and whispered by Su Yang's ear, "Brother Su, let me put some ice on it. If it hurts, you can touch my leg." "Amit Ba, how dare you say such things to a Buddhist?" Su Yang put on a righteous gentleman's demeanor, but his hand honestly found its way onto the girl's black silk-clad leg. He kneaded slowly, saying, "This humble monk will help relieve your fatigue too." "Thank you, Brother Su." The girl smiled sweetly. She applied ice cubes to the wounds on Su Yang's body, gently kneading and rubbing. Feeling the ice pack on his wound, the skin that had been stinging and burning from the medicinal alcohol rub seemed to find instant relief, and he let out a contented moan. The next morning, Su Yang yawned as he noticed the bruises on his body had faded slightly. Grabbing a cigarette, he took a drag to clear his head.
Chapter 57 The Crafty One. Early in the morning, Wang Jia made a phone call. "Hello, Uncle Song." "Yes, my father is Wang Jinghua.
"It's about my younger sister who nearly got assaulted yesterday.
I just wanted to ask about this matter."
"Ah, good, thank you. By the way, my friend was the one who protected my sister, so I hope this can be resolved quickly without dragging on too long."
"Okay, thank you, and Happy New Year to you."
Wang Jia briefly arranged the matters from last night's incident. After all, that family was quite annoying, and to prevent any potential trouble, it was best to crush them outright with one swift move.
Better to avoid complications.
Besides, Su Yang struck him as someone worth keeping around. The true test of whether a person's worth keeping is whether they'll help you when you're in trouble. If someone helps you without any regard for personal gain, that shows they genuinely care about the relationship. These kinds of connections are exactly what you should cherish and nurture. You never know when you might face difficulties yourself. In the municipal bureau, the middle-aged man sitting in the chair put down the phone. Picking up the landline beside him, he pressed a button. During the New Year period, there are quite a few troublemakers.
I intend to make an example out of someone.
Have each branch submit their recent related case files first.
Let me review them.
That's one way to handle things, letting matters resolve themselves quite naturally. Kills several birds with one stone. As he walked up to the bar counter, Zhang Gong quickly trotted over.
"Brother Su, how are you? Feeling any better?" Zhang Gong looked at Su Yang and promptly inquired with concern. Su Yang nodded slightly at the words. "Not bad, much better. By the way, top-up card. Another 50,000, please." Su Yang raised his hand and patted Engineer Zhang's shoulder, his eyes still carrying a trace of gentleness.
"I still need to thank you for yesterday. Look at the way you're talking." Engineer Zhang chuckled lightly. "Serving you is exactly what I, as your account manager, should do. No matter what issues you have in the future, just tell me, I'll make sure to handle them flawlessly for you."
"Thanks, man."
Su Yang scanned his card at the front desk. Ding! Host repays kindness with generosity, recharges 50,000 yuan, system reward, 66,666 yuan. Stepping out of the club, every inch of my body still ached. After all, it's genuinely top-notch. "Brother Su, shall I take you back?" Zhang Gong quickly waved to someone in the distance. "Xiao Sun, bring the car over and take Brother Su home." Thank you, sorry for the trouble." Su Yan looked at the enthusiastic Engineer Zhang and smiled helplessly. These people, they really know how to seize every opportunity to be smooth. No wonder everyone likes people like this. No surprise working with them feels comfortable, they're capable, efficient, and sharp-witted. Sitting in the car, Su Yang had a cigarette dangling from his lips. It was an Alford, and the seats inside were incredibly comfortable. The driver's skills were excellent too. There was barely any sensation of movement while riding in the car. They soon arrived near his home. The driver quickly opened the car door, jogged to the side, and reached out to pull it open. Since it was an automatic door, just pulling the handle would make it open on its own. The comfort was indeed noticeable. "Thanks." Su Yang nodded appreciatively to the driver before walking toward the residential area. The mere thought of enduring Hu Yu's torment again made him feel completely numb. Why on earth had he been so impulsive as to join the damn gym in the first place? Being a lazy couch potato didn't seem half bad after all. Sigh whatever, the money's already spent. It would be a shame to miss it. Besides, apart from Hu Yu's great figure, she's also quite good-looking. Having such a beautiful woman accompanying you for a workout is quite pleasant. Returning home, car keys in hand, Su Yang turned around and headed downstairs. Chapter 58, Daily Salary of 5,555, Extra Update for the Big Shots. Eating breakfast downstairs at the gym, Su Yang took a sip of his porridge. There couldn't possibly be any issue with Lawyer Luo, since the system had summoned him. When it came to determining responsibility, there genuinely wouldn't be any problems, because Su Yang was alone, while the other side had an entire group. The surveillance footage had everything clearly recorded, so he wasn't too worried. After finishing breakfast, Su Yang leisurely stretched while grimacing and gripping the stair railing, slowly making his way upstairs.
Isn't it better yet?
Suddenly Su Yang felt someone appear beside him. The voice carried puzzlement as a pair of delicate hands supported him. Su Yang glanced sideways at Huyu beside him, shaking his head with a sigh. I got beaten up last night, so not only is it not better, it's worse now. Hearing Su Yang's words, a trace of mockery surfaced on Huyu's handsome face. Were you faking it? Too bad there's no chance to put it in. Su Yang glanced sideways at Huyu. Hearing Su Yang's words, Huyu froze for a moment, then suddenly blushed. With an exasperated pout, she pinched Su Yang's arm. You scoundrel, she snapped angrily, releasing Su Yang before quickly walking ahead up the path. Su Yang watched her retreating figure and chuckled softly. You're the one who started it, and now you're blaming me? When will men ever stand up for themselves? Damn it! When he arrived at the gym, he took off his clothes, stuffed his belongings into the locker, and slipped into his athletic shorts and tank top. He walked into the VIP room where Huyu was. You're here? Huyu, who was doing the splits on her yoga mat, glanced up at Su Yang with a sidelong look. Noticing the greenish-brown bruises on Su Yang's body, she asked in surprise, you really got beaten up? Su Yang shrugged. That's why the movements were a bit too intense, probably tore some muscles. Better take it easy today. Alright, Huyu nodded. Getting up from the yoga mat, Su Yang gazed at those long, slender legs. Say what you will, but just look at them. Those legs were genuinely longer than his own lifespan. A full split would probably put her even taller than Su Yang. The fitness girl had a great figure, and Huyu's workout routine was just right. She didn't have that overly muscular look. Instead, she exuded a sense of softness. Fitness girls often give off a hard, rigid impression. But Huyu seemed to have a very planned training regimen, with yoga being more predominant. So it was like practicing dance. Due to muscle soreness, every swing of his arms was a grueling ordeal for Su Yang. It hurt like hell. Instantly, he felt like giving up, grinning from ear to ear while hopping around excitedly. The stimulating ache in his muscles made him grimace, yet there was something strangely soothing about that soreness. Ding! Host's persistent workout rewarded by system. 5,555 yuan. Not bad at all, ha, ain't this more fun than working a 9 to 5? Exercising for an hour every day is equivalent to working a full shift, minus the getting yelled at. Stay still and don't move. Rest for a while first, or I bet you'll cramp up. Got it. Su Yang nodded, picking up the nearby phone and answering the call. Hey Su Yang, it's me Wang Ci. Who's Wang Ci? Su Yang asked playfully, hearing the sweet and sugary voice. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a mournful voice after a moment. It's Susu. Oh, it's you, what's up? Su Yang asked curiously. Chapter 59, The Man Who Runs Like the Wind. Wang Ci nervously gripped her phone, biting her lip shyly as she asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, Hey Chow, how are you? I'd like to treat you to a meal, to thank you for helping me. Quit being so damn polite. I just felt like throwing hands yesterday. Ouch hurts. Su Yang quickly turned to glance at Huyu beside him. A faint apologetic smile flashed across Huyu's face before she immediately returned to her expressionless state. What's wrong with you? Hearing Su Yang's voice, Wang Ci asked with concern. Su Yang chuckled lightly, nothing much, just working out. Gotta hang up now. No need for formalities between brothers. Wang Ci. What did he say? Ha? What kind of buddies are these? Ha? Holy shit. I'm completely dumbfounded. Staring at his phone with the call disconnected, Wang Ci was truly dumbfounded. Kneeling beside him, Huyu wore a strange expression, suddenly realizing it wasn't on the way. Truly a Sigma male, indeed. That girl's voice is quite pleasant. Did you help her in a fight yesterday? Huyu massaged Su Yang's arm with gentle motions, her delicate hands slightly cool yet perfectly soft. I wouldn't call it helping her fight. Just saw some brat cursing at her, and when the little shit kicked me, I had to teach him a lesson. Su Yang replied with his eyes closed, his voice weary and drained as he explained to Huyu. Including the parents? Huyu eyed the injuries on Su Yang's body, which clearly weren't from just handling one brat. Yeah, including the whole damn family, his mom, dad, grandparents, uncles, aunts. 8 people in total. A faint, bloodthirsty grin played at the corners of Su Yang's lips. 8 people? Huyu was stunned. Wait a minute, did you go berserk or something? She knew from fitness training everybody's physical conditioning. Without professional training, even with similar builds, it's just one-on-one combat at best. Taking on 2 opponents simultaneously would already be considered impressive. 1 against 3 must be at a semi-pro level. Su Yang casually tapped his phone and set it aside. See for yourself. With that, he closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Huyu watched the video, her eyes flickering, her small mouth slightly agape. Did you really just pull that off? She naturally knew Su Yang was showing off, but to be honest, if Huyu had such a shining moment, she'd flaunt it too. Gotta admit, he looked really cool. Impressive, Huyu praised, then put down her phone and continued massaging Su Yang's muscles to ease their tension.
Su Yang chuckled softly. But do you need some medicated wine for the injuries on your body? We have some at the shop. I'll get it for you and help you apply it? Really? That would be so kind of you. No problem. Hu stood up from the floor and walked forward with her long legs. Su Yang glanced at the other person's retreating figure, admiring that waist-to-hip ratio. Yet he felt little actual restlessness. After a while, as Su Yang enjoyed the massage, he only registered a stinging, fiery sensation on his skin. Thanks. After showering in the bathroom, Su Yang changed clothes, grabbed the handbag, and thanked Hu. Then he walked out. Watching Su Yang leave, Hu truly couldn't understand him one bit. He doesn't miss a single glance he's supposed to take, but won't flirt even a little when he should? Was all that coquetry really just wasted on a blind man? Unbelievable. What a man is unpredictable as the wind, here one moment, gone the next. Walking downstairs, he casually tossed the bag in his hand to the dry cleaner's owner nearby. It's good to wash them daily to avoid sweat smells. Not like he washes them himself anyway, just a small expense to settle the matter. Reaching out to pull open the car door, Su Yang clenched a cigarette between his lips and turned the steering wheel. Chapter 60, The Drama Queen. While Su Yang was still pondering where to go for fun, a video was slowly uploaded to the internet. Both Capital Observation and Ducheng Police Departments simultaneously released a video. A short video, yet packed with information. For most people, the facts and truth of the case no longer matter. What's important is the content of the video at this moment. A crowd watched the footage, gasps of surprise escaping their lips. People forwarded it to one another, and just like that, the buzz grew. They've all become permanent residents, over 21 million people. It's easy to imagine just how prosperous this city truly was. Beneath such dazzling prosperity lay countless trivial conflicts and all manner of unpredictable incidents. A city with a population of over 10 million. An officially released video naturally carries some influence. However, Su Yang was still largely unaware of these developments. At the moment, he was deep in thought. Are you fucking stalking me? Su Yang glared at Wang Xiai, who was dressed like Little Red Riding Hood in her white long dress paired with a red cape. She was even holding a small bamboo handbag. How dare you call a cute girl like me fucking? Wang Xiai looked at Su Yang in disbelief. You've killed all my love for you. I just saw you and came over to say hello. Was it necessary to treat me like this? Pouting with teary eyes, Wang Xiai wore an expression of utter pitiful grievance. Yang Su looked somewhat awkward. Yang Su? Ha! Yang Su turned his head in confusion, looking at the man walking towards him from not far away as he ran through his memories. Oh, didn't recognize him. How could you bully a girl? The other person frowned disapprovingly while glaring at him. You haven't been home for a while, right? So this is how you act outside now? Su Yang? Why was this guy lecturing him like some kind of elder? And you are? Su Yang asked with puzzlement. My dad is Su Dawei. I'm your cousin Su Xiao. The other guy scowled darkly. Ow. Su Yang raised his finger with sudden realization. Now I remember, cousin, right. Well, truth be told, I still haven't recalled it, but since you put it that way, it would be rather impolite not to remember. Su Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. My apologies, I've forgotten a bit, I'm faceblind and can't remember people well. The other party scowled. How could you bully a girl? Our Su family would never tolerate such behavior. Su Yang scratched his head and glanced to the side. There sat Susu collapsed on the floor, appearing utterly victimized with tear-filled, misty eyes. Looking every bit the fragile beauty like Lin Dayu. Damn, he's putting on a show? My bad, my bad. Su Yang sighed. This silly girl, my friend's younger sister, ran away from home insisting on eloping with this punk. Drove us crazy searching everywhere before we finally. Su Yang, stop slandering me. Susu couldn't keep up the act any longer when she heard this. She hastily got up from the ground, brushing the dust off her clothes. With a sweet smile directed at Su Xiao. Hello, cousin, I'm Su Yang's girlfriend. Actually, we were just joking around earlier, sorry about that. Su Xiao? I'd rather believe you were deceived by some delinquent than believe you're Su Yang's girlfriend. Su Yang's expression turned slightly odd for a moment. Here you go again, huh? You? Su Xiao frowned deeply, staring at the little potato's tender face before him. She looked like she might not even be an adult yet, resembling a teenage girl, then glanced back at Su Yang. His brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yang. Su Xiao's tone grew exceptionally grave as he spoke with profound implication. A man must not, at the very least, shouldn't. No, cousin, she's not my girlfriend. Su Yang felt utterly exasperated. Would you believe anything anyone tells you? He lifted his foot and gave Susu's but a playful kick with his heel. He shot the other person a stern glare. Just a friend of mine, we were fooling around, Su Yang explained. Su Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. No harm done then. You scared me. That's right. Actually, I'm not his girlfriend. Susu instantly became exceptionally tender and pitiable again, with tearful, glistening eyes brimming with emotion. I'm just his simp. I'm nothing but a joker who loves but isn't loved back. As she spoke, she turned away, tears tracing through the air before landing on the ground. splashing into tiny droplets. Su Yang. Su Xiao, this is worse than killing me. Su Yang, you truly deserve to die. Just agree with her. Why won't you say yes? And so Susu crouched pitifully beside the two of them, her pale, delicate fingers idly drawing circles on the ground. Forget it, don't mind her, total drama queen. Su Yang turned to Su Xiao, bro, you're still here? Not yet, my tickets for tomorrow. What about you? By now, Su Xiao had grasped the situation, just a case of a terribly theatrical young girl. But he couldn't help feeling a bit envious that Su Yang had such a pretty girl by his side. And what's more, she's lively, adorable, and full of fun. I only have a couple of days left. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Xiao nodded, raised his hand to pat Su Yang's shoulder, and imparted his heartfelt advice. Xiao Yang, it has been 2 years since you last went back, hasn't it? Don't they say, whether rich or poor, go home for the new year. Even if you haven't earned much, home is always your harbor. You're not getting any younger. Don't worry the elders at home. Next year I'll look around and help you find a job. Are you still delivering takeout? Su Yang's mouth twitched. Why did he dislike running into relatives so much? Because they were always like this, acting all high and mighty with their seniority, lecturing him right here. But it was all just empty talk anyway. They were just putting on appearances. No. Su Yang shook his head. I stopped delivering a long time ago. Is that so? Su Xiao frowned. Unemployed? Just as his father had said, a complete failure. He couldn't help but feel disdain. Already in his 20s and all he knew was how to have fun. Still playing with little kids. To be honest, he still felt somewhat envious, but couldn't help scoffing inwardly. He patted Su Yang's shoulder. Make more effort while you're young. We're all young people here, don't take offense at what I'm about to say. Look at you already in your 20s, but dressing like this? The other person tugged disdainfully at Su Yang's sweatshirt jacket. Su glanced at the side. Balenciaga, 40 grand. Don't dress like a kid when you're already in your 20s. Listening to this earnest admonition, Su Yang immediately nodded like a pecking chick. Cousin's absolutely right. Studying the other man's trenchcoat suit and slightly thinning hairline, you work in finance, right cousin? Su Xiao affirmed with evident pride, straightening his suit lapels, working in Hongwen finance. Su Yang immediately played along with exaggerated admiration. Cousin's a total legend. Alright, enough chatter, got business to attend to. Su Xiao glanced at Su Yang's utterly unserious demeanor and couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. Then he turned and walked away without hesitation. Watching Su Xiao leave, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Annoying, huh? Su beside him crossed her arms beneath her cloak, gazing at the retreating figure. Absolutely, Su Yang replied with a laugh. Those just a few years older act like your elders, lecturing you on how to live your life. And when they actually are your elders, they double down, schooling you on everything, then pushing you to marry and have kids. They don't even stop to think, how can they, who've achieved nothing themselves, have the nerve to teach others how to live? Su Yang sighed and shook his head. People, what amusing creatures. Then why didn't you argue with him? After all, you're clearly much wealthier than he is. Su sounded puzzled. She had thought someone with Su Yang's temperament would have confronted him directly, just like that day when he'd stood protectively in front of her. No need. Su Yang chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with wistfulness. Will arguing make me feel better? No. It'll only ruin his mood and mine along with it. So I just listen to whatever he says, hum and nod along until his ego's satisfied, and he'll leave on his own. Treating people like clowns, huh? Su teased with a laugh. You're seriously twisted. Come on, let's head to my place for a bit. Stop talking nonsense. Su Yang shot Su a glare. Quit dawdling and lead the way. With that incident, Su Yang really didn't feel like continuing his stroll anymore, just to avoid running into them again. Flummy, come on, let's go home. Su waved her hand cheerfully and skipped ahead. Standing inside the elevator, Su Yang examined the dazzlingly opulent interior. Holy moly, his eyes scanned the intricately patterned marble floor. These rich folks, huh? But should I really move out? Forget it, I won't move after all. I'm a wandering soul after all. Wherever I go becomes home for a free spirit like me. You're thinking something absolutely shameless. Your grin looks so creepy right now. Su huddled tightly in the elevator corner beside me, looking at Su Yang with disdain. Su Yang, you knew? Then why say it out loud? How embarrassing. Su Yang maintained a straight face as he strode out. The enormous entry hall before them was larger than Su Yang's entire rented apartment. How much does this place cost? Dunno. Su shrugged. I'm not buying a place, why would I care about that? Such an unbeatable rationale, he actually couldn't find any angle to poke fun at it. She tapped the password into the keypad in front of her with a series of beeps. Pulling the door open, she stepped inside. Su Yang followed her in and asked, should I change shoes? No need, just take them off, Su replied, tossing her cape aside. With every step taken, another piece of equipment drops. Wearing only a gleaming white undershirt, barefoot on the floor, what would you like to drink? Chapter 61, Mo Girl. Tea would be fine. Su Yang, sitting on the sofa, surveyed the room's decor. Not gonna lie, it's totally girly.
The walls were lined with display cabinets filled with figurines.
No tea here.
Susu shoved a bottle of AD calcium milk into Su Yang's hands.
This is all we've got. She held an AD calcium drink in one hand while resting the other on her hip. How do you like it, my beloved concubine?
All this empire was conquered by me. She proudly pointed at a wall full of anime figurines.
This could buy my life 10 times over.
Su Yang stood beside Susu, gazing at the wall of figurines with a bittersweet smile, his eyes full of nostalgia.
I used to have some when I was a kid too.
Back then, they cost 50 cents or $1 each, Pokemon figurines. Su Yang's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. I'd get just a few cents as pocket money each day, so I'd collect cardboard and bottles to save up for them. It took me several years to finally complete the 386 collection.
Wow, that's so cool. Susu immediately asked with excitement, can you show it to me when the time comes? Not a chance.
Su Yang replied with a bitter smile, my family threw it away.
My childhood ended when I turned 11.
Ah, Susu was momentarily at a loss for words.
If her collected figurines were to be thrown away, she couldn't imagine how heartbroken she would be.
Not to mention the effort Su Yang had poured into them. In truth, many people share similar experiences, whether it's collecting figurines, trading cards, or building four-wheel drive cars, but in the end, these passions often come to nothing.
So, I don't resent it. Su Yang took a sip of AD calcium milk. I've never liked clothes or food since childhood.
It's just that this isn't suitable for poor folks. People like us aren't in a position to dabble in such things. Casually tossing the empty bottle into the trash bin, I gotta grab dinner with friends later anyway. While I've had my drink, I'm off.
Su Yang raised his hand in a casual wave.
Originally he'd thought about just grabbing a quick bite now, then having a proper meal with Kai Kuan and the others in the evening. Hong Gang mentioned that Gu Jian and a few others had hastily arranged a gathering, inviting him over for a meal.
Since he had nothing better to do, Su Yang figured he might as well go. Kai Kuan, Hong Gang, and the others also thought, why not?
We're free anyway, and decided to tag along for a free meal.
Since someone else is paying, might as well eat when it's free. To be honest, Gu Jiantong wasn't particularly close to Su Yang, just an utterly ordinary college classmate.
At the doorway, Wang Xi's gaze held a trace of reluctance and inner conflict.
To put it simply, she actually wanted to spend more time with Su Yang, but judging by Su Yang's demeanor, he didn't seem particularly inclined to do so. Would you let me treat you? Let's have a meal together. We could order takeout?
It's so cold outside and I know this really delicious restaurant, their delivery food is absolutely amazing. Wang Xi suddenly spoke up to stop him, her voice carrying a hint of hopeful anticipation.
Su Yang paused mid-step at the words, scratching his head. Well, that works too.
A flicker of excitement flashed in Wang Xi's eyes as she immediately grabbed her phone to browse through her bookmarked shops.
Su Yang, any dietary restrictions?
Wang Xi's laughter was contagious, her sweet voice paired with crescent moon eyes that crinkled when she smiled.
It always left Su Yang staring, momentarily dazed. Any dietary restrictions? Nah, I eat everything. If it tastes good, I eat more. If not, I eat less. Su Yang shrugged and leaned back on the sofa. Staring at the TV ahead, he asked, could we turn on the television?
Of course. Wang Xi promptly got up from the sofa, her floral pattern ankle socks padding across the floor as she grabbed the remote and hurried over to hand it to Su Yang. She then resumed sitting on the sofa in her duck-like pose. Su Yang held the remote control and casually turned on Crayon Shinchan, mainly because being alone together like this felt a bit awkward, so this was all he could think to do.
By the way, are you going out to eat with friends tonight? Can I come along? Wang Xi looked at Su Yang expectantly, her voice tinged with disappointment. Jie has something to do, so I'm alone tonight. I have no idea what to do.
So Wang Xi gazed at Su Yang expectantly, a faint smile on her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed. Looking at the eagerly expectant expression on the other person's face, Su Yang truly couldn't find an excuse. They're all my friends. I was worried you might feel uncomfortable, so forget it.
Don't be like that. I'd be perfectly comfortable.
You're not me. How could you possibly know whether I'd be comfortable or not?
Wang Xi quickly argued back. With such persistent wheedling, Su Yang was completely at a loss for solutions. He was, after all, just your typical homebody. Throw in a girl acting coquettish, and he basically had no power to refuse.
The dusk gradually deepened. Su Yang was driving the car, while Susu sat in the passenger seat humming a tune, lively and adorable.
Sure enough, emotions are contagious.
Arriving at the restaurant by car, Su Yang parked on the roadside and stepped out.
Wang Xi also jumped down from the car and quickly bounced over to Su Yang's side.
Looking at the restaurant in front of him, your friend's here.
Lao Yao, over here. Hong Gang immediately raised his hand and called out at the entrance of the restaurant. You brought your sister along? When Su Yang and the other person walked up to Hong Gang, the latter looked at Wang Xi beside them in surprise and asked Su Yang.
I'm his girlfriend. Wang Xi clung to Su Yang's arm, flashing a sweet smile at Hong Gang. That soft, cooing voice and sugary grin left Honggang momentarily dazed.
Must have woken up too fast, since when did our youngest have a lowly girlfriend? Stop spouting nonsense. Don't ruin my reputation.
Suyang shot Susu a glare, nudging Honggang with his shoulder. Let's talk inside, freezing my ass off out here.
Man, your name is Tsundere. Bet you're secretly cackling inside right now.
Suyang still felt rather strange inside. If he had to describe it, it was pretty exhilarating.
He really was a closet romantic after all. Oh, right.
Honggang immediately lifted the door curtain to let them both enter before stepping in himself. Let's go, second brother and third brother are already inside.
Oh, and one more thing. Honggang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. I reckon Gu Jintong might be up to something.
Be careful not to fall into his trap later.
Suyang raised an eyebrow with a mocking expression. Who the hell gave him the nerve? Trying to scheme against me? Not sure. Honggang shook his head and chuckled lightly. Probably just saw the pictures we posted in the class group chat.
And Song Xiaoxiao even personally vouched for you. Now all our old classmates know you've struck it rich.
Song Xiaoxiao?
Suyang gave Honggang a surprised look.
What did she say about me in the group? Said you're a great guy. Honggang's tone turned slightly sour. Song Xiaoxiao, the former department belle. Who wouldn't be tempted? The dream girl of so many people.
Yet in the group chat, she said, Suyang is actually quite nice, don't speak ill of him. The moment that voice message played, anyone would have been stunned. Even Honggang was somewhat baffled, feeling that something inappropriate must have happened between Suyang and Song Xiaoxiao, but there was no evidence.
So she said nice things about me?
Suyang scratched his head, utterly confused.
Chapter 62, So-Called Classmates.
He hadn't thought that far ahead yet, but Suyang still let out a sigh. Suyang looked at Honggang and sighed with emotion. I don't really like dealing with people who are too calculating.
Let's go.
Suyang shoved his hands in his pockets and walked forward. Honggang sighed as well at the sight. Suyang was genuinely detached when it came to emotional disengagement. He could go for long stretches without contacting a single soul.
Yet whenever someone reached out, he'd interact with everyone perfectly normally as if nothing were amiss.
Suyang looked at the noisy private room, his expression unchanged. Su beside him also remained silent. She followed Suyang inside.
Suyang's here?
Gu Jintong immediately rose from his chair upon seeing Suyang enter.
Come, sit over here. It's fine, I'll just sit anywhere.
Seeing the other party offer the main seat, Suyang didn't move over and instead took a seat by the door. As he took off his jacket, Susu nearby immediately showed good awareness by helping Suyang take it, then walked over to hang it on the nearby coat rack. Seeing this, Suyang took a deep look at the other person. Then I waited for Susu to arrive and helped her by pulling out the chair for her.
Susu cast a faintly resentful glance at Suyang.
He casually took a seat on the chair. Sitting on the chair, Suyang didn't say much, but leisurely lit a cigarette before tossing the pack to Kai Kuan beside him.
Kai Kuan took one out and then casually threw the pack to another person.
With a cigarette dangling from his lips but not yet pulled out his lighter, Wang Xiai immediately moved closer with smiling eyes and lit it for him.
This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Suyang cast a profound glance at Wang Xiai and took a deep drag. He pulled out his phone, too lazy to engage in excessive pleasantries. To be honest, if it weren't for Honggang asking him to come, he really wouldn't have been keen. University classmates were essentially just templates of relatives. Some returned from their worldly journeys to rediscover youth, while others returned from their hardships already rounded smooth. The entire person has been molded into society's shape. That's why I don't really want to interact. Suyang, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just ordered randomly. Gu Jintong broke the awkward silence by speaking up. Suyang gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged as he replied, alright. Noticing Suyang's somewhat aloof demeanor, Gu Jintong wasn't embarrassed and smiled as he glanced at the others, saying, seems Suyang is still as coolly detached as he was in college. But hey, Suyang's been here a while now. Aren't you going to introduce us? Gu Jintong teased with a raised eyebrow, his gaze nudging Suyang to introduce the girl beside him, Wang Xiai. At these words, Suyang slightly lifted his eyes, but before he could speak, Susu herself volunteered. I'm Big Brother's girlfriend. Wang Xiai gave them a sweet smile, her voice like honey to the ears, as if their eardrums had been fed a spoonful of sugar. So sweet it makes your teeth ache. Really?
Gu Jintong and the others' voices brimmed with envy. Suyang, not bad at all.
You actually found yourself a mo girl. How enviable. By the way, what have you been up to lately? He asked again. Even Kai Kuan and the others felt second-hand embarrassment for him.
The moment he walked in, he delivered just 2 lines, playing both the straight man and the funny man in an otherwise empty room.
A downright one-man show. Just busy having fun.
Suyang's words couldn't have made his stance clearer.
Most conversations between adults rarely involve outright confrontation. Instead, attitudes are subtly conveyed with tact.
But it was clear that Gu Jintong wasn't the type to give up until he achieved his goal.
Gu Jintong turned to Suyang again with a smirk, teasingly remarking to the people around them, there's a rumor going around, huh?
I'd heard you'd made some money.
and I didn't quite believe it at first. But looking at you now, it's obvious you've really hit it big. Gu Jiantong raised his glass from the table in a toast. Brother Su, this one's for you. You'll have to take care of your little brother here in the future. Let's not. We're not close. Su Yang shook his head, resting his elbow on the table as he took a drag from his cigarette. 2 streams of smoke surged from his nostrils. His expression was indifferent. In the past, Su Yang might have enjoyed engaging in some superficial niceties with them, pretending to be all friendly. But truth be told, it was just fear of trouble, not daring to speak his mind outright. Brother Ji, have you ordered the dishes yet? Su Yang turned to look at Kai Kuan. Hearing this, Kai Kuan gave Su Yang a once-over. Was this really Xiao Yao? That pushover? What the hell? The old Su Yang would never say anything when encountering people he didn't like interacting with. At most, he'd sit quietly without speaking a word, gradually fading such people out of his social circle over time. It was a gentle approach, the method most adults have grown accustomed to using. Simply fading out of others' circles. Now, Su Yang starts with "we're not close" as his opening line. This completely stupefies everyone present. Ordered, Kai Kuan scratched his head and took a drag from his cigarette. Damn, has society changed this rapidly? How could a person change so dramatically? Or perhaps this was the first time they'd witnessed Su Yang interacting with someone he clearly disliked? Come to think of it, during university, Su Yang wasn't exactly popular, but he wasn't unpopular either. He was always amiable and cheerful with everyone, smiling all the time. He'd lend a hand to whoever was in trouble without a second thought. No one had ever seen him lose his temper or anything like that. Come on, Su Yang. Gu Jiantong's tone carried a hint of irritation. We're college buddies. Do you really have to talk like that? So there you have it. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Gu Jiantong before him. Not familiar with you, how am I supposed to help? Su Yang clenched the cigarette between his teeth, tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze and tone unwavering. I don't know who you are, nor your personality, can't tell if you're good or bad, I'm just someone who takes time to warm up to others. Su Yang shrugged. We didn't really get along all those years in college, so there's really no need for this. No need for you to treat me to this meal, I'll cover it instead. Since we're all college classmates, meeting like this is fate. Having a meal together is fine, I've got no objections. But to be honest, Su Yang's tone carried a hint of mockery. Did you really come here just to eat? Gu Jiantong sat awkwardly on his chair, listening to Su Yang's words. Su Yang's statement was blunt, it practically tore off the fig leaf covering their insincere social interactions. Now, let's not put it like that. Gu Jiantong said awkwardly under the strange gazes around them. We're all old classmates here in Ducheng, just helping each other out so everyone can live a little more comfortably, right? Su Yang leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette, listening as Gu Jiantong and the others talked. It seemed the people beside Gu Jiantong mostly agreed with his viewpoint. As for Kai Kuan and the others, they offered no response, some just kept scrolling on their phones. Mutual assistance can only happen when both sides are on equal footing. Otherwise, it would be truly useless. Even if Su Yang wanted to invest in someone, he wouldn't choose someone like Gu Jiantong. Such people are exhausting to deal with, their minds filled with nothing but schemes and self-interest. That's why Su Yang didn't particularly enjoy interacting with him either. Chapter 63, Snow Leopard, Shut Up, Bonus Chapter 2. The food arrived quickly at the table. Su Yang picked up his chopsticks, leisurely scooped up a bite of food, and placed it in Wang Xi's bowl. After all, he was the one who invited her, so Su Yang felt he should take care of her a bit more. Go ahead and eat. Thank you. Wang Xi glanced at the food in her bowl, giving Su Yang a sweet smile before obediently starting to eat. Su Yang watched her smile and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Damn, that was genuinely adorable. Let's have a drink, to our bygone college days. Su Yang stood up holding his cup, though it wasn't a wine glass, since he'd be driving later. Come on, Su Yang. Aren't you being a bit disrespectful here? Gu Jiantong looked at Su Yang holding his teacup and questioned in a dissatisfied tone. Just won't give face, huh? Getting too cocky now that you're rich? I drove here. Su Yang shrugged helplessly and put down the teacup in his hand. Fuck, what's wrong with being cocky? Kai Kuan slammed the table and stood up, with Hong Gang immediately rising beside him. Wu Hanwen silently moved to the doorway, blocking it to prevent anyone from coming in later. Alright, Brother Kuan. Su Yang looked at Kai Kuan, who was now on his feet, both amused and exasperated. How had this suddenly turned into a situation where they seemed ready to fight? Look at how terrified the guy's face has turned pale. Su Yang looked at the grim-faced Gu Jiantong before him, along with the few people beside him. To be perfectly honest, Su Yang stood by the table, eyeing Gu Jiantong and his companions. The fact that I even showed up is already giving you face. To be perfectly honest. In plain terms, what qualifies you bunch, whose combined assets don't even amount to a measly 100 million, to invite me to dinner? Hong Gang, Kai Kuan, Wu Hanwen, Wang Xi, 6. And the rest was just a momentary pang in his chest. At those words, the faces of Gu Jiantong and his companions darkened. Don't get too full of yourself, Goo. Su Yang curled his lip disdainfully. This was precisely why Su Yang didn't particularly enjoy expanding his social circle, because so far, those who have remained friends have basically been filtered through as good ones, just like Hong Gang and the other two. It's because getting along with them is comfortable that they've continued their friendship. Su Yang dislikes trouble and detests complications, nor do I like to associate with overly opportunistic people. Su Yang, you. Gu Jiantong was trembling with rage, gripping the bottle on the table as he glared at him. Seeing this, Hong Gang nearby immediately grabbed another bottle, smashed its base against the wall, then pointed it at Gu Jiantong and shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Out of respect for our college days, don't push it too far. We only came because we were worried you'd start trouble." Hong Gang glared at Gu Jiantong. "If you want to fight, then let's settle it here and now?" Kai Koen couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He glanced at Gu Jiantong. This dude's really something, how's he still not leaving even after all this? Humph. Gu Jiantong angrily grabbed his coat hanging on the chair and stormed out. Su Yang made no move to stop him. The few people accompanying Gu Jiantong gave Su Yang an awkward glance before hastily following him out. After all, it would have been impolite to stay under such circumstances. If we don't leave now, things are about to get really awkward. Seeing everyone finally depart, Su Yang felt his whole body relax. To be honest, Su Yang thought they should have left much earlier, but he never imagined they could hold out this long. Since he could tolerate it anyway, he might as well become invisible, eat a little, muddle through, and that would suffice. But unexpectedly, Gu Jiantong dragged him into the group activity again. He couldn't fathom the way young people thought these days. Su Yang was relatively straightforward. If he liked someone, he'd keep interacting. If not, he'd just avoid them. Simple as that. Will there be another gathering like this next time? Wang Xi's little face flushed with excitement. I just love watching you boys argue. Su Yang, Hong Gang, Kai Koen, Wu Hanwen. All four of them were speechless. Let's eat. Su Yang picked up his chopsticks and served himself some dishes. Don't let it go to waste, folks. After all, it was a whole table of dishes, and they seemed quite delicious. After all, they're just stir-frying dishes. It's greasy and satisfying to eat. So Su Yang, her? Wu Hanwen waggled his eyebrows suggestively at Su Yang. I'm her girlfriend, Wang Ci said with a smile, looking at the group. Su Yang immediately raised his hand and chopped down on her forehead, scolding sternly, Snow Leopard. Shut up. Can't hold it in at all. Damn Snow Leopard, shut up. Chapter 64, that big bro wasn't called in vain. Bonus Chapter 3. Alright, never mind all that. Let's eat first. The server pushed open the private dining room door and entered. Dishes were placed on the table one after another. Su Yang picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks, casually pulled out a tissue to wipe them clean, and handed them to Wang Ci beside him. He then took another pair for himself, tore open the packaging and gave them a wipe. Wang Ci looked at the chopsticks in her hand, her eyelids twitching slightly as she pursed her lips. He's quite thoughtful. I like it. But old Yao, what should we do about Gu Jiantong and the others? Hong Gang seemed conflicted. What do you mean, what should we do? Su Yang looked at Hong Gang with confusion. Don't tell me you still think there's going to be any follow-up? If they're smart, they'll naturally fade from our view and stop contacting us altogether. If they're dumb, they'll probably just spread some rumors about us outside. Su Yang said nonchalantly as he picked up a spare rib and started chewing on it. These deep-fried pork ribs are seriously delicious. As for rumors, I couldn't care less. Everyone who matters to me is right here. Why should I care about opinions from people who don't matter to me? Su Yang spat out a bone from his mouth. His utterly detached attitude left the whole group speechless with surprise. Let's be real here. Su Yang chuckled lightly. With over 10 million people and such high mobility in this city, the chances of bumping into old classmates in this vast sea of humanity are pretty slim. Not to mention finding someone who'd actually believe Gu Jiantong. So sometimes, you're just overthinking things. Hong Gang fell into thought upon hearing this. It did seem to be the case. Purely overthinking, what kind of waves could those few even make? This is probably the last gathering of the year, so don't overthink it, just enjoy the food and drinks. Raising his glass in a toast to everyone, he took a sip of the ice-cold beer. Paired with stir-fried dishes, it still has its own unique charm. Hong Gang and his group didn't bother asking about the relationship between Su Yang and Wang Ci, simply ignoring it. Wu Hanwen's inquiry just now had already revealed Su Yang's attitude. Besides, if Su Yang really were in a relationship, he'd probably have told them about it. Chatting casually. The conversation grew increasingly lively as they chatted, soon erupting into shared laughter. After finishing the meal, Su Yang went to settle the bill at the counter. The total came to over 1,000 yuan. Gotta admit, that's a bit pricey. But when I thought about how our group of 5 had eaten enough for 11 people, it didn't seem that expensive anymore. Averaged out, it came to about 100 per person. Ding! Host has gathered with friends and witnessed a dramatic show before dinner, marveling at how unpredictable life is and how drastically people can change. System reward, 66,666 yuan.
not only didn't lose money, but made a hefty profit. Watching the three of them leave, arms draped over each other's shoulders, Su Yang waved at the nearby designated driver. After handing over the car keys, he settled into the back seat. Wang Ci also squeezed into the back and sat beside Su Yang, asking curiously, "Su Yang, do you really think people can change so dramatically?" "Indeed." Su Yang nodded slightly and sighed. People continuously change their perspectives as they gain experience and grow older. Unless, of course, they encounter some major upheaval. Some foundational things remain unshaken. Is that so? Wang Ci nodded vaguely, only half understanding. Still, it's oddly amusing. Wang Ci chuckled softly, tilting her head to gaze at Su Yang's profile. "I thought you were just good at fighting, never expected you to be such a master of sarcasm too. You flatter me too much." Su Yang raised his hands in a modest salute. "To be honest, I never knew how to curse before, nor dared to afraid of getting beaten up, but lately, something's changed. After all, money makes a man bold." Su Yang chuckled lightly. "So now I dare to speak and act freely, and naturally, I can finally voice what's been stuck in my heart." "Oh," Wang Ci teased, looking at Su Yang with amusement. "You said it yourself, no matter how much you change, what's at your core remains the same. So your true nature is still that of a sly fox, huh?" Su Yang. What a disastrous conversation this turned out to be. After escorting Wang Ci back to her residential complex, standing in the underground parking lot, Wang Ci gazed at Su Yang with reluctant longing in her eyes. "Then, I'll head up first?" She pursed her lips. Su Yang smiled gently. "Go ahead, message me when you get home." "You might as well walk me up then." Upon hearing this, Wang Ci pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. Su Yang chuckled softly at her words. "Not appropriate." "Alright, hurry up and go inside." Su Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Wang Ci close the elevator doors. As the elevator doors closed, he could still see the reluctant look in Wang Ci's eyes. He turned around and returned to the car. Sitting inside, he hurried towards Yunmeng Bay. Su Yang had just lain down on the massage table. His phone vibrated once. Seeing the message from Hong Gang, he felt somewhat puzzled. I clicked in and took a look. It was a screenshot of a conversation. Hong Gang and Kai Kuan, still somewhat concerned about Su Yang's public image, ended up in a heated exchange with Gu Jintong in the group chat. Among them, Song Xiaoxiao's figure was conspicuously present, and they were all speaking up in his defense. Song Xiaoxiao made a very good point. Since it's a class reunion, why didn't they invite me? Or anyone else? Why only Su Yang? Song Xiaoxiao still carried some weight in the class group chat, and with her speaking up, the matter seemed settled just like that. In the end, Gu Jintong left the group. Hong Gang, so, what exactly is going on between you and Song Xiaoxiao? Su Yang, none of your damn business. Go jerk off if you're so bored. Hey, do one for me while you're at it. Hong Gang. Su Yang, you back yet? Cloud Dream Bay? Hong Gang? Wait a sec. Hong Gang, men. Now this man is quite intelligent. He reached out and pressed the call button nearby. Engineer Zhang pushed open the door, rubbing his hands like a fly, and looked at Su Yang with fawning eyes. "Brother Su, any orders?" The technician looked at Zhang Gong's fawning expression with a slightly odd look but quickly stood up from his chair and respectfully called out, "Manager, I've got a few friends coming over later, 3 guys. Help bring them over when they arrive." Su Yang grabbed the car keys from the nearby table and handed them to Zhang Gong. "Grab 2 packs of cigarettes from my trunk, just get Huazi. Take a whole carton for yourself too, consider it an early Lunar New Year gift." Hearing this, a flash of delight crossed Zhang Gong's eyes as he awkwardly protested, "This is too much. Enough already, cut the act." Su Yang waved him off. Zhang Gong turned and walked toward the exit. Su Yang clicked his tongue, reclining on the massage chair as he watched the technician sit down once more. He was the type who requested a different person every time. Zhang Gong chuckled as he walked to the parking lot in the courtyard and gazed at the hulking Land Rover. Opened the trunk. Staring at the dozens of Huazi cigarettes and various other tobacco products in the trunk, I was completely bewildered. No way, there's hundreds of thousands just sitting in this trunk? This time it's Maotai and Huazi cigarettes. Dude, I didn't suck up to the wrong guy this time. That's the telltale sign of either earthworks or construction workers. Plus that Range Rover, definitely one of them. Chapter 65, Envy. I've said it countless times already. He reached out and picked up the open pack of Huazi cigarettes, taking out 2 packets from it. Then he happily grabbed a whole carton, tucked it under his arm, and reached to close the car door. Just then, he saw a car approaching. He shut the trunk door. Glancing around, he saw that nearly all the parking spaces were occupied. He instinctively raised his hand to gesture. Folks, our shop's parking lot is full. Would you mind parking at the back? How many of you are there? 3. Kai Kuan surveyed the courtyard and confirmed there were indeed no available spaces. Zhang Gong paused for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly asked, "Wait, are you friends of Brother Su? Su Yang?" Kai Kuan froze momentarily before tentatively calling out,
Yes, exactly. Zhen Gong immediately waved toward the distance. Xiao Sun, move our shop's car out of the way. Make space for Brother Su's friend, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Zhen Gong quickly turned to Kai Kuan with a chuckle. Just wait a moment, please. I'll clear a spot for all of you right away. Watching his attitude change in an instant, his fawning demeanor left the three of them utterly bewildered. No way, Bro Su. Is this the kind of VIP treatment you get when you go out now? Just said there were no seats available, but the moment they heard Su Yang's name, they suddenly made room? Nice, real nice. I treat you like a brother, and you play mind games with me, huh? Hiding a trump card up your sleeve, are you? The three exchanged glances. Parking the car. Engineer Zhang hastily reached out to help open the car door. Watching the three men step out of the car. Though they wore old down jackets, they weren't the sort to be underestimated. Anyone in the business knows those in construction and earthwork dress rugged by choice, preferring practicality over style. Right this way, gentleman Brother Su is already waiting inside. Alright, Kai Kuan and the others instinctively nodded in agreement. Following behind Zheng Gong, they walked into the house. Everyone, please change your shoes first. With that, Zheng Gong walked to the front desk and tossed his cigarette there. He immediately led the group toward the private room. He stood at the door, knocked, and waited a few seconds before pushing it open. Brother Su, your friend is here. These are your cigarettes. As he spoke, he placed 2 packs of Huazi on the table. Su Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Thanks for the trouble. Come on, it's just running some errands, Zheng Gong said with a grin. A whole pack of Huazi cigarettes, worth almost 1,000 yuan. Just running an errand, he'd be more than happy to run errands like this every day. Then, shall I arrange for the technicians to come over now? Engineer Zhang glanced at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang gave a slight nod, and Engineer Zhang immediately stepped out. There was nothing more for him to do here now. After changing into their attire, the three of them reclined on the nearby massage chairs. Lost it all. Lying on the massage chair, Hong Gang covered his face with his hands and sighed. It hurt like hell every time I pressed it, yet somehow, whenever I heard someone say press it, I just couldn't stop myself from wanting to do it again. Kai Kuan sighed as well. Su Yang, cigarette dangling from his lips, tossed an unopened pack of smokes to Kai Kuan. I'll split a box with Wu Hanwen. Damn, Brother Su's really got clout now? Wu Hanwen marveled. There weren't any parking spots available, but when the manager heard you were friends, Bam immediately gave up one of the shop's reserved spots. Hearing this, Su Yang coughed dryly, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just the manager showing me some face, that's all. The private room door knocked, and over a dozen massage therapists filed in. This sight left Hong Gang and the others utterly dumbfounded. Su Yang sighed, looking at his younger sister before remarking, what a bunch of country bumpkins, it's just a few heavenly beauties, they'll see them plenty if they stick around. Brother Su, you're still bringing that up, number 8 pouted with a wounded expression. Last time I was so serious about it, but you showed up and didn't even call for me. Spread the wealth around. Su Yan looked at Xiaomi with a grin. How about you join in too? I'll let you have my left leg. Xiaomi sniffed coquettishly as she stepped out from the crowd. Hong Gang and the other two cast meaningful glances at Su Yang. If you claim nothing's going on between you two, we absolutely won't believe it. Each of the three picked one for themselves. He also leaned back in his chair. His gaze at Su Yan was tinged with envy. Damn it, since when did everyday life become so effortlessly luxurious? Eating and drinking all day, followed by foot baths and massages? Then off to travel, hike mountains, and flirt with girls. What a life. Sigh, this guy. Envious. Really envious. Chapter 66, The Journey Home? Enjoying the massage, Su Yang tilted his head and looked at the three of them. I'm leaving tomorrow. When are you heading back? We're heading back tomorrow too. Kai Kuan tilted his head to glance at Su Yang beside him, observing how Su Yang had one girl on his left and another on his right with unmistakable envy in his eyes. You haven't even figured out regular massages yet, and you're already trying fancy tricks, huh? Drive carefully on the road. If you die, it's no big deal, just don't wreck my car, Su Yang warned Kai Kuan. Actually, the car itself doesn't matter much. What's important is reminding Kai Kuan to be careful and avoid causing an accident that hurts someone. Saying it out loud just feels a bit melodramatic, so Su Yang could only say it like this. Got it, don't worry. Even if I lose the car, nothing will happen to me, Kai Kuan replied with a laugh. Gang, what about you and Hanwen? What's your plan? Su Yang tilted his head to look at the two. Wu Hanwen gazed at the big screen ahead and sighed. I'm going home for a blind date. Probably screwed. Girls these days are so damn picky. Blind dates can be quite challenging, especially if you run into some city beauty returning to her hometown, huh? Hong Gang teased Wu Hanwen with a raised eyebrow. Su Yang let out an elegant sigh of amazement. Kneeling beside him, Xiaomi massaged Su Yang's arm while looking up to ask, Brother Su, will you also go on blind dates when you return home? Bringing you home would make that unnecessary, Su Yang replied, the corner of his mouth curling up as he gazed at Xiaomi. The girl beside him chimed in with a smile, Brother Su, why don't you take me home with you too?
That's great, two at once, double the happiness, Su Yang chuckled as he looked at the two of them. Turns out, everyone knew Su Yang had just topped up another 50 grand. So they all understood Su Yang was the type who, once pleased, would never shortchange anyone. Hong Gang and the others watched this scene, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Complicated emotions were like a lock that couldn't be opened, tightly sealing the door to their hearts. TSK, look at this. You call this introverted? You call this social anxiety? You call this being a lifelong single? Su Yang, you're making us see a whole new side of you. Our group was so stiff getting massages we might as well have been wooden dolls. Meanwhile, Su Yang's already holding hands with his little sister. While the girls were massaging their legs, Su Yang had already started massaging the girls' legs in return. They fed him fruit and even lit his cigarettes for him. What kind of pampered young master is this? Why doesn't my package include this service? Hong Gang grumbled bitterly, glancing enviously at Su Yang while the girl continued massaging his feet. The girl glanced at it and was silent for a long time. It's gonna cost more. Hong Gang. Those two words, more money, destroyed all his tenderness. Early the next morning. Ding. Host's final gathering with friends after the new year. May friendship endure and time not be wasted. System reward, 99,999 yuan. Alright then, drive safe, you guys. Su Yang stood by the car, patted its roof, and watched as the group drove away. He turned and walked to the Range Rover as well, backing it up while Engineer Zhang stood by continuously giving directions. Su Yang drove the car out and raised his hands in a traditional salute to Zhang Gong. Happy New Year, Brother Zhang. We'll see each other again after the holiday. Brother Su, drive safe. Engineer Zhang felt strangely comforted by Su Yang's words. At least he called Su Yang brother out of necessity. Clients had to be flattered. Yet Su Yang never put on airs and had always treated him with genuine kindness. Truth be told, Zhang was actually over 10 years older than Su Yang. Off I go. Su Yang raised his hand in a casual wave, then drove off leisurely toward his hometown. Everything was already packed, clothes haphazardly thrown into the suitcase before being tossed into the trunk. He didn't have much of his own stuff. Cigarettes and liquor were already stashed in the trunk. As for the rest, he figured he could just buy whatever he needed once he got there. Back home, cigarettes and liquor weren't hard to come by. I don't even live in the city center, but out in the countryside. Chapter 67, easier than taking out the trash. Driving up to the bank entrance, Su Yang stepped out of the car and walked inside. He pulled out his bank card and ID from his pocket. Withdraw money. I have an appointment. Su Yang. Mr. Su, is that right? The lobby manager quickly raised his hand in a polite gesture. Please wait in the lounge while we complete some paperwork. Su Yang gave a slight nod in response, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette. Mr. Su, what would you like to drink? Have a cup of tea, thank you. Su Yang smiled and nodded courteously at the bank clerk. Since Su Yang wanted to withdraw cash in large amounts, prior appointment was required for substantial deposits or withdrawals, so he made an appointment through the system accordingly. A few minutes later, the person walked over carrying a large box. After placing it aside, Su Yang watched as the other person counted carefully. Would Mr. Su be interested in some wealth management products? No thanks. Su Yang shook his head. He rejected all sales pitches. Seeing this, the bank clerk didn't press further and quietly continued counting money beside him. The manager also stood by watching the money being counted. A few 100,000 sounds like a lot of money, but in reality, it's just a few stacks. Each 100,000 makes one thick bundle, totaling 5 bundles altogether. Here, take these back to wrap some red envelopes. When you're done, just give them to my parents to use for small expenses. Su Yang wasn't very familiar with New Year traditions, and truth be told, he didn't really understand the proper procedures. Ding! Host has withdrawn 500,000 yen. First time seeing this amount of cash, heart pounding with excitement. System reward, 555,555 yen. Ding! Host has successfully passed the novice period. From now on, purchasing items in the system mall will no longer yield rewards. I hope the host will venture out into the real world more often, constantly experiencing new things and different lives. No need to be stuck in one place. Hearing the voice in his head, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. So I've just completed the beginner phase now? Oh damn! Su Yang glanced at his balance. Balance, 10,253,500 yuan. So reaching 10 million means graduating from the novice phase, huh? Carrying his bags under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Yang swaggered straight out without a care. To be honest, right outside the bank. Su Yang withdrew 500,000 yuan, with the bank's security personnel accompanying him until he tossed the items into his car before returning. Moreover, the capital's management during the Lunar New Year was indeed strict, with police cars visible everywhere on the streets. Carrying 500,000 actually wasn't that heavy, just a slight weight in my hand. I casually opened the rear car door and tossed the bag inside. The way he tossed it aside was as casual as throwing out trash. The security guard watching the scene felt like even his own trash disposal lacked that kind of nonchalance.
Su Yang gave a slight nod of thanks to the security guard and opened the driver's side door. He stepped on the gas pedal. The car shot forward. It sped off down the road. He played a song, with Su Yang sucking on a lollipop in his mouth. Pulling down the sun visor, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and ruffled his hair. His messy pushed-back hair paired with half-rimmed glasses gave him the vibe of a cultured rogue. The road out of the city was truly jam-packed. There was no way for Su Yang to detour this stretch of road. He could only follow the convoy slowly, sucking on a lollipop, resting his arm on the window frame, nodding his head to the music. He glanced at the car next to him, a pink one he didn't recognize. The driver seemed to notice Su Yang's gaze and rolled down the window, watching the girl in the passenger seat munching on snacks. Su Yang then leaned over and reached out his hand. The girl gave him a strange look before chuckling and handing over the spicy snack stick. Chapter 68, Intermediate Driving. Su Yang reached out, took one out, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew, looking at the other person as he asked, "Heading home for the new year?" "Yeah," the girl nodded, glancing at Su Yang. "You too?" Su Yang gave a slight nod, his gaze drifting to the traffic ahead. The girl also looked at the line of cars in front. "Looks like it'll still be a while. If the car isn't moving, it means there's an accident ahead. If it's creeping along slowly, that means the lead car is driving cautiously." Su Yang leaned against the window and asked curiously, "Which part of the country are you from?" "Wuhan." "That far?" Su Yang looked at them in surprise. "Will you make it back in time?" "Plenty of time, I'll just take it slow and enjoy the journey, no rush as long as I arrive by the 30th. Ding. Chat with strangers to relieve boredom. First step out of social anxiety. System reward, 6,666 yuan. After chatting a bit longer, the traffic finally started moving. Su Yang continued driving leisurely. It was just idle chatter with someone anyway. After navigating through a rather congested road section, Su Yang followed the map navigation displayed on his retina as he drove onward. The system's navigation was indeed reliable, and having it projected onto the retina didn't feel particularly strange. It was simply a matter of seeing an arrow and gently following its lead while driving. Moreover, the car didn't shake too violently even when traveling over these rough roads. Su Yang wasn't in any particular hurry along the way. The phone rang. Su Yang glanced at the screen and saw his mother had video called him again. He reached out to answer the call. He tucked the phone near the dashboard. "Yo kiddo, have you set off yet?" "On the way." Su Yang, driving the car, kept his eyes on the road ahead, not glancing at the screen. Mainly because he's a timid soul, cowardly, lustful, afraid of ghosts, and hopelessly fond of gazing at legs. So he was worried about getting scratches and dents while driving, especially on roads like this with no guardrails along the edges. Glancing to the side, he could see the river dozens of meters below. He was afraid he'd kick the bucket. "Did you drive here, son?" Lu Fan's eyes lit up when she saw Su Yang behind the wheel. "Did our boy buy a car?" "Yeah." Su Yang smiled slightly and patted the steering wheel. "Just wait till we get there, I'll show you." "Okay, my baby is so impressive." Lu Fan's eyes shone with pride mixed with a touch of heartache. When other families' children bought cars, their parents would chip in anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands. But ever since college, Su Yang had basically stopped asking his family for money. Nobody knew how he managed to scrape together the funds, but somehow he muddled through his college years on his own. After graduating, he kept sending money back home to support his family. "Drive carefully, you hear me? I heard a car rolled down the mountain a couple of days ago. 4 or 5 people died." Lu Fang's voice was full of concern. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately nodded like a pecking chick. He valued his life more than anyone. "Alright, I'll hang up now, drive safe, okay." Su Yang hung up the phone. He casually purchased one. Ding! Host has purchased intermediate driving skills. Expense, 500,000 yuan. What a pity, there are no rewards now. He should have. Not much. During the system's beginner phase, it seems the cap is 10 million, and that's it, no more after that. Well, no big deal then. Driving along, Su Yang sang cheerfully, swaying his head with the rhythm. The car window rolled halfway down. Once the sun came out, the temperature rose, and it didn't feel so chilly anymore. Probably going to feel hot again by noon. He opened the glove compartment, took out his sunglasses and put them on. Feeling the breeze on his face, smelling the fragrance of flowers, grass and earth. Listening to the roaring sound of the turbulent river water. Listening to the sound of tires rolling over the gravel-strewn road. He seemed to understand why so many people enjoyed road trips. Because when driving, one savors that inner tranquility. Gazing at the surrounding mountains, taking in the changing landscapes, watching the villages pass by. Life is like a journey. No one knows whether the next moment will bring a surprise or an accident. The only certainty is that the destination is called death. Since birth, we board this car and travel along the predetermined path. Chapter 69, Some Range Rovers are spoiled, some Range Rovers gallop across battlefields. Bonus Chapter 1. Driving leisurely, Su Yang wasn't in any particular hurry. These roads weren't exactly easy to navigate anyway.
Every decent road was likely already taken over by the hordes of returning travelers. So Su-young drove along leisurely like this, driving through the mountains, driving across muddy paths, driving through the boundless wilderness. Woohoo! As the car shot out from a ramp, it momentarily lifted off the ground before landing. Su-young let out a peculiar shout. With the intermediate driving skills he'd acquired, Su-young felt as skilled as a veteran driver with over a decade of experience. As for whether driving like this would make him feel heartache, if this were his only car, he'd definitely feel heartbroken about it. But he didn't just own this one car, he could easily possess as many cars like this as he pleased. Naturally, he wouldn't feel any distress. Bobo chicken. Spicy skewers, only 1 yuan per stick of spicy skewers. Su-young hummed the tune while swiftly turning the steering wheel. The vehicle executed a stylish drift across the wilderness, and Su-young once again couldn't help but shout, "Woohoo!" The vehicle fishtailed, its rear wheels kicking up a spray of grass clippings and gravel. After spinning in place, Su-young figured if he kept messing around like this, he'd probably need another wheel alignment when he got back. Su-young stepped out of the car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and propped his phone nearby. He hastily scrambled back into the Land Rover, fired up the engine, and stomped on the gas pedal. The vehicle roared to life with a throaty growl. He swiftly darted out, then pulled off a cool drift right in front of the camera. Su-young stopped the car and walked over to his phone, looking at the video on the screen. With a wide grin, he burst out, "Fuck yeah, ha ha ha, so damn cool." Some Land Rovers are pampered, while others conquer the battlefield. Ding! The host forgot to go home, just like forgetting to return while playing by the roadside as a child. Youthful spirit remains, system reward, 6,666 yuan. Hearing the system's reminder, Su-young let out a soft chuckle. He asked the system, "Can you help edit this video? Make it look cool." Ding! This will cost 1,000 yuan. Proceed with editing? Yes. Just 1,000? Ding! Please run a certain distance, then perform a backflip. Backflip? Dude, I dropped dead on the spot, you believe me or not? Su-young was utterly speechless. In all his years, he'd only known about donkey rolls, a dessert. Where would he know anything about backflips? Ding! System verification confirms host's physical fitness is sufficient to perform a backflip. Please believe in yourself. I believe in myself, but I don't believe in you. Must I spell it out for you? I believe I can't do it, but you're saying I can? Should I trust you, or trust myself? Su-young kept grumbling inwardly. Ultimately, under the system's guidance, Su-young performed a backflip on that empty road. When he landed, his pupils trembled slightly. No way, bro, you're really not dead? Holy shit, so damn handsome. Su-young touched his own body in astonishment. Am I this badass now? Next time I see Kai Koen and those two, I'll start off with a backflip and utterly dumbfound them. Ha. Sitting in the car, Su-young grinned with a cigarette clamped between his teeth. Chuckling to himself, he continued driving leisurely onward. The highway would have taken just over an hour, but Su-young avoided it entirely, instead winding his way endlessly through Copseline mountain roads. Mainly because highways meant traffic jams, though truth be told, the county roads were just as clogged. A group of people thought the highway would be congested, so they took the county road only to find the county road jammed as well. So Su-young kept winding through various villages, taking small backroads to detour. Chapter 70, Let Him Show Off, Bonus Update 2. His phone rang, and he curiously opened the video call. Yo Coach Wu, forgot to tell you earlier. Thought it wasn't a big deal, so I decided to head home for the new year. Looking at Hu Yu on the screen, Su-young scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. Hu Yu? And here I came early in the morning waiting for you. Su-young, you really deserve to die. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No problem, did you go home for the new year? So when are you arriving? Fitness can't wait a single day. If you take even one day off, all your previous effort goes to waste. Message me when you get home. I'll train you to death. Do we still have to work out when we get home? Su-young thought he was probably just afraid of pain, so he conveniently chose to forget about the fitness plan. But Hu Yu insisted on reminding him punctually every day. Su-young nodded helplessly. Alright, Coach Hu, thank you so much. Hearing the resignation and bitterness in Su-young's tone, Hu Yu couldn't help but feel much better. Call me when you arrive, I'll be waiting 24/7. Su-young, could it be that she's deliberately getting back at me for standing her up? Ding! The video has been successfully created. Host can view it in the photo album. Su-young heard the crisp sound in his mind and glanced at the rearview mirror. No cars behind, and the road beside him was wide open. He then took out his phone and opened the photo album. Clicked on the video. Was it just him, or had the system added an AFP-style filter to it? The dark-toned filter cast a shadow as he took several running steps forward to the rhythm of the music, then executed a backflip. At the peak of his aerial maneuver, a Range Rover came speeding toward him. In that split second, his body collided with the SUV midair, as if seamlessly merging into the vehicle. And just like that, the Range Rover raced off into the distance. Holy shit! Holy shit!
This transition is so damn cool.
After thinking for a moment, Soo-young still couldn't resist his urge to show off.
He opened Douyin and posted it. He.
After posting the video, Soo-young looked at the 99+ notification badge with some confusion.
He reached out and tapped to take a look.
It was flooded with follow notifications. Glancing around suspiciously, he followed these information sources and found the main profiles of Capital Observation and Officer Capital.
Watching the videos inside.
Holy shit, is this freaking confirmed? His phone rang, and Soo-young answered it absent-mindedly.
Hey, Mr. Soo, the officers already made the call. Lawyer Luo's tone was a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking it would take some time before the officers could reach a definitive conclusion. But I hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Soo-young hadn't expected things to turn out like this. After hanging up the phone, Soo-young pondered for a moment. It was probably Wang Jia. Only Wang Xiai and Wang Jia, those two heirs, would have that kind of capability. Song Xiaoxiao probably couldn't pull it off. By way, they weren't really that close. To be honest, this matter didn't have much to do with those two. Still, it was good to have it settled. At least it would make dealing with the aftermath easier. It's just about getting the other party to compensate for your losses. After everything's settled, those who should be sentenced will be sentenced, those who should go to jail will go to jail. After hanging up the phone, Soo-young opened the comments section of his video and took a look. In just a few minutes, there were dozens more comments and hundreds of likes. Ha, what? Did he just master Douyin? No way, bro. You can't do this. How dare you be this cool? Taking on 8 guys in a hot pot joint already hit men's sweet spot, and now you've got a freaking Land Rover? Plus this slick transition? Please stop flexing. Handsome. Damn it, he's really showing off now.
Soo-young looked at the comments one by one, grinning so wide his molars were practically on display.
Chapter 71, Going Home. In the village. Fong, is your son coming home today? Auntie looked at Lu Fong while munching on sunflower seeds.
Yes. Lu Fong poured the woman a cup of tea, then sat on the sofa with a little excitement.
Will Xiao Yang bring a girlfriend home this year?
The auntie asked curiously, while the uncle beside her also looked at Lu Fong with interest.
Su Xiu quipped from the side. I ran into Su Yang in the city earlier. He seemed quite close with some young girl. Might very well be his girlfriend.
Oh, Lu Fong felt a twinge of awkwardness flash through her mind.
Damn, she didn't know this answer either. She felt increasingly awkward. How was she supposed to respond to this? As an honest person, Lu Fong genuinely didn't know how to respond and could only awkwardly laugh, saying, he didn't mention anything about that. Bringing one or not is up to him. Su Yang isn't getting any younger, interjected the uncle sitting nearby. It's about time he finds a partner.
In a couple of days, I'll introduce him to a few prospects. The young people can exchange WeChat and chat on their own.
Thank you, elder brother. Su Daxiang couldn't help chiming in from the side. Children will find their own happiness.
Soo-young probably has his own thoughts and plans. Better leave it be.
Leave it be? Su Dawei snorted coldly.
It's exactly because you never impose any restrictions that he does whatever he pleases. Disappearing for 2 years without coming home, just wait till he gets back.
Watch whether I beat him or not. Su Dawei was a bit unhappy. If we can't make money, fine, but not even having a girlfriend is unacceptable. What will the villagers think? They'll say our family doesn't know how to raise kids. Su Dawei's complaint left Su Daxiang at a loss for words. Deep down, he felt the same: either focus on earning money properly, or just get married.
Otherwise, a few more years down the line, not only will they have no money, but they won't even be married.
What's the point then? Exactly. Aunt chimed in right away.
Look, my kid already has a second child who's 2 years old, but yours hasn't made any progress at all.
Lu Fong and Su Daxiang drank their water, listening expressionlessly to their relatives nagging. And that boy too, gave up a decent job just to play around online, Auntie scoffed. Does he really think anyone can succeed at that internet stuff? Alright, I'm heading back first.
Seeing Lu Fong and Su Daxiang's increasingly uncomfortable expressions, Su Dawei stood up from his chair,
leading Xiu back home.
Since Grandpa was staying with Su Daxiang, all the uncles would stop by his place first whenever they returned.
Watching the departing figures, a trace of melancholy lingered in Su Daxiang's eyes.
True enough, as the old saying goes, at 25 with clothes torn, none shall mend what you've worn. In the old days, such an age would already be considered a confirmed bachelorhood. At that moment, Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao, scrolling through videos, watched Su Yang's clips with genuine envy in their eyes.
Why does he keep playing around?
Bai Wei said with a hint of envy in her voice.
And this video looks so cool. He's not planning to become an internet celebrity, is he? Probably not.
Song Xiaoxiao shook her head.
I think he's just fooling around for fun.
Ever since Su Yang joined their circle of friends, his days had been filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and all kinds of leisure activities.
These working girls would be jealous too. Damn it all. Su Yang. Wang Xiai then gave Su Yang a call and asked with bubbling enthusiasm. Su Yang, where are you? I'm coming over to hang out. The childlike tone made Su Yang freeze momentarily. I'm on my way back to my hometown. Su Yang stared at the road ahead. Damn it, why is there traffic on a rural road? Ha, you went back to your hometown? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Why should I tell you? Su Yang's tone carried a strange note, wondering why Wang Ci would ask. They weren't particularly close, after all. At most, we've just shared a meal together and exchanged some tall tales afterward. Yeah, Wang Ci's eyes flickered with a trace of disappointment. Why was he telling her this? Alright, gotta go, I'm stuck in traffic here. Su Yang hung up after saying this. Chapter 72, Nervous Homecoming. Because along the way, Su Yang wandered around aimlessly, darting here and there, occasionally ducking into the woods to relieve himself. He ambled about for 2 more circles, otherwise squatting by the creek and skipping stones for fun. So by the time he arrived, the sky outside the window was already growing dark. The headlights illuminated the ground. Driving slowly through the village, the changes brought by the new rural policies were evident everywhere. The roads were now paved with concrete, with streetlights and garbage bins readily visible along the way. The village environment had also improved significantly. With Sichuan being a mountainous region, Su Yang's home was nestled among the hills, fortunately not in some remote, isolated valley. It's just an ordinary rural village in the mountains. In the kitchen, women wash vegetables and cook. In the living room, men gather in small groups chatting. Su Daxiang sat beside the old man, watching TV while cracking sunflower seeds. He enjoyed solitude amidst the crowd, observing each person passionately narrating their own stories. Like performers on a stage, they continuously interpreted and showcased themselves. Lao Yao, maybe we should start eating first, who knows when Su Yang will be back? Su Daxiang's second brother asked him. Otherwise why don't you call and check? I haven't eaten all afternoon and I'm hungry. Alright, Su Daxiang quickly took out his phone and called Su Yang. Hey kid, when will you get here? Su Daxiang asked Su Yang. Su Yang was silent for a moment, probably another half hour. The closer I got to my hometown, the more uneasy I felt inside, as if experiencing that peculiar fear of approaching familiar shores. The moment the vehicle entered his hometown, Su Yang was overwhelmed by a warm rush of kinship and nostalgia. Everything here felt so familiar, so comforting. Though the village had clearly changed a great deal, it still felt intimately known, for his footsteps had measured every inch of this land. His childhood was spent in this modest little village. Alright then, Su Daxiang immediately nodded upon hearing this. Drive carefully on your way now. With that, Su Daxiang hastily hung up the phone. Looking at the old man beside him, he said, Dad, let's eat first. Su Yang won't be here for another half an hour. Fine by me. After all, the whole family couldn't keep waiting forever. The old man stood up, and those around him hastily followed suit, making their way toward the large round table in the courtyard. The women in the kitchen immediately started stir-frying dishes and serving them. Everyone got busy in a flurry. After all, it was just a casual New Year's Eve meal, so naturally there weren't many formalities. They didn't need to wait for Su Yang either. Oldest, wasn't Su Yang delivering food before? What's he doing now? The second brother seated at the table asked Su Daxiang a question. Su Daxiang chuckled awkwardly and said, Not sure, Su Yang mentioned earlier he quit food delivery. Hasn't come back these 2 years, must have made some serious money, eh? The third brother grinned while holding his liquor glass, sipping baijiu before smacking his lips, his face crumpling momentarily before relaxing again. Su Yang's always been proud and cared about face since childhood. Let's mind our words later, don't say anything we shouldn't. Su Dawei glanced at the younger generation, then at Su Yang's uncles. Exactly, it's the new year after all. Old two nodded immediately in agreement. Times are really different now compared to our era. Making money is truly difficult these days. Told him to take the civil service exam but he wouldn't listen, what else could we do? Su Xiu pursed his lips and took a sip of wine. A government job at least guarantees steady income, rain or shine. Su Daxiang let out a bitter laugh. Chapter 73, The Relatives' Astonishment. Every family has its own struggles, it's just that others can never truly understand them. They spoke like this just to assert their seniority and gain some vanity, something Su Daxiang understood all too well. To say they were truly bad would be an overstatement, they were simply a bit snobbish. His own table was fine, but the one beside them would likely be the real trouble. Men at one table, women at another. Watching Lu Fan's livid expression, Su Daxiang shuddered visibly. Though unclear what she was muttering, her thunderous expression was downright terrifying. If he's broke then so be it. As long as my son's happy. Lu Fan forced an embarrassed smile. Oh now Fangfang, that's no way to talk. He's already in his 20s, if he's still unmarried without money, people will laugh. When my Xiaoxiu and Su Yang were his age, they'd already had their second child. Yes, tell me about it, he's the only one in their family, yet he hasn't come back for over a year. That's really not well behaved at all. Who knows what he's been up to out there? Didn't the third son's family have their second child last year? Yes, they did. A sudden, intense beam of light swept across. A car screeched to a halt by the edge of Su Daxiang's courtyard. Everyone froze in that moment. Su Daxiang stared at the vehicle with growing bewilderment. Beside him, Su Dawei looked around in confusion. Everyone's already here. The car door opened as Su Yang stepped out, swinging his legs onto the pavement. My butt's gone completely numb from sitting. At this moment, under the scrutinizing gazes of his aunts, uncles, and all sorts of relatives, Su Yang clenched his buttocks nervously. So terrifying. Am I in the wrong place? Why are there so many people? Isn't New Year's Eve when the crowds peak, followed by visiting relatives? Why are there so many people before the New Year even arrives? Young man, which family are you from? Did you make a wrong turn? Su Dawei approached with suspicion. Su Yang removed his orange non-prescription glasses and immediately bowed slightly to the middle-aged man before him, saying, Uncle, it's me, Su Yang. Su Yang? Su Dawei stared in shock at the young man before him, because the current Su Yang had changed so dramatically compared to before that he'd barely recognized him. Baby, are you back? Su Daqiang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Sweetheart, Lu Fang's eyes reddened immediately upon seeing Su Yang as she hurried forward, sobbing and pounding Yang Su's chest. Why'd you take so long to come back? I missed you something fierce. Yang Su's voice caught in his throat too, his eyes reddening as he embraced the elderly couple before him. Tilting his head back to sniffle, his voice trembled. I'm back later than I should have been. Not late at all, not late at all. Have you eaten yet? Lu Fang immediately grasped Yang Su's hand, continuously stroking his cheeks. You've gotten so thin. No, I've gained over 10 pounds, Su Yang said, rubbing his mother's rough hands while noticing the streaks of white at his parents' temples. His breath grew labored, a sharp pain piercing his chest. First go tell your grandparents. Beside them, Su Dawei choked up at the sight unfolding before him. As I grow older, my threshold for tears lowers, and scenes like this always move me easily. After all, their family, one must speak one's mind when needed, but care must also be shown where due. Alright, Su Yan nodded and, seeing the elderly couple not far away, quickly walked over to greet them. Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. It's not even the 30th yet. What Happy New Year are you talking about? The old man replied gruffly, raising his hand to lightly tap Su Yang's head, though his eyes were full of warmth and longing. Su Yang had been raised by them, so naturally, they adored him. It's just that as he grew older, he gradually left home. The elderly couple couldn't help but feel reluctant about his absence. After greeting the two elders, Mom, Su Yang wrapped his arm around Lu Fang's shoulder with a showy attitude, while placing his other hand on Su Daqiang's shoulder and gestured toward the pitch-black vehicle in front of them, the Land Rover you wanted. Ha! Lu Fang looked at Su Yang blankly. What Rover? The smile on Su Yang's face instantly stiffened a bit. Didn't you tell me to buy a Land Rover? When did I tell you to buy a Land Rover? Lu Fang looked bewildered at Su Yang. It was just a joke back then, how could she have remembered? Meanwhile, Su Daxiang stared at Su Yang in astonishment. You bought this? Yep, I bought it. Su Yang patted the car proudly. So, what do you think, old man? Want it? You can keep it. I've got another one down in Chengdu. This thing's too bulky for city driving. That's a Land Rover? Su Dawei's pupils dilated as he gaped at the vehicle before him. After all, the courtyard lights were somewhat dim, making it hard to see clearly. On top of that, the car was entirely black, so visibility was rather poor. In no time, Su Yang's extended family, aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews all crowded around the car, scrutinizing it with great curiosity. Seeing all eyes drawn to the car, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Guess that counts as showing off for my mom, huh? Holy crap, this car's massive. Don't you dare touch it, you little rascal. The auntie nearby smacked the curious child's hand as he reached out to paw at the vehicle. The old man stood beside Su Yang, looking at him with contentment in his eyes. Youngest grandson, you've grown up. Grandpa. Su Yang quickly turned to the old man with respect. I've brought you some good cigarettes, oh, and some New Year's goods too. Su Yang walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. You all help me carry the luggage. Pointing at the younger family members, Su Yang reached out and grabbed his suitcase. Lu Fang quickly said, just put the suitcase on the second floor. Why did you buy so many cigarettes? Lu Fang gave Su Yang a reproachful look at the pile of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea in the trunk. What a waste of money. It's fine, they're for Dad, Uncle, and Grandpa to smoke. Su Yang hurriedly opened a pack of cigarettes and handed one to his father. Old man, take these and share them around. Holy shit, Chinese Chonghua? Su Dawei was completely stunned by now, looking at the dozens of Huazi cigarettes and piles of Mutai liquor filling the trunk. He didn't even dare to calculate how much money this would amount to altogether. What a goddamn prodigal son. Su Yang, you little bastard. Are you just throwing money around? Su Dawei's heart ached so badly he could barely breathe. It felt like his own money was being spent, and he couldn't help but yell through gritted teeth. Is it really that expensive? Lu Fang, who was standing nearby, instantly sensed that something was off. This cigarette costs 700 or 800 yuan a pack, and this liquor, thousands of yuan a bottle. Good heavens, all these add up to probably over 100,000. Su Dawei clutched his chest. He could only feel his legs going weak.
The surrounding relatives burst into exclamations upon hearing this, their gazes at Su Yang turning peculiar. Su Xiu hurriedly supported Su Dawei as he staggered. At these words, Su Daqiang's hand trembled. He stared at the cigarette in his hand, then at the pile he'd already handed out to relatives. Is it too late for me to come back now? It's not that expensive. The owner's a friend of mine, so it was just around 100 grand. Su Yang scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. After all, being stared at like a circus monkey by a crowd was uncomfortable. Just? Lu Fang's voice cracked for a moment as she pinched Su Yang's ear, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh wow, you've really become something special now, huh? Just a few $100,000, and you dare call it just? Are you a bank? Can you print money? You're so generous, handing out cigarettes worth hundreds without a second thought, and drinking liquor costing thousands like it's nothing? Are you trying to piss me off to death, you little brat? Lu Fang smacked the car body hard in frustration. Beside him, Su Dawei witnessed the scene and immediately wailed, "Don't touch it. That car costs 1 to 2 million. What the hell?" Lu Fang looked at her hand and for a moment wished she could chop it off. Is this something she can film? My wallet winced at the price. Their enthusiasm was genuine, but damn if it wasn't exhausting. A crowd of people chattered noisily around him, firing off all sorts of questions non-stop. Su Yang's lips curled slightly as he observed the mixed looks of envy and jealousy in his relative's eyes. Wasn't this exactly the effect he wanted? Don't worry, Su Yang reassured his flustered mother, patting the car body firmly with his hand. You could smash this thing and it still wouldn't matter. Chapter 74, The Relative's Envy. Beat it! Lu Fang immediately executed an Ultraman-style flying kick at Su Yang's movements. Her foot landed squarely on Su Yang. Stop randomly taking photos. And why the hell did you buy such an expensive car anyway? Su Yang staggered slightly, speechless. Didn't you tell me to buy it? You said if I didn't get the big Land Rover, I couldn't come home, so I bought it. Lu Fang? Why are you yelling so loud? You scared me. Lu Fang glared at Su Yang with dissatisfaction. Su Yang, could this car be rented? Su Xiu found it hard to believe, especially since Su Yang was still delivering takeout just 2 years ago. Buying a Land Rover now? That's kind of shocking. Su Xiu's words left everyone in stunned silence. These days, it's not unheard of for people to rent cars just to show off. But looking at this trunk full of cigarettes and alcohol, it's hard to believe this is some fake display. Just then, a junior family member who'd been unaware of the situation stepped out of the back seat carrying a plastic bag. It's just that the plastic bag seemed to be torn. In an instant, everything inside came tumbling out. A pile of red envelopes mixed with cash scattered across the floor. Witnessing this scene, the entire group's eyes turned red with envy. Lu Fang and Su Daqiang immediately lifted their heads to stare at Su Yang. Lu Fang's voice trembled slightly. Did you go rob some red envelopes? No, do you even hear what you're saying? Su Yang felt utterly exasperated. Bloody hell, rob red envelopes? I'd have an easier time believing you if you'd said robbed a bank. He just casually prepared a few red envelopes during the traffic jam out of boredom, and now Lu Fang was seriously asking if he'd gone to rob them? This is just fucking ridiculous. He casually picked up the red envelope from the ground, found a bag in the car, and stuffed it inside. Carrying a bag, Su Yang walked to the passenger seat, opened the box, and took out the car purchase paperwork from inside. After circling back, he handed the items in his hand to Su Daqiang. Dad, these are the car purchase documents. Su Yang had only brought them out to prevent his old man and mother from worrying, otherwise, it really wouldn't have been necessary. If others assumed it was rented, so be it. He wasn't particularly concerned about what others thought anyway. Su Xiu looked at the files in the folder, his lips twitching. Serves me right for speaking out of turn. Staring at the document envelope in his hands, Su Daqiang was genuinely bewildered. His mind had simply gone blank, confused, utterly bewildered. Though he'd fantasized about being a rich second-generation heir, he never expected this version would be a reverse rich second-generation heir. Oh no, seems like I've been freeloading off my son. Mom, this jade bracelet is for you. Su Yang pulled out 2 brocade boxes from the trunk. He opened it to glance at the bracelet inside, then handed one to his mother. Staring at the brocade box in her hands, Lu Fang's voice had already begun trembling. How much is it? Just a little. Su Yang noticed his mother's trembling voice and hesitated to disclose the price, afraid it might shock her. Then he picked up another brocade box and walked over to the old lady. Grandma, this is what your grandson prepared for you. The old lady took a deep breath as she looked at the brocade box in her hands. She was nervous too, she had no idea how much this cost, and her hands were even trembling slightly as she held it. Dad, this is for you. Su Yang handed another box to Su Daqiang. He handed another box to the old man. Old man, gold inlaid jade. Given their close relationship, Su Yang casually took out a gold inlaid jade pipe from the box without hesitation. 250,000, how about that? Ding! Host has repeatedly shown off in front of all the relatives. Feeling great. System reward, 88,888 yuan.
Su Yan looked smugly at the old man. The old man stared at the pipe in his hand, nearly toppling over when he heard the price. Damn, is this a golden mouth I've got? Am I even worthy of this thing? Who the hell would be worthy? Even landlords back in the day probably couldn't afford this. Su Yang, you keep it. Your grandpa probably won't last many more years, no point wasting it. The old man's trembling hands pushed the item into Su Yang's palms. Su Yang chuckled and replied, no worries. Once you kick the bucket, we'll bury this thing in your coffin. The old man's face instantly darkened. Why'd you have to say it so loud? Want people to dig up my grave, is that it? Fine, fine. Truly a masterclass in filial piety. The nearby aunts and uncles were shocked when they saw the cigarettes and alcohol in the trunk, but their jaws truly dropped when they found out the price of the car. Even now, they still haven't fully recovered. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike, like they had drunk counterfeit liquor, dazed, utterly dazed. Suddenly remembering the complaints about Su Yang at the dinner table, everyone felt a bit awkward. Watching Lu Fang's reproachful yet smiling expression, with the corners of her mouth curled up, the group internally criticized endlessly. In silence, everyone carried the items from the car into the room. That pile of red packets, Su Yang handed to Lu Fang, with so many eyes around, it was better for her to keep them safe. At that moment, Su Yang sat beside the old man, completely stunned. Is this really a seat I'm allowed to occupy? Maybe Uncle should take this seat instead? Please, have a seat, Uncle said with a kind smile on his face. Su Yang, what are you doing in the city now? Just running some small businesses over there. Su Yang took a sip of wine from his glass, looking calmly at the group of elders before him. Previously started a tech company with friends, I don't even need to manage it. Just collect dividends. After the patent sale, basically there are only 3 or 4 people running the company now. This outright prevented them from any thoughts of pushing people his way. You can borrow money if you want, but when it comes to helping out, Su Yang really isn't interested. Besides, who's genuinely good to him and who's just plain stupid, Su Yang knows exactly who's who. So, what are your plans after the new year? Su Daguang asked cautiously, taking a small sip of Feitian Mutai and savoring it slowly, reluctant to finish it in one go. After the new year? Su Yang turned to look at his family home. Though not exactly run down, the 2-story house built the year his parents married had grown noticeably old. Let's renovate the house. There are some plans for the future, but nothing concrete has been implemented yet. You've grown up now, and Uncle won't interfere with you anymore, Su Dawei said, taking a sip from his wine glass as he looked at Su Yang with satisfaction. Just go ahead and do things your own way. If anything comes up, just let us know. Got it? Got it. Su Yang immediately nodded. Thank you, Uncle. Su Yang imperceptibly curled his lips. What did he mean by not getting involved? He reckoned there'd never been any involvement to begin with, but it was all just diplomatic talk. Su Yang stood up with wine glass in hand and proposed a toast. He poured another round, toasting each elder in turn. No matter what, even though the lecture was annoying, rules were rules. Even if he didn't care about himself, he still had to consider his parents. A well-behaved and disciplined child would make them proud. 1 hour later, Su Yang's cheeks were flushed red. Chapter 75, 3 days of 9 drunken feasts. These old men could drink like fish. When asked how much they could handle, they raised a single finger, not meaning just 1 cup, 1 ounce, or even 1 pound. It means they can keep drinking non-stop. Pretending he couldn't hold out any longer, a bleary-eyed Su Yang stumbled back to his room. Lying face down on his bed, Su Yang could still faintly smell the scent of sunshine. His parents must have thoughtfully cleaned his room for him earlier today. Already drunk, Su Yang closed his eyes and fell asleep. You watched the clock strike midnight and felt paralyzed. Come on, just because I said I was on call 24/7 doesn't mean you can actually ghost me for a full day. Damn it. Ugh. I hate Sigma males. The next morning, Su Yang had just stumbled downstairs, his hair disheveled and face unwashed, when a ruddy-faced old man clutching a wineglass dragged him to sit on a chair. He took a sip from the cup, and immediately spat it out. No way, still drinking? For several days in a row, Su Yang's routine consisted solely of waking up and drinking. Confusion, sleep, wake up, confusion, drink, sleep, then wake up, drink, and sleep all over again. 3-day drinking spree with 9 binges? That's pretty much how it felt. It was the first time he realized his family knew so many people in the village. Some faces seemed vaguely familiar, but most were just familiar strangers who kept visiting his home. Naturally, every visit involved eating and drinking, and before he knew it, he was drunk again. He was genuinely a bit scared, but thankfully his old man said no more visitors would be coming for now. Su Yang was still groggily asleep. Then he sensed some chattering nearby. He yawned and gazed ahead in bewilderment. Buried under the quilt, Su Yang didn't dare to get up at all. After returning home, he'd been afflicted by some bizarre curse. The moment he left his bed, he would inevitably be dragged to drinking tables. Su Yang was sleeping upstairs, and his parents didn't disturb him. After all, they'd had quite a few visitors in recent days, so it was about time for everyone to take a breather. Su Daqiang and Lu Feng were standing by the car at that moment. Only because there were few people around did the two feel comfortable enough to come over and examine the car closely. Normally, even if someone came by, they could only pretend to be indifferent. It's nothing special, just a car. Only now, facing it directly, could one truly feel the awe-inspiring presence of the Range Rover before them. Lu Feng cautiously ran her fingers along the vehicle's body. This car costs 1 or 2 million. Lu Feng marveled at the gleaming black mechanical beast before her, clicking her tongue in amazement. Standing nearby, Su Daqiang looked at the car key in his hand and pressed a button. He tentatively pulled the car door open. Looking at the open door, he took off his shoes before sitting in the driver's seat. Surveying the car's interior, he felt a surge of delight. Could this be real? He touched one spot here, examined another there. I want a ride too. Lu Feng stood by the driver's door, looking expectantly at Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang quickly stepped out of the car, slipping on his shoes and letting Lu Feng take a turn at sitting in the driver's seat. Lu Feng's petite frame made this perspective from the driver's seat a completely new experience for her as she gazed out the windshield. How about having Su Yang drive us around for a spin later? Lu Feng asked Su Daqiang with delighted eyes. How could Su Daqiang not understand? This was purely about wanting to drive it out to show off. Alright, Su Daqiang nodded immediately. How could he refuse? Even old Su wanted to show off too. Maybe I should take it for a spin? Truth be told, Su Daqiang was already struggling to contain himself. You know how to drive? Lu Feng looked at Su Daqiang with suspicion. Su Daqiang grinned sheepishly. I have a license. Oh, although their family didn't own a car, Su Daqiang did indeed possess a driver's license. Su Daqiang sat in the car, looking around. Where do I insert the key? How do I start this thing? Where's my clutch? A few minutes later, Su Daqiang's face was ashen with defeat. He was somewhat doubtful when he'd learned to drive. Had there really been such a thing as a clutch pedal? One accelerator, one brake, and one clutch pedal, that's what there should be. But where is the clutch? Never mind the missing clutch, why isn't there even a slot for the car key? Su Daqiang was starting to question whether he'd taken a wrong turn when he first learned to drive. Su Yang stretched lazily, having slept like a log. His whole body felt pleasantly limp from sleep. Chapter 76, House Renovation? Several villagers from the neighborhood had come over again, crowding around the car. 1 or 2 million, probably, Su Daqiang chuckled as he caressed the steering wheel, relishing its comfortable warmth against his palms. It felt like a gentle early summer breeze, soothing away life's lingering chill. The gloom that had long loomed over the household seemed to scatter with this very gust of wind. Su Daqiang and Lu Feng never stopped smiling. How much? Lu Er's hand trembled as he quickly withdrew it, nervously eyeing the car body. Better not leave any scratches. In an instant, Lu Er's gaze toward Su Daqiang turned somewhat ingratiating. Su Yang's really struck it rich in the city. The other person's tone was full of envy and amazement. Not long ago, the village would still gossip about Su Yang from time to time, but now that he's returned, their attitude has abruptly changed instead. A man cannot simultaneously own a Range Rover and insecurity. The massive body of the vehicle was enough to give any man an overwhelming sense of confidence. He got out of bed, opened the wardrobe, and saw all his clothes hanging neatly inside. Yawning, he casually picked out a casual outfit, put on his socks, and slipped into his shoes. He walked to the bathroom and freshened up. Then he headed downstairs, looking at the cement stairs beneath his feet. Some of the edges were already cracked. He glanced at the walls again. The second floor was unfinished, with only plain white walls in the rooms and untreated flooring. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Su Yang walked down to the first floor, where at least the living room had tiled flooring and was fully renovated. But it was just the simple, rustic kind of decoration commonly seen in rural areas. Hey there, old man, granny. Su Yang greeted the elderly couple watching TV, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to the old man. Then he sat down next to the old man, flipped over a cup on the table, tossed in some tea leaves, and poured water into it. Up already? The old woman's face wore a kind smile. Sleep a bit longer, must have been tired out there all these years, huh? Not tired. Su Yang quickly shook his head. The old woman's gentle, affectionate question nearly broke through Su Yang's defenses. He shook his head with a smile, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Grandpa, I plan to renovate the house after the new year. How should we arrange things for both you and Grandma, as well as my parents? Su Yang glanced at the old man while asking. The grandfather pondered for a moment. We'll stay at your uncle's place, it's closer. I'll talk to him when he comes over. Great, thanks, Grandpa. Su Yang nodded, then enthusiastically raised his eyebrows at the old man. Grandpa, how about we build a traditional Chinese-style courtyard, with blue brick and tile roofing? Su Yang took out his phone, flipped through some photos, and selected a few to show the old man. He really liked the decor of those inns and homestays when he traveled before. It indeed looked nice, blending Chinese and Western styles while striking a balance between aesthetics and comfort. Having some flowers and plants in the courtyard also made it look pleasant. Looking at the photos on Su Yang's phone, the old man frowned with concern. Won't this cost too much money? Are red bricks expensive? Damn right they are. But blue bricks are even more expensive.
Not to mention tiled houses. Then there's all that lumber to consider, even pricier.
These days reinforced concrete structures are the affordable option.
Renovating the old house would probably only cost a few $100,000. With Su Yang being the only son in the family, there naturally wasn't any need to build too many rooms. I'll have Lauda and the others pool some money together, just enough to help you with the house repairs. The old man pondered, wanting to ease Su Yang's burden. He still had some money left himself.
No need. Su Yang quickly raised his hand, smiling as he declined. We're not short that little bit of money.
Well, it's settled then, Su Yang said cheerfully, looking at the old man.
I'll invite a designer over to take a look in a little while.
After all, this house was originally left to Su Yang by Su Daxiang and Lu Feng, so how to renovate it was entirely his decision.
Since the old master and mistress are still alive, the family has its backbone.
They hold all the relatives together.
So even if the villagers are envious, they don't dare cause trouble.
But petty thefts might occur, and some people might cause minor disturbances out of jealousy.
Although Su Yang's generation totals about 8 or 9 people. But truth be told, family relations today just aren't what they used to be. Let alone the younger generation below. The younger folks nowadays basically just nod when they see each other.
And there's also the relatives on his grandparents' side.
Su Daqiang and Lu Feng were originally honest, decent folk.
Such people have one advantage: they generally get along well with those around them. But when it comes to matters involving land, even the best relationships become useless. One of the positive aspects of Sichuan's terrain is that houses are often built on hillsides. This means each household is set apart at a distance, and lighting conditions never interfere with one another.
So there isn't much of a problem. Su Yang considered things more comprehensively and naturally wanted to avoid conflicts over trivial matters.
Having seen all sorts of messy problems in the village, one naturally wants to guard against certain issues in advance.
The old man looked at Su Yang with a gratified sigh. You've really grown up.
But this kid sure talks big, as if he's not short of just a bit of money.
Ding!
Host conversed with elderly relatives, experienced familial bonds, and felt inner joy.
System reward, 6,666 yuan.
Chapter 77, Parents' Daily Shock, Extra Chapter for the Big Shots. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Su Yang smiled faintly. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he stepped out of the house in long strides. He gazed at the elderly man circling a car not far away and his mother bustling in the kitchen nearby. A wave of serenity washed over his heart. Returning home, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace and comfort in his heart.
Ah, pure bliss, absolute contentment. A lazy aura enveloped Su Yang as he lounged on the couch by the courtyard entrance, basking in the sun. Get up now, dear, food's ready.
Lu Feng called out while carrying an enormous bowl of noodles towards him.
It was simply placed on the table.
Looking at the large bowl of noodles on the table, Su Yang couldn't help but salivate, despite having tasted many delicious dishes elsewhere.
Yet only his hometown's noodles could truly soothe the soul. What? Are you feeding pigs?
In Sichuan region, the way of cooking noodles is roughly the same. A large pot of noodles, scoop as much as you want to eat. Dark-colored broth carries the salty aroma of chili peppers, while golden yellow noodles lie stacked in the soup like silk. A section of golden yellow noodles emerged, creating a striking contrast against the soup. Lu Feng swiftly mixed them with her chopsticks. She then placed several bowls on the table. They had all already eaten. That is, Su Yang got up late. Because Lu Feng was in a good mood, she cooked a bit more. The family raised pigs, so even if there were leftovers, it was fine to let Su Daqiang eat some and feed the rest to the pigs. Su Yang immediately grabbed a big bowl and scooped noodles into his own. He took a big bite of the steaming hot noodles. A wave of heat surged from his throat straight down to his stomach.
Su Yang exhaled contentedly, steam curling from his mouth, and gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. Delicious. Hey, Mom, isn't it about time we slaughtered our pig? It's almost 30 months old. After we're done, how about making some blood sausage?
Alright, we'll slaughter it, Lu Feng replied with a smile, glancing toward the pigpen not far away. Only a few days after Su Yang had returned, he was already making her proud. That smile hasn't faded from his face this whole time. If he waited another couple days to tell her, Lu Feng would probably say, slaughter pigs? Why don't I just slaughter you instead? Then I'll have your dad contact your uncle and them, ask them to come help out. The pigs at home were plump enough, but money was tight so they couldn't bear to slaughter them. Yet it was practically tradition to slaughter a New Year's pig during the Spring Festival. Originally, Lu Feng had planned to buy just half a pig. But since my son insisted, then let's slaughter them. Gonna slaughter the pig? Su Daqiang asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he sat on the chair. He cast a reluctant glance at the pig pen. With a little more feeding, that pig could probably put on another 10 pounds or so. Let me get the tools ready. He stood up again and headed toward the tool shed. By the way, Mom, where's Xiao Hei? Su Yang glanced around with a puzzled look.
Your third uncle's place, he borrowed it. Lu Fang looked at Su Yang with a knowing smile and teased, what, miss him? He probably wouldn't recognize you now. Impossible, Su Yang said with extreme confidence, waving his hand dismissively. He's like a brother to me. No way he wouldn't recognize me.
I'll go check on him later. Su Yang chuckled between slurps of noodles, helping himself to another bowl. He'd always loved eating noodles, and now reunited after so long, with the extra touch of his mother's hands making them, they tasted even better. The noodles tasted even more delicious. Slurping and gobbling up the noodles in big mouthfuls, Su Yang naturally couldn't finish that much alone. Letting out a satisfied burp, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Mom, let's go to town later to buy some firecrackers. Do you need anything else? No, we bought everything we needed long ago. Lu Fang glared at Su Yang disapprovingly. Are you trying to spend money recklessly again? We already have firecrackers at home. Just some fireworks and firecrackers. Su Yang looked at Lu Fang with puppy dog eyes of grievance. I want to play with them. Come on, go ahead. Do you have enough money? Lu Fang took out a stack of cash from her pocket and looked at Su Yang. Su Yang immediately shook his head at the sight. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and ran upstairs, then came back down carrying a bag. Su Yang looked at Lu Fang and Su Dachang and said, Mom, Dad, could you both come to the living room for a moment? With that, Su Yang turned and walked toward the living room. Once everyone had settled in the living room, Su Yang sat across the coffee table holding a package. The group on the sofa sat in a row, looking utterly bewildered, their eyes fixed on Su Yang seated across from them. Su Yang turned his bag upside down, shaking its contents onto the table. Piles of 100,000 yuan notes and a messy heap of red envelopes scattered across the surface. At the sight, the elderly couple and his parents' breathing grew noticeably heavier. They'd never seen such an enormous amount of cash casually spilled before their eyes like this. Pulling out a thick stack, he handed it to the old man. Grandpa, this is for you. Use it for handing out red packets during New Year's. If there's any left, keep it for your cigarettes. Grandma, this is for you. Su Yang handed the elderly woman another stack of red envelopes. The old man stared at the red envelope in his hand with profoundly mixed emotions. Tears streamed down his weathered face as his tired, aged eyes grew blurry. The old woman's tear glands were weak, and tears had already begun to flow. They were well aware of what Su Yang meant. It was nothing more than wanting the younger generation to treat them well and take good care of them. After all, the elderly couple alternated living with each family for periods of time. This year, they happened to be staying at Su Yang's place when the new year approached, so they couldn't be bothered to move again. Giving the old man a pipe worth hundreds of thousands and bracelets for the old lady, once others hear about it, they'll surely treat them well. Since they're elderly, these items can neither be taken at birth nor carried after death, so they'll inevitably be passed down. As for who inherits them, naturally, it'll go to whoever treats them best. Human nature is greedy, even if their children are good to them. What about their spouses? Our family's circumstances were already modest to begin with, and now having to support 2 additional elderly members, while manageable for a short while, would inevitably lead to negligence over time. But with these resources, they'll naturally take good care of them. They'll be treated even better than before. Xiao Yang, the old woman, hugged Su Yang tightly, tears streaming down her aged face as she sobbed aloud. Su Dachang and Lu Fang beside them also choked up, unable to hold back their tears. Su Yang sniffled slightly, feeling his nose tingle as well, and said with a smile, all right, it's the new year after all. And Mom, Dad, these are for you. Just pay what you think is fair. To put it simply, Su Yang used money to help his parents save face. He probably won't stay for long. Within a year, he's undoubtedly going to leave. Later, when renovating the house, I'll need people's help, and the village also needs some looking after. During New Year visits, it wouldn't hurt for them to be a bit more generous when giving out gifts. It's just that there will be a few more petty people to watch out for. But none of that matters. As long as Grandpa's still around, though the old man speaks little, he sees everything clearly in his heart. He knows exactly who treats him well and who treats him poorly. He just doesn't like to fuss over such things. Perhaps it's precisely because of all the troubles his family faced since childhood, with both parents gone, that he ended up this way, accustomed to taking everything upon himself. Used to not causing trouble for others, used to considering others' feelings. Even when it came to parents and the elderly, he would still take their emotions into account. So many? Lu Fang's hand trembled, and the stack of red envelopes in her grip scattered onto the floor. Enough! I'm heading into town first. Su Yang rose from his chair, not bothering to continue the conversation with them. Otherwise, something so trivial could keep them arguing all day. Chapter 78, Market Day? Sitting in the car, he swiftly turned the steering wheel as the vehicle sped along the concrete road. Thanks to the new rural policy, most of the roads in the village have been repaved, and they're quite well maintained. So the cement roads in the village are generally quite clean, with just some scattered gravel, branches, and leaves here and there. There isn't much dust or mud around. The village has regular cleaning duties, probably assigned on a household-by-household basis.
With one hand resting on the windowsill, Su Yang sings a tune.
It's clear his mood is genuinely cheerful. The car drives through the village. A group of people bask in the sun at the village entrance, gazing at the sleek black Range Rover with its imposing body, exuding an air of dominance, coupled with the rolled-down windows and Su Yang singing loudly without a care. He appeared extraordinarily dashing and unrestrained.
Unable to resist, someone asked, "Whose car is this?" "Su Yang's, of course." A nearby middle-aged woman promptly replied, "Didn't you know? Su Yang has made it big.
That car must cost several $100,000, right?" Another onlooker chimed in, their voice tinged with amazement and envy.
"The Su family's son really has skill. More than that, I heard this car costs several million, something called a Land Rover, right?"
These days cars aren't expensive, you can buy one for just tens of thousands yuan. So quite a few people in the village owned cars.
Most families can afford a car. It's no longer an out-of-reach luxury for ordinary households. But $1 million car is out of reach for most people.
Most families can only afford a car worth tens of thousands by taking out loans. Let alone a car worth millions. The down payment alone could buy several budget cars.
Hey, under that streetlight, there's a little girl crying.
Singing along, he drove steadily, yet not too slowly either. With his driving skills as a safety net, he became an old hand, holding just 2 years on paper but with over a decade of real-world driving experience under his belt.
Driving the car, singing along, gazing at the scenery along the way.
The land of Shu was rich in mountains, endless ranges of green peaks, with torrential rivers rushing between them beneath the blazing sun. Yet the roads by the village were truly treacherous.
Su Yang's vehicle was already quite large to begin with.
At times, when it opens, it's nearly the width of a single road. Some of the turns are quite tricky to navigate. You wouldn't dare drive through these spots without solid driving skills. The car continued moving along the sloping path.
Driving in these places is basically like this: up the mountain, then down, then up again, then down once more. All the roads are winding mountain highways.
It's manageable in Sichuan, but if you go to certain parts of Guangxi and Yunnan, my goodness, it's just like in the folk songs. These mountain roads have 18 twists and turns.
The waterways here twist like 9 interlocking rings, 18 bends, 9 interlocking rings.
Su Yang couldn't help but burst into singing these lines as he navigated the winding road. The rhythm just flowed out of him naturally. The journey from home to the town market wasn't particularly far, about half an hour should do it.
In fact, it wouldn't even take half an hour, just over 10 minutes would suffice. But Su Yang wasn't fond of speeding.
With time to spare, he preferred taking it slow. A slower pace of life made it easier to notice the little joys around him. As he drove along the edge of the road, there were moments when, lost in thought, he almost felt like half his wheels were hovering right over the verge. I stopped the car and gazed at the bustling market, surging with crowds. The marketplace was packed with people, a ceaseless flow of humanity filled with all kinds of clamorous sounds. Vendors carried shoulder poles, hawking fresh vegetables and fruits, poultry and livestock, along with various Lunar New Year goods. Alluring aromas wafted from the shops, tempting passers-by with fried dough cakes, baked sesame buns, candied haws, roasted nuts and countless other delicacies that dazzled the eye. At roadside stalls, traditional handicrafts were displayed in dazzling arrays. Pottery, bamboo weavings, embroidery and various trinkets captivated visitors' attention. Children weaved through the crowds clutching popcorn and cotton candy, their faces radiant with laughter.
Chapter 79, The Marketplace.
The street was lined with all kinds of stalls and the clamor of vendors hawking their wares. The familiar and heartwarming sounds of Sichuan dialect. Hearing those voices always told him he was home. The hometown accent is what makes a wanderer feel most at home. Having lived in Sichuan before, everything around Su Yang felt familiar.
Truth be told, the three regions of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan are quite similar.
Yunnan stands out with its many ethnic minorities, giving it a somewhat fresher vibe. But when it comes to Guangxi and Sichuan, there's hardly any noticeable difference. Even the local cuisines are pretty much the same.
Get some snacks.
Su Yang stood in front of the food stall, buying some fried skewers and various miscellaneous snacks. Soon his hands were holding several plastic bags. Whether they were hygienic or not, Su Yang had no idea, but they certainly tasted delicious. At these bustling market fairs, the so-called snacks were usually just fried potatoes, fried sausages, or occasionally some rice cakes. Simple street food fare.
Wandering around curiously, Su Yang stood in front of the stall, looking at the owner. Ring toss? How much, boss?
10 yuan for 5 throws. Noticing Su Yang's fair, delicate skin and his urban-style clothing that clearly didn't match the village aesthetic, the vendor naturally took the opportunity to gesture the price. As everyone knows, people from Sichuan can't distinguish between 10 and 4.
Give me $100 right now. Su Yang immediately pulled out his phone.
A nearby child looked admiringly at Su Yang's extravagant gesture, then glanced at the 2 remaining rings in his own hand.
His expression grew extremely solemn.
He scanned over 100 yuan.
Ding!
The host's childlike innocence shines through as they play the ring toss game for the first time in ages.
System reward, 666 yuan. Su Yang wiped his mouth with a tissue. He reached out to take the rings handed to him by the stall owner, found a spot and stood there staring at the prizes before him. The first row was all keychains, the second consisted of some toys, and the third held a few plush dolls. Displayed right in the center was a massive Stitch plushie. When Su Yang caught sight of Stitch, his eyes practically turned green with greed. He held his breath, riveting his attention on that Stitch. He threw a hoop out. The force was about right, but Stitch seemed a bit slippery. The hoop just slid right off the edge. Seeing this, Su Yang adjusted his posture and strength again, and made another toss. Ding! Host failed at ring toss. Reward, 100 renminbi. Ding! Host failed at ring toss again. Reward, 200 renminbi. Ding! Host failed at ring toss once more. Reward, 300 renminbi. Ding! Host has failed at ring toss yet again. Reward, 5,800 yuan. Su Yang's eyes turned from green to red. After missing 58 throws, Su Yang's breathing became rapid. The man nearby looked at Su Yang and suddenly laughed mockingly, saying, "Hey man, do you even know how to play? If you're not playing, move aside. I want a turn." Playing, Su Yang replied with a grin, lifting the rings in his hand before leisurely tossing them again. His approach was all about staying composed, neither cocky nor hasty, just steady and patient. There's plenty of time anyway. Besides, whether you win or not, you still get a reward, so he wasn't in any hurry. He just couldn't help but eye that half-human-sized Stitch with envy. In the past, Su Yang had been just like the kids nearby, always looking at adults with admiration as they could play so freely. Now this counts as making up for my childhood, and the atmosphere of this market is actually quite nice. Really lively. Suddenly, a pink ring landed right on Stitch's head. The stall owner raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Hey, the kid actually got it? You lucky son of a gun." Ding! Host successfully won Stitch. Stitch will accompany every lonely child. System reward, 9,999 yuan. Su Yang grinned, eyeing the half-human-sized Stitch as the stall owner lugged it over. He reached out and took it. "Thanks." He casually handed the remaining ring to the child beside him. "Here, for you to play with." "Thank you, bro." Hearing this, the child immediately wiped his runny nose with glee and reached out to take it gratefully. Su Yang smiled and nodded at these words. What a polite, well-behaved kid. Chapter 80, Paying for Childhood. At Su Yang's house, a car came speeding over and parked nearby. A black dog crawled out through the open car door. It ran to Su Yang's side, whimpering and wriggling around him. "Where's Su Yang?" Third uncle asked as he stepped out of the car, glancing around but apparently not seeing Su Yang's vehicle. Su Yang went to town to buy fireworks. Su Yang affectionately rubbed the black dog's head in front of him. He had just made a phone call asking them to bring the dog back. After all, this little pup had been raised by Su Yang. Went to buy fireworks? Third uncle's tone carried a hint of regret. He had been hoping to chat with Su Yang. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Su Yang. "Heard from the old man that your family's planning to slaughter a pig? Couldn't that pig of yours be raised a bit longer?" Even third uncle couldn't help feeling a little reluctant. Su Yang said he wants to eat some blood sausage, so let's slaughter it. Let's make some cured meat and barbecue while we're at it. Su Yang said cheerfully while hugging Xiao Hei. "When we butcher the pig, I'll get you a bowl too." Xiao Hei's tail was spinning like a propeller. Alright, so you've really got money to spare now, huh? Third uncle felt a pang of envy. Who else could afford to be this extravagant? Just came back for New Year's and already slaughtering pigs and chickens left and right. But it's true that we need to build good relations with Su Yang's family. To be honest, before this they were just relatives we got along with slightly better than most. After all, we've all grown up now, started our own families and careers. It's only natural that relationships become more distant. Sometimes, having a wealthy relative can make all the difference when emergencies strike at home. "Boss, how much for your biggest fireworks shell?" Su Yang stood in the fireworks shop and called out to the owner. The boss poked his head out from behind the counter and glanced at Su Yang. 28,000. This one's the real deal, only one in stock. The rest are cheaper options, around 7 or 8,000 each, and we've got plenty of those in stock. Then give me one for 28,000, and 6 for 7,000 to 8,000 from the 30th to the 5th of the month, and throw in some assorted fireworks too. He bought so many fireworks simply to pay for his own childhood. "I'd like to buy sweet as manthus and wine as before, yet time has changed. I'm no longer that carefree youth. Some things, if not obtained at the right time, will never bring the same joy even if regained later. That original excitement and thrill can never be recaptured. After all, coming too late means coming too late." Su Yang fell silent as he spoke. The boss also remained silent. After a long while, seeing that Su Yang still hadn't spoken up, the boss couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious about this?" "Of course, otherwise why would I mess with you? You're not some young girl." Su Yang curled his lips dismissively. The middle-aged man laughed in exasperation upon hearing this. "If you want that much, I'll probably have to fetch it from the warehouse." "Are you really sure? Don't make me bring it over only for you to chicken out later." Su Yang casually picked up his phone and scanned a QR code nearby. WeChat payment received, 5,000 yuan. Ding.
The host has spent 5,000 yuan to purchase fireworks. Though you still share the same sky, the initial excitement is gone forever.
What's missed is ultimately missed. System reward, 9,999 yuan. Are you pulling some sob story shit on me again?
Su Yang swore at the system in his mind. The moment the shop owner received the 5,000 yuan, he immediately stood up, rubbing his hands obsequiously. Wait just a moment, the warehouse is a bit far, I'll drive over to get it.
Little sister, come entertain our guest. Brew him a cup of tea. Alright. The shot from upstairs finally made Su Yang notice the stairwell entrance partially obscured by an assortment of Spring Festival couplets not far away.
Sitting on a chair outside the house, Su Yang crossed his legs languidly.
He idly toyed with his phone.
Lately, quite a few people have been striking up conversations with me.
I've been chatting idly with several of them. Su Yang still prefers talking to Zhou Jin.
Being older, Zhou Jin has a way with people that's naturally more comfortable. Su Yang at least finds their interactions remarkably pleasant. He may be older, but only by a few years compared to Su Yang.
Thus they chatted about everything under the sun. Chapter 81 Fireworks. Salutes. Additional Chapter 1. A cup of tea was placed on the table.
Su Yang glanced at the girl sitting across from him before returning his gaze to his phone. He had long passed the phase where just looking at a pretty girl would stir his emotions. After being exposed to the stunning women at Yunmeng Bay, Su Yang's heart had become harder than steel.
Sister Jean, haven't you gone back for the new year yet?
From the 4th day until now, I've been drunk 3 times a day ever since returning home.
Jean, not really, just tired. I probably won't be back until the day before Lunar New Year's Eve.
Su, what about Xiaobao? Looking at the photo of Xiaobao Su Yang had sent, Zhou Jin's gaze softened. Xiaobao was sent back to our hometown a while ago.
Jean, is your hometown Yan, the legendary rainy city?
Su, yes, one of the areas with the highest rainfall nationwide is mostly cloudy and rainy most of the time.
Jean, I love rainy days.
As expected, women naturally find topics to talk about. Su Yang just followed her lead in conversation and then leisurely continued chatting with her at his own pace. Looking at the leg photo Zhou Jin sent, Su Yang smiled faintly. He. Zhou Jin couldn't help but blush as she looked at her own legs displayed in the chat box. Why did I send that?
Mr. Young man, since there's quite a lot of items, could you give me an address?
I'll deliver them later. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands unctuously. I've already rounded down the total for you, 94,000 yuan. Since you've already transferred 5,000, we'll count it as 89,000. Listening to the boss's words, Su Yang gave a slight nod and glanced at the single-row seat car not far away. He scanned the boss's QR code with his phone, added him as a friend, and made 2 separate transactions. Then he transferred 89,000 yuan over. Ordinary fireworks aren't actually very expensive. The main cost came from the ceremonial fireworks Su Yang purchased.
Ding.
Host spent 94,000 yuan to reclaim childhood memories.
System reward, 166,666 yuan.
Wow, hit the jackpot big time. Indeed, money is the ultimate comfort for the soul.
Are you coming with me, or should I come back later?
Su Yang lifted his gaze to meet the shop owner's eyes.
The boss pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll go with you. Did you drive here?
My car is parked up ahead.
A black Land Rover, license plate Chuane 08080. After speaking, Su Yang walked forward.
The boss raised an eyebrow upon hearing Su Yang's license plate number. What an exceptionally good plate it was.
Walking over to the car, he started the car and drove off,
waiting for a moment until he saw the boss's single-seater before heading forward.
Half an hour later,
Su Yang drove the car to his doorstep. After parking the car, he stepped down from the vehicle.
Back already?
Lu Feng, who had been idly sitting by the doorway, rose from his chair and hurried over. Uncle just came by and dropped off your dog, Lu Feng said, pointing at the little black pup clinging to her feet.
Su Yang looked at Xiaohei before him, raising an eyebrow and pursing his lips with a teasing tsk tisk tsk. Xiaohei, do you still remember me?
The large black dog standing beside Lu Feng at this moment had a puzzled look in its jet black eyes.
It walked over to Su Yang's feet and sniffed the air with its nose.
Looking startled, it took 2 steps back, then leaned in again as if trying to confirm the scent properly. It let out a whimper and immediately jumped up from the ground, continuously pouncing towards Su Yang. It even made little whimpering sounds that didn't match its size at all.
Ha, Xiaohei, come here for a hug.
A smile instantly spread across Su Yang's face as he quickly reached out to scoop Xiaohei into his arms, stroking its back. Xiaohei placed his hands on Su Yang's shoulders just like that, burying his face in the crook of Su Yang's neck, whimpering, as if expressing his longing. Then he extended his tongue to lick Su Yang's cheek. Have you eaten shit? Su Yang felt something warm and wet on his face, his expression instantly changing. Lu Feng, who had been smiling just moments before, suddenly froze with shock. Neither this son nor this dog were worth keeping anymore. If this were in the city, he wouldn't have this worry at all, but here they were in the village. He Xiao paused mid-lick. He immediately let out a high-pitched, wailing scream.
with an utterly heartbroken expression, as if asking, how could such a question even come out of your mouth? Ha ha ha, okay, I haven't eaten. Su Yang held Little Black in his arms, rocking rhythmically as if cradling a baby. Chapter 82, The Burning Fuse, like the complexity that ignites hearts. Bonus update 2. Watching the single-row truck approach, Lu Feng and Su Daqiang both shot surprised glances at Su Yang. Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of reproach. Why buy so many? Can we even set them all off?
Doesn't matter, we'll just ignite them gradually, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. After all, this was just about helping his parents save face. Just don't let him play around waving it recklessly.
Watching Su Yang play with Dehei, Su Daqiang and Lu Feng truly couldn't understand. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to explain either.
In the past, he didn't have many friends, and when he came home, only the dog kept him company. You could say it accompanied me through my most helpless and loneliest days.
Little Black, how about I take you to the city for a better life?
Holding Little Black, Su Yang reached out and rubbed its big black nose, immediately making his fingers sticky and wet. I'll buy you a big villa,
just like at home, with a huge yard. You can run around in the yard, and when we're settled, I'll even find you a husband. You can pick him out yourself, okay? Xiao Hei didn't understand what Su Yang was saying, but it could sense his joy.
It also started howling along excitedly.
Su Yang put the dog down from his arms and looked at his dust-covered clothes.
He casually brushed them off, clenched the cigarette between his teeth, and gave the dog's head a good scratch.
The little black dog just lay beside Su Yang's feet, resting its head on the top of Su Yang's foot. A dog's affection is pure and devoted. Their lives seem to revolve around choosing a master and faithfully following them.
Until they grow old.
Boss.
The fireworks shop owner stepped out of his car and enthusiastically offered Su Yang a cigarette.
Where should we put all these things?
Help me move them to the storage room, it's right inside. Su Yang led him to the storage room. He then added, leave one out for me now, and keep some firecrackers aside when you're done too.
Got it. The boss nodded and immediately had someone set the items down before starting to move them.
Su Daqiang took a drag from his cigarette and cautioned Su Yang, don't flaunt it too much. It's just for these few days during the new year. Su Yang waved it off, indifferent. After all, it's just setting off some fireworks and such. Most folks in the village probably already knew he had money.
Thanks entirely to the old couple's bragging. Su Yang clicked his tongue. The fireworks shop owner drove away.
Su Yang held the knife in his hand.
As he unpacked the large rectangular cardboard box, Lu Feng nearby asked curiously, this box must have been expensive, right?
Pretty good, over 5,000 yuan, Su Yang grinned at Lu Feng.
Lu Feng's pupils trembled. How much?
Her voice cracked with disbelief as she stared at Su Yang.
Just over 5,000, don't worry about it. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively as he flicked the lighter to ignite the fuse.
It was already nighttime, around 8 or 9 o'clock, the perfect hour for setting off fireworks. He quickly ran backward some distance. Swish after swish sounded as countless fireworks burst densely in the sky. The villagers turned their gazes toward the mid-slope location, watching the dense shower of fireworks, dazzling and resplendent, like a flurry of meteors streaking across the sky. Everyone in the village could see those fireworks exploding high up in the air. Their expressions were mixed with complex emotions.
They set off some fountains, then lit firecrackers too.
Su Yang stood there with a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching the fireworks paint the sky. Their faces were continuously illuminated with shifting hues of every color. Gazing at those blooming spheres of light above, the corners of Su Yang's mouth curled into a faint smile. Ever since he was a child, he had admired those who set off grand fireworks displays. He didn't know why, he just admired them. When the fireworks burned out, the air was filled with the scent of gunpowder and smoke. It heralded the arrival of the new year.
Tisk, it's not even New Year yet, setting off so many fireworks, what a show-off.
The Liang family in the village muttered sarcastically, their expressions a mix of envy and resentment as they watched the fireworks light up the sky.
Because their father used to work outside with Su Yang's father in the past. But his father later became a contractor, while Su Yang's father continued working honestly as a bricklayer.
In the past when their family had money, they never missed a chance to mock the Su family.
Yeah, just because he's got a bit of money now, he's already showing off like this. I remember that Su Daqiang's house, right? Did they strike it rich? Wow, what gorgeous fireworks, that must be Su Yang's place. Their family's fortunes have been looking up lately.
Indeed, old Su is such a decent man, and now that the kids are grown, it's high time they enjoyed the good life. Those fireworks Su Yang lit seemed to ignite not the night sky, but people's imaginations. It ignited the complexities of the human heart, kindling greed, hatred, and delusion within.
Alright, time for bed. Su Yang turned to leave after the fireworks ended.
Yet the others still felt a lingering sense of wanting more. Su Daqiang and Lu Feng gazed at Su Yang with somewhat complicated expressions.
Is this really my son? Yang Su's transformation was so drastic that both of them felt somewhat bewildered.
I also felt a bit heartbroken, wondering just what he had gone through all these years away to have changed so much.
Su-young yawned sleepily. Just the other day, when he'd merely driven over, so many people had come to pay their respects. Once tonight's fireworks were set off, who knew how many more would come knocking on his door? Damn it! The next morning, Su-young crawled out of bed with absolutely no desire to drink again. He hastily grabbed some firecrackers from the storage room and swiftly slipped out of the house. Otherwise, he'd be stuck drinking back and forth with those relatives again. Sigh, what if I get drunk and agree to something? That would be trouble. Walking through the village, Su-young looked like a jobless wanderer. He really didn't enjoy family troubles and social obligations, so he'd rather go out and have fun. Casually holding a cigarette in his mouth, he lit a firecracker and quickly tossed it into the nearby field ridge. Since it was winter and there were no crops in the field, Su-young naturally didn't care. After throwing it in, he quickly ran forward a short distance. With a loud boom, Su-young chuckled. Holding the firecracker, he rubbed it against the sandpaper at its edge. The fuse above sparked to life. Immediately dropping the firecracker, he dashed away in quick steps. Following two loud bangs came more rounds of simple-hearted laughter. This was basic-level firework play. Because Sichuan has many mountain roads, they are typically built by excavating through the mountains before paving. Su-young looked at the earthen slope beside him, where tree roots and cavities were still visible. He pulled out a large firecracker. Su-young stuffed it into one of the holes. He took a deep breath. Immediately, he brought the cigarette but to light the fuse, he immediately turned and dashed away. Xiao Hei also quickly ran out. A deafening explosion rang out. The hole instantly expanded several times before my eyes. Dirt sprayed in all directions. There's always a hidden streak of destructive desire deep within human nature. These destructive impulses tend to be somewhat restrained in adulthood. But in children, you can clearly see their destructive tendencies. Watching something shatter like this truly brings a sense of catharsis. There's a sense of relief in this. Su-young chuckled as he lit the firecracker and tossed it toward the nearby sewer. The water in the sewer was so clear you could see straight to the bottom. When firecrackers were tossed in, you could still watch bubble after bubble rising from the depths, each trailing thick smoke. Then came the explosion. With a dull thump, water sprayed in all directions through the air. After running some distance, Su-young looked at the wet footprints on the ground and chuckled to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reclaiming childlike joy and shedding burdens. System reward, 6,666 yuan. He set off firecrackers all along the way. The village echoed intermittently with the sound of firecrackers too. As the Lunar New Year approached, the kids naturally had some money in their pockets to buy firecrackers to set off. However, since they didn't have much to spend, they usually bought a string of firecrackers and took them apart to set off one by one. Brother Su-young? Damn, you're back? A group of teenagers, 3 or 5 together, were wandering around the village not far away. You're on holiday? Su-young looked at the young man in front of him, taking the offered cigarette. The guy was a few years younger than him but from the same village, they'd hung out together in the past. Looking at the young man before him, Su-young glanced at the few people beside him. They must all be village youth, still in high school now, right? Seeing how drastically different Su-young looked compared to before, the group before him appeared rather startled. After all, it had been quite some time since they last met, and there was an undeniable sense of distance between them now. Moreover, the outfit Su-young was wearing, though its exact price couldn't be guessed, clearly gave off an expensive vibe. Su-young was dressed in commuter attire that looked neat and professional, with a black shirt bearing a necklace. With his half-rimmed glasses, he came across as cultured yet roguishly handsome. This ensemble alone was enough to make the village girl's eyes light up instantly. Chapter 83 Woohoo taking off. He gave off an air of seriousness tinged with a hint of rebelliousness. Su-young was strictly adhering to brother Jia and Wang Xi's advice, deliberately cultivating that roguishly handsome image. His hair, largely left untended, was somewhat disheveled yet it somehow maintained a carefully careless charm. After getting a perm, the overall style basically stays the same, but over time, some natural changes do occur. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Su-young took a drag and used the burning tip to light a firecracker before casually tossing it aside. Several village girls couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Su-young. Brother Su-young, have you bought a car yet? A young man nearby suddenly pulled out car keys from his pocket with a smug grin. My dad bought it for me, said since I'm almost in college, I should have my own wheels. Looking at the car key in their hand, it should be the V emblem of Chahan. If it were the old Su-young, he would definitely feel envious and sigh about how fortunate these people are. But now, his mindset is completely at peace. He smiled and congratulated them, saying, well, congratulations, you're one of the car owners now. Brother Su-young, what kind of car do you have? The girl beside him looked at Su-young curiously. Just a beat-up old car. Su-young chuckled and shook his head. By the way, brother Su-young, I wanted to ask, do you have any arrangements for university? The young man wore a thoughtful expression as he spoke. The economic climate isn't great right now,
and university is indeed a good opportunity to get ahead.
So I want to do something of my own during university.
I plan to pursue postgraduate studies later. I'm leaning towards.
Do you have any suggestions? My advice is don't listen to anyone's advice. Just follow what your heart tells you to do.
Su-young casually tossed another firecracker to the side. Watching the group of young people chatting confidently beside him, Su-young felt somewhat lost.
I'm feeling utterly lost.
Something about saving up hundreds of thousands during college, then using university as a springboard to lay the foundation for starting a business. Or about becoming a blogger during college years, building up a fan base in advance. Otherwise, they're just talking about which bars are fun or what luxury goods they've bought recently.
Su-young felt bewildered, truly bewildered.
At barely 20 years of age, why was everyone so preoccupied with gains and social niceties?
Was it all about one-upping each other?
He noticed how the young men kept stealing glances at the girls nearby, their eyes flickering with subtle intent.
Su-young suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Looking for a mate, eh? Feeling threatened by your bro, huh?
He let out a light laugh and casually tossed the firecracker into the nearby water. Watching the water explode in all directions, he suddenly broke into a foolish giggle.
Ha ha ha. Nothing beats setting off firecrackers for fun.
The young guys were beginning to question their life choices.
How could you still be looking at her when he's grinning like the village idiot over there? Think being handsome makes you special? Think being handsome and well-dressed makes you something special?
Alright, you guys have fun. I'm going to join those kids setting off firecrackers. Su-young waved his hand dismissively. I couldn't muster the energy to keep dealing with these people. There was no chemistry at all, and something about it just didn't sit right with me.
Wow, how come I never noticed before Brother Su was so handsome?
Meanwhile, the girls over there were busy gossiping about Su-young.
Exactly, so handsome. Big bro, can you spare me some firecrackers?
Suddenly a little kiddo stood next to Su-young, tugging at his sleeves with bashful eyes. Su-young looked at the person with a smile, nodding cheerfully as he casually pulled out several boxes of firecrackers.
He also waved at a few children not far away. The kids quickly ran over, gazing at Su-young with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Seeing this, Su-young handed each of them a box and warned, "Be careful when playing with these, understand?"
"Thank you, big bro." The child sniffled happily, clutching the firecrackers as he walked away. One by one, they all behaved properly, thanking him after receiving their gifts. To put it simply, rural families generally place great importance on teaching children virtues like benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, wisdom, and trustworthiness.
Grades don't have to be outstanding, but they must learn to be decent human beings. That's roughly the prevailing attitude.
Children really are better after all, he murmured softly, gazing fondly at the departing kids. The resentment he had felt toward those nearly grown-up kids just moments ago vanished. They simply grew up following their father's pace in this world, and they didn't do anything wrong either. It's this society that turned them into people like this.
Big bro, where are we going to play? Are you coming?
The little girl with braided hair ran up to Su-young's side and pointed not far away.
Su-young nodded in response. Sure, let's go. We'll play together.
Taking the little girl's hand, Su-young walked forward with her.
Wow, so big already?
Su-young cradled the little baby, seemingly able to catch the distinct scent of Yumeijing cream.
The unique milky fragrance of Yumeijing had an unmistakably high recognition factor.
He handed the bag of firecrackers to the child beside him. Su-young reached out and picked up the little toddler. "I'm for." The toddler giggled in Su-young's arms, missing a few teeth as he beamed.
Already 4? Su-young asked curiously. Are you in the senior class now?
No. The toddler clutched Su-young's clothes with tiny hands. I'll move up to the senior class next year.
Where is this place? Su-young smelled a foul odor before even getting close. Cow dung.
The little kid giggled and explained to Su-young.
Holy shit, fried poop? Why do all young people seem inexplicably obsessed with deep-fried Oreos?
Not far away near the field ridge, there was a large pit.
Su-young hadn't even gotten close yet.
He saw the child carrying his bag of firecrackers and immediately bolted. Su-young didn't hesitate for a single second. Hesitation would mean doubting the firecrackers he'd bought, so he instantly took off running.
Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. With a loud bang, the firecrackers exploded.
This must be the big firecracker I bought myself. That idiot set it off and then threw it into the cesspit. Su-young turned his head, utterly shocked.
This sky full of flying excrement.
Amidst thick smoke and foul stench,
he finally understood why so many kids enjoy bombing Oreos.
That exhilarating feeling of racing against the Oreo after lighting the firecracker, truly incomparable.
Moreover, while fleeing, one must also pay attention to obstacles, speed, and terrain.
On narrow ridges like these, a single misstep could send you tumbling.
Su-young watched as what looked like falling Oreo cookies rained down from the sky. The sound of retching could be heard.
He had been quick on his feet, plus the firecrackers blast did the rest.
Su-young fell silent. Who take off?